Chapter 1. The Wandering Swordsman. Within the bar, the lighting was somewhat dim, and a lively band of hippies played cheerful music in the corner, lifting the spirits of all present. The bartender showcased remarkable skills behind the counter, deftly rolling a flaming bottle down his arm, effortlessly catching it as a vivid arc of red liquid poured into a glass. Dressed in flamboyant attire, the women flitted through the crowd like butterflies, their laughter and playful banter eliciting hearty chuckles from the surrounding men, who welcomed them with open arms and equally open wallets. The bar owner, with a solicitous demeanor, presented a long-preserved fine spirit to the evening's guest of honor, the pirate captain known as Black Scorpion, flattering him with unceasing praise. Black Scorpion, as if he were one with the liquid gold, downed the expensive spirit in one gulp, laughing heartily as he embraced the accompanying women, seeking out his comrades for more rounds of drinking. Only then did the bar owner find a moment to return to the counter and rest. The bartender offered him a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat and a glass of whiskey, quietly inquiring, "Boss, are you not worried they might skip out on the bill? After all, they're the most notorious band of pirates in these waters." The owner wiped his brow, took a sip of his whiskey on the rocks, and gazed at the boisterous Black Scorpion in the crowd, chuckling. No need for concern. Today's expenses will be covered. These ruffians are among the most vicious dogs under our employer's command. They've pulled off quite a heist this time, and our employer stands to gain significantly, instructing us to provide them with ample hospitality. Hey, just don't provoke them, we're all in the same boat now. The bartender's expression turned grim. He understood all too well the implications of colluding with pirates. Yet, he felt powerless, having already been drawn into this treacherous game. He was aware of certain matters regarding his employer on the surface, a high-ranking noble with connections to various naval commanders, overseeing a vast trading fleet and maintaining relationships with several kings. However, he had only begun to glimpse the dark underbelly of his employer's true power. There were benefits and there were drawbacks. The bartender was torn between elation and despair. "Hey, give me a bottle of brandy, the Courvoisier." The bartender lifted his gaze to see a young man, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old, seated before him. With striking eyebrows and starry eyes, he wore simple yet elegant attire that exuded a noble and carefree or an unforgettable figure at first glance. The man sported a long sword slung across his shoulder, its blade nearly 5 feet in length, with a resplendent golden hilt and a black and white scabbard, radiating a sense of the extraordinary. The bartender felt no surprise at his presence with a sword in these times. Carrying a blade was quite commonplace. "I apologize, sir, but this establishment has been reserved for the evening." The bartender lowered his voice. The leader of this gathering is none other than the notorious pirate Captain Black Scorpion, with a bounty of 10 million berries on his head. He's known to be a ruthless character. "I kindly suggest you seek your refreshment elsewhere." "I am aware." Thinking the young man would take his advice and leave, the bartender was taken aback when a man pointed to a bottle behind him and said, "That one. Please warm it slightly. It should be just right for me to drink shortly." He gave the bartender a pat on the shoulder before striding towards Black Scorpion, who was indulging in drink. The young man's voice resonated throughout the bar. "I have trained in the art of the sword since the age of 3, dedicating 15 arduous years to my craft, and at last my skills shall find true purpose. Let your lives serve as the inaugural feast on my path to vengeance." His voice, though not loud, commanded the attention of the entire bar, silencing the raucous crowd as all eyes turned towards him. The young man's expression was earnest, but it provoked uproarious laughter from the pirates. "Hey, have you lost your mind? Did you just escape from a lunatic asylum? Just a fool, nothing more. Huh, I bet this guy won't make it out of this room. You think you can take our lives all on your own? Huh, who do you think you are, the world's greatest swordsman? Clueless fool. Do you even know who you're talking to? That's the infamous pirate Captain Black Scorpion." Nearby, a kind-hearted companion laughed. "Boss, ignore this madman, let's just continue drinking." In her eyes, provoking Black Scorpion could only lead to certain death. "You mentioned vengeance?" Black Scorpion was no fool. He had caught the young man's words and was now deep in thought, trying to recall if he had ever encountered this individual. "Oh, vengeance." Noticing Black Scorpion reflecting, the young man urged, "Think carefully. For years ago, in the kingdom of Autos, you conspired with the nobles to frame another noble family, seizing their wealth and falsely accusing them of colluding with pirates, leading to their execution at the hands of the military." The young man exuded an aura of killing intent, prompting the surrounding pirates to draw their firearms, while those without weapons gripped their arms tightly, glaring at him with hostility. Black Scorpion grinned wickedly. "Now, I remember. However, I distinctly recall that family was sentenced to hang. Are you a relative of theirs?" The young man shook his head slightly. "I am not. I am the eldest son of that family. My name is Elixirs. At that time, my father bribed an official with all his wealth to fake my death, which allowed me to survive. Huh. Though that official nearly took my life anyway, but that's of little consequence. Attack! Black Scorpion suddenly bellowed. As the pirates prepared to strike, they found Rhodey's figure had vanished, only to reappear at the table before Black Scorpion. Before the pirates could react, he spun around the circular table, his long sword tracing a perfect arc, a pale blue wind swirling in the wake of his blade. /circle. Before the sword could return to its scabbard, 7 torrents of blood erupted around Rhodey, as 7 pirates' heads and bodies fell apart simultaneously, their severed heads landing with a thud as their still bleeding corpses crumpled to the ground. The remaining pirates appeared as if struck by lightning, gazing at Rhodey as though he were a demon, a mixture of fear and rage flooding their expressions. Run! One pirate shouted as he dashed for the door, having lost all the fight with their leader slain. Void break slash. Rhodey charged forth, his long sword piercing through the back of the fleeing pirate, pinning him to the door. Withdrawing his blade, Rhodey turned to face the remaining pirates, his voice cold and unwavering. None of you shall escape. Seeing their path to escape blocked, the pirates' ferocity surged, and one brandishing a long knife charged at Rhodey, prompting the rest to launch a collective assault. Outside the bar stood a girl clad in gray linen, a small white flower tucked behind her ear, her long dark green hair cascading down her back. She remained quietly poised, her emerald eyes filled with sorrow, yet she resolutely refrained from stepping inside. Gunfire, cries of battle, and the sound of swords striking flesh echoed within the bar, gradually fading into silence. The girl pushed the door open, revealing a scene of carnage, pirate corpses strewn about, severed limbs scattered indiscriminately, the stench of blood overwhelming. Weapons lay haphazardly embedded in bodies, the floor and walls stained with blood and bullet holes, and the furniture barely recognizable amidst the devastation. Though she had anticipated such a sight, she couldn't help but close her eyes, gathering her courage before stepping into this hellish realm. Carefully navigating the bodies and treading upon the blood-soaked floor, she approached the young man who was sipping the warmed brandy. She deftly cut away his clothing, placing his long sword beside his right hand. Upon seeing his injuries, her pupils widened in shock, her expression betraying her fear. Behind Rhodey stood a dozen individuals, the bar's waitresses, the owner, and the bartender, trembling in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. The girl began cleaning the blood from Rhodey's wounds, frowning as she said, "You've really gone too far with a sneak attack. You could have avoided all these injuries." Rhodey grinned through clenched teeth. If I had done that, how would he know I was seeking vengeance? If my enemies don't realize it was I who took them down, the thrill of revenge would be significantly diminished. But I must admit, I was somewhat careless, thinking that years of rigorous training would allow me to easily dispatch these ruffians. Ow! Be gentle, Mia. Mia retorted with exasperation. We must clean this properly, endure it, and it will soon cease to hurt. She meticulously tended to the wounds on Roddy's body, retrieving a delicate black pouch from a small box at her waist, which contained hundreds of silver needles. Mia swiftly extracted the needles, applying them to various parts of Roddy's body to staunch the bleeding from his still oozing wounds, allowing herself a moment of relief. She then produced a pair of tweezers, arranging needles, thread, herbs, and gauze on the bar counter, casually tossing Roddy's drink aside. The latter, resigned, could only submit to her ministrations, for it is wise to never provoke a doctor. Honestly, to think you would dare claim to be confronting mere thugs after sustaining such grave injuries. 3 gunshot wounds. 2 bullets lodged within you. Bear with the pain. The depth of the bullet wounds renders acupuncture ineffective. Using the tweezers, Mia extracted a bullet from Roddy's shoulder and another from his arm. She applied herbs to the wounds, bandaging them carefully before taking up the thread to address the knife wounds. Roddy, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, managed to smile at the bar owner, saying, "There's no need for you to be anxious. Surgeries are always like this. Mia is a kind and lovely girl, so there's no need to fear her." The others thought to themselves, "We are not afraid of her at all. But do you really not know who we are truly afraid of?" Chapter 2. The Skill Tree in Roddy's Past. Mia exhibited exceptional skill, stitching the wounds with remarkable precision. According to her, when combined with her specially formulated herbs, such ordinary superficial knife wounds would heal without a trace of scarring. Roddy, however, secretly wished for a scar in a more visible area, such as his chest. A scar would serve as a badge of honor, enhancing his presence wherever he went. After all, scars are the medals of a man. Once the wounds were stitched, Mia gently applied herbs to them, removing the silver needles and wrapping Roddy in layers of bandages. She then produced a band-aid to cover a small cut on his face, finally gathering her belongings into her pouch. "I'm stepping outside," she announced. Mia made her way out, feeling slightly uncomfortable in the room filled with corpses, not out of fear of the dead, but rather from an aversion to hearing too much about things that would disrupt her thoughts. Instead of dwelling on such matters, she preferred to explore her newly acquired medical texts. She cherished delving deeply into the art of healing, having no desire to entangle herself in trivial affairs. As Mia departed, Roddy turned to the bar owner, smiling as he said, "There's no need for denial. I am well aware that your benefactor is Count Schuster. I intend to eliminate him, sever his wings, take over his business, and annihilate him along with all his subordinates. So, I ask you, will you choose death or survival?" The bar owner gritted his teeth. Having aided his employer in the underground business for so long and witnessed too much darkness, he was unafraid of death. Seeing his expression, Roddy was not surprised, continuing with a grin, "Although I dislike threatening others, vengeance leaves me no choice. In a village 30 miles east, there's a girl named Anna who is truly adorable. When I offered her pastries, she politely thanked me and even invited her mother to share them." "What did you say?" The bar owner's initially fearful expression morphed into a menacing snarl as he glared at Roddy, his voice cold. "If anything were to happen to them, I assure you, you will receive none of what you desire." Roddy replied with a smile, "Whether they face any misfortune depends on what you can provide me with." The bar owner trembled, and after a long pause, it seemed as though his spine had been removed. He slumped down, tears streaming down his face. "Speak. What do you want?" Roddy exhaled, fastening his sword to his waist, and calmly stated, "Everything about him, his business, his collusion with the Navy, and the identity of the pirates. The trade routes, the information on his private armed forces. If I tell you, will you spare my family? If you tell me, I shall leave here as though I never set foot in this place." Half an hour later, Roddy placed a small vial on the table and turned to leave, containing what was referred to as the antidote. Roddy had noted all the information he sought, clutching 2 sea charts. As he reached the door, he looked back at the people inside, smiling. "Go back and inform your employer that these individuals were taken out by bounty hunters unknown to us." Emerging from the establishment, Mia followed in Roddy's footsteps, her head bowed and her expression blank as she walked silently alongside him for several minutes. Suddenly, Roddy spoke in a soft tone, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Without hesitation, Mia blurted out, "Was there really poison in the pastries you had me deliver to that little girl?" Roddy paused, his expression startled, before bursting into laughter, his hand resting on MIA's shoulder as he laughed uncontrollably, nearly doubling over. "Is that what you were worried about? I thought you were going to say something serious." "Ah!" Roddy laughed until tears streamed down his cheeks. He had been concerned that Mia might harbor resentment over the many pirates he had just slain, but it turned out her worry was simply about this matter. Mia, visibly irate, retorted, "I am speaking to you seriously. Please respond appropriately." Seeing her vexed expression, Roddy stifled his laughter and gently reassured her, "Rest assured, I was merely deceiving that fellow. Although I am on a path of vengeance, I would never resort to harming innocent women and children. The pastries contained nothing harmful. The so-called antidote was merely an appetizer you concocted. The reason I wanted that mother and daughter to eat the pastries was to ensure that this individual knew we were not deceiving him. It's all part of the act. Being thorough is always better. Once he returns, he will undoubtedly relay my information to his master, making it far simpler for me to seek him out when needed." Mia covered her ears, fuming, "I'm not listening. I don't want to know about your sordid affairs." She resolved that if similar situations arose in the future, she would keep her distance. Just like this time, merely hearing one sentence had led her to suspect Roddy was a terrible person, which had left her sulking. He must surely think she is a fool. She would never listen to such things again. Observing MIA's adorably puffed cheeks, Roddy couldn't resist pinching her nose, chuckling, "Silly girl. Such a kind-hearted and lovely silly girl. How could I allow you to be tainted?" Mia pouted, shaking off Roddy's hand and running ahead, feeling dejected. Indeed, Roddy must think of her as a fool. Oh dear. Roddy didn't quite grasp the nuances of a young girl's heart. He was preoccupied with contemplating his next steps. The power of Schuster was astonishingly vast, and apart from his life and sword, he had only Mia by his side. Eliminating him would be no small feat. 2. The deadly 3 swords of 1.5 stars. 3. The life experience of a 40-year-old. 2. In but a fleeting moment, Liu Yi made his choice. Although the allure of a unique talent was compelling and promised long-term benefits, Liu Yi astutely recognized that for immediate enhancement of his strength, a sword technique was precisely what he required. While a martial artist's power significantly increases during the body refinement stage, and physical resilience sees a marked improvement, it is only upon reaching the bone-tempering realm, where one's sinews and bones are honed to the hardness of iron, that one can truly contend with blades using mere flesh. To rely solely on unprotected fists against sharp weapons would ultimately be imprudent. Subsequently, the information regarding the deadly three swords was directly implanted in Lu Ye's mind. The technique, as its name suggests, is deceptively simple, comprising merely three moves: a direct slash, a horizontal cut, and a reverse flick. Yet, despite its simplicity, its power is anything but trivial otherwise. It would not have garnered a rating of 1.5 stars, surpassing the previous skill he had acquired, the universal arm fist. In this world, martial arts are categorized from 1 to 9 revolutions, while martial techniques are classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Above these, there exist unparalleled martial arts and supreme ultimate techniques. According to the Simulator S evaluation, each star corresponds to a level in the real world. A 1.5 star martial art, while not yet reaching the mysterious level, is significantly superior to those of the yellow grade. Through 2 simulations, Lu Yi discovered that anything acquired in simulated life, be it martial arts, medicinal pills, or divine weapons, would materialize in reality. Furthermore, aside from life experience, all other items, even if they were not randomly awarded or chosen by Lu Yi, would not vanish but instead appear in the infinite life mall. Albeit no longer as free rewards but as items requiring simulation points for exchange. The crisis had not yet abated. This was not a time for frugality. Consequently, despite possessing only 153 simulation points, Lu Yi nonetheless expended 100 points to exchange for a mid-grade qi-nourishing pill. Upon ingestion, the pill unleashed a torrent of medicinal energy, flooding Lu Yi with the sensation akin to an explosive detonating within him. Lu Yi dared not to delay. He promptly seated himself cross-legged and began to cultivate the Lu family's ancestral qi refinement technique, absorbing the potent energy of the medicinal pill. A formidable force coursed through every corner of Lu Ye's body, akin to a relentless tide washing over him, filling him with vigor. Even his muscles, once somewhat lean, began to swell robustly due to the overwhelming medicinal power, rendering him considerably more robust than before. The nourishing qi pill was merely a medium-grade common elixir. Not even a spiritual pill, its potency was insufficient for Lu Yi to directly break through to the bone-forging realm. However, upon fully absorbing the medicinal energy, it nonetheless elevated Lu Ye's cultivation by a small tier, bringing him to the late stage of the body refinement realm. This swift enhancement was largely due to Lu Ye's originally modest cultivation level, allowing the effects of the pill to manifest rapidly. As his cultivation advanced, the efficacy of such pills would eventually diminish. With his cultivation at the late stage of body refinement, surpassing the yellow tier sword techniques, Lu Yi was confident that he could navigate the perils of the night. Just as Lu Yi completed the absorption of the pill and experienced his elevation in cultivation, several figures appeared in the distance. These 5 silhouettes exerted a far greater pressure upon Lu Yi than the previous dozen bandits, for they were all martial artists of the body refinement realm, incomparable to mere blood condensation practitioners. Lu Yi was acutely aware of their identities. They were all overseers from the Lu family's mine, the true orchestrators of tonight's ambush. The bandits from earlier were merely hired thugs. Since Lu Yi had arrived at the mine a year ago, he had transformed from his previous debauched ways and, coupled with his status as a young master of the Lu family, had managed to gather a faction of his own. Those he could not win over were the very individuals before him. These individuals were loyalists to Madame Wang and naturally held Lu Yi, who had been marginalized from the Lu family estate, in disdain. Among them was a supervisor named Lu Zhong, who led the group, a devoted sycophant of Madame Wang. Lu Zhong was the strongest among the overseers, having reached the late stage of body refinement, just a step away from the bone-forging realm, making him a formidable figure in the entire Guangling County. Had it not been for Lu Ye's assistance from the simulator, enabling his continuous advancement, even if he had escaped the pursuit of those bandits, he would have likely fallen victim to Lu Zhong's treachery. As Lu Yi encountered the several overseers who had chased him, he saw them observing him, having just risen from the ground, amidst the scattered corpses. Their pupils slightly contracted, seemingly in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, Lu Zhong, with an impassive expression, finally spoke. "I have watched the methods of the third young master over the past year. I know that you are not as inept as the rumors suggest. It seems I have underestimated you. I fear that during this past year, you have quietly broken through to the body refinement realm, haven't you?" Lu Zhong let out a slight sigh, adding, "Very well, the midnight is rife with energy, and the gates of the underworld are are open. Allow me to personally escort you on your journey, third young master. Although Lu Zhong harbored a deep-seated desire for Lu Ye's demise, he was acutely aware that, despite Lu Ye's lack of favoritism, he remained the third young master of the Lu family, unless absolutely necessary. Lu Zhong had no inclination to take matters into his own hands. Should word of his actions leak, he feared that even Lady Wang would be unable to protect herself. Thus, he sought out the notorious band of thieves, intending for them to do the deed while he deliberately arrived late with a few subordinates. When he finally laid eyes upon Lu Ye's lifeless body, he eliminated the bandits, avenging his third young master. Though this band of thieves was not particularly formidable, they were more than sufficient to handle Lu Yi, who was merely at the blood condensation stage. Lu Ye's guards, whom he had amassed over the past year, had long been eradicated by Lu Zhong and his associates. What could a mere novice in blood condensation possibly achieve? It was only upon seeing the myriad of corpses that Lu Zhong realized he had underestimated the third young master of the Lu family. Li had single-handedly dispatched these bandits without sustaining significant injury. While none of the bandits were exceptional fighters, it was still an impressive feat for someone once deemed useless. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lu Yi had quietly advanced to the body refinement stage. It seemed this young man possessed not only some skill, but also commendable talent and cultivation. Rather than being the waste everyone believed him to be, the time he spent indulging in pleasures had merely delayed his training. This realization intensified Lu Zhong's murderous intent. The enmity between them had already solidified. The more extraordinary Lu Yi proved to be, the less he could be allowed to live. For Lu Zhong, even Lu Ye's advancement to the body refinement stage did not alter his perception. Among the 5 individuals, excluding Lu Zhong, who was a late-stage body refinement expert, the other 4 were merely at the initial stage. Even if Lu Yi had indeed broken through, he could at most be a novice in that realm. In just a year, could he truly achieve mid or even late body refinement? If he possessed such talent, he would have long been the designated heir to the family head instead of being relegated to a remote mining site. Attack. Lu Zhong commanded the 4 subordinates. Remaining rooted in place himself, he was determined not to leave any incriminating evidence by personally slaying Lu Yi unless absolutely necessary. His thoughts were clear to the other 4. They understood the precarious position they were in. Rather than risk offending both sides, it was better to plunge into darkness together. The 4 subordinates unsheathed their weapons and advanced to besiege Lu Yi. Meanwhile, Lu Yi wielded an iron sword left behind by a fallen bandit. Though it was merely an ordinary sword, it was coated with a deadly poison. Given Lu Ye's current strength, he was more than capable of dealing with 4 initial-stage body refinement opponents, even without the sword's venom. Lu Yi grasped his iron sword, standing with his feet positioned awkwardly. It was only when the 4 overseers rushed before him that he began to take action. The long sword swept through the air, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. This unremarkable iron sword, devoid of any notable rank, emitted a crisp and resonant sound as it sliced through the air, a result of its remarkable speed and power. Though the deadly trio of strikes comprised merely 3 moves, each was lethal in its intent. Nothing more than speed, precision, and ruthlessness. This technique is precisely the horizontal slash among the deadly 3 moves. With a sweeping motion of the longsword, 3 of the 4 overseers were caught utterly unprepared, their throats severed by the iron blade. The last one, though he managed to react just in time, found himself at a disadvantage. His cultivation was merely at the initial stage of body refinement, and his strength paled in comparison to Lu Ye's. His weapon, despite its precision, was effortlessly cleaved in 2 by Lu Ye's strike. The sheer force of the blow rendered his entire being into 2 segments. One sword, for lives extinguished. At this moment, Lu Zhong, who had yet to make a move, was not merely astonished. His cheeks were glistening with beads of cold sweat, which he had not even noticed. Unbeknownst to him, his back had long been soaked with the chilling perspiration. Such a swift sword. Lu Zhong could not help but swallow hard. He silently questioned himself. If it were he, would he be able to slay those 4 stewards with a single sword strike? The answer instilled a sense of dread in Lu Zhong. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he could not escape the truth. Were he in the same position, he might indeed eliminate those 4 initial stage overseers, yet it would undoubtedly require considerable effort, unlike the effortless manner in which Lu Yi accomplished it. Does this not imply that he falls short of Lu Yi? He is not at the initial stage of body refinement. Lu Zhong suddenly exclaimed. This is certainly not the strength one would possess at the initial stage of body tempering. Who informed you that I am at the initial stage of body tempering? Lu Yi wore a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his lips. What you wield is not even the swordplay of the Lu family. Lu Zhong seemed to attempt to mask his own insecurity with a furious roar. I have resided in the Lu family for 20 years, and I have never encountered such a sword technique. Where did you acquire this stolen skill? Are you aware that failing to submit one's martial arts skills to the family may result in punishment according to family law? The derision on Lu Ye's face grew ever more pronounced. This individual, during the pursuit of his life, exhibited no regard for Lu's identity as the third young master of the Lu family or for the family's code of conduct. Now, witnessing a turn in circumstances, he sought to leverage the family law against Lu, hoping to instill a sense of trepidation. Truly, a wolf traverses 1,000 miles to feast on flesh, while a dog travels the same distance merely to consume excrement. A servant remains a servant, even in moments of triumph, no matter how well they feign superiority. At their core, they are not but a tail-wagging dog. A sword technique capable of taking lives is indeed a commendable one. Lu Yi had no desire to engage in further banter with this person. With a swift motion, his sword transformed into a shooting star, piercing directly towards Lu Zhong. This strike, it seemed, was significantly swifter than the last. Had this rascal not exerted his full strength previously? Lu Zhong felt a surge of terror as he raised his weapon in a futile attempt to defend himself, only to taste a sudden sweetness in his throat. Looking down, he beheld Lu Ye's iron sword embedded deep within his own windpipe. Truly, a remarkably swift blade. Lu Zhong's mouth opened and closed, but due to a pierced throat, he could not utter a single word. However, from the shape of his lips, Lu Yi could still discern that he was saying, wrong, wrong. The esteemed Lu family boasts several young masters. The eldest, Lu Bei, is domineering. The second, Lu Ming, is cunning. The third, Lu Yi, is a wayward scion. And the fourth, Lu Fei, is exceptionally astute. My lady, the greatest threat to you may not lie with the formidable Lu Bei, who is backed by the elder, but rather with the oft-maligned Lu Yi, who is perceived as a mere wastrel. You are mistaken, utterly mistaken, my lady. Lu Yi, however, could not perceive Lu Zhong's inner thoughts and mistakenly believed he was speaking of himself. Observing the fallen Lu Zhong, he gently shook his head and remarked, had I known this day would come, would I have acted differently? In his second act of murder, Lu Yi felt no discomfort as he had before. Rather, as he gripped his sword, a profound sense of reassurance enveloped him. In a single night, he had slain over 20 individuals, his garments now stained with considerable blood, and the long sword in his hand was tainted a deep crimson. Perhaps, in contrast to a tranquil existence, he found a deeper affinity for such bloodshed within the recesses of his soul. Lu Yi could not help but contemplate. Before him lay two paths. One was to depart immediately, for the assassins that had pursued him were already dealt with. He could seek refuge in some rural haven, bide his time for 3 to 5 years, and, with the aid of his simulator, return to exact his vengeance once his abilities had matured. The second option was to retrace his steps back to the county town, a course fraught with the potential for new perils. However, this return was prompted by a message from his family, calling for a discussion regarding the matter of the family heir. To abandon this opportunity would mean relinquishing a significant chance. Lu Yi was not inclined to yield. The more he pondered, the more his indignation grew. Retreating felt increasingly like a loss. Lu Yi was resolute in his determination not to leave in a state of humiliation and defeat. Lu Yi hesitated not, grasping his longsword, and under the pale moonlight, he set forth towards the direction of Guangling County. Innkeeper, a pound of beef and a bowl of rice. Having lost the carriage meant for his journey, he was compelled to proceed on foot. Consequently, what was originally a day's trek became a grueling 2-day endeavor. Tomorrow marked the occasion of the Lu family's formal assembly. Should any of the 4 sons of the Lu family fail to attend, it would be deemed an automatic renunciation of their inheritance rights. Despite the urgency of time, upon returning to Guangling County, Lu Yi did not immediately return to the Lu residence. Instead, he sought refuge in an inn not far from the city's outskirts. After all, he was the third young master of the Lu family, while Lu Zhong was merely a mere overseer of a mining operation. Even with audacity, he would not dare to unilaterally decide to eliminate Lu Yi. Lu Yi was convinced that, even if it were not a direct order from Madame Wang, Lu Zhong must have received her tacit approval to act. An instinct warned Lu Yi that Guangling County was not only unsafe, but likely harbored imminent peril. Though Lu Yi had experienced consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation, the extensive journey and a night of battle had taken a significant toll on him. As a warrior, His enhanced physique naturally demanded a greater expenditure of energy compared to an ordinary individual. From the previous night until now, Lu Yi was both exhausted and famished. In the absence of medicinal pills to replenish his energy, he could only resort to the most primal method of sustenance, feeding himself. Though 2 days had passed and the blood on his garments had long since dried, a faint metallic scent still lingered, coupled with the crimson-stained iron sword. Lu Yi now emanated an aura that repelled others. Not only did the patrons of the tavern keep their distance, but even the proprietor hastily retreated after serving his meal. It was evident to any discerning observer that, despite his youth, this young man was not one to be trifled with. Lu Yi dined at a leisurely pace, savoring a small morsel of vegetables followed by a delicate bite of rice, never indulging in gluttony. Although he was in urgent need of replenishing his energy, he remained unhurried. Instead, by adhering to this rhythm of dining, he allowed his inner self to attain complete tranquility. Lu Yi understood that when one is in a state of urgency, mistakes are inevitable. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme and violence is but a heartbeat away, a single misstep could very well lead to one's demise. Lu Yi ate slowly, savoring each bite, while the patrons who arrived after him seemed to be influenced by his aura, avoiding the tables within 2 reaches of his own. "Oh, isn't that the 3rd young master of the Lu family?" A mocking voice emerged from the entrance of the tavern just as Lu Yi was nearing the end of his meal. Sent to the Lu family mine in disgrace for a year, and now he returns just as humbly. Why is it that he has not even a servant by his side? Has he truly fallen so low? A young man, adorned in opulent attire and of ample stature, swaggered in, flanked by a group of lackeys. "Shui Yong?" Lu Yi frowned, quickly recalling the identity of the individual from his own memories. The Lu family is a prominent clan in Guangling County, yet it is not the sole illustrious lineage. Within the confines of Guangling County, there exist 2 other families that can be regarded as its equals. One such family is the Shui family. Shui Yong, the son of Shui Gang, known as the descending tiger among the 3 tigers of the Shui family, shares a reputation akin to that of the infamous Lu Yi from days of yore. Both are notorious for their debauched lifestyles. These scions of privilege indulge in little else but a relentless pursuit of comparison amongst themselves. As direct descendants of the 3 foremost families of Guangling, both Shui Yong and Lu Yi are of comparable stature, leading to an intense rivalry between the 2. However, despite Lu Yi being the son of the Lu family patriarch, he finds himself in a position of neglect, often used by Shui Yong as a stepping stone for self-aggrandizement. This ongoing dynamic has fostered animosity between them. Since Lu Yi departed from the county town a year ago, Shui Yong found himself devoid of much amusement due to the absence of a suitable rival. Today, he heard from a friend who had been hunting outside the city that Lu Yi had returned, looking rather dejected. Shui Yong, without even the time to summon his guards, hastily made his way, accompanied by a few attendants, to seek misfortune upon Lu Yi. However, the Lu Yi of today was no longer the same as before. He had no inclination to engage in trivialities with Shui Yong. Producing a silver ingot pilfered from Lu Zhong's corpse, he placed it upon the table and declared, "Innkeeper, settle the bill." He then rose to leave. "Stop right there." Shui Yong, feeling immensely insulted by Lu Ye's disregard, directly obstructed his path. "What is this? In the past, you would at least dare to exchange a few barbs with me. After a year at the mine, have you lost your courage entirely, wishing to depart? Very well." Shui Yong spread his legs and gestured towards his groin. "Crawl through here, and I shall let you go today." Lu Yi furrowed his brows, fixating his gaze upon Shui Yong, and suddenly spoke. "Are you seeking trouble with me?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, Shui Yong felt a chill rising from his spine at Lu Ye's piercing stare. The individual before him seemed to have transformed entirely compared to a year ago. Yet, a libertine like him could abandon anything, save for his pride. Thus, despite feeling a twinge of trepidation, he mustered his courage and declared, "It is precisely you whom I intend to trouble. If you wish to leave, you must crawl beneath me." Clang! Lu Yi, without further ado, tossed the blood-stained long sword before Shui Yong, commanding, "Pick up the sword." Shui Yong was taken aback, uncertain of Lu Ye's intent. "I said, take up the sword." Under Lu Ye's frigid gaze, Shui Yong felt an inexplicable reluctance to defy him, and, as if compelled by some unseen force, he found himself grasping the iron sword in his hand. Lu Yi steadied the hilt of his sword, directing its icy tip towards his own chest, his cold gaze fixed upon Shui Yong. "Do you seek to trouble me? Now that the sword is in your grasp, I present you with an opportunity. A mere thrust, and my life shall be yours. Shui Yong, clutching the iron sword, felt his hands tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. What absurdity! Despite Lu Ye's fall from favor, he remained the son of the Lu family patriarch. While these young scions frequently engaged in petty squabbles and even enlisted others to settle scores, to commit murder in broad daylight was an entirely different matter. Not only did Shui Yong lack the courage for such an act, but should he actually kill Lu Yi, the patriarch of the Lu family would undoubtedly seek retribution for the family's honor. Regret began to wash over Shui Yong as he lamented his decision to bring only a few lackeys along. Had he summoned a contingent of guards, they could have dealt Lu Yi a lesson. Now, however, he found himself retreating step by step under Lu Ye's relentless pressure. I dare you to kill me. Lu Ye's gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly indifferent to the notion of his own mortality. With each word, he advanced closer, while Shui Yong could only tremble and step back, terrified of inadvertently harming this lunatic before him. By the time Lu Yi finished his proclamation, Shui Yong had retreated to the entrance of the tavern. Clang! Finally, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, Shui Yong dropped the iron sword to the ground. I won't kill you. I won't kill you. Just go away, he shouted, his voice hoarse and tinged with desperation. Useless. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Ye's eyes as he deftly retrieved the iron sword with a swift motion of his foot. Lu Yi harbored no genuine concern that Shui Yong would actually stab him to death. He understood that the individual before him was merely a blustering, cowardly dandy, akin to the self he once was. No matter how fierce his exterior might appear, his heart was fraught with timidity. He lacked the audacity to commit murder in public. Slap! Lu Yi abruptly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Shui Yong's face, sending him flying a considerable distance. The few attendants accompanying him dared not provoke Lu Yi and instead rushed towards Shui Yong, eager to demonstrate their fealty. I have already granted you your opportunity. It is your own inadequacy that has led to this. In the future, it would be wise for you to steer clear of me. Should there be a next time, it will not merely be a slap. Lu Yi scoffed coldly, dismissing Shui Yong from his thoughts as he departed. Just as Shui Yong could not bring himself to harm Lu Yi had no desire to publicly execute Shui Yong unless absolutely necessary. Although Shui Yong was inept, his father, Shui Gang, known as the Descending Mountain Tiger, was a formidable master of innate prowess. If Lu Yi were to kill Shui Yong in public, Shui Gang would undoubtedly seek retribution to preserve the honor of the Shui family. Lu Yi, burdened with a plethora of unresolved troubles, was decidedly unwilling to provoke an entity of innate realm. His own strength was simply insufficient. Were he endowed with the power to effortlessly crush those of the innate realm, he would not only eliminate the ineffectual son of Shui Gang, but even slay his father, who would be obliged to present him with a smile. Lu Yi could not help but lament. In this world, the enhancement of one's own capabilities was paramount. It was far more brutal than the world Lu Yi had previously known. Apart from one's strength, nothing could be relied upon. Thus, before entering the city of Guangling County, Lu Yi embarked on his third simulation, investing 50 simulation points to exchange for the initial identity of a young Taoist acolyte. You are an orphan of unknown lineage, abandoned by your parents at a tender age, and taken in and raised by an elderly Taoist priest of the Chongqing Temple. You have lived with your master for 5 years, during which he begins to impart to you the fundamental techniques of qi cultivation, granting you a half-star Taoist cultivation method. At 10, your master introduces you to martial arts, and you acquire the half-star martial art of the Taoist health-preserving boxing technique. By the age of 15, your master teaches you swordplay, bestowing upon you the 1-star martial art of the soft cloud sword technique. At 22, having achieved minor proficiency in both fist and sword, your cultivation reaches the bone refinement realm. Your master decides to impart to you the secret teachings of the Chongqing Temple, a 2-star cultivation method known as the Eternal Spring Technique. At 28, your cultivation has reached the innate realm, prompting you to venture out into the world, and your master gifts you a quality middle-grade yin-yang sword. By 31, you engage in a philosophical debate with a disciple of the Tai sect, only to be so enraged that you spit blood thrice, leading to an unstable heart and a melancholic demise. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 87 points. Simulation points earned, 87 points. Current simulation points, 90 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Middle grade yin-yang sword. 2. 2-star cultivation method, Eternal Spring Technique. 3. Life experience of 31 years. The 2-star cultivation method. Could this be the fortune of a true sovereign? Liu Ye's eyes sparkled with delight, for he had never anticipated that this simulation would yield a 2-star level technique for the first time, a reward surpassing even that of his previous investment of 100 points. In this world, cultivation methods are categorized into 9 turns, each turn doubling the cultivation speed, with a corresponding increase of half a star in the simulator's evaluation. For instance, the Liu family's ancestral qi cultivation technique is a 2-turn method, equating to a 1-star martial art. In contrast, the 2-star eternal spring technique is a 4-turn martial art, offering a cultivation speed twice that of the Liu family's ancestral method. In the Infinite Life Mall, the exchange rate for a 1-star cultivation method requires hundreds of simulation points, while a 2-star method starts at over 1,000 points. A slightly superior 2-star technique can demand thousands of simulation points for exchange, reflecting a tenfold increase in value. Thus, the rarity of 2-star cultivation methods is abundantly clear. Li found himself remarkably fortunate this time. Encountering a 2-star martial art again might be a distant prospect, should he choose to relinquish this opportunity. The simulation points required for future exchanges would be arduous to accumulate. Thus, without hesitation, Liu Yi dismissed the other 2 options and directly opted for the 2-star martial art, the Changchun Gong. Upon making his selection, a surge of energy cascaded from the crown of his head, enveloping Liu Yi entirely. He felt invigorated, as if all the fatigue from days of travel and the exhaustion from a night of battle dissipated in an instant. The Changchun Gong is an authentic Taoist method of breath cultivation, believed to be a simplified version of the Eternal Life Sutra of the Great Emperor of Longevity from the Celestial Realm. Not only does it promise longevity and vitality, but it also possesses a harmonious and balanced nature, allowing for the seamless integration of other martial practices or the transition to more advanced forms in the future. Although this technique did not immediately elevate Liu Ye's cultivation level, he distinctly sensed that after embracing this 2-star art, his strength had inexplicably surged by approximately 50%. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as a 4th transformation level technique. Liu Yi clenched his fists, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease, as if his lifespan had significantly extended. Even if faced with a bone refinement realm warrior now, he felt fully capable of engaging in combat. Although Liu Ye's cultivation is merely at the late stage of body refinement, the formidable nature of the 4-turn cultivation method equips him with the capability to contend against warriors of the bone-forging realm. It is noteworthy that the Liu family, being one of the 3 prominent families in Guangling County, possesses a family heirloom cultivation technique that is merely of the 2-turn level. The existence of a 4-turn technique is almost legendary in this small county. Unless he encounters a warrior of innate realm, Liu Yi is fully capable of engaging in battle. Within the entire Liu family, there are only 2 individuals who have reached the innate level. He is merely facing exclusion. He is not being hunted for betraying the family, so it is unlikely that an innate level warrior would intervene against him. At this moment, Liu Yi felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding his future. As one of the foremost families in Guangling County, the Liu clan commands an entire street in the northern part of the town. At the end of this thoroughfare lies the ancestral mansion of the Liu family. However, Li found himself unable to traverse the street and approach the grand entrance of the Liu residence. A white-haired elder stood resolutely in the middle of the road, obstructing his path. Leaning on a long sword that served as a makeshift cane, the elder's hunched form belied a formidable strength that emanated an intangible pressure upon Liu Yi. Though his gaze appeared unfocused and scattered, Liu Yi was acutely aware that this elderly man was observing him the moment he set foot on the street. Wang Fu. Li squinted slightly at the elder standing at the street's edge. Despite being but one individual, the weight of pressure he exerted surpassed that of all others Liu Yi had encountered before. This elder, known as Wang Fu, was a retainer brought to the Liu family by Lady Wang from her maternal lineage. Lady Wang hailed from an esteemed family in Yinping County, which, like Guangling, belonged to the Donghai Prefecture. Following the death of Liu Shanhe's first wife, Lady Wang was elevated to the position of the primary matriarch of the Liu household. The Wang family of Yinping boasts a legacy nearing a century, their lineage steeped in far greater depth than the Liu family, which had only recently risen to prominence over the past 2 decades. Though now aged and diminished in vitality, Wang Fu remained a genuine master of the mid-stage bone refinement realm, one of the most formidable individuals beneath the 2 innate experts within the Liu clan. In Guangling County, those of the bone refinement stage are already regarded as noteworthy figures. My lady instructed me to stand guard here merely as a precaution, Wang Fu's voice was soft yet resonated clearly in Lu Ye's ears. I never anticipated that the third young master would indeed survive to reach the county town. You possess some skill. However, this family meeting is one that my lady will not permit you to attend. Since you have narrowly escaped with your life, you ought to distance yourself further. To dare return, should I call that confidence or arrogance? As he spoke, a faint killing intent emanated from Wang Fu, who was stationed there under Lady Wang's orders. If Lu Yi were to perish before reaching the county town, it would be of no consequence. However, if he truly managed to evade the ambush, then Wang Fu stood as the final line of defense, resolutely preventing him from entering the Lu family mansion alive. The adversary's lethal intent was palpable, prompting Lu Yi to forego further dialogue. He raised his iron sword, pointing it defiantly at Wang Fu. A splendid sword, Wang Fu remarked, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he beheld the weapon in Lu Ye's grip. This sword had tasted much blood. A sword capable of taking lives is indeed a good sword. The evidence of Lu Yi's lethal encounters was unmistakable to Wang Fu, a man seasoned in the art of combat. Though the sword itself was merely a common iron blade, the one wielding it was far from ordinary. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to survive the relentless pursuit and reach the city of Guangling. Since arriving at the Lu family, I have not engaged in combat for many years. As I spoke, Wang Fu raised the long sword he had been using as a cane, declaring that today he would personally escort the young master on his final journey. In an instant, two beams of sword light flashed simultaneously, and their figures moved with the agility of leopards. Clang, clang, clang. In merely a fleeting moment, the weapons in their hands clashed against each other over a dozen times, producing a symphony of metallic sounds. Though Lu Ye's sword was swift, Wang Fu's blade was no less quick. He was originally a mid-stage bone-forging warrior. However, due to his advanced age and the consequent decline of his vitality, his strength had diminished. Nevertheless, he undeniably possessed the prowess of an early-stage bone-forging practitioner. Lu Ye's desire to achieve a swift kill, as he had previously, was simply unattainable. Meanwhile, Wang Fu felt a surge of alarm. Amidst the incessant clash of weapons, he sensed a subtle numbness creeping into his arm, as if the long sword he wielded might slip from his grasp. Such formidable strength. At that moment, Wang Fu's expression turned grave. He feared that he was no less formidable than an ordinary early-stage bone-forging warrior. As the saying goes, youth is formidable in battle. The consumption of physical stamina during combat is inherently immense, particularly as one ages and the vitality begins to wane, making it impossible to sustain such significant exertion for an extended period. Thus, elders like Wang Fu typically refrain from engaging in combat, even when they do. They prefer swift resolutions, avoiding any prolonged encounters. However, upon their initial clash, Wang Fu realized that a quick resolution was unlikely today. Lu Ye's formidable strength, coupled with his swift and enigmatic swordsmanship, posed a considerable challenge for him. Although his opponent was merely at the body refinement stage, their confrontation felt akin to that of an initial stage bone-forging practitioner. In just a moment, Wang Fu found himself slightly out of breath. If this continued, not only would he struggle to defeat Lu Yi, but he might also fall victim to a counterattack. What an impressive young man. There was no time to delay. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Wang Fu's eyes. As Lu Yi lunged at him with another thrust of his sword, Wang Fu unexpectedly switched his grip on his longsword, aiming directly for Lu Ye's heart without any defense, while simultaneously thrusting his left hand towards Lu Ye's right chest. Thud. Wang Fu's sword pierced Lu Ye's right chest. Yet Lu Ye's strike failed to breach Wang Fu's physical defenses. Practitioners at the bone-forging stage have honed their bodies to withstand blades and swords with sheer flesh. This represents the most significant advantage of the bone-forging realm over the body refinement stage. The sword in Lu Ye's grasp was merely an ordinary iron blade, lacking any distinguished rank, and could hardly be deemed a formidable weapon, incapable of penetrating Wang Fu's formidable bodily defenses forged through his bone refinement realm. This was precisely why Wang Fu dared to withstand Lu Ye's strike with his chest. Blood gushed forth, and it appeared that Lu Ye's blade had inflicted considerable harm upon Wang Fu. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon Wang Fu's countenance. Likewise, Lu Yi, with the sword plunged into his chest, displayed no semblance of panic. Everything unfolding before them seemed to have been anticipated by Lu Yi long ago. At that moment, he discarded the iron sword from his hand and swiftly seized Wang Fu's sword-bearing arm. The immense strength not only rendered Wang Fu unable to break free, but but also halted the blade embedded in Lu Ye's chest from advancing another inch. "I've got you." A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lu Ye's lips. He had long known that this ordinary iron sword would struggle to breach the defenses of a bone refinement warrior. His deliberate acceptance of the strike was a calculated move to ensnare Wang Fu, rendering him incapable of escape. Typically, a body refinement warrior would find it exceedingly challenging to strike a bone refinement warrior in close quarters. However, with Wang Fu's arm firmly grasped by Lu Yi, the distance between them became insurmountable. From the very beginning, Lu Yi had no intention of defeating Wang Fu with an ordinary iron sword. His trump card lay in his fists. Die! Lu Yi bellowed, his arm muscles suddenly bulging, and to everyone's astonishment, his arms extended several inches in an instant. With a powerful punch, he struck Wang Fu squarely in the chest. Bang! With just one blow, a surge of blood and energy roiled within Wang Fu's chest. His aged face flushed crimson, and he suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. This elderly man was not particularly adept at martial arts, and with Lu Yi gripping his sword hand, he found himself utterly defenseless at such close range. Bang! 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 Lu Yi's fists descended like a torrential rain, striking Wang Fu's chest with relentless ferocity. With each blow, Wang Fu would violently expel a copious amount of blood. After a relentless barrage of over a dozen punches, his chest was left grotesquely indented, a terrifying testament to the violence he endured. This seasoned warrior, a master of the bone-forging realm, could scarcely have imagined that one day he would meet his demise at the hands of a youth not yet 20. With the ferocity of a tiger's pounce and the precision of an eagle's grasp, this swift and powerful technique is none other than the Tongbi fist. Bang! Wang Fu's body finally collapsed to the ground under Lu Ye's relentless onslaught, akin to a tempestuous storm. This venerable elder, having surpassed the age of 70, now bore an expression filled with resentment and regret, devoid of any semblance of vitality. As Lu Yi gazed upon the lifeless form sprawled on the ground, a profound sense of relief washed over him. Wang Fu had been the most formidable figure under Lady Wang's command. With his elimination, Lu Yi felt secure. Unless someone of innate caliber intervened, or Lady Wang sought further assistance from the Yinping Wang family. In the absence of such circumstances, Lu Ye's life was no longer in peril. However, even if Lady Wang were to procure new allies from the Yinping Wang family, Lu Yi remained unperturbed. With the aid of the simulator, his rate of cultivation advancement was beyond the imagination of any. If he could vanquish the first, could he not also defeat the second? Uncle Fu. At that moment, a mournful cry echoed from afar. A figure was seen dashing towards them from the direction of the Lu family's grand residence. This location was already in close proximity to the Lu estate, surrounded by 3 bustling Lu marketplaces. The fierce altercation between Wang Fu and Lu Yi had created such a commotion, yet no member of the Lu family had appeared for such an extended period, which was indeed peculiar. It seemed likely that Lady Wang was orchestrating matters behind the scenes, preventing the Lu family from intervening. Meanwhile, the person rushing towards them bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yi, both in age and appearance. Lu Ming. Lu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting flickers of cold brilliance. The head of the Lu family, Lu Shanhe, has 4 sons, with Lu Yu being the third. Presently, Lu Ming stands before him as Lu Ye's nominal second brother, the biological son of Lady Wang. Wang Fu, a native of Lady Wang's hometown, has cared for Lu Ming since childhood. Lu Ming has always harbored a ruthless disposition. Yet his affection for this old family retainer surpasses even that for Lu Shanhe, second only to his mother, Lady Wang. In truth, Lu Ming has been covertly observing the situation, initially believing that Wang Fu would easily subdue Lu Yi. However, he could never have anticipated that Wang Fu would prove no match for Lu Yi. Witnessing Wang Fu's demise at Lu Ye's hands, Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, you dare to kill Uncle Fu. I vow that you shall not meet a good end. Does my second brother intend to fight me to the death? Lu Ye's gaze was sharp as a blade, despite his pallor and the blood-stained garment clutched against his chest. His icy demeanor only intensified. Then, dear second brother, I welcome your challenge. Although Lu Yi appeared gravely injured, Lu Ming instinctively took 2 steps back upon meeting his gaze. As if cornered by a predatory beast, Lu Ming simply could not fathom how, in just a year, Lu Yu had transformed into an entirely different person. Could it be that the remote mind truly possessed such a profound capacity for personal development? At this moment, Lu Ming found himself in a predicament from which he could not retreat. Although his face was contorted with immense fury, The thought of engaging in combat with Lu Yi filled him with trepidation, especially with Wang Fu's lifeless body lying before him. Despite Lu Ye's appearance of post-injury frailty, Lu Ming dared not make a move. The Lu family's four brothers present a stark contrast in their capabilities, while the eldest, Liu Bei, has reached the bone-forging realm due to his advanced age. The 22-year-old Lu Ming remains merely in the mid-stage of body refinement. To send him against Lu Yi, who could easily defeat Wang Fu, is akin to courting death. Enough. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed through the air as a tall figure strode forth with an imposing presence, casting a cold gaze upon Lu Yi and his companion. You two are truly bringing disgrace to the Lu family. Lu Ming, do not linger here to become a subject of ridicule. Return home at once. In the entirety of Guangling County, there was but one person audacious enough to openly chastise the two young masters of the Lu family, and that was Lu Shanha, the patriarch of the Lu clan and Lu Ye's stepfather. Previously, Lu Shanha had chosen to turn a blind eye to the day's events, viewing Lu Yu as an inconsequential individual, especially considering the formidable backing of the Yinping Wang family behind Madame Wang. Lu Shanha had never taken his 18-year-old son, still in the blood condensation realm, seriously. Otherwise, he would not have banished him to the mines a year prior. However, with Lu Yi now demonstrating remarkable strength, his status in Lu Shanha's eyes had subtly shifted. Moreover, he could not allow his two sons to engage in a public brawl, thereby providing amusement to the other two prominent families in the city, which compelled him to intervene. Father, Lu Yi has killed Uncle Fu. Despite their father's intervention, Lu Ming remained unyielding. Uncle Fu was an elder of our household. I implore you to take down this wretched Lu Yi and avenge Uncle Fu. Do you wish for your younger brother to pay with his life for a servant? Lu Shanha retorted angrily. I have no desire to delve into the rights and wrongs of your previous actions, but this matter ends here. I am still alive. This family is not yours to command. Now, return home. After reprimanding Lu Ming, Lu Shanha turned his gaze towards Lu Yi, his expression revealing no trace of emotion as he calmly instructed, you should tend to your wounds first, then come to my study to meet me. Though covered in blood and appearing quite fearsome, Lu Ye's injuries were not as grave as they seemed. In fact, when the sword first pierced his body, Wang Fu's hand had already been subdued by Lu Yi, preventing the blade from penetrating further. Lu Ye's persistent clutching of his chest, feigning a state of considerable weakness, was a ruse to conceal his secret, the Changchun technique. While it did not immediately elevate his cultivation, its enhancements in various aspects were immensely significant, particularly his formidable regenerative ability. The wound on his chest had ceased bleeding and was beginning to scab over. It was likely that he would recover within the hour. This secret was one that Lu Yi was keen to keep hidden. Upon returning to the familiar confines of the Lu family estate, Lu Yi found that despite his year-long absence, everything appeared unchanged. Third young master. As soon as he stepped inside, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, and a soft figure leapt into his embrace. Third young master, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly this past year. The one who had thrown herself into Lu Ye's arms was Shuanger, his former personal maid. Ever since Lu Yu had been unceremoniously expelled from the Lu family a year ago, Shuanger had remained at the estate. However, she did not expect that, unlike before. Lu Ye's hand would not encircle her waist with its usual strength. Instead, it had seized her throat directly. Lu Ye's gaze was as cold as a blade, a look that Shuanger had never witnessed before. She felt that in the span of a year, Lu Yi seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. He was no longer the third young master who would be utterly captivated upon seeing her. Was it you who betrayed me? Lu Yi's eyes appeared to pierce through Shuanger as he asked this with a calm demeanor. A year prior, Lu Yi had been ensnared by Madame Wang, resulting in his disgraceful expulsion from the Lu family estate. In the depths of the mines, Lu Yi pondered for an entire year, yet still could not fathom who had betrayed him to conspire with Madame Wang against him. However, within a remarkably brief period, he deduced that, aside from the maid named Shuanger, who had garnered the trust of his former self, it was unlikely anyone else in this family could have so stealthily collaborated with Madame Wang in his downfall. This was not due to the ignorance of his predecessor, but rather because he had become utterly infatuated with the girl to the point of being bewitched, even promising Shuanger that he would one day take her as his legitimate wife. Naturally, he would never suspect his future spouse. As Lu Yi gripped her throat, Shuanger felt as though an iron vice was tightening around her, rendering her breathless. It wasn't me, third young master. I did not betray you, she gasped. If that is the case, you may as well perish. Lu Yi's expression remained impassive as his hand tightened further. Shuang'er could hardly believe that, in her adamant denial, Lu Yi would resort to taking her life. Having served by his side for 5 years, she considered herself to know him well. Yet now, she found him completely inscrutable. "I will speak. I will speak," Shuang'er cried, her entire being lifted into the air, her feet flailing as her face flushed a deep crimson. With every ounce of strength she could muster, she managed to squeeze out 2 words. At last, Lu Yi released his grip, and Shuang'er's eyes were wide with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily recounted the events from a year prior, when she had accepted 500 taels of gold from Lady Wang to conspire against Lu Yi. 500 taels of gold. I suppose my life holds some value. Lu Yi chuckled bitterly, reflecting, logically, having assisted Lady Wang in a significant endeavor and received compensation. You ought to be living quite well. Yet, here you are, back at my side. Do you perhaps wish to ensnare me once more? Shuang'er's face turned pale with fear, sensing that Lu Yi had become a figure of immense dread, as if no secret could elude his perception. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, "Third young master, if I disclose the truth, will you grant me mercy?" "Speak," Lu Yi replied, nodding indifferently, "as long as your words hold truth. Given your years of service to me, I shall not mind sparing your life." "Thank you, third young master." Shuang'er's face brightened with relief as she hurriedly divulged everything. "Lady Wang mentioned that your return has brought about considerable change, and she fears you may become a significant threat to her. She instructed me to return to your side and report your every move to her. As for anything else, I truly know nothing." With a look of pitiful vulnerability, Shuang'er gazed at Lu Yi, her expression pleading. "Third young master, I have revealed all that I know. You promised to spare my life." Lu Yi smiled faintly, assuring, "Rest assured, I always keep my word." Just as Shuang'er revealed a look of relief, Lu Yi suddenly reached out, seizing her throat with a fierce grip, and in a swift motion, the delicate beauty's neck was snapped. "My apologies, I was merely jesting." Lu Yi's lips curled into a cruel smile. "To betray once is already deserving of death. Do you dare to attempt it again? Do you truly believe me to be so easily trifled with?" Within the study, Lu Shanhe had been awaiting Lu Yi's arrival. Upon seeing him enter, Lu Shanhe directly inquired, "Have you slain that little girl who once accompanied you?" Before Lu Yu could respond, Lu Shanhe continued, "She should have met her demise a year ago. Your action now merely indicates that your time in the mines was not in vain." Though Lu Shanhe had long been in seclusion, entrusting most family matters to the Grand Elder and Lady Wang, his few words revealed an astute awareness of the family's affairs. Lu Yi lowered his head slightly, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful child ready to receive admonition. Lu Shanhe continued, "A year ago, I expelled you from the family to spend a year in the mines. Do you harbor resentment towards me?" "Your son dares not," Lu Yi replied, bowing his head. "There is no question of daring or not." Lu Shanhe waved his hand dismissively. "I merely wish for you to understand that, even as my son, a useless individual can be cast aside without hesitation. Opportunities are reserved for those capable of seizing them." His gaze burned intensely upon Lu Yi, and a hint of a smile finally graced his lips. "As it stands, you are indeed worthy of receiving an opportunity from me. Originally, the family had planned to convene tomorrow to discuss the heir to the family head, and your summons to return was merely a formality. However, I have now decided to postpone the meeting. The family possesses 3 markets. I shall grant you one. If you manage it well, at the next family meeting, you shall no longer be a mere observer." Lu Yi, upon hearing this, did not display any signs of excitement. Instead, he responded calmly, "It seems that the business in the marketplace has always been under the management of Madame Wang, and the stewards there are all her trusted confidants." Lu Shanhe seemed to have grasped the underlying meaning in Lu Yi's words, his smile growing more pronounced. "I have said that from now on, it shall be under your stewardship." Lu Yi, too, understood the implications of Lu Shanhe's statement, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. It was not until he left Lu Shanhe's study that Lu Yi finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. In the presence of Lu Shanhe, he felt an inexplicable pressure, as if an invisible mountain weighed heavily upon his shoulders. This was not solely due to Lu Shanhe's innate prowess at the inner strength level. In the depths of his being, Lu Yi sensed that the aura Lu Shanhe had just exhibited was far beyond that of a mere head of a remote county family. Through a series of events, Lu Yi had officially entered the core echelon of the family. The Lu family's 3 markets in the county had always been the economic lifeblood of the clan. Lu Shanhe's decision to entrust one of them to Lu Yi was a clear indication that he had taken a genuine interest in him. However, there were many who were discontented with Lu Yi's assumption of control over a Lu family market. Upon receiving the news, Lu Ming was infuriated, immediately seeking out his mother, Lady Wang. "Mother, that little bastard killed Uncle Fu, and instead of facing any repercussions, he has taken over a market," Lu Ming exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. "I can't fathom whether father has grown senile, allowing that little wretch to manage a market. He knows nothing." "Mind your words." Minger, Lady Wang, possessing striking beauty and adorned in opulent attire, appeared to be in her 30s despite nearing 40. Her expression was equally grim as she coldly retorted, "Do not worry. I have managed markets for many years. Every person from the overseer to the servants is under my command. He cannot simply take charge as he wishes. This time, I shall ensure he leaves the market in disgrace. For him to covet the position of family heir, that illegitimate little wretch does not possess the qualifications. You hail from a family of considerable wealth. Your father was the richest man in town. At the age of 5, you accompanied your father on a trading expedition, where you fell victim to bandits and were brutally slain. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 0 points. Simulation points earned, 0 points. Current simulation points, 40 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 500 taels of silver. 2. A set of exquisite children-esque garments. 3. The life experience of a 5-year-old. Lu Yi gazed silently at the simulation results that lay before him, his expression as dark as coal. He could scarcely believe that after investing 30 simulation points and selecting a rather favorable background, the outcome was so dismal, including the 20 points spent to activate the simulator. A total of 50 simulation points had gone to waste. This marked the first time Lu Yi had incurred a loss since acquiring the simulator. Lu Yi suddenly contemplated a grave matter. If he were to embody a misfortunate character and continue to incur losses in successive simulations as he had this time, what would become of his simulation points once they were depleted? Logically, a rigorous simulator should not exhibit such a significant flaw. There must be a means to replenish simulation points from external sources. It is merely that Lu Yi has yet to discover it. Lu Yi resolved to exercise caution in his investments until he discovered how to replenish his simulation points from external sources. He intended to retain a sufficient amount for the next simulation, refraining from investing all at once to avoid the risk of financial ruin due to ill fortune. As a new day dawned, Lu Yi departed from the Lu family mansion after concluding his simulation and made his way to the Lu family market that he was about to take over. In the bustling market of Guangling County, the Lu family operates 3 establishments, 2 in the northern part of the city and 1 to the east. These 3 markets represent the very lifeblood of the Lu family's economy, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe their profits as substantial. The market that Lu Yi is set to inherit is the one located in the eastern part of the city. Unlike the north, where the Lu family reigns supreme, controlling the entire street, the eastern market is a cacophony of various factions. Although Madame Wang was compelled to relinquish one of the markets under pressure from Lu Shanhe, her decision to assign the eastern market to Lu Yi clearly harbors ill intentions. The eastern market is adjacent to the establishments of 2 other prominent families, making it an undeniably tumultuous locale. Upon Lu Yi's arrival at the eastern market, he was met with a sight that ignited a cold fury within him. Numerous attendants, under the direction of the steward, were busily transporting goods out of the market. Not a soul came forth to greet him, the newly appointed 3rd young master, who authorized the movement of goods. Lu Yi's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea. The essence of a market rests on 2 pillars, capital and inventory. The Lu family's 3 markets have always been managed by Madame Wang, so there is no doubt regarding the financial aspect. Now, with the inventory being stripped bare, leaving him with nothing but an empty shell, how is he to conduct any business? Upon noticing Lu Yi's presence, a portly middle-aged steward scurried over, wearing a disingenuous smile, and casually clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Lu Quan, the chief steward of the Eastern Market. It is an honor to meet the 3rd young master. I ask again, who permitted you to move the goods?" Lu Yi's gaze was icy as he spoke once more. "Do you not realize that the family has entrusted the management of the Eastern Market to me, without my consent? Who gave you the authority to remove the goods from the Eastern Market?" Lu Quan felt a shiver run down his spine under Lu Yi's gaze. However, recalling Madame Wang's instructions, he mustered the courage to speak. In response to the 3rd young master, there are 3 prominent families competing in the eastern market of the city, constantly undercutting each other. Thus the goods here have never commanded high prices. Consequently, surplus merchandise is typically redirected to the 2 markets in the north of the city. The 3rd young master may be unaware, but this has always been our practice in the eastern market. Today, as you arrived rather late, I took the liberty of transporting the accumulated goods here, to avoid any disruption to business. Taking liberties? Lu Yi smirked coldly. What a splendid display of audacity. No sooner had the words left his lips than he struck suddenly, delivering a powerful punch to Lu Quan's abdomen. The tremendous force caused Lu Quan to cough up blood and collapse to the ground, clutching his stomach. Yet, Lu Yi was not finished, with a stoic expression. He followed up with a kick directly to Lu Quan's chest. The sickening sound of bones fracturing filled the air as Lu Yi's kick shattered several of Lu Quan's ribs, sending his body flying across the room. When they looked again, Lu Quan was lifeless, having been inadvertently kicked to death by Lu Yi. The servants who had been moving goods froze in terror, trembling in fear. The other managers stood agape, their faces painted with shock. No one anticipated that Lu Yi would suddenly unleash such violence, taking the life of the esteemed market manager with a single kick. The individuals in the Eastern market had previously thrived under Madame Wang's patronage, yet they merely performed their duties for monetary gain. Lu Quan was the only one truly considered a confidant of Madame Wang. The others lacked even the qualifications to catch her attention. Now, with Lu Quan's demise, chaos ensued. Even the plan he had set in motion to empty the Eastern market lay abandoned. Gazing at Lu Quan's still warm body, none dared to proceed. This was the fate of those who acted on their own. Lu Yi surveyed the crowd, and those who met his gaze quickly averted their eyes. He continued, "From this day forth, I shall take charge of the Eastern market. All of you must adhere to my rules. Those who fail to comply will meet the same fate as Lu Quan. If any of you wish to leave, I, Lu Yi, will not stand in your way. However, should anyone choose to stay and later conspire against me, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. Effective immediately. All sales in the Eastern market will grant the selling servants a commission of 1%, while the managing overseers will receive 2%. As he spoke, Lu Yi produced 500 taels of silver notes. This 500 taels shall serve as a token of goodwill. For those who genuinely assist me, I shall ensure they are well rewarded. Now, if anyone wishes to depart, they may do so immediately." Lu Yi cast a glance over the assembly. "For those who choose to stay, step forward to claim your share of the silver." In the end, everyone remained in place, with not a single individual opting to leave. Upon witnessing such a scene, Liu could not help but smile subtly. First, with the intent to establish dominance through bloodshed, and then enticing with wealth. It seemed that Madame Wang, who sought to undermine Lu Yi, had underestimated him. Even Lu Shanhe, who had begun to regard Lu Yi with newfound respect, could not have anticipated this turn of events. In merely a morning's time, Lu Yi had already begun to gain a firm grasp of the eastern market of the city. Although Lu Quan was a thorn planted by Lady Wang in Lu Ye's side, having managed the East City market for many years, he did indeed utter a truth. That truth is that within the East City market, 3 prominent families vie against one another, incessantly driving down prices, which has resulted in the goods of the East City market never achieving their true worth. Among the 3 markets owned by the Lu family, the East City market has consistently generated the least revenue. To effectively manage the East City market, it is imperative to first dismantle the price-cutting competition among the 3 families. While it is true that in this world, strength is the only unwavering truth, relying solely on brute force is evidently insufficient for the successful management of the East City market. Lu Ye's fingers lightly tapped on the table as he pondered for a moment, then commanded one of his subordinates, "Go and find out the whereabouts of Shui Yong." Shui Yong had been enduring a rather miserable existence these past few days, ever since he had been taught a lesson by Lu Yi. He dared not show his face in the city, fearful of encountering that harbinger of misfortune once more. He could not fathom how a person could undergo such a remarkable transformation in the span of a mere year. They had once agreed to indulge in the reckless pleasures of youth together, yet Lu Yi had silently evolved into someone formidable. Determined, Shui Yong resolved to avoid provoking that wretched individual in the future. Even in the county town, he would make a point to steer clear of him. "If I cannot contend with you, I can at least evade you," he muttered to himself, taking a swig of wine in frustration. He had concluded that he would hide in this tavern for a few days until the tumult subsided. However, life often unfolds contrary to one's wishes. The more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. When Shui Yong found himself face to face with a grinning Lu Yi, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. While he harbored deep resentment towards Lu Yi, he lacked the courage to seek revenge. Ultimately, he was merely a cowardly scion, one who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Otherwise, he would not be confined to drowning his sorrows in this tavern. Upon seeing Lu Ye's arrival, Shui Yong abruptly stood up, his expression shifting from anger to helplessness, forcing a smile that was more pitiable than tears. "What brings you here? To witness my misfortune or to trample on me further?" Lu Yi boldly took a seat directly opposite Shui Yong, gesturing as if he were the host. Sit. Shui, we have shared a long friendship. Why must we behave like adversaries? Li poured himself a glass of wine and continued nonchalantly, I am here to assist you. Assist me? Shui Yong's expression revealed skepticism. Your situation within the Lu family is likely worse than mine. What could you possibly offer? That is old news. Lu Yi replied with a gentle smile. I now oversee the eastern market of the Lu family. What? You've only just returned. How can that be possible? Shui Yong's astonishment was evident. Though he was a frivolous young man, he understood the significance of the markets. The Lu family possessed 3 markets. And even though the eastern one generated the least income, controlling one signified the family's stature. Shui Yong realized that Lu Yi would not deceive him regarding such a matter, and his demeanor became serious. What can you do for me? Elevate your cultivation, enhance your family's standing, or even seize control of the entire Shui family. These are all within reach, provided that you cooperate with me. Lu Yi smiled lightly. In the past, had Lu Yi made such a claim, Shui Yong would have dismissed it entirely. However, the living example before him left no room for doubt. Yet, Shui Yong hesitated to agree. He felt both fear and trepidation towards Lu Yi, sensing that allying with him would be akin to courting danger. I once sought merely to live as a stable young master of the Lu family. At the mine, I aimed only to survive. Now, however, I desire to inherit the entire Lu family. Liu seemed to penetrate Shui Yong's thoughts and did not rush him. He gently tapped his fingers on the table, the sound resonating like a devil's temptation in Shui Yong's ears. Would you truly be content to live your life this way? Or will you wait decades for one of your brothers to rise, only to be treated like a dog? Tap, tap, tap. Lu Ye's fingers drummed increasingly fervently against the table, each strike resonating in Shui Yong's heart. To live a life is, after all, to pursue 2 things, power and greater power. If Shui Shao harbors no ambitions, he might as well renounce the world and become a monk. Shui Yong's breath quickened, and his eyes gradually turned a fiery red. Suddenly, he raised his hand and downed a generous gulp of wine, gasping as he uttered 2 words, speak up. Liu was acutely aware that Shui Yong had taken the bait. Consequently, he revealed to Shui Yong the plan for their collaboration to dominate the Li family's market in the eastern part of the city. Terms such as hunger marketing, differentiated marketing, and experiential marketing left Shui Yong momentarily speechless. He marveled at how Lu Yi, once a mere dandy like himself, possessed such a wealth of ingenious ideas. In the grand vision Lu Yi painted, their alliance would not only topple the Li family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Guangling County, but also ensure that the eastern market's revenues would surpass all others in the county. If this were to come to fruition, Shui Yong's standing within his family would undoubtedly elevate significantly, earning him his father's robust support. The prospect of one day inheriting the family legacy no longer seemed far-fetched. As Shui Yong pondered these thoughts, excitement swelled within him. After a long moment, he resolutely nodded, declaring, very well. I shall speak with my father. Even if I must throw a tantrum, I will secure the management rights to the eastern market. If what you say can indeed be realized, from this day forth, I shall follow your lead unwaveringly. Within the Shui family, Shui Yong's status was considerably higher than that of Lu Yi within his own family. Although he was seen as a wasteful dandy, his father, Shui Gang, known as the descending tiger among the 3 formidable figures of the Shui clan, was a genuine master of the innate realm. As the sole heir of the Shui family, Shui Yong found it acceptable to set aside his pride to claim a market that was not particularly lucrative. Thus, he secured the eastern market for the Shui family, joining forces with Lu Yi. Together, they exchanged resources, negotiated prices, and conspired to suppress the remaining Li family among the 3 great clans. They offered sales bonuses to their subordinates and employed various marketing strategies, even forming a partial monopoly with their competitors. In the context of modern marketing, such tactics might be commonplace. However, in this fantasy world where martial prowess reigns supreme, these methods proved to be remarkably effective. Lu Ye's methods proved to be remarkably effective, and those beneath him, having received their dividends, were invigorated, even leveraging their connections to actively draw clients from other markets and even neighboring counties. In a short span, the Lu family market flourished with unprecedented traffic, reaching an unparalleled level of patronage. You are a destitute beggar, having roamed the streets since childhood, thriving in the alleys and byways. You acquired a unique talent known as street warrior. At the age of 15, you and a group of beggars were purchased by a mysterious figure for specialized training. By 20, having undergone rigorous organizational training, you officially became an assassin. At 30, Having amassed sufficient merit, you were promoted to a bronze-tier assassin and rewarded with a mid-grade vitality elixir and the 1.5-star martial art, 3 deadly swords. By 40. Now a silver-tier assassin, you successfully aligned yourself within the organization during internal strife, earning the reward of the 2-star martial art, heart-piercing palm. However, at 45, during a joint assassination attempt on a list of notable figures, you faltered and were fatally struck down by your adversaries. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 150 points. Simulation points earned, 150 points. Current simulation points, 150 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 2-star martial art, heart-piercing palm. 2. Mid-stage bone refinement martial arts enlightenment. 3. Life experience at the age of 45. For 3 consecutive days, Lee chose not to embark on a new life simulation. Instead, he delved into previously simulated lives within the simulation archive. Past simulations can be rediscovered and re-experienced, yet one should not expect to exploit this for point accumulation, as the meticulous simulator would undoubtedly prevent such loopholes. Each resimulation incurs a doubling of the required points. The initial cost is 20, the first repeat is 40, the second is 80, and the third totals a staggering 160 points. Regardless of choices made, every individual's achievements have a certain cap. For instance, Liu Ye's resimulation of the assassin cannot escape the fate of death at 45. Ultimately, he could only account for a maximum of 150 simulation points. Consequently, after 3 continuous simulations leading to a deficit, Liu promptly ceased further attempts. Ultimately, he retained 210 simulation points, available for his next endeavor. Among his selections across the 3 attempts, Liu Yi chose the 2-star martial art, heart-piercing palm, the life experience of the assassin at 45, and the enlightenment in mid-stage bone refinement martial arts. It can be said that he extracted every remnant of value from this assassin's life. The assassin's experiences were remarkably rich, encompassing not only extensive street brawling knowledge, but also a wealth of assassination techniques and crucial information regarding a mysterious organization. Qinglong Society? Liu Yi absorbed the entirety of the assassin's life experiences, extracting the name of the assassin organization from his memories. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of intelligence flickering within. Was this merely a coincidence, or was the name of the Qinglonghui, as recalled by the assassin, identical to that of a formidable organization in the real world? The resemblance extended beyond mere nomenclature. Even the composition of the organization appeared to align perfectly. According to Liu Ye's understanding of the Qinglonghui, it was an extensive and enigmatic assassin organization comprising 365 branches, each corresponding to the days of the year. Its presence could be traced to nearly any location, yet the specific whereabouts of each branch remained a well-guarded secret known to only a select few. However, within the assassin's recollections lay not only the precise locations of several branches but also the connection codes and the attire of its members, all clear and traceable. Previously, Liu Yi had surmised that the life simulated by the Infinite Life Simulator was not merely a fabrication, and he was now even more convinced of its authenticity. In addition to the assassin's wealth of life experience, he also received an overwhelming influx of martial prowess at the bone tempering stage. Crack! As torrents of energy surged into Liu Ye's body, his bones resonated with thunderous sounds. The bone tempering realm signifies the stage where a martial artist's entire skeletal structure is refined to the hardness of steel, representing the final phase of the postnatal 3 realms. Once a martial artist attains the bone tempering realm, their bones can withstand ordinary weaponry, rendering them akin to a human weapon. The next step beyond that is the innate realm. Within Guangling County, the number of innate masters could be counted on one's fingers. The 3 prominent families possessed a mere 6 innate individuals. Therefore, a martial artist at the bone tempering realm could already be considered a top-tier combatant in Guangling County. Liu casually seized an iron sword and, extending his other hand, struck forcefully against his arm. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered, leaving merely a white mark upon his flesh. Astonishingly, this sword, crafted from reasonably good material, failed to breach his skin. Indeed, a warrior at the bone forging stage is truly formidable. Unless one wields a weapon of significant caliber, ordinary arms require no deliberate defense, as they are utterly ineffective against such prowess. A faint smile of satisfaction graced Liu Ye's face. Since acquiring the aid of the simulator, his advancement in cultivation has been nothing short of miraculous. Liu Bei, the eldest of the Liu family, has surpassed 30 years yet remains in the early stages of bone forging. In stark contrast, Lu Yi has achieved the mid-stage of bone forging within a mere 3 days. Such a pace of progress, if known, would surely leave all in sheer astonishment. Third young master. Third young master. At that moment, a market steward hurriedly approached, his face etched with urgency. This is dire. The Li family has come seeking trouble and has already injured many of our people. You must come at once. Oh, has the Li family finally arrived? Li felt no surprise at this news. Although only 3 days had elapsed, Li had employed marketing strategies unprecedented in this world, coupled with a partnership with the Shui family, resulting in the market thriving with an incessant flow of patrons. Conversely, the Li family's market had dwindled to a ghost town, with not even a single transaction occurring on some days. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the Li family sought confrontation. Moreover, while Madame Wang had reluctantly entrusted the market to him under Lu Shana's pressure, she had not left behind any formidable experts to uphold its defense. Although Lu Ye's own subordinates lacked notable prowess, Shui Yong's men included several capable fighters. Is Shui Yong not present? Lu Yi inquired coolly. The steward hesitated, finally mustering the courage to say, "It is said that the young master of the Shui family was invited for tea by the second young master." Once again, it is those two. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lu Ye's eyes. To conspire against me. They would even go so far as to ally with outsiders to harm the family's interests. They are courting death. Do they truly believe that the tiger does not roar? Thinking me weak? Nevertheless, there is no urgency to deal with Lu Ming and his mother right away. Although Lu Yi has traversed into this world without emotional ties to the Lu family, bearing the title of a fratricidal brother will likely invite disdain wherever he goes. Even if he must confront Lu Ming, it cannot be by his own hand. The immediate priority is to resolve the matter with the Li family. The Li family of Guangling has been entrenched in Guangling County for centuries, their foundation unmatched by the other two prominent families in the city. Indeed, 30 years ago, there were no 3 great families in Guangling County, only the Li family. However, 30 years ago, a fierce battle erupted between the famous Jian Mountain Villa, one of the 5 great sword sects, and the 5 poisons sect from the 6 evils, altering the landscape of power in the region. The Li family, long accustomed to following the lead of the renowned Mingjian Mountain Manor, dispatched their own skilled warriors to partake in the conflict. This fierce battle raged on for an entire month. In the aftermath, while Mingjian Mountain Manor achieved a Pyrrhic victory, the 5 poisons sect retreated into the southern mountains, vanishing without a trace. The Li family, however, paid a grievous price. Of the elite fighters they sent forth, only one returned, while the rest perished in the fray. Consequently, the Shui and Lu families rose to prominence, while the Li family found itself powerless to intervene. To this day, the Li family possesses merely one innate expert, an elderly individual who participated in that bitter conflict and has since aged significantly, rendering them the weakest among the 3 prominent families. Were it not for the mutual distrust between the other 2 families and their reluctance to sever ties with the Li family and Mingjian Mountain Manor, it is likely that the Li family, which has stood in Guangling for centuries, would have long been relegated to obscurity. Now, the influence of the Li family has dwindled considerably, leading the other 2 families to regard the business in the eastern market as a lesser concern. Yet, for the Li family, relinquishing control over it is simply unfathomable. Otherwise, not only the 2 larger families, but even the smaller clans might seize a piece of this ailing tiger. By the time Lu Yi arrived at the eastern market, the underlings tasked with managing the market lay strewn across the ground, defeated. This was not due to the extraordinary prowess of the Li family, whose strength has significantly waned. With only one innate expert among them, such a tumultuous display would not warrant their involvement. The Li family had come with a contingent of about 10, including merely 1 warrior at the early stage of bone forging, while the rest were practitioners at the body refining or even blood coagulation stages. Nonetheless, the Lu family's presence in the eastern market still proved no match for them. The establishment left to Lu Yi by Madame Wang comprised primarily of operational personnel. Aside from a few managers possessing some degree of cultivation, the rest were merely ordinary individuals lacking any martial prowess, with no capable fighters to maintain order, making it unsurprising that they fell short against the Li family. Not only did the Li family members engage in physical altercations, but they also vandalized shops. By the time Lu Yi arrived, nearly half of the market's numerous establishments had already sustained damage. Seeking death, Liu's gaze turned icy as he hastened towards the mid-stage bone-forging warrior of the Li family, raising his hand to deliver a strike aimed at the man's chest. Although the Li warrior had heard tales of Lu Yi's prowess in slaying a bone-forging warrior, that individual was an aged relic, his vitality long diminished, and his strength reduced to levels inferior even to that of a more robust early-stage bone-forging practitioner. Thus, the Li warrior felt no fear and met Lu Yi's palm with a punch of his own. However, in the next moment, he instantly regretted that decision. The power of Lu Yi surpassed his wildest imagination, even exceeding that of an ordinary mid-stage bone-forging martial artist. Moreover, the hardness of Lu Yi's arm was akin to that of a weapon of the highest grade. With a crisp crack, the arm of a fellow mid-stage martial artist shattered under the force. Unrelenting, Lu Yi's palm struck fiercely against the man's chest. This strike was none other than the newly acquired 2-star martial skill, the heart-provoking palm. Though no visible injuries marred the exterior, the true might of the blow had already shattered the victim's heart, causing blood to erupt from his nose, eyes, and ears simultaneously. Lu Yi pressed forward, seeking his next target, delivering another palm strike that sent the man soaring like a severed kite. With his current prowess, Lu Yi was virtually invincible beneath the heavens. Confronting these martial artists felt akin to a tiger among sheep. With each strike, those he hit met a grim fate, 10 deaths to none surviving. Those who dared to cause trouble in Lu Yi's domain would meet such consequences. Observing the corpses strewn across the ground, Lu Yi coldly declared, "For the brothers injured today, each shall receive 100 taels of silver. For the severely wounded, 200 taels. Send these bodies back to the Li family and inform them that if they wish to conduct business, it must be done above board. Should they resort to such treacherous schemes, I, Lu Yi, shall match them blow for blow." When Shui Yong received word and hastily arrived, the Lu family market was already in the process of clearing the battlefield. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Shui Yong sought out Lu Yi, exclaiming, "Third young master, I truly had no idea the Li family would come seeking trouble at this time. That wretched Lu Ming has played a hand of misdirection." Although Lu Yi had arrived just in time to dispatch those troublemakers from the Li family, considerable damage had already befallen the Lu family market. Fearing Lu Yi's displeasure, Shui Yong felt a pang of anxiety. Had he been present, his martial artists would have been sufficient to handle the disturbances from the Li family. Now, Shui Yong regarded Lu Yi with both respect and trepidation, seemingly perceiving himself as Lu Yi's subordinate. An open blade is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. This is not your concern. Lu Yi waved his hand dismissively. Yet, that dying tiger of the Li family dares to seek me out. It is truly unaware of its impending demise. Indeed, third young master, yet a dying tiger does not fall easily. The Li family still possesses innate experts, Shui Yong expressed with evident concern. Moreover, that old stubborn man of the Li family is fiercely protective. Given that you have slain so many of their men today, I fear he will not let this go lightly. Just an aging innate master, lacking even in internal vigor, does not warrant my respect, Lu Yi mused, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he sneered, "Since this sickly tiger seeks its own end, I shall escort the Li family to their doom. Did Lu Ming not invite you to a feast? Tonight, you shall host that old stubborn man of the Li family." The art of misdirection is not theirs alone. Shui Yong seemed to have grasped Lu Yi's intentions, and a sudden shock coursed through him. He then forced a bitter smile and remarked, "I fear I lack the influence for such matters." Lu Yi replied nonchalantly, "Let your father take the lead. Inform him that the assets of the Li family shall be divided equally. This Guangling County is too small to accommodate 3 prominent families." When Shui Yong relayed Lu Yi's plans to his father, the transcendent master Shui Gang, he too was taken aback. The youth is formidable, indeed. Shui Gang mused silently for a long while before sighing. However, the lad speaks a truth. Guangling County cannot support 3 great families. Take my invitation and summon Li Shan for a banquet. He added with gravity, "It seems that in due time, even the Lu family may find their place here untenable." Shui Gang earnestly patted Shui Yong's shoulder, saying, "You share a good rapport with him. Learn from him. If you can acquire even a fraction of his prowess, I shall rest easy in trusting the family's responsibilities to you." The night was cool, like water. Amidst the shadows, a figure cloaked in black hurried toward the Li family estate in the southern part of Guangling County. Though the Li family had fallen into decline, their heritage remained. This grand estate was constructed during the zenith of the Li family's power, its scale far surpassing that of the other 2 great families in the town. Be cautious of fire in dry conditions. The night watchman outside the Li estate was going about his usual rounds, contemplating a moment of respite in the absence of company. when suddenly a flash of silver caught his eye. In an instant, he felt as if he were soaring through the air. Looking down, he was confronted by a headless corpse standing eerily upright. Why does that headless body seem so familiar? Was the final thought that crossed the watchman's mind. Inside the Lee estate, many martial artists were patrolling as well. A squad of Lee family warriors spotted a figure hurrying past with their head bowed. Wait, I don't believe I've seen you before. Which squad do you belong to? One of the Lee warriors queried, sensing the strangeness of the approaching figure. I am from the King of Hell's squad. The figure replied, raising his head to reveal a chilling smile. His palm struck like a rain of daggers upon several Lee warriors' chests. Those struck felt their hearts shatter, succumbing to instant death. This was none other than Liu Ye's heart-piercing palm. With his current strength, and with the only innate realm warrior of the Lee family drawn away, Liu was akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. None within the Lee estate could stand against him. Moreover, he had absorbed the entirety of the assassin's life experience from the Qinglong society, mastering various infiltration and assassination techniques. Many Lee warriors scarcely registered what had transpired before meeting their demise. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Lee warriors had suffered grievous losses. In the innermost depths of the Lee estate, 3 middle-aged warriors of the bone-forging realm sat together. It had been many years since the Lee family had produced a warrior of the innate realm. Apart from an ancestor who has experienced the fierce battle between the Mingjin Manor and the Wudu sect, the martial artists at the bone refinement stage represent the pinnacle of strength within the Lee family. The death of the 4th brother at the hands of that brat from the Liu family cannot be brushed aside lightly. Currently, the Shui and Liu families are conspiring together, and it remains to be seen what the Shui family intends by inviting our esteemed clan elder to a banquet tonight. Humph. A mere junior dares to bully the Lee family? In the past, the Liu family would not have amounted to anything. We cannot let this go easily, otherwise, we may find that no one takes the Lee family seriously in the future. Just as the 3 Lee brothers were deep in discussion, a light laugh drifted in from outside. I fear you may not have such an opportunity. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a figure cloaked in black, standing at the threshold. Who are you? The eldest Lee brother sprang to his feet, fixing a piercing gaze upon the intruder, an ominous premonition rising within him. How did you get in? Where are the guards outside? What are they doing? Liu Yi, came the soft reply from outside. Liu smiled lightly. Aren't you all eager to deal with me? Hence, I have come. As for your Lee family members, Liu gestured outside. They are scattered all over the ground. Take your time searching for them. At this moment, even a fool would understand what Liu Yi meant by scattered all over. Thief. How audacious. The 2nd Lee brother erupted in fury, bellowing, You dare to come knocking at our door? Do you truly believe the Lee family is without defenders? Why waste breath on him? The 3rd Lee brother unsheathed his weapon, declaring, Since you have the audacity to attack the Lee family, you shall remain here. Though the Lee family has not produced a new innate master in many years, their foundation remains robust. As a long-standing family in Guangling County, the Lee family's heritage far surpasses that of the other 2 families. They had even acquired a profound sword technique from the Mingjin Manor, which has allowed them to maintain superior combat prowess at the bone refinement stage, despite the absence of new innate experts. Among the 3 brothers, one is at the late bone refinement stage, while the other 2 are at the mid-stage. If their opponent has not reached the innate level, then today, there is no escape. All 3 brothers wield long swords, as their greatest strength lies in the profound sword technique obtained from Mingjin Manor. The 4th brother, who was slain by Liu Yi with a single strike, was too arrogant, failing to even draw his sword before meeting his end. The sword technique acquired by the Lee family is known as the drizzle sword technique, characterized by a continuous flow of movements akin to a gentle rain, creating a sword net that is ever-changing. In contrast, Liu Ye's swordplay consists of merely 3 moves, a vertical slash, a horizontal cleave, and a reverse flick, each executed with 3 qualities: swift, accurate, and ruthless. Too many tricks only lead to losing sight of the essence. Liu Yi observed the Lee brothers employing their profound martial art with a disdainful smile, declaring, Die for me. Li deftly deflected the 3rd young master of the Lee family's longsword, seamlessly bringing the blade to his throat in one fluid motion. The sword wielded by Liu Yi is no ordinary iron blade. It is a weapon of considerable caliber, specifically procured from the Liu family to contend with the martial artists of the Lee family in the bone-forging realm. Although it is merely a mid-grade common weapon, Liu Yi would have been unable to acquire it had it not been for his significantly elevated status within the family. Though Liu Ye's deadly 3 swords technique is rated at only 1.5 stars, inferior to the 2-star rated Xian-level sword techniques. He rightly observes that the Li brothers' swordsmanship is excessively intricate, prioritizing embellishments over substance. Li Yu's temperament aligns seamlessly with the swift, precise, and ruthless ethos of the deadly three swords, amplifying its efficacy. Thus, in the equation of strength, the Li brothers' rainfall sword technique pales in comparison to Liu Ye's formidable deadly three swords. A head soared high into the air as the eldest Li brother screamed in despair. Third brother. In a frenzy akin to a mad tiger, he lunged at Liu Yi, propelled by a desperate momentum that seemed to momentarily augment his already formidable prowess. The eldest Li brother's long sword exuded a peculiar suction, entangling itself with Liu Ye's blade. In his anguished fury, he abandoned the complexities of his technique, inadvertently aligning his swordsmanship more closely with the essence of the rainfall sword technique. The sword fell like incessant rain, ensnaring the enemy with its relentless assault. Had the eldest Li brother survived this encounter, the experience would undoubtedly have proven invaluable for his future ascension to the innate realm. Alas, such fortune was not to be. For Liu Yu wielded more than just a sword. In fact, his most potent weapon was not his swordsmanship, but rather his formidable hands. As his sword became ensnared, Liu Ye's other hand struck forth with precision, targeting the eldest Li brother's chest. This blow was swift and unerring, a devastating palm strike aimed at the heart. This technique, known as the heart-piercing palm, was seemingly designed to counter practitioners of the bone-forging realm. While those of the bone-forging realm possess physiques as resilient as steel, a shattered heart renders even the toughest of bodies lifeless. Upon receiving Liu Ye's palm strike, the eldest Li brother immediately began to bleed from his orifices. Though no external wounds were visible, his heart lay shattered. No celestial being could possibly revive him. His body collapsed like a rag doll, leaving the remaining Li brother in a state of shock. The eldest Li brother, the strongest among the three, had been slain by Liu Ye's single strike. With two of their number vanquished in a 3-against-1 confrontation, the prospect of continuing the fight was grim. In the eyes of the second Li brother, Liu Yi now resembled a harbinger of death. As Liu Ye's gaze fell upon him, the second brother, trembling in fear, dropped his long sword with a clatter. "Spare me, spare me," he implored, his legs quaking beneath him as he fell to his knees. "I am willing to offer all the wealth of the Li family and our ancestral martial arts in exchange for my life." This moment proved that when faced with the specter of death, regardless of hatred or familial honor, both can be relinquished. Regrettably, Li does not spare even the ordinary members of the Li family outside. How could he possibly show mercy to the core figures of the clan? To eradicate the weeds without uprooting them allows them to flourish anew with the spring breeze. By eliminating you, the possessions of the Li family will also become mine. Liu Ye's hand clasped around the neck of the second son of the Li family, twisting with force, resulting in a sharp crack as the neck was brutally snapped. The Li family, which had stood in Guangling County for centuries, has nearly met its demise today. Yet there remains one, the innately Shan. A flicker of sharp brilliance danced in Liu Yi's eyes. As long as an innate master exists within the Li family, they cannot be considered truly extinguished. Moreover, if the innate master is not eliminated, Li will feel like a thorn in his back, leaving his own safety in jeopardy. Although Li Shan is now frail with age, his vitality diminished, and his strength inferior to that of some novice innate warriors, he is still a genuine innate martial artist. Li does not possess complete confidence in confronting him. Otherwise, he would not have devised a plan to lure the tiger from its den, enlisting Shui Yong to draw Li Shan out of the Li family. Facing an innate master alongside several bone-forging warriors, even Liu Yu would likely face dire consequences. As the moon ascended to its zenith and the hour past midnight, Liu commenced yet another simulation. This time, he invested a substantial 150 simulation points to exchange for an initial identity background of a remnant of the demonic path. You hail from a humble farming family, yet according to your father, your ancestors are descendants of a certain demonic overlord. At the age of 5, you followed your father to an unfamiliar clan, said to be a hidden demonic lineage. At 8, your father was brutally beaten to death by the family's enforcers, igniting your resolve for vengeance. By the age of 12, during the 200th birthday celebration of the clan's ancestor, you received a medicinal pill as a reward, acquiring a lower-grade spirit pill infused with demonic energy. At 15, while guarding the entrance to a relic during the family's exploration, you unexpectedly obtained a piece of parchment. At 18, guided by the parchment from the relic, you self-created a 2.5-star martial skill, the Blade of the Killing God. At 20, you avenged your father, losing control of the demonic energy and slaughtering all members of the demonic clan. In your madness, you became a frenzied killer, ultimately perishing 10 days later from exhaustion. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 220 points. Simulation points acquired, 220 points. Current simulation points, 280 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Lower grade spirit pill infused with demonic energy. 2. 2.5-star martial skill, the blade of the killing god. 3. Life experience at the age of 20. 2.5-star martial skill. Lu Yi gazed at the information presented before him, his eyes alight with excitement. Truly, my investment of 150 simulation points has not been in vain. The 2.5-star martial skill, according to the martial arts grading system of the real world, lies between the profound and earth levels. However, it is evident from the trajectory of the simulated life that this martial skill carries substantial risks. The simulated individual, merely 20 years of age, succumbed to the allure of demonic practices and met an untimely demise. This exemplifies the duality of demonic martial arts, which possess both merits and shortcomings. While these techniques enhance one's prowess rapidly and yield formidable power, they inevitably come with a myriad of hidden perils. When Lu Yi chose the initial identity of remnants of the demonic path, he had already steeled himself for such consequences. The adversaries he must confront are indeed genuine masters of the innate realm, necessitating the acquisition of a martial art of immense potency. The accompanying drawbacks, however, lie well within Lu Yi's capacity to endure. After all, succumbing to madness is merely a consequence, having lived 2 lifetimes and gleaned wisdom from the simulator's experiences. He may appear youthful, yet his mental fortitude rivals that of ancient beings who have surpassed a century. He harbors no doubt that he can master this trifling, demonic energy. Without hesitation, Lu Yi chose the half-starred killing blade, a technique renowned for its lethal prowess. Immediately, a chilling force surged into Lu Yi's mind, a power unlike any he had previously encountered. It was sanguine, domineering, and imbued with a palpable intent to kill, as if it were poised to engulf him entirely. Even Lu Yi's skeletal structure, honed to the bone-forging realm, seemed incapable of withstanding this bizarre energy, fracturing inch by inch, only to reassemble under its enigmatic influence. Despite cultivating the eternal spring technique, which granted him vitality far surpassing that of his peers, the excruciating pain elicited beads of cold sweat from him. Yet, under the refinement of this extraordinary power, he discovered to his astonishment that his cultivation had ascended. He advanced from the mid-stage of bone forging to the late stage. The resilience of his physical form now rivaled that of mundane weaponry. Should one dissect Lu Yi's body at this moment, they would observe his bones emanating a faint black glow, entwined with strands of green, endowing them with both formidable hardness and remarkable regenerative capabilities. This was the result of the fusion of demonic energy refinement and the eternal spring technique, propelling Lu Yi's strength beyond that of his contemporaries and steering him towards an inhuman trajectory. All knowledge pertaining to the killing blade was subsequently imprinted in Lu Yi's consciousness. The killing blade comprises but a single strike, one that consolidates the user's entire essence and even partially harnesses the pervasive aura of slaughter present in the world. This martial art is rife with terrifying destructive potential. The stronger the intent to kill, the greater the power, the more lives taken, the more formidable the strike becomes. There exists no individual beyond reach, no entity impervious to destruction. Even divine beings must face annihilation. This encapsulates the true essence of the killing blade. Undoubtedly, it is a bona fide earth-level martial art. Upon grasping the overwhelming might of the killing blade, Lu Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment. In terms of martial prowess, the killing blade undeniably qualifies as an earth-level technique. Martial arts of this caliber can partially manipulate the forces of nature during execution, exponentially amplifying their effectiveness, and the killing blade channels the very essence of slaughter. However, the adverse effects of this martial art are exceedingly profound, which is why it has not earned a 3-star rating in the simulator, instead receiving a mere 2.5 stars. The stronger the intent to kill, the greater the power, yet, with increased power, the user becomes more susceptible to losing control. This appears to have created an inescapable vicious cycle. The creator of this technique met their demise upon its first use due to a loss of control, even if one manages to maintain composure temporarily. As the body count rises and the intent to kill intensifies, the ultimate fate of madness and death looms ominously. This is the blade of misfortune, a weapon that slays both adversaries and its wielder. Even Lu Yi must exercise utmost caution in its application, refraining from reckless use. Otherwise, one might ultimately fall victim to madness. In the western part of the city, at the grand residence of the Shui family, the sole innate master of the Li family was a guest, yet within him stirred a vague sense of unease. Shui Gang engaged in trivial banter with Li Shandong at the banquet, deliberately avoiding any mention of serious matters. The agitation and disquiet in Li's heart intensified to an unbearable degree, prompting him to rise and depart. At that moment, 3 servants from the Shui family hurried in, bearing 3 boxes. "Third master, someone outside has delivered these 3 boxes, claiming they are gifts for the esteemed ancestor of the Li family." Shui Gang's brow furrowed, as if he had an inkling of what lay within. However, he remained silent, merely casting a glance at Li. "Humph, hiding behind veils, are they ashamed to be seen?" Li snorted coldly. "Open them for me. I must see what lies within." Upon the boxes being opened, Li could no longer maintain his composure. He sprang to his feet, his face turning a shade of deep azure, his hands trembling slightly. Inside the boxes lay the grotesque sight of 3 severed heads, eyes wide in eternal terror. The eldest, the second, the third. Li let out a blood-curdling scream, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, turning to glare fiercely at Shui Gang, his eyes aflame with rage. "You Shui have deliberately lured me here. If I am not mistaken, it was the Lu family that orchestrated this, right? I have long suspected that your families conspire against the Li clan. Senior Li, out of respect for your age, I shall address you as such. Pray, do not speak recklessly," Shui Gang replied, his expression unfaltering, his tone cool. "Today, I merely invited you to a meal. As for anything beyond that, I know nothing." Indeed, Shui Gang had only conspired with Lu Yi to divert Li Shandong, wishing not to involve himself further. Although the Li family had fallen from grace, they still had the backing of the renowned Sword Mountain, one of the 5 great sword sections. Who could say what actions Sword Mountain might take should they perceive the Li family to be in peril? If that were the case, the Li family would have been eradicated a decade ago, long before this day. "Very well, I'll remember this." Li Shandong glared at Shui Gang, gritting his teeth. "I shall settle the score with your Shui family in due time." Shui Gang feigned ignorance, and Li Shandong could no longer afford to linger in this confrontation. He had no proof against Shui Gang, and even if he did, he stood no chance, for they were both innate masters, and Shui was far younger. Had it been 30 years prior, he would have confronted Shui Gang without hesitation. Yet now, he lacked the certainty of victory. Upon exiting the Shui family residence, Li Shandong hurriedly made his way southward, though he had already surmised that with the deaths of his 3 most powerful nephews, the fate of the remaining clan members was dire. Witnessing the Li family engulfed in flames still caused his heart to seize painfully. Upon encountering Lu Yi, seated calmly before the inferno, Li Shandong's fury erupted. "You wretched beast, I shall slay you." Li Shan bellowed, and at that moment, the long sword in his hand emitted a glimmering radiance. In the realm of the innate, where vital energy transforms into an ocean, only those who ascend to this level can unleash a wondrous force known as true qi. Unlike the postnatal warriors who rely solely on their physical prowess, the innate warriors possess a formidable and terrifying true qi, imbued with countless extraordinary powers. Driven by an overwhelming hatred, Li Shan, whose vitality had waned, suddenly unleashed a force comparable to his peak prowess. This was a power born from the very essence of life itself. Though he was already feeble and aged, Li Shan forced himself to summon true qi reminiscent of his zenith. This reckless act would not only further diminish his vitality but also significantly shorten his lifespan. Yet, in that moment, Li Shan was oblivious to such consequences. He was determined to personally eliminate the young man who threatened the foundation of the Li family. This was also the first time that Lu Yi faced an innate warrior directly. His hand trembled slightly around the sword, not out of fear or anxiety, but rather from an exhilarating thrill that surged from deep within. Even Lu Yi himself could not fathom the source of this exhilarating emotion. Lu Yi slowly lifted his head, locking his gaze upon Li Shan. In his eyes, there was no trace of vitality. Instead, his profound orbs flickered with glimmers of darkness, as if they were gateways to the netherworld, instilling a chilling dread in those who beheld him. A blade of light surged forth, its body entwined with tendrils of black radiance. The god of death's blade. Though Lu Yi wielded a sword, it did not hinder him from employing it as a dagger, executing the eerie and terrifying god of death's blade. Amidst the hazy black glow lay an aura of boundless slaughter and desolation. From the depths of Li Shan's heart, an overwhelming sense of despair began to take root. Li Yu wielded his sword as if it were a blade, and with a single stroke, it appeared to sever the very fabric of time itself, cleaving through both time and space. The god of death's strike was relentless. Gods fell before it. And even Buddhas were not spared. This sword not only shattered Li Shan's vital energy, but also cleaved his long sword in twain, carving a gaping wound across his chest that traversed his entire being. Li Shan, in horror, gazed down to behold a tremendous gash that extended from his shoulder to the very root of his thigh, nearly bisecting him. Was this the manifestation of vital energy? No. It was the raw power of the cosmos. Li Shan's face flushed crimson, as if illuminated by a final flicker of life. He gasped out, This is the demon blade. Such a technique should not exist in this world. It should not exist. With a final, resounding cry, laden with boundless regret and dread of that fatal stroke, Li Shan's body fell lifelessly to the ground. Though Lu Yi wielded a sword, Li Shan's keen perception discerned that this was, in truth, a technique akin to that of a blade. He was correct. This strike was indeed a demonic technique that ought not to have graced the earth. Crack, crack, as Li Shan's form succumbed to the earth. The sword in Lu Ye's grasp shattered into countless fragments, cascading from his hand. This once formidable weapon, having sustained but a single blow, disintegrated under the influence of the malevolent energy. Moreover, the malevolence did not merely affect the sword. It also permeated Lu Yi himself. The dark glow within his eyes did not wane with the cessation of battle. Instead, it clung to him, rendering him akin to a harbinger of doom. Exuding a terrifying aura, an overwhelming desire to kill surged within Lu Yi, threatening to consume him with an insatiable hunger for bloodshed. This was the insidious side effect of the god of death's strike. Once the act of killing commenced, an inexhaustible bloodlust would ensnare the wielder. The greater the carnage, the more potent the force became. Should one fail to rein in this murderous intent, they would inevitably descend into madness, much like the creator of this martial art, who had lost their sanity upon wielding it for the first time. Humph, a mere bloodlust seeks to control me? Li let out a cold snort and took a deep breath, the authentic Taoist Longchun Gong emanating a balanced and tranquil force, which, combined with Lu Ye's century of life experience, instantaneously subdued the murderous intent. The dark light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Throughout the ordeal, he remained unperturbed by the looming threat. By dawn the next day, the people of Guangling County were shocked to discover that the Granley family estate in the south of the city had been reduced to ruins. This was no trivial matter, for the Li family had been deeply rooted in Guangling County for centuries. Over the years, whether it was the Lu family or the Shui family, every clan had risen and fallen, yet the Li family remained steadfast as a mountain. The residents of Guangling County had grown accustomed to the presence of the Li family since the time of their ancestors. The sudden obliteration of such a formidable lineage overnight was an event of profound impact on the townspeople. From the bustling streets to the narrow alleys, from the elderly to the youth, nearly everyone was engaged in discussions about the downfall of the Li family. Have you heard? The Li family was raided by a band of marauders yesterday. It was said to be the infamous Yushan bandits from the northern region of Dahai County. What nonsense! Although the Yushan bandits are powerful, breaching Guangling County is no easy feat. Besides, the other two prominent families are intact. Why would the bandits solely target the Li family? I heard it was the remnants of the Wudu sect seeking revenge for the Li family's assistance to the Mingjian villa years ago. Huh. Your information is clearly lacking. I have heard that the Li family was jointly annihilated by the other two families. As the rumors spread, they became increasingly fantastical. Tales of the Li family offending noble families of the northern Qi, or incurring the wrath of the two major sections. In truth, for some, the cause of the Li family's demise was no secret. The other two prominent families within the city were well aware that Lu Yi was behind the Li family's downfall. Although few knew the exact details, the name Lu Yi was etched in the minds of all. Conversely, some felt an overwhelming sense of dread. For instance, Lu Ming, the second young master of the Lu family, upon learning that Lu Yi had obliterated the Li family, rushed to find his mother, Lady Wang. Mother, have you heard? The Li family was wiped out overnight by that little brat Lu Yi. Lu Ming exclaimed, his forehead slick with sweat. I cannot fathom what means he employed. Even the old patriarch of the Li family has perished. Calm yourself. That brat cannot possibly turn the tide. Lady Wang maintained her regal composure, coldly retorting, we should have eliminated that boy outright back then, rather than merely banishing him to the mines. Who would have imagined that a mere fish could turn the tables? But fret not, I have already dispatched someone to inform your uncle. Once he arrives with the experts from the Wang family, that boy will be as good as dead. However, distant waters cannot quench nearby fires. After all, her uncle was far away in Yinping. Lu Ming's concerns were not without merit. The Li family had merely acted on Lady Wang's instigation to disrupt the Eastern market, only to meet with their tragic end. The mother and son had repeatedly sought the demise of Lu Yi. Now that Lu Yi had acquired sufficient strength after dealing with the Li family, it would likely be their turn next. Although Madame Wang doubted Lu Yi's audacity, she prudently nodded and said, "Very well, tomorrow a merchant caravan will depart the city, journeying to the Qi and Chu borders for trade, led personally by the Grand Elder. Though that old fellow is Liu Bei's maternal grandfather and has never been on good terms with us, he wouldn't dare act against you. You shall accompany him on this journey to temporarily evade the storm. By the time you return, your uncle should have dealt with that little wretch." On the following day, the Liu family's caravan set off, led by the Grand Elder of the Liu family, a figure of innate realm cultivation. This Grand Elder was the father of Liu Shanhe's deceased first wife, and apart from Liu Shanhe himself, he was the only other individual of innate realm in the Liu family. When the Liu family established their roots in Guangling County, he had contributed significantly and was Liu Bei's staunchest supporter in the contest for the next family head, as Liu Bei was born of Liu Shanhe's first wife, making him the Grand Elder's own grandson. Observing Lu Ming, who was accompanying the caravan, the Grand Elder could not suppress a disdainful smile. Lu Ming was well aware of the reason for his journey. This mother and son pair is at odds with Lu Yi, but it is no concern of mine. The Grand Elder scoffed internally. Useless wretches, unable to contend with a mere boy of no background, yet they dare vie for the position of family head? Were it not for the Wang family's influence, I would ensure you never return from this trip. However, despite his thoughts, the Grand Elder dared not take any real action against Lu Ming. Among the caravan, at least half were spies for Madame Wang. Unless he were to eliminate them all, it would be impossible to evade her watchful eyes. And should all perish, with only the Grand Elder returning, he would face insurmountable obstacles. Not only from the Wang family, but from Liu Shanhe as well. The merchant caravan of the Liu family departed grandly from the city of Guangling. Yet in a corner unnoticed by all, a figure quietly slipped away from the city as well. This figure was none other than Lu Yi. This time, Lu Yi's destination was none other than Yushan, the stronghold of the most formidable bandit force in the northern region of Dahai County. Before leaving Guangling, Lu Yi commenced a new round of simulations. Lu Yi dedicated 80 simulation points to assume the initial identity of a bandit from Yushan, born in the Western Jin dynasty. He is the son of a military sergeant. At the age of 15, he inherited his father's military achievements and enlisted in the Western Jin army. By 20, turmoil engulfed the Western Jin, leading to a military revolt, and he followed his commander into a life of banditry. At 25, his faction in Yindang Mountain faced relentless assaults from various forces, resulting in a rout, and he, along with a small group of comrades, fled to the northern Qi, establishing a new base at Yushan. At 35, he and his comrades finally received news about their former commander and resolved to seek him out. By 38, they departed from Yushan, only to encounter an ambush set by the governor of Dahai County. To protect his comrades during their escape, Liu tragically lost his life in battle. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 120 points. Points earned from simulation, 120 points. Current simulation points, 300 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 1-star swordsmanship, the 100 battles blade technique. 2. The battle formation tiger, descending the mountain. 3. Life experience at 38 years of age. 3. This marked Lu Yi's first encounter with a battle formation diagram. Yet he hesitated not for an instant and opted for life experience, as it was indeed the purpose of his simulation. He aimed to ambush the Grand Elder and Lu Ming's caravan. Although he possessed the strength for such a task, it was impractical for him to act personally. The title of fratricide would forever cast a shadow over him, making future endeavors fraught with disdain unless he descended into the criminal underworld. Thus, Lu Yi chose to align himself with the mightiest bandit faction in northern Donghai County, the Yushan Bandits. Firstly, the Yushan Bandits had sufficient strength to contend with innate realm experts. Secondly, they had a reputation for integrity, with no known instances of betrayal. Initially, Lu Yi intended to simulate a Yushan bandit to uncover secrets about their organization for potential negotiations. However, as a wealth of life information flooded Lu Yi's mind, he was left astounded, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He never anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant bandit group harbored such profound secrets. The 9 Deaths Mad Bladechin Songhai, once ranked among the top 10 martial artists? After absorbing this information, Lu Yi could hardly contain his astonishment. Who would have thought that the Yushan bandits had such remarkable connections? For Lu Yi, the greater the secrets of the Yushan bandits, the more persuasive his appeal would be. With such astonishing revelations, he could likely forego the martial arts techniques he initially intended to sacrifice. The Yushan bandits represented the largest bandit force in northern Donghai County, led by 7 chieftains, each a figure of innate realm prowess, their strength nothing short of terrifying. Consequently, they had thrived in Donghai County for years, leaving even the officials of Dachi at their wits' end. Instead, their power has been continually expanding, and they have now unmistakably become figures akin to the leaders of the underworld in the northern part of the East Sea Prefecture. However, from the outside looking in, Yushan Camp does not resemble a den of bandits. Rather, it appears more akin to a military encampment. The guards stationed outside the camp stand as erect as javelins, and one can faintly discern the formidable fortifications within, where numerous military tents are set up. The entire camp is enveloped in an eerie silence, unlike the typical chaotic atmosphere of a bandit hideout. Halt! As Lu Yi approached the entrance of the camp, he was confronted by a guard who demanded, "Who are you?" Lu Yi's expression remained calm as he said, "Please inform your leaders that Lu Yi, the 3rd son of the Lu family, has come to visit and has important matters to discuss with you all." In the assembly hall of Yushan Mountain Stronghold, the notorious leader known as Thunderblade Lei Bin sat at the highest position, flanked by 6 other leaders on either side. A group of bandit soldiers stood nearby, armed with long spears, exuding an atmosphere of menace. As Lu Yi entered with a graceful demeanor, the eyes of several Yushan bandit leaders flickered with intrigue. It was rare to encounter a young man with such audacity, causing them to regard Lu Yi with newfound respect. Lu Yi stepped to the center of the assembly hall and respectfully addressed the leaders of the Yushan bandits. Lu Yi, representatives of the Lu family from Guangling County. Lei Bin, stroking his bald head, chuckled, "I have no prior dealings with your Lu family, young lad. What brings you here?" "Naturally, I have a business proposition for you esteemed leaders," Lu Yi replied, his expression unwavering as he surveyed the 7 leaders of the Yushan bandits. His gaze lingered on one individual for a moment longer, his countenance revealing a hint of peculiarity. This leader's life was one Lu Yi had meticulously studied. "A business proposition?" Lei Bin exclaimed, patting his bald head, a seemingly simple expression transforming into a sinister grin. We Yushan have always engaged in risk-free ventures. It is indeed a first to encounter someone brave enough to approach me without any offerings. You possess remarkable audacity." As his words hung in the air, the surrounding bandits raised their long spears high and stamped them down in unison, producing a thunderous sound. Those of a more timid disposition would surely find their knees trembling at such a display. Yet, Lu Yi remained unperturbed, chuckling softly. As a fierce tiger lies in the wilderness, it endures with patience and stealth. Upon hearing Lu Yi recite these lines, the expressions of the 7 leaders, including Lei Bin, shifted dramatically. They all stood in unison, alarmed. "Everyone else, leave," Lei Bin commanded, waving his hand to expel all irrelevant individuals from the assembly hall. Then, with a murderous glint in his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Lu Yi and asked, "Young man, how did you come to know this?" Lu Yi appeared oblivious to the lethal aura emanating from the innate master, and calmly stated, "I have come to negotiate a transaction with you esteemed leaders. However, I have never heard of an underworld deal requiring an inquiry into the origins of goods. Are you truly unafraid of death?" The murderous intent in Lei Bin's eyes intensified, his hand instinctively reaching for the curved blade at his waist. Lu Yi remarked with a soft chuckle, "After all these years away from Yinning Mountain, you, Lei Da, still adhere to the military's strict discipline. It seems you remain quite preoccupied with General Qin." Upon hearing the name General Qin, a complex expression flickered across the faces of the 7 leaders of the Yushan bandits, and Lei Bin, like a deflated balloon, slumped down despondently. "Very well. I accept your terms. Now, reveal your information," he conceded. Lu Yi shook his head gently, stating that in business, one must exchange money for goods. "Once the leader brings forth what I desire, I shall certainly relay the information to him." "Speak." Lei Bin's forehead was marked by prominent veins, and after a deep breath, he inquired, "What do you seek?" "Some heads, for you esteemed leaders, are hardly a daunting task." Lu Yi smiled as he produced a map, gesturing towards it with a pointed finger. "This is their inevitable route, where a master of innate realm resides. Once the leader provides what I request, I shall dutifully deliver the information he seeks." The caravan of the Lu family departed from Guangling County in grand fashion. Logically, The Liu family's reputation in Guangling County was formidable. They had traversed this trade route numerous times without encountering any mishaps. Consequently, everyone appeared relaxed, harboring no concerns about potential troubles. However, to their astonishment, before they could even exit the boundaries of Guangling County, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted from the dense forest. From the thicket emerged a throng of over 100 bandits, brandishing weapons. At the forefront, a banner emblazoned with the character "You" waved ominously, its presence undeniably striking. This banner was so well known throughout the entire Donghai prefecture that even those in the trade would immediately recognize the origins of these marauders. They were the Yu Mountain Bandits. Heavens, it was indeed the Yu Mountain Bandits. Curse be it, that was the 7th captain of the Yu Mountain Bandits, a master of the innate realm. How could the Yu Mountain Bandits appear here? Guangling County has never been within their sphere of influence. As the bandits surged forth from the forest, the Liu family caravan was thrown into disarray, despite the considerable distance between them. Many were trembling in fear. Had it not been for the efforts of the elder and several managers to instill order, many would have likely fled in panic. The name of the Yu Mountain Bandits carried weight, established through countless encounters. Even the elder, a master of the innate realm himself, felt the sweat bead upon his brow. In the face of the Yu Mountain Bandits, he found himself lacking in confidence. The 7 captains of the bandits were all masters of the innate realm. This force was one that not only he, but the entire Liu family could not afford to provoke. 7th Captain, our Liu family has always maintained a neutral stance with the Yu Mountain Bandits, the elder shouted, attempting to negotiate before the bandits could close in. I offer 1,000 taels of silver. I implore you to grant me some consideration. Immediately, one of the managers sprinted forward to present the 1,000 taels to the 7th captain. 1,000 taels? Are you attempting to insult me? The 7th captain accepted the silver note, yet showed no signs of leniency, a cold smirk gracing his lips. According to our Yu Mountain customs, upon meeting, we take half. Leave behind half of your goods, and you may depart. In past encounters, the bandits had accepted no more than 500 taels to let travelers pass. This time, however, the elder had reluctantly offered 1,000 taels, relying on the formidable reputation of the Yu Mountain Bandits. To his dismay, the bandits offered no quarter whatsoever. You are deliberately mocking me. The elder, though not dim-witted, now grasped that the bandits had ulterior motives. Otherwise, they would not have made such exorbitant demands. Leaving no room for negotiation, I am here solely to toy with you. Raising his gaze, he observed that his subordinates had already encircled the merchant caravan. The 7th captain, weary of further discourse, waved his hand and commanded his men to act, charging toward the Grand Elder himself. Both were innate-level warriors. Yet the combat experience of the 7th captain far surpassed that of the Grand Elder. This time, the Yushan bandits had dispatched only one captain, confident that he possessed the prowess to subdue the Grand Elder of the Liu family, who was also at the innate level. In his grasp was a colossal horse-slaying blade, taller than a man. With a thunderous roar, he swung the blade in a circular motion, resembling a hammer as it descended upon the Grand Elder. The blade's momentum was fierce, imbued with an inexorable force, its surface shimmering with a hint of crimson light, stirring a gust of wind around it. At that moment, the Grand Elder harbored a singular thought. He could not withstand this strike. To block it head-on would mean certain death or grievous injury. Thus, gritting his teeth, the Grand Elder leaped from his steed, which was instantly cleaved in two by the horse-slaying blade. Despite its weight, the blade moved with astonishing speed. As the Grand Elder soared through the air, the blade pursued him relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite, closing in with lethal intent. With no avenue for evasion, the Grand Elder had no choice but to brace himself and meet the blow with his longsword. Clang! The clash of blade against sword reverberated, and the Grand Elder felt a jolt of numbness course through his arm, nearly losing grip on his weapon. Cursed be it! How could this Yushan bandit be so formidable? Even at the same innate level? The Grand Elder silently cursed, instantly realizing he must create distance and employ evasive tactics, for in close combat, he could not withstand such monstrous strength. However, before the Grand Elder could maneuver away, the 7th captain's eyes narrowed slightly. His previously aggressive and expansive swordplay transformed abruptly, the blade now moving with the precision of a viper, slipping past the Grand Elder's defense and cleaving him in two with a single stroke. Blood erupted like a fountain, showering the air as if a rain of crimson had begun to fall. The scene left the remaining members of the Liu family, who were still desperately resisting, utterly stunned. The Grand Elder had been slain. The Grand Elder had been slain. Flee, flee at once. Otherwise, we shall all perish here today. Spare us, spare us. I am but a hired driver for the Liu family, not one of their own. I am willing to join you, Shan. The Grand Elder's demise spread a wave of terror among the Liu family members, as if a plague had swept through their ranks. Many individuals hastily discarded their weapons and fled, only to be met with a swift blade from the pursuing Yushan bandits, leaving a gruesome scene of corpses in their wake. Amidst the chaos, the seventh leader stood resolutely, his gaze scanning the crowd until it settled upon his target, Lu Ming, who was disguised as an ordinary steward and hurriedly attempting to break through the encirclement, flanked by a few loyal subordinates dispatched by the Wang matron. The seventh leader mounted his horse and charged forth, dispatching Lu Ming's guards with a single stroke each. Even the elder of innate realm was no match for his prowess. Those warriors who had yet to reach the innate realm stood no chance against the seventh leader. The ranking within the Yushan bandits was not determined by strength, but rather by age. Although the seventh leader held the seventh position, his capabilities were second only to the esteemed leader, Lei Ben. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with such a critical mission alone. If you manage to escape, how shall I report back to the chief? The seventh leader remarked with a chilling smile, his blade gleaming as it severed a head that would never close its eyes again. Little did Lu Ming anticipate that his departure from Guangling County with the merchant convoy, initially intended to evade danger, would lead to his demise before he could even exit the county limits. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he might have preferred to remain a coward within the Liu family estate. Meanwhile, as news of the Yushan bandits' complete annihilation of the merchant convoy reached the Yushan stronghold via the advanced scouts, Liu Yi discreetly left behind the intelligence most coveted by the bandits and made his way back to Guangling County City. The news of the assault on the Liu family's merchant convoy was relayed back to Guangling County by a few fortunate souls who managed to escape. The attention of the Yushan bandits was primarily fixated on Lu Ming and several of the stewards, leading to a few lesser individuals slipping through the cracks. These minor figures were never included on Liu Ye's list of targets, and thus the Yushan bandits did not expend any effort to pursue them. The transmission of this news was swift. Liu Yi had scarcely returned to Guangling County when a steward from the eastern marketplace approached him. Third young master, we have received word from the family. The elder's convoy was ambushed, resulting in severe casualties. The head of the family requests your immediate return to the manor for a discussion. The steward regarded Liu Yi with a mixture of respect and trepidation, perceiving him as an unfathomable depth akin to the ocean. Although there was no concrete evidence linking Liu Yi to the ambush, the boundless imagination of people often weaves intricate narratives. The assault on the convoy, the elder's demise, and the passing of the second young master, Lu Ming, combined with Liu Ye's overnight obliteration of the Li family, another of the three prominent clans, inevitably led many to associate these events with him. Not only the residents of the eastern marketplace harbored such thoughts. Upon Liu Ye's return to the Liu family manor, the glances of all present were markedly transformed. They were imbued with a mix of wariness and reverence, a sentiment Liu Yi had never before experienced. As he stepped into the council chamber, all the core figures of the Liu family had already gathered. Lu Shanhe sat at the head of the table, his gaze profound and contemplative. Madame Wang's eyes appeared vacant, as if she had yet to come to terms with reality, her entire being resembling a spirit detached from its corporeal form. Liu Bei wore a somber expression. Although Lu Ming was his fiercest rival, he would gladly wish for Lu Ming's demise. However, the Grand Elder was his most formidable support, and the death of the Grand Elder undoubtedly dealt him a severe blow. Lu Fei and her child sat quietly as usual, exuding an air of harmlessness. In contrast, the other elders bowed their heads in contemplation, each lost in their own thoughts, their minds shrouded in mystery. When Liu Yi entered the council chamber, the third young master, once overlooked by the family, nearly as invisible as a specter, immediately became the center of attention. Liu Yi. Upon seeing him, the distraught Lady Wang seemed to regain her composure, her voice rising sharply. It was you. You who killed my Ming'er. You wretched beast, I demand retribution for my Ming'er. Aunt Wang, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly, Liu Yi replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Lady Wang's fury. He smiled lightly. I have heard that my second brother was ambushed by bandits while traveling with the caravan. Lacking evidence, you must not cast blame upon me. Everyone was well aware of the truth behind these events. At that moment, Liu Bei rose, his gaze piercing as he addressed Liu Yi. Liu Yi, you must provide an explanation to us all today. Where have you been during this time? And whom have you encountered? Until your suspicions are cleared, You are forbidden to leave the Lu family estate. Lu Yi, owe no explanation to anyone, he retorted with a disdainful laugh. If there is evidence, I shall accept my fate. But without evidence, none shall confine me. Lu Yi scoffed. Brother, you wield quite the authority. What, now that our second brother is deceased? Do you believe the family headship is already yours? You have yet to be appointed as head of the family, yet you already flaunt such disregard for propriety. Should you become the family head, would you not cast me to the streets to beg? Enough. At that moment, Lu Shanha, who had remained silent, thundered, Everyone, sit down. What sort of behavior is this? I am still alive, and this Lu family is not yet yours to command. Lu Shanha gazed intently at Lu Yi, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Did you truly not partake in this matter? Father, Lu Yi replied, undeterred by Lu Shanha's imposing demeanor. He calmly clasped his hands and declared, I reiterate my stance. Should there be evidence proving my involvement, I shall willingly submit to the family's regulations. What a farce. Setting aside the impeccable reputation of the Yu Mountain bandits, they had received information about the 9 Deaths Madblade, Qin Songhai, from Lu Yi. It would not be long before they departed from Donghai County, by which time not a single witness would remain, leaving no grounds for evidence to condemn Lu Yi. You speak correctly. Without evidence, one cannot unjustly accuse another, Lu Shanha conceded, nodding slowly. According to our intelligence, it was indeed the Yu Mountain bandits who attacked our caravan. Their strength is beyond what the Lu family can contend with. Even the northern Qi authorities have been unable to manage them. Alas, we must simply accept our misfortune. My lord, are we to let this wretched creature go unpunished? Lady Wang's once beautiful visage had twisted into a mask of fury, devoid of any trace of her former grace. Tomorrow is your own son. He is now dead, and you truly intend to seek no vengeance for him? Nonsense. Tomorrow is my son. But is he or not my son as well? Lu Shanha furrowed his brow and admonished, I have stated clearly, if there is evidence, I shall not shield Yi. If no evidence is presented, do not slander him. Very well. How splendid. Lady Wang's eyes brimmed with malice, directed not only towards Lu Yi but also Lu Shanha. Since he refused to avenge Ming'er, I shall take it upon myself. With gritted teeth, she glared at Lu Yi and declared, this matter is far from over. Without further regard for the others, she swept away in a flurry. Subsequently, the remaining individuals in the council chamber departed one after another, leaving only Lu Yi and Lu Shanha. The father and son exchanged glances for an extended moment, until Lu Shanha finally spoke in a grave tone. This shall not be repeated. Let this matter conclude here. Lu Shanha is no fool. On the contrary, he is exceedingly astute. Although there exists no tangible evidence, Mrs. Wang is already convinced that the matter is intrinsically linked to Lu Yi. And how could Lu Shanha be oblivious to this? Although he professes impartiality, he is, in fact, favoring Lu Yi. Otherwise, as Liu Bei suggested, he would confine Lu Yi to his home and scrutinize all his movements over the past few days. Even if he cannot uncover the truth entirely, he could at least glean some clues. However, Lu Shanha is reluctant to conduct an exhaustive investigation. Having already lost one son, he is unwilling to risk losing another. Moreover, the formidable abilities Lu Yi has displayed have earned his father's approval. Lu Yi is acutely aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have dared to return so brazenly. Since the day of their conversation, Lu Yi has understood that, compared to familial bonds, what Lu Shanha truly seeks is a sufficiently powerful successor to inherit his legacy and family. As long as he demonstrates strength, staying within the bounds of propriety, Lu Shanha will not easily turn against him. In contrast to Lu Shanha's stance, Lu Yi is far more concerned about Mrs. Wang's potential retribution. Her parting words were not mere threats or expressions of anger. She spoke with a confidence that disregarded even Lu Shanha's authority. Her greatest support does not stem from the Lu family, but from her own family, the Yingping Wang clan. The Wang family is a lineage more formidable than the Lu family, reminiscent of the once mighty Li family before its decline. The Wang family boasts over a dozen masters at the innate level, as well as formidable internal and even external experts, far beyond Lu Ye's current capabilities. Of course, the Yingping Wang clan would not mobilize its elite for the sake of a single Mrs. Wang. A married daughter is akin to spilled water. One cannot expect even the internal experts to intervene for such matters, considering their own dignity. However, even without the involvement of internal or external experts, the mere presence of a few innate-level warriors would overwhelm Lu Yi at this juncture. Though Lu Yi managed to defeat the innate-level Li Shan, it was due to Li Shan's advanced age and waning vitality, rendering him far weaker than in his prime. If faced with a peak innate warrior, Liu Yi would be fortunate to hold his own. Against several innate-level warriors, his chances of survival would diminish significantly. Ultimately, Liu Yi's current cultivation level is merely at the late stage of bone tempering. Confronting a single innate warrior is already a considerable challenge. And to contend with multiple innate warriors, he must elevate his own cultivation to the innate realm. Time is not on Liu Yi's side. The distance from Yinping to Guangling is such that an innate warrior could traverse it in approximately 5 days if they were to travel at full speed. He must advance to the innate realm before the arrival of the royal family's martial artists. Otherwise, he will have no choice but to flee. Starting from the following day, Liu Yi devoted himself to honing his martial skills, striving to enhance his strength as much as possible before the experts from the Wang family arrived. However, Liu Yi's fortune seemed to be lacking, as he experienced 3 consecutive days of simulations yielding no favorable results. Not only did he fail to improve his strength, but he even lost some simulation points, gaining only a modicum of life experience, which was somewhat useful. On the 4th day, with time slipping away, Liu Yi resolved to take a bold gamble. He retained merely 20 simulation points for the next endeavor and invested the remainder into the simulation. Acquiring the talent of a novice herbal master, he possessed an innate sensitivity to flora and was accepted as a disciple by a renowned alchemist at the tender age of 5. Under the tutelage of the alchemist, he studied herbal knowledge for 5 years, and by the age of 10, he successfully crafted his first ordinary pill. At 20, he refined his first spiritual pill, acquiring a mid-grade spiritual pill, the Qi pill. By 30, his exceptional alchemical skills attracted the attention of a demonic cultivator who imprisoned him in a dungeon. At 35, after years of alchemical toil, he succumbed to exhaustion and perished in the dungeon. The simulation concluded with a comprehensive score of 180 points, yielding 180 simulation points. His current simulation points stood at 200. He could retain one of the following options. 1. A mid-grade spiritual Qi pill. 2. The formula for the Fulong pill. 3. Life experience at the age of 35. If time had permitted, Liu Yi would undoubtedly have chosen the life experience of the alchemist. After all, with the alchemist's experience, crafting pills would come naturally. However, with the imminent arrival of the Wang family's experts, alchemy is not an endeavor that can be accomplished within a day or 2. Even with the alchemist's complete experience, gathering the necessary materials would require considerable time. Thus, despite the regret, Liu Yi opted for the Qi pill as his reward. The Qi pill, a mid-grade spiritual pill, serves the singular purpose of aiding late-stage bone-refining martial artists in condensing their Qi, thereby achieving the innate realm. For ordinary martial artists, condensing the Qi to reach the innate realm is a painstaking process, often taking 3 to 5 years, and for those with inferior aptitude, it may even take 10 to 20 years without success. This Qi pill, however, directly facilitates the opening of a Qi within the martial artist's body, aiding them in attaining the innate realm. Upon consuming the pill, Liu Yi felt a thunderous roar resounding within him, accompanied by an intense tearing sensation surging from his dantian, causing him to nearly double over in pain. This is precisely why only late-stage bone-refining martial artists can safely ingest the Qi pill to achieve the innate realm. Those lacking sufficient physical strength would be unable to withstand the potent effects of the medicine, resulting in dire consequences. Under the potent influence of the powerful medicinal effects, Liu Yi felt as if a new space had been forcefully opened within his dantian. This space appeared to possess a formidable allure, drawing in the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, which flowed into Liu Yi's dantian. An abundance of these celestial energies surged through Liu Yi's meridians, flooding the newly established sea of Qi, causing it to continually expand. Simultaneously, the excruciating pain he experienced radiated from his dantian throughout his entire body, as if he were on the brink of explosion. Yet, in the face of this piercing agony, Liu Yi did not seek to suppress it. Instead, he fully engaged the newly cultivated sea of Qi, fervently absorbing the energies of the cosmos. Liu Yi understood that the initial opening of the Qi was a critical juncture in determining the potency of a congenital warrior's true Qi. The larger the Qi that is established, the more celestial and earthly spiritual energy it can accommodate, thus enhancing the strength achieved after reaching the congenital stage. Once the Qi has solidified, expanding it becomes an arduous endeavor. Throughout history, countless warriors have found themselves stymied at the congenital level due to insufficient true Qi, unable to channel it through their meridians and ultimately failing to attain the realm of Qi manipulation. Such a misstep was one Liu Yi would not commit. As a torrent of celestial and earthly spiritual energy surged within him, Lu Yi could even perceive his meridians fracturing under the immense force. At that moment, a powerful vitality surged from within, assisting him in rapidly mending the damaged meridians caused by the onslaught of spiritual energy. The Changchun Gong, a martial art that bestowed upon Lu Yi a formidable life force, finally manifested its efficacy at this crucial moment. With his meridians continuously shattering and then healing, Lu Yi was drenched in cold sweat from the agony. It was only through the formidable resilience provided by the Changchun Gong and his extraordinary willpower that he dared to undertake such a reckless endeavor. Most ordinary warriors would either perish from the complete destruction of their meridians or faint from the excruciating pain, ultimately meeting a grim fate. However, enduring this suffering proved worthwhile for Lu Yi. After absorbing a vast quantity of celestial and earthly spiritual energy, when his qi finally began to stabilize, it had expanded to 5 times the size of that of an ordinary congenital warrior. With the qi firmly established, he had attained the congenital realm. As the surrounding celestial and earthly spiritual energy gradually settled, Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He had succeeded. Lu Yi felt an immense power surging within him like a tidal wave, a smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand, channeling his true energy into his palm, and gently pressed it against the wall, leaving an imprint several inches deep. Truly, the innate martial artist is formidable. Gazing at the palm print on the wall, Lu Yi's smile blossomed even more radiantly. While he could also break through a wall with his strength at the acquired stage, leaving such an imprint so effortlessly without damaging the wall itself was an absolute impossibility. This is the marvel of true energy. This is the might of an innate martial artist. According to Lu Yi's estimation, with his current prowess, he could easily contend with 10 or more versions of his past self before reaching the innate stage. What pleased him even more was the vastness of his energy sea. One's efforts yield commensurate rewards. The immense pain he endured granted him substantial gains. His energy sea was a staggering 5 times larger than that of an ordinary innate martial artist. This implies that the quantity of his true energy would also be quintuple that of a typical innate martial artist. A single strike would unleash the equivalent of 5 martial artists of the same rank, sufficient to overpower any opponent of equal standing. Moreover, when faced with the onslaught of multiple adversaries of comparable skill, his terrifying reserves of true energy would ensure he would not be exhausted. Lu Yi could confidently assert that below the inner strength realm, he had virtually no rivals. However, before he could revel in this thought for long, a few lines of text materialized before him. Detection of host significant realm enhancement. The simulator is about to undergo an automatic upgrade. The simulator will be upgraded to version 2.0. Upon completion, an upgrade gift package will be dispatched. Please pay attention to receive it. The upgrade will take 10 days, during which the simulator will be temporarily unavailable. Upon reading the text, Lu Yi's expression darkened immediately. This infinite life simulator was, without a doubt, his most formidable trump card and source of reliance. He had originally intended to wait until he advanced to the innate realm to continue his simulations and bolster his strength. Yet, he had not anticipated that with his own realm elevation, the simulator would also initiate an automatic upgrade. The prospect of being unable to utilize the simulator for a full 10 days would undoubtedly have a significant impact on Lu Yi. Nevertheless, on the whole, a more powerful simulator would provide him with greater assistance. 10 days was not an eternity. He could endure it. In the ensuing days, due to the unavailability of the simulator, Lu Yi devoted himself entirely to honing his martial skills. This immersion and training granted him a deeper comprehension of his techniques, significantly enhancing his prowess in practical combat. He patiently awaited the arrival of the Wang family warriors, ready to deliver a decisive counterattack. Fortunately, Lu Yi did not have to wait long. After 2 days, the warriors from the Wang family arrived at his doorstep. There were 4 warriors from the Wang family, led by Wang Hao, the elder brother of Madame Wang. All 4 were masters of the innate realm. The fact that the Wang family sent 4 such formidable experts was a considerable concession to Madame Wang. This was also due to Wang Hao's imminent breakthrough to the inner strength realm. The other 3 had come to assist him out of respect for Wang Hao. Wang Hao, confident in the Wang family's overwhelming strength compared to the Lu family, showed no deference to Lu Shanhe, a master of the inner strength realm. Upon arriving at the Lu family estate, he kicked down the door with a single blow and bellowed, "Lu Yi, come out. Lu Yi, come out, come out." Wang Hao's thunderous roar was infused with his own true energy, reminiscent of the legendary lion's roar from the Shaolin Temple. one of the three major sects of Buddhism, renowned for transforming true energy into sound. His voice resonated for dozens of miles. Though Wang Hao lacked such formidable power, his voice, imbued with true energy, could be heard throughout the entire Liujia estate, and even across half of Guangling County. The four innate level warriors had surpassed any family within Guangling County, causing the guards at the Liujia estate to flee in terror, while others dared not show their faces, fearful of retribution. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged, laced with disdain. Who is this stray dog barking at another's doorstep? It was none other than Liu Ye. Had it been a few days prior, the presence of four innate level warriors would have sent him fleeing without a thought of confrontation. However, now, the innate level no longer commanded his respect. You were Liu Ye? Wang Hao's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on the approaching Liu Ye, his expression emanating a palpable aura of menace. Before Liu Ye could respond, a piercing scream erupted from the direction of the back courtyard. A haggard woman rushed forward, seizing Wang Hao's arm, her tear-streaked face pleading, "Brother, this little beast has killed your nephew. You must help your sister avenge him." Wang Hao gently patted Madame Wang's shoulder, reassuringly declaring, "Do not worry. Since I am here today, this little beast is destined for death." Your tone is rather presumptuous, isn't it? At that moment, another voice interjected, and Lu Shanhao appeared. This is the Liujiao estate of Guangling, not the Yinping Wang family. If you wish to commit murder here, it seems your words alone won't suffice. Lu Shanhao. Wang Hao snorted coldly. Out of respect, I shall address you as brother-in-law. But without such courtesy, your Liujia family holds little weight in my Wang family's eyes. When I entrusted my sister to you, you allowed her to endure such indignities, and now she has even fallen victim to this little beast. Step aside. We shall settle our accounts in due time. Wang Hao believed that dealing with Liu Ye alone did not necessitate the assistance of three innate warriors. He had summoned them to intimidate Lu Shanhao. Lu Shanhao's face sank like water. He could tolerate Madame Wang and her son dealing with Lu Yi, and he could refrain from probing Lu Ye's actions against Lu Ming, as those were internal matters of the Lu family. All he required was the strongest heir. However, he could not abide by outsiders meddling in Lu family's affairs, especially when they brazenly took the lives of his offspring before his eyes. This exceeded his tolerance. Although there were four adversaries, all merely at the innate stage and not yet having entered the inner realm, they were not insurmountable for Lu Shanhao. Yet, should he eliminate these four, the Wang family would undoubtedly retaliate. It appeared that Lu Shanhao had other reservations, reluctant to escalate the situation. Caught in a moment of hesitation, he grappled with the decision of whether to take action. At that very instant, a calm voice pierced through the tension. No need for further discourse. You four, come at me together. It will save us all the trouble. The speaker was none other than Lu Yi. No need for further discourse. You four, come at me together. It will save us all the trouble. Upon the utterance of these words by Lu Yi, all present were taken aback in astonishment, including Lu Shanhao, who found it hard to believe that Lu Yi would dare to express such audacious sentiments. The news of Lu Ye's breakthrough to the innate realm remained a closely guarded secret. Thus, in Lu Shanhao's perception, Lu Yi was merely a practitioner at the postnatal bone refining stage. Even if he had indeed achieved the innate level, he could not possibly contend with four warriors of the same caliber. It is crucial to understand that even a formidable warrior at the inner strength level like Lu Shanhao would require considerable effort to deal with four innate fighters. The four members of the Wang family regarded Lu Yi with a look of incredulity, as if he were a fool. In their eyes, this individual must have lost his senses. Otherwise, how could he utter such audacious claims? This young man, while still in his youth, certainly speaks with grandiosity. One of the Wang warriors scoffed, "Brother Hao need not intervene. Allow me to deal with this fool." Wang Hao was on the verge of advancing to the inner strength realm. Once he succeeded, he would be regarded as a prominent figure within the Wang family, second only to the outer strength ancestor, making him a target for flattery. Their arduous journey to Guangling County was motivated by this very ambition. Witnessing one of their own stepping forward, the other two could only lament their own sluggishness in seizing the opportunity. In response, Lu Yi offered a chilling smile, neither affirming nor denying their bravado. Since someone had chosen to court death, he would not stand in their way. The Wang warrior leaped forward, brandishing a curved blade akin to the one held by Lu Yi. The blade shimmered with glimmers of light, entwined with strands of true energy. Lu Yi, too, wielded his curved knife, his eyes glinting with a faint, dark radiance. The curved blade in Lu Ye's hand was merely an ordinary iron knife. To him, the choice of weapon was inconsequential. After all, even a weapon of a certain rank could not withstand the ferocity of his lethal strike. The Liu family possessed no superior weapons, and at that moment, he had no means of acquiring one. A faint black light lingered around the blade, a manifestation of the amalgamation of his murderous intent and true energy. However, to the untrained eye, only the true energy was discernible, while the visible aura of death exceeded the comprehension of these martial artists. Innate realm, Liu Shanha exclaimed, his brow furrowing as he observed the flickering black light on Liu Ye's blade. When did Yi ascend to the innate realm? The innate realm was not commonplace. In Guangling City, there were no fewer than 800 practitioners of the postnatal realm. Yet, those of the innate realm could be counted on one hand, underscoring the rarity of such a level. Just a year prior, Liu was merely at the blood condensation stage. Had he received guidance from an extraordinary master? What astonished Liu Shanha even further unfolded before him. The two curved blades collided in midair. Liu wielded nothing more than a common refined iron knife. Yet the quality of his true energy utterly overwhelmed that of the Wang family's martial artist. Clang! As the blades clashed, the Wang family's weapon shattered into countless pieces. Simultaneously, Liu Ye's blade continued its relentless descent, cleaving the Wang martial artist in half from head to toe. Blood sprayed across the sky as Liu stood unperturbed, exuding an aura akin to that of a descending demonic deity. I had already advised you to confront me together. Why seek death alone? Liu Yi sighed lightly. The blade in his hand, as always, could not withstand the onslaught of his terrifying murderous intent, crumbling inch by inch. Liu Yi tossed the hilt of his dagger to the ground and beckoned to the three stunned Wang family warriors. Do not say, I do not offer you a chance. Come at me together. The trio, including Wang Hao, was rendered speechless by the sheer shock of the moment. Liu had effortlessly slain one of their own, displaying a level of dominance that was utterly indisputable, an absolute obliteration. In the realm of martial prowess, it is customary for combatants to experience victories and defeats in equal measure. However, such a crushing defeat only serves to highlight an unfathomable disparity in strength between the two parties. Inner vigor? No. That young man's qi had yet to transform into the formidable energy of the realm. Yet how could he possess such extraordinary might? The quality of his qi was at least several times that of Wang Quan, enabling him to dispatch Wang Quan with a single strike. Even the blade in his hand could scarcely withstand the power of his qi. What manner of monster was he? At this moment, the three Wang family warriors, including Wang Hao, were already contemplating retreat. Liu Yi is truly formidable, so much so that they even believe him to be a martial artist of the inner gang realm. Elder brother, you cannot refuse to avenge Ming'er. It seemed that Wang Fu Ruin detected Wang Hao and the others' hesitation, and immediately fell to her knees with a desperate plea. In my life, I have never knelt before anyone. Today, I beseech you, you must avenge Ming'er. With a flash of fierce determination in his eyes, Wang Hao thought, damn it, I must go all out. He found himself in a precarious position. Not only was he moved by his sister's tears, but he had also made a grand show of recruiting several innate masters for this endeavor. To retreat now would undoubtedly tarnish his standing within the family. The Wang family was not a monolith, and his adversaries were ever eager to exploit any weakness, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Brothers, I will confront this scoundrel head-on. You two look for an opportunity to strike and eliminate this wretched fellow. Wang Hao gritted his teeth as he spoke to the other two Wang family martial artists. Once we succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing Wang Hao's intention to confront Liu Yi directly, the two Wang family martial artists felt a surge of motivation, coupled with the promise of generous rewards. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well, since Brother Hao has said so, we have nothing further to discuss. Let us eliminate this scoundrel and avenge Brother Wang Quan. Although Liu Yi had just slain Wang Quan with overwhelming force, leaving a significant psychological shadow on the three Wang family members, they reminded themselves that Liu Yi was merely an innate martial artist and had yet to ascend to the inner gang realm. Surely, 3 against 1 would suffice to subdue him. As a martial artist on the verge of advancing to the inner gang realm, Wang Hao had his own trump card. He reached for his waist and retrieved a long sword from his chinquan pouch. The blade was adorned with a vividly engraved image of a slender flying dragon, seemingly poised to take flight. Without the need for the wielder to channel true energy, the dragon motif emitted a faint luminescence. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a superior grade blade, the superior dragon sword. This was the source of Wang Hao's confidence in facing Liu Yi directly. Superior weapons surpassed ordinary ones not merely due to their materials and durability, but also because they could produce effects akin to those of ordinary weapons infused with true energy without requiring constant energy input from the wielder. Each superior weapon had to be forged through a process of 100 refinements, leading to what was known as self-generating true energy. In a confrontation between two innate martial artists of equal strength, the victor would undoubtedly be the one wielding a superior weapon. This was because superior weapons did not require the wielder to perpetually infuse their true energy, significantly conserving their energy reserves. Once true energy was infused, the power of the superior weapon would only intensify. Brat, this superior dragon sword was bestowed upon me by my ancestor, and I had originally intended to wield it upon breaking through to the inner gang realm. Wang Hao caressed the blade of the Yulong sword, coldly fixing his gaze upon Lu Yi. Today, your blood shall serve as an offering for the sword. You may consider your death worthwhile. An elite warrior? Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, drawing forth a curved knife, an ordinary weapon forged from fine iron. Unlike the Wang family warrior previously slain by Lu Yi, who was merely at the early innate stage, Wang Hao had reached the latter stage of innate mastery, nearing the threshold of internal vigor. When a martial artist attains the innate realm, they consolidate their energy C, and with each breakthrough, their energy C becomes denser. Although it does not expand, it enhances the quality of their true energy. After 3 breakthroughs, the true energy within a martial artist's body is on the verge of transforming from gas to liquid, allowing for a powerful conversion into the more ferocious and domineering vigor, thus achieving the internal vigor realm. As a late-stage innate martial artist wielding a low-grade elite weapon, Wang Hao commanded Lu Ye's respect. With 3 adversaries surrounding him, Lu Yi naturally would not grant them the opportunity to strike first. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging at the trio. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. The curved knife in Lu Ye's hand shimmered with dark light as he aimed a direct strike at Wang Hao's head. Just in time, Wang Hao, wielding the Yulong sword, infused his true energy into the low-grade elite weapon. The blade radiated brilliance, and the dragon etched upon its surface seemed poised to soar into the skies. Elite weapons, by their nature, require no deliberate infusion of true energy to function. However, under the substantial influx of true energy, the radiance of the sword began to take on a tangible quality, hinting at a transformation into a fierce vigor sword light. Clang! The clash of blade against sword resulted in Lu Ye's curved knife shattering piece by piece, revealing that he had not gained any advantage over Wang Hao. Yet the reality was far more complex than it appeared. The curved blade in Lu Ye's hand shattered, not due to the inadequacy of its material, which could not withstand the dual pressure of demonic energy and the essence of the soldier's sword aura. This does not imply that Lu Yi was at a disadvantage against Wang Hao. On the contrary, although Wang Hao braced himself to endure the blow, his arm was left numb, and he nearly lost grip on the dragon-soaring sword he wielded. Moreover, what filled him with dread was that this strike seemed to harbor some mystical power, causing his legs to tremble slightly. As a chill ascended from the depths of his heart, Lu Yi cast aside the hilt of his blade, moving without pause as he directed a palm strike towards Wang Hao. At that moment, Wang Hao's arm felt numb, but more significantly, a chilling sensation surged from deep within, rendering his movements sluggish. He found himself helplessly watching Lu Ye's palm approach, unable to defend himself. He could only call out loudly, "Aren't the two of you going to intervene?" With a swift motion, 2 swords sliced through the air, emitting silver streaks as they aimed for Lu Ye's flanks. Should Lu Yi persist with his strike, it would result in mutual destruction, life exchanged for life. The 3 members of the Wang family assumed that Lu Yi would retreat under pressure, yet they underestimated his ruthless nature. He was merciless to his foes, and equally so to himself. Lu Ye's eyes swirled with a dark light, disregarding the swords that were thrust towards him from either side, his gaze devoid of any emotion. He resembled a descended demon god, unwavering as he continued his palm strike towards Wang Hao's chest. Bang! A muffled thud accompanied by the soft sounds of the sword's piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. Although Liu struck Wang Hao's chest with a palm, the 2 long swords simultaneously pierced Lu Ye's own body. An exchange of injury for injury, a trade of life for life. After ascending to the innate realm, Lu Ye's heart-provoking palm became even more terrifying in its power. Unless one were a martial artist of the inner strength realm, shielded by their protective aura, being struck by him would surely result in death, even for those at the late stage of innate mastery. In the next moment, The two Wang family warriors beside him were left utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They realized that Lu Yi was not exchanging life for life. Their swords, upon penetrating less than half an inch into Lu Ye's flesh, became as if lodged in stone, unable to advance any further. How could this be? What manner of monster is this lad? The two Wang warriors exclaimed in shock. Though their swords were not divine weapons, they were infused with their own true qi, potent enough to breach the defenses of even the most formidable martial artists of the bone-refining realm. It is known that while innate martial artists benefit from true qi, their physical strength does not far exceed that of bone-refining warriors. Yet now, the two Wang warriors stood before a veritable humanoid monstrosity, capable of withstanding attacks imbued with innate true qi through sheer physicality. Die! Lu Yi bellowed after striking down Wang Hao, and in that instant his arms surged forth, elongating unexpectedly. The two Wang warriors, caught off guard, had no inkling that Lu Yi could extend his limbs in such a manner. With two resounding thuds, Lu Ye's fist struck their throats. The immense force, coupled with an extraordinary quintuple surge of true qi, shattered their throat bones, causing their bodies to collapse limply to the ground, much like Wang Hao before them. The entire encounter, from Lu Ye's first strike to the fall of all three warriors, transpired in the blink of an eye. This was all wrought by a young master who had been cast out from the grand estate a mere year prior. Lu Shanha suddenly pondered. Lu Yi must have encountered a fortuitous event. The techniques he employed, his fist techniques, palm techniques, and sword techniques, were not of the Lu family's heritage. Particularly that sword technique, imbued with a wondrous mystique, stirred Lu Shanha's heart even from afar. However, gazing upon the four lifeless bodies on the ground and the lingering darkness in Lu Ye's eyes, reminiscent of a demonic deity, Lu Shanha relinquished such thoughts. He mused that annihilating four innate warriors in such a short span was no small feat, especially Wang Hao, who was at the late stage of innate mastery and wielded a low-grade magical weapon, was a formidable opponent. Now, Lu Yi possessed a strength that commanded the respect of even inner-strength warriors. In the blink of an eye, the four Wang family members who dared to strike at the Lu family lay dead, with the greatest shock reverberating through Lady Wang. Wang Hao was her elder brother, a paragon of her youth, an invincible hero, and a genius of the previous generation in the Wang family. In the future, one is destined to achieve mastery of internal and even external energies. Yet, at this moment, a lifeless body lies before me. The immense shock rendering Lady Wang devoid of any reaction, standing as if a marionette, frozen in place. After what seemed an eternity, Lady Wang finally emerged from her stupor. Brother, Madame Wang let out a piercing scream as she rushed forward to embrace the lifeless form of Wang Hao, her eyes brimming with an unparalleled venomous fury directed at Lu Yi. Even at a distance, her glare extended to Lu Shanha, as she proclaimed, "You are finished. The Lu family is doomed. My brother aspires to become a formidable figure in the realm of inner strength. The Wang family will undoubtedly spare no effort in pursuing you." Her desperate cries caused Lu Yi to furrow his brows slightly. Having already slain Wang Hao, he would certainly not hesitate to eliminate a mere Lady Wang. As Lu Ye's figure barely stirred, Lu Shanha's silhouette swiftly positioned itself before him, sternly proclaiming, "Enough." The father, who fails to sever decisively, invites chaos upon himself. Lu Yi furrowed his brow. In his recollection, Lu Shanha had always prioritized profit over sentiment. Moreover, it seemed he harbored little affection for the often arrogant Lady Wang, leaving Lu Yi perplexed by his sudden stance. "I said enough." Lu Shanha's displeasure became evident. "In this household, it is not your place to decide. Your actions have resulted in the deaths of four warriors from the Wang family, which will undoubtedly bring considerable trouble to the Lu family. As punishment, you are confined to the family home for 1 month, forbidden to leave the Lu residence." He then turned to Lady Wang, stating, "The bond of marriage lasts 100 days. I shall not hold today's events against you. However, your brother's act of murder has breached my rules, and you can no longer remain in the Lu family. Take your brother and depart." "Are you banishing me, Lu Shanha?" Lady Wang suddenly shrieked, then burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. "How delightful! Lu Shanha, had it not been for me and the Wang family, would you have established yourself in Guangling County? Today, you dare to expel me? I swear before heaven, you shall regret this." With great effort, she lifted her brother Wang Hao's lifeless body, appearing almost deranged, and began to stagger towards the exit of the Lu residence. Behind her, Lu Shanha's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Yet ultimately, he suppressed his urge to kill, letting out a long sigh before turning away, making his way towards the secluded chambers in the back of the estate. Although Lu Yi was ordered by Lu Shanhe to be confined for a month, in reality, no one monitored him, not even Lu Shanhe himself, who spent his days secluded in a closed-off chamber, preoccupied with unknown pursuits. In the grand estate of the Lu family, given Lu Ye's current status and the formidable reputation he garnered from slaying 4 innate martial artists, he could freely enter or exit at will, with no one daring to obstruct him. However, Li did not rush to leave, for he suddenly realized that even if he stepped outside, there was little for him to do. Currently, there was no one in the Lu family competing with him, although Liu Bei and Liu Fei were still around. After that fateful day when he vanquished 4 innate warriors, those two would not dare to breathe in his presence. In Guangling County, the Li family had been annihilated, and the Liu family was under his control. The only remaining rival, the Shui family, had now become his staunch ally, with Shui Yong visiting him thrice a day, seemingly positioning himself as Liu Ye's foremost subordinate. Within Guangling County, Liu Yi had undeniably established himself as an unassailable local tyrant. Yet, this county felt too small for him. Liu Yi sighed, contemplating that he must venture beyond to witness a broader world. Beiki, Nanshu, and Shijin, 3 vast nations spanning millions of miles. The southern and northern Dao sects. The 3 Buddhist temples, the 4 major organizations, 5 renowned sword sects, and countless masters across the land. Just the thought of it stirred excitement within Liu Yi. However, now was not the time to depart. He needed to wait until he could break through to the internal force realm. Although he could dominate Guangling County with his innate realm, it would be insignificant in the wider world. Even the Wang family had warriors of the external force realm stationed there. With his current level of cultivation, any misstep could lead to his demise. He needed to refine his vital energy and achieve the internal force realm to have the standing to traverse the world. His greatest asset in achieving the internal force was his simulator. After 10 days of anxious waiting, the long-awaited text finally appeared before Liu Yu. Simulator upgrade successful. Current version 2.0. Congratulations, host. You have received an upgrade gift pack, acquiring 1,000 simulation points and 1 chance to draw a 2-star weapon card. Version 2.0 enables simulation consumption of 200 points, with a simulation duration of 3 days. The 2.0 version also activates the character capture simulation function, consuming 400 points, allowing the capture of characters within 1 minor realm below the host's current level. The words before him elicited mixed feelings in Liu Yi. The upgrade of the simulator brought enhanced functions and a valuable gift pack, which was indeed a source of joy. However, the downside was that each simulation now required 10 times the points compared to before. Moreover, the newly activated character capture function was even more outrageous, demanding 20 times the previous point cost. In other words, should Liu Yi encounter misfortune and suffer losses in the simulation, it would take but 2 or 3 attempts for the upgrade rewards in simulated points to be entirely depleted. However, it is evident that this simulator operates under a one-sided, tyrannical contract, impervious to complaints. Liu Yi can only sigh in resignation. Let us first draw a weapon card. The 2-star weapon, corresponding to elite soldiers in the real world, is precisely the ordinary infantry Liu Yi currently requires. Incapable of withstanding the lethal strike of Liu Ye's God of Death, a single blow would reduce it to mere fragments. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 2.5-star weapon Blood-Drinking Demon Blade. As Liu Yi drew the weapon card, a uniquely shaped curved blade materialized in his hand. Unlike other weapons that gleam with a cold light, this blade exhibited a faint crimson hue. Grasping the hilt, an inexplicable aura of murderous intent emanated from the blade, stirring Liu Ye's own bloodlust, causing his eyes to shimmer with both a scarlet and a dark glow. What a remarkable weapon, the blood-drinking blade. Liu took a deep breath, channeling the authentic Taoist technique of Changchun Gong to suppress the murderous intent within, truly deserving of its demonic name. As Liu Yi held the hilt, information about this blade flooded into his mind. The blood-drinking demon blade, as its name suggests, is a blood-sucking demonic weapon, a blade that revels in bloodshed. At this moment, the blade radiated a pale red hue, but as it absorbs more blood, the color would deepen, ultimately transforming into a vivid crimson akin to fresh blood. When the blade undergoes its complete metamorphosis, it will possess the ability to cleave through the protective aura of warriors. Its rating of 2.5 stars in the simulator is well-deserved, classifying it as a superior-grade elite weapon, were it not for its side effect of influencing the mind. Upon full transformation, It could potentially reach a 3-star rating, equivalent to that of a treasured weapon. With the blood-drinking demon blade, Liu Yi has finally addressed his lack of a suitable weapon, confident that its durability will withstand the execution of his god of death strike. Next, Liu Yi intended to experiment with the new character capture simulation feature that came with the simulator's upgrade. Soon, he selected his target for this feature, his adoptive father, Liu Shanhe. Liu Yi has long perceived that Liu Shanhe is far from the simplicity he outwardly presents. The aura that he inadvertently exudes suggests that he should not merely be the master of a small county. Over 2 decades ago, Liu Shanhe had already attained mastery in the inner realm. Yet, 2 decades later, he remains at the same level, having not broken through to the outer realm. If one were to claim that Liu Shanhe is a failure, it would be implausible for him to have achieved the inner realm around the age of 30. Conversely, if he were deemed a genius, the fact that he has not advanced in over 20 years is rather perplexing. There must be a reason behind this. Today, Liu Yi seeks to uncover the truth. Father, your son Liu Yi requests an audience. Liu Yi respectfully announces outside Liu Shanhe's seclusion chamber. This is also a frustrating aspect of the simulator's new functionality. It can only capture entities that are within one minor realm of its own, and it must do so in person. It is no wonder, were it possible to capture from 1,000 miles away, Liu Yi could simply purchase a ranking list and capture according to the names inscribed there. The simulator, known for its meticulousness, would never leave such a significant loophole for Liu Yi. Enter. After a prolonged silence, Liu Shanhe's voice finally resounds from within the chamber. Liu Shanhe has seemingly spent an eternity in his secluded chamber, neglecting even the affairs of his household. After more than 20 years, he remains stagnant at the inner gang realm, leaving one to ponder the nature of his seclusion. Is there something you wish to discuss? Liu Shanhe inquired, a hint of displeasure evident in his brow as he regarded Liu Yi. 7 days hence marks the birthday of our esteemed father. I merely wish to ascertain whether we shall extend invitations solely to the families of Guangling County, or if we shall include those from neighboring counties as well. Liu Yi's mind raced, conjuring a plausible excuse. Although he held little regard for Liu Shanhe's birthday, he was acutely aware of the bustling preparations undertaken by the Liu family's various stewards. It would be prudent to keep affairs modest, inviting only the residents of Guangling County. With an impatient wave of his hand, Liu Shanhe dismissed the matter, stating, "Such trivialities are yours to decide. Do not trouble me." Liu Yi silently withdrew, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for his eyes had already perceived the information that could be simulated. Upon exiting the seclusion chamber, Liu Yi hastily returned to his quarters, expending 400 simulation points to commence the simulation of Liu Shanhe's life. You are the illegitimate son of the Lin family in Pengcheng, endowed with extraordinary talent from a young age. By the age of 10, you achieved the bone forging realm, astonishing the lesser branch, despite enduring suppression from the main branch. At the age of 15, you nonetheless broke through to the innate realm, becoming the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Lin family's lesser branch. At 20, you attained the inner strength realm, only to be beset by treachery, resulting in damage to your meridians. At 24, you stealthily appropriated the treasure box of the Lin family's main branch and fled to Lin residence. By the age of 30, you established your own lineage in the remote county of Guangling. On your 56th birthday, warriors from the Lin family came to your door, and you met your demise at their hands. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 260 points. Simulation points awarded, 260 points. Current simulation points, 1,060 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 3-star technique, 100 rivers converging into the sea. 2. 2-star incomplete martial art, Azure Sea's surging waves palm fragmented. 3. Life experience at 56 years of age. To think there exists a 3-star level technique. Liu Yi was astonished by the treasures embodied in Liu Shanhe, who possessed not only a martial art of 2.5 stars, but also a technique of 3 stars. This was genuinely a 6 transformation method, which surpassed Liu Yi's current Changchun technique, allowing for a training speed that was a full 2-fold faster. However, Liu Yi ultimately suppressed his impulsive desires and chose to absorb Liu Shanhe's life experiences. In an instant, the entirety of Liu Shanhe's 56 years of memories flooded into Liu Yi's mind, encompassing everything from his birth to his betrayal of the family, culminating in his demise at his own birthday banquet, an extensive tapestry of events. The Pengcheng Lin family was indeed one of the 8 foremost aristocratic families in the realm. In Liu Yi's eyes, a flicker of brilliance sparkled. The Northern Qi dynasty is governed jointly by the royal family and the powerful clans, with the influence of these clans far surpassing that of other nations. Among the numerous clans, 5 stand at the pinnacle, together with 3 clans from other nations. They are collectively known as the 8 great families of the realm, standing alongside the southern and northern Taoist sects and the 3 Buddhist temples as the foremost powers in the world. Liu Shanhe hails from the Lin family of Pengqing. So should I address him as Liu Yi or Lin Yi? However, such distinctions are trivial now. A sudden heaviness enveloped Liu Ye's heart, for in just 7 days, Liu Shanhe would celebrate his 56th birthday. On that day, the warriors of the Lin family would come knocking at his door. Instantly, vivid memories of the blood-soaked battle 7 days hence surged forth in his mind, bodies strewn across the ground, rivers of blood flowing, and half of Guangling County engulfed in flames. The Liu family, from the banks of Liu Shanhe, has left not a single survivor. This includes Liu Yi himself. Yet, from the fragmented images etched in memory, it appears that the great elder still endures, and the Li family remains intact. It seems that Liu Ye's sudden emergence has altered the trajectory of fate. However, his current power, akin to a fragile butterfly, is insufficient to effectuate widespread change in destiny. The Lin family, destined to come, will inevitably arrive. Those fated to perish shall meet their end. The most prudent course before Liu Yi is to hastily depart from the turbulent lands of Guangling County. 7 days remain. He must distance himself as far as possible before the arrival of Lin family warriors. It is likely that once the Lin family has slain Liu Shanhe and acquired what they desire, they will not expend excessive effort in pursuing such an inconsequential figure as himself. Yet, Liu Yi is reluctant to depart in such a manner, for he too harbors an interest in the precious box that Liu Shanhe absconded from the Lin family. The Lin family, one of the 8 prestigious clans of the realm, has spent over 2 decades pursuing Liu Shanhe, underscoring the significance of the contents within that box. Those who dare to take risks may thrive, while the timid may perish. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Liu Ye's eyes. He had always been a man unafraid of peril, particularly in the face of such substantial rewards. He was even willing to wager his own life. Moreover, although the Lin family was formidable, Liu was not entirely devoid of opportunity. His greatest advantage lay in his foresight, possessing complete knowledge of the Lin family's martial artists, while they remained utterly oblivious to him. In an instant, an audacious plan materialized in Liu Ye's mind. If you show no mercy, do not blame me for lacking righteousness. Liu Ye's plan can be described as audacious and reckless. He intends not only to eliminate the martial artists of the Lin family, but also to sacrifice the entire Liu clan. Although Liu Yi initially harbored no affection for Liu Shanhe, he felt a semblance of duty towards him due to their blood connection. However, now, Liu Yi has altered his course of action. Liu Shanhe, adorned with treasures of unparalleled worth, has never bequeathed his legacy to his 4 sons. This reluctance stems, on one hand, from a profound fear of his martial arts knowledge falling into the wrong hands, thereby inciting the wrath of the Liu clan. On the other hand, he perceives that the bonds of blood and kinship pale in comparison to the significance of his grand ambitions. Within the memories that Liu Yi has inherited, it is revealed that Liu Shanhe, in a desperate bid for escape, even chose to sacrifice himself. Nevertheless, the martial practitioners from the Lin family proved to be overwhelmingly formidable. Ultimately, even with the loss of several sons, he was unable to evade capture. Since Liu Shanhe disregarded familial ties, he mustn't fault Liu Yi for his ruthless disposition. Liu Yi sought out Shui Yong and conferred with him for an entire afternoon, subsequently dispatching an envoy to Yushan with a letter in hand. Following this, he sequestered himself within his chamber. Despite possessing the foresight of a seer, one must also wield sufficient strength to contend with the martial artists of the Lin family. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. At present, Liu Ye's cultivation at the innate realm is far from adequate. Even should he employ the killing goddess blade, it would be arduous to breach the protective aura surrounding a martial artist. Furthermore, it is worth noting that among those dispatched by the Lin family, there exists a martial artist of the external vigor realm. Unless Liu Yi ascends to the internal vigor realm, his knowledge alone will afford him no semblance of victory. With a mere 7 days remaining until the arrival of the Lin family's martial artists, Liu Yi is left with 2 opportunities for simulation. Liu Yi had already made up his mind to conduct 2 simulations, subsequently using all the simulation points to exchange for elixirs that would enhance his cultivation. Should he manage to break through to the inner strength realm, he would seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. Conversely, if he failed to advance, he would have no choice but to flee early to preserve his own life. Born into a family of sword masters, He began training with a blade at the tender age of 3 and achieved minor success by 18, grasping the fundamentals of the half-star blade technique. At 23, he departed from his family to seek out renowned swordsmen across the land. By 34, having reached a bottleneck in his swordsmanship, he resolved to journey to the frigid peaks of the great northern snow mountain to contemplate the principles of heaven and earth and shatter his limitations. At 45, he attained a profound understanding of swordplay and acquired the intermediate talent one blade determines life and death. However, at that same age, he exhausted his energy and perished amidst the snowfall of the Great North. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 450 points. Simulation points earned, 450 points. Current simulation points, 1,110 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Half-star blade technique. 2. Intermediate talent 1 blade determines life and death. 3. Life experience at 45. Indeed, this simulation, following an upgrade, proved to be more rewarding despite the tenfold increase in activation costs compared to version 1. 0. Liu Yi garnered a total of 450 simulation points, enabling him to activate the simulation for 200 points and invest another 200 in his initial selection. Not only did he break even, but he even accrued an additional 50 simulation points. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Liu Yi opted for the second reward. This marked his first acquisition of a talent-based reward. One blade determines life and death is an exceptionally formidable talent, enhancing the power of his first attack using blade techniques in any given battle by an astounding 300%. With the might of his lethal blade strike combined with this talent's augmentation, should he break through to the inner strength realm, he would likely deliver a blow capable of shattering even the protective aura of outer strength realm warriors. This was precisely what Liu Yi urgently needed. While this simulation did not grant him immediate advancement in cultivation, it significantly bolstered his combat prowess. Liu Yi was quite satisfied with the results of this simulation. However, his fortune had not always been so favorable. In another simulation conducted 3 days later, Liu Yi incurred a minor loss, leaving him with merely 1,000 simulation points after its conclusion. Although this simulation yielded some rewards, elevating Liu Yi's cultivation to the late innate stage, the loss of simulation points caused him considerable distress. Ultimately, Liu Yi opted to expend 600 simulation points to exchange for a breakthrough elixir, retaining only 400 points as a reserve. Tomorrow marks the birthday of Liu Shanhe, coinciding with the arrival of the Lin family warriors. Today represents Liu Yi's final opportunity. Success hinges upon this singular endeavor. Should he manage to break through to the internal vigor realm, coupled with his strategic arrangements, he would possess at least a 70% chance of contending with the Lin family warriors. Conversely, if he fails to achieve this breakthrough, he would have no choice but to flee, prioritizing his life above all else, and the farther he could run, the better. Liu Yi sat in his chamber, swallowing the prepared elixir in one gulp. He settled into a cross-legged position, gradually closing his eyes as he commenced the cultivation of Changchun Gong, drawing in the ethereal energy of heaven and earth. At present, Liu Yi's dantian, having undergone 2 transformations, housed a vital essence that had thickened to the brink of becoming liquid. Once this vital essence solidified into a liquid state, it would be capable of manifesting into a protective energy. In the present moment, Liu Yi stands merely a step away from the inner gang realm. Yet, this step has ensnared countless martial artists in its grasp. The transformation from true qi to gang qi represents a qualitative leap. Ordinary true qi cannot even breach the defenses of protective gang qi. To fully convert true qi into gang qi necessitates a considerable amount of true qi, which must undergo continuous compression to ultimately form gang qi. For most martial artists, their dantians lack the capacity to sustain such immense consumption of true qi. Fortunately, Liu Yi's dantian is 5 times the size of that of an ordinary martial artist, rendering this formidable bottleneck relatively manageable for him. At this moment, the true qi within Liu Yi's dantian is spiraling rapidly, gradually contracting within his body. Although the volume of true qi diminishes, the energy contained within it becomes increasingly formidable. Finally, after a day and night have passed, as the sun rises on the second day, an overwhelming aura suddenly radiates from Liu Yi. He has achieved the inner gang realm. Opening his eyes, a piercing intensity emanates from within. He slowly raises his palm, with a slight exertion of power. A tangible gang qi manifests upon his hand. Now, with a mere slash, Liu Yi can sever even a superior-grade ordinary weapon with his terrifying gang qi. By condensing his innate gang qi, He can channel it through his limbs and onto his weapon, marking the early stage of inner gang. In the mid-stage, gang qi envelopes the entire torso, forming a gang qi armor. Ultimately, when gang qi envelopes the entirety of one's being, leaving no gaps, it becomes true protective gang qi, representing the late stage of inner gang. At that point, one might pursue the external manifestation of inner gang, reaching the outer gang realm. Now, Lu Yi has finally reached the early stage of inner gang, allowing him to commence his plans without the need to contemplate a hasty retreat. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Lu family, as it is the birthday of the family patriarch, Lu Shanha. Despite the tumultuous events that have unfolded over the past year, the death of the second young master Lu Ming, the passing of the Grand Elder, and the expulsion of Lady Wang from the Lu family, these occurrences have not diminished the family's standing in Guangling County. On the contrary, following the annihilation of the Li family, the Lu family's status has only risen. Everyone is aware that with the demise of the Li clan, the Shui family now looks to the Lu family for guidance. The Lu family has undeniably established itself as the foremost family in Guangling County. The architect of this transformation is none other than Lu Yi, who has consequently become the object of admiration and flattery, garnering popularity rivaling that of the birthday celebrant, Lu Shanha. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not pose a problem. Yet Lu Yi is acutely aware that today is destined to be anything but tranquil. He wishes to avoid drawing excessive attention. Thus, he had concealed himself in the rear courtyard early on, refraining from greeting guests. The preparations for the patriarch's birthday banquet had commenced over half a month ago for the Lu family. By the time the celebration commenced, the Lu residence was already bustling with guests and the sounds of carriages. This was a result of Lu Shanha's deliberate choice to keep a low profile, refraining from inviting guests from other counties. Otherwise, the number of attendees would have been even greater. Naturally, the majority of the guests were relegated to the outer courtyard, with only a select few esteemed local gentry granted access to the inner sanctum. Who could have anticipated that today's joyous feast would transform into a mourning? Except for the prescient Lu Yu. As evening approached, nearly all the guests had arrived to extend their birthday wishes. Only then did the celebrants, Lu Shanha and Lu Yi, make their appearance in the inner courtyard. Although Lu Shanha typically secluded himself, rarely engaging in family matters, he could not afford to remain hidden on such a momentous occasion. Why hasn't the Shui family arrived? Lu Shanha inquired of Lu Yi, aware of their amicable relationship. Lu Yi raised her brows slightly and remarked with a hint of indifference that the Shui family's caravan encountered an urgent matter in the county and would likely not arrive today. They had already dispatched someone to inform me and sent the gifts ahead. The true reason behind this, of course, could not be disclosed to Lu Shanha. Lu Shanha, however, was not particularly concerned with such matters. After listening to Lin Ye's explanation, he merely nodded lightly. He then raised his wine cup and, with a resonant voice, addressed the guests in the inner courtyard. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for gathering today to celebrate my birthday. Let me first toast to everyone. The head of the Lu family is too modest. The Lu family is currently in its prime, and we shall undoubtedly rely on your esteemed family in Guangling County in the future. May the head of the Lu family enjoy fortune as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains. The guests also raised their cups, loudly proclaiming their well wishes, and the atmosphere became extraordinarily lively. Just then, a voice, cold and venomous like that of a serpent, suddenly pierced through the revelry. Though not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Fortune as vast as the eastern sea, longevity rivaling the southern mountains? I beg to differ. Immediately following, another voice chimed in. I wager he will not survive the day. As the words hung in the air, two figures, one tall and one short, strode into the inner courtyard. What audacity! Do you believe this is a place where you can speak so brazenly? Kneel and apologize to the head of the Lu family at once. Today is a day of great celebration. It would be unwise to shed blood. Perhaps the head of the Lu family possesses the magnanimity to spare your lives. Lu Shanha had yet to utter a word. Yet the guests present were already engulfed in righteous indignation, vociferously condemning the situation. Kneel and apologize? The tall man scoffed. Lin Changhe, or should I say Lu Shanha now, the esteemed master of the Lu family, why do you not speak for yourself? It was at this moment that everyone recognized the disquieting demeanor of Lu Shanha. Despite the vitriol hurled at him, he displayed no anger. Rather, upon seeing these two figures, he instinctively retreated 2 steps, his face betraying astonishment, panic, and even fear. This is impossible. Lu Shanha's disarray was palpable, causing him to stutter. After more than 20 years, how could you possibly find this place? This is the cycle of heaven's justice, retribution without fail. The tall man retorted with a cold laugh. Why were we not invited to your birthday banquet, 13th brother? The shorter man chimed in, also smirking. After so many years, we have at least prepared a grand gift for you today. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of severed heads ascended into the air, falling like raindrops upon the courtyard floor. Each head, eyes wide open in death, rolled grotesquely on the ground, evoking sheer terror. Furthermore, around 20 black-clad warriors soared into the courtyard from outside, one of whom approached the two men, bowing and reporting, Master San, Master Chi. All 437 from the outer courtyard have been exterminated. Excellent. The shorter man nodded, his smile growing more sinister. 13th brother, are you satisfied with this grand gift? Before Lu Shanha could respond, the tall man coldly shook his head, declaring, I find it insufficient. Indeed, the shorter man concurred. I believe we are still lacking 156 to truly demonstrate our brotherhood. The number 156 precisely matched the total of guests and servants in the inner courtyard at that moment. It was evident they had thoroughly investigated all matters concerning the Lu family, down to the exact count of guests and servants. The implication of their words was unmistakable. Today, the Lu family, from Lu Shanha to the most ordinary servant, would be annihilated, leaving no trace behind. In that instant, Lu Shanha appeared to be lost in a daze, murmuring to himself, This is impossible. This is impossible. I have hidden for over 20 years, never revealing Lin family martial arts to outsiders. How could you possibly find me? It truly took us considerable effort to locate you, this old rat. The tall man laughed. Fortunately, someone brought us directly here, saving us quite a bit of trouble. 13th brother, do not say your elder brother lacks compassion. Before you perish, allow me to present you with a familiar face. As his words fell, a disheveled woman, resembling a madwoman, entered from outside. Upon seeing the heads strewn across the ground, a cruel smile emerged on her face. Lu Shanha, I have long foretold that you would come to regret this. Your retribution has arrived today. This woman was none other than Madame Wang. Lu Yi remained oblivious to how, in the original fate of Lu Shanha, he had been tracked down by the Lin family. However, it was now indisputable that he had been betrayed by Madame Wang. At this moment, Madame Wang was no longer the elegant and graceful woman she once was. Her hair was streaked with gray, her demeanor frenzied, resembling a half-mad matron. Lu Shanha, did you truly believe that your secret was known only to you? You cling to that box as if it were your lifeblood, refusing even to let me cast a glance upon it. Yet you failed to realize that I discovered it was pilfered from the Lin family of Pengcheng. Madame Wang cackled madly. You refused to slay that wretched bastard to avenge Ming'er and my brother. And today I shall ensure that the entire Lu family accompanies you to the grave. Lu Shanha, you must despise me and regret not ending my life that day. Do you not? She gazed at Lu Shanha with a sense of triumph, hoping to witness his remorse, despair, or even tears. Yet, as Lu Shanha regained his composure from his daze, he merely shook his head. You once saved my life, and I vowed to repay you with a life of your own. This is what I owe you. To his surprise, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed Madame Wang's face. In the gentlest of tones, she uttered the most deranged of declarations. Shanha, I shall descend first to await you. Once in the underworld, we shall be husband and wife. With that, she produced a golden hairpin, plunging it into her neck, and gradually succumbed to the ground. As for other matters, she felt no concern. The Lin family of Pengcheng had taken matters into their own hands. No one would be left alive in the Lu residence. The name of the Lin family was so renowned that even a 3-year-old child would be familiar with it. Upon hearing that the visitors hailed from the formidable Lin family, known to shake the very earth of Beiki with their might, the previously boisterous guests fell silent, their faces betraying fear and trepidation. Reputation precedes action. The Lin family's power was such that they could easily annihilate the Lu residents, or even slaughter the entire county of Guangling, should they choose to. Thud. It was unclear who knelt first, but soon thereafter, the guests fell to their knees en masse, fervently begging for mercy. Spare us, spare us. We were unaware that you were members of the Pengcheng Lin family and have greatly offended you. Please, we implore you for mercy. We are not from the Lu family. The grievances between the Lin and Lu families do not concern us. I barely know Lu Shanha. I merely stopped by for a drink today. If you wish to deal with the Lu family, please let us leave. Since you have come to celebrate a birthday, whether kin or friend, not a single one shall be spared, the tall man said coldly. In my Lin family, we are men of our word. If we decree the slaughter of 156, not one shall be spared, chimed in the shorter man. with a wave of his hand. The warriors of the Lin family advanced upon the guests, ready to strike. At that moment, Lu Yi took action. Do you dare to bully my Lu family? Do you truly believe we are without defenders? With a thunderous shout, Lu Yi charged towards two individuals, one tall and the other short, seeking death. The taller one scoffed coldly, unleashing a palm strike that manifested as a 5-zhong-long stream of innate vigor. This tall figure was indeed a master of the external vigor realm. His strike sent Lu Yi flying, landing motionless on the ground some distance away. He was the son of Lin Changhe. The short one remarked with a chilling tone, "He has some backbone. Let us leave him with a complete corpse." Although Lu Shanhe felt perplexed, questioning how Lu Yi, capable of slaying an innate expert with a single strike, could be so easily dispatched, he realized that now was not the time for contemplation. The inner courtyard of the Lu family had descended into chaos, and the two figures were now advancing towards him. "Third brother, seventh brother, are you truly unwilling to spare me, given our brotherhood?" As they approached, sweat beaded on Lu Shanhe's forehead, yet he maintained his composure. "If you knew of our brotherhood, you should not have absconded with the family treasure." The tall one spat vehemently. "Do you have any idea the punishment we, the side branch brothers, faced because of you? I spent a whole 15 years in the Black Forbidden Forest, and the seventh brother and others were severely injured by the ancestors' wrath, forever losing their chance to progress. That was the main family's injustice towards us." Lu Shanhe retorted fiercely. "You all know my predicament. The Lin family's current prosperity is partly due to our contributions from the side branch. Yet, they have never regarded us as equals. We cultivate the 100 rivers returning to the sea technique, while they practice the sea embracing all rivers method. Third brother, seventh brother. Consider the implications of these names. In the end, our cultivation will merely benefit those main family disciples who encounter bottlenecks. Are you content with that? But you should not have stolen the treasure and fled." The short one sighed, shaking his head. "We are not like you. You were a solitary figure. While we have families now, the ancestor has promised that if we return with your head and the treasure, our descendants will receive better treatment. Third brother, seventh brother. If that is the case, do not blame your brother for being heartless." A fierce glint flashed in Lu Shanhe's eyes as he retrieved a pill from his possession. "You two may not be able to keep me here today." It was the blood-refining poison pill from the Poison Hand Alchemist Valley. The tall one's expression turned grave as he warned, "Seventh brother, be cautious. The Poison Hand Alchemist Valley is one of the 6 great unorthodox sects in the world, and this blood-refining poison pill is equally renowned. The effect of this pill is to significantly enhance a warrior's combat prowess at the cost of burning their own blood and lifespan for a short period. Although Lu Shanhe is merely at the internal strength realm, after consuming this pill, he will be able to temporarily possess the strength of the external strength realm. Of course, the price to pay is the forfeiture of at least 10 years of his lifespan." Lu Shanhe consumed the elixir, his entire being surged with an overwhelming aura, and with a powerful shout, he charged towards the two figures of differing heights. The longer he delayed, the more of his life force he would expend. Thus, he was determined to resolve the conflict swiftly. The two, however, could not simply step aside. Otherwise, Lu Shanhe would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to break free. Reluctantly, they braced themselves to confront him. All 3 warriors employed the same martial art, the renowned Lin family's Bihai Jingangzhang. Yet, in the clash, the frenzied Lu Shanhe managed to overpower the two. After several exchanges, Lu Shanhe suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, followed by a chilling scream, as the arm of the shorter man was severed cleanly. "Seventh brother!" The taller one bellowed, releasing a formidable aura that surged towards Lu Shanhe. In response, Lu Shanhe retaliated with an innate burst of energy. However, the taller man's strength emanated from his own prowess, while Lu Shanhe's was derived from the burning of his blood. Consequently, although the confrontation appeared evenly matched, Lu Shanhe's complexion turned pale. The tall warrior was a genuine external martial artist, whereas Lu Shanhe's abilities were merely a temporary enhancement gained through the sacrifice of his life force. If he could not secure a swift victory, he would be no match for his opponent. That previous clash had already cost Lu Shanhe at least 5 years of his life. At over 50 years of age, the consecutive losses only exacerbated his physical frailty. "I cannot afford to delay any longer." Lu Shanhe resolved decisively, feigning an attack before attempting to flee. Yet, how could the Lin family's warriors allow him to escape? The tall man shouted in fury and leaped after him, delivering a palm strike infused with innate energy towards Lu Shanhe's back. Just then, Lu Shanhe unexpectedly turned around, facing the incoming blow. Instead of evading, He produced a mechanism from his sleeve, which bore the image of a menacing black scorpion. Lu Shanhe braced himself, absorbing the impact of a powerful strike with his chest, while simultaneously activating a mechanism in his hand. Dozens of needles, finer than a strand of hair, shot forth from the device, aimed at the tall figure before him. Remarkably, these needles could penetrate even the protective aura of a seasoned martial artist, akin to drill bits piercing through solid matter. Had the tall man been on solid ground, he might have evaded with ease. However, suspended in midair, he found himself unable to dodge with agility. He narrowly avoided the majority of the needles, yet still sustained injuries from those that struck him. As both combatants descended to the ground, they clutched their chests in pain. The tall man's face turned ashen, while Lu Shanhe appeared pallid. Scorpion tail needle from the five poisons sect? The tall man's expression darkened, uncertain whether his pallor stemmed from the poison or the shock of the encounter. Indeed, the scorpion tail needle was notorious for bypassing protective auras. Lu Shanhe, having taken the brunt of the tall man's strike, felt the painful fracturing of his ribs, yet wore a smug expression. Though I have not advanced in my cultivation over the years, 2 decades of experience have not been in vain. This fine contraption was crafted just for you. I advise you to meditate and expel the poison using your aura. Otherwise, if it penetrates your energy reservoir, even the gods may struggle to save you. As he spoke, Lu Shanhe coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. Despite his severe injuries, the efficacy of his medicinal pills had not yet waned. The only remaining external aura practitioner, the tall man, was already wounded, and the others could not prevent his retreat. Lu Shanhe had indeed paid a hefty price, but should he survive, all would be rendered worthwhile. If he could decipher the secrets of the locked box, then all sacrifices would be but trifles. A mad gleam flickered in Lu Shanhe's eyes. Die! The tall man roared, disregarding the toxins coursing through him, and charged at Lu Shanhe once more, delivering a devastating blow. This furious strike was beyond Lu Shanhe's capacity to withstand. The force shattered his protective aura and pierced through his body. Third brother, Lu Shanhe murmured, gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I did not expect you to remain unchanged, truly a reckless warrior of the Lin family. With that, he collapsed to the you should search his body. Such a significant item must be kept close at hand, as he would be uneasy leaving it elsewhere. Indeed, as the tall man suggested, the shorter individual, after a moment of searching on Lu Shanhe's body, discovered a jade box adorned with golden edges. It was indeed on him. We can report back with this. The short man turned around in delight, only to suddenly change his expression, exclaiming, Third brother, be careful. Yet, his warning came too late. Lu Yi, who had seemingly become a corpse lying on the ground, had mysteriously risen again. A curved blade, gleaming with an ominous blood-red light, sliced through the air, aimed directly at the tall man. The god of death's strike, combined with an innate talent for determining life and death, unleashed a formidable attack. Although the tall man had sustained significant injuries, he was nonetheless a master of the outer gang realm, and Li dared not underestimate him. This strike was executed with full force. The blood-laden curved blade tore through the sky, infused with a terrifying aura that mingled shades of red and black. Inner gang realm? The tall man could hardly believe that the youth he had just sent flying with a mere slap was, in fact, a master of the outer gang realm. At this moment, even a fool could discern that he had merely been deceived by Lu Yi. His true strength was far from being as feeble as it appeared. Die! With a swift stroke, Lu Yi brought his blade down, while the tall man summoned his remaining strength to block the blow. As the glint of the sword descended, the two stood motionless in place. Little did I expect, after traversing the world for so long, to have misjudged a mere youth. The tall man suddenly chuckled softly, a cryptic expression crossing his face. Lin Shanhe has indeed fathered a remarkable son. Splendid, truly splendid. In truth, I am not his son at all. In the depths of Lu Ye's heart, a whisper of regret lingered, for the tall figure would never again have the chance to hear. A crimson line extended from the crown of his head, tracing a path across his entire visage. In an instant, his body was split asunder, torn apart in a surreal manner. The blade of Lu Yi's cleaved him in twain. However, Lu Ye's strike was so swift that death did not claim him immediately. Third brother, the short figure cried out, his eyes aflame with fury, recklessly charging towards Lu Yi. Yet, in Lu Ye's gaze, the only adversary he recognized was the tall figure of the outer realm. As for the short one, even had he not been injured, Lu Yi would have deemed him insignificant, let alone now that the fellow was missing an arm. The short man silently cursed. But his ire was not directed at Lu Yi, rather at the members of the Lin family. They had clearly agreed to launch a joint assault on the Liu family, with their responsibility being to kill while ensuring that not even a mosquito could escape. However, after a prolonged skirmish, their reinforcements had yet to appear. As for why the Liu family members had not shown up, it was undoubtedly due to Liu Ye's stratagem. That group was currently outside the city, engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with the 3 tigers of the Shui family and several leaders from the Yushan clan. In an effort to persuade the formidable trio of the Shui family and the esteemed leaders of Yushan to take action, Liu Yi incurred considerable costs. Naturally, it was utterly implausible to expect these individuals to confront the Lin family of Pengqing directly. Even if Liu Yi were to offer tenfold compensation, it would remain an impossibility. However, he could entice them to save face by engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with the Lin family's entourage outside the city, a venture they were willing to undertake. After all, they were seasoned local figures and martial artists of the innate realm. While they could not confront the Lin family head-on, utilizing the cover of night and their familiarity with the terrain, they could certainly lead the Lin family on a merry chase. From Liu Ye's recollections, he recalled that the Lin family dispatched 2 teams, one from the main household and the other from the branch family. The main household had always regarded the branch family with disdain, while the latter secretly resented the former. Thus, these 2 factions operated independently, each pursuing their own course of action. Drawing from his memories, Liu Yi orchestrated the creation of a jade box strikingly similar to the Lin family's sealed container. He then tasked the Shui trio with wielding the jade box to capture the attention of the main household's contingent, diverting them from their path. Meanwhile, he enlisted the Yushan thieves to provide covert support. In return for their assistance, Li promised to bestow upon the Yushan thieves the Liu family's long-accumulated wealth and to cede all of Liu family's territory in Guangling County to the Shui family. Liu Yi had resolutely decided that after this incident, he would depart from Guangling County. After all, having offended the Lin family, to linger here would be tantamount to courting death. However, before his departure, he was determined to seize sufficient benefits. The Lin family's pursuit had lasted for half a day. Yet the figures ahead fluctuated between proximity and distance, as if deliberately toying with them, until they ultimately vanished from sight. Is this a ploy to lure the tiger from its mountain? The leader of the Lin family, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced that they must hasten to the county town, for something ominous was surely afoot. The commander from the Lin family's main branch was also a master of the Outer Gang realm. In the original course of events, it was precisely the presence of 2 such masters that had prevented Liu Shanhe from having any avenue of escape. Yet now, with Lin Yi diverting 1 team, Liu Shanhe nearly succeeded in fleeing, saved only by the sacrifice of a tall companion who had risked his life to ensure Liu's capture. By the time the Lin family's main force arrived at the Liu family estate, the battle had long since concluded and corpses lay strewn across the ground. The entire Liu family has undoubtedly perished, just as the Lin family has met the same fate. Moreover, the manner in which the Lin family's warriors were slain is utterly horrifying. They were cleaved in 2 from head to toe. Such a terrifying display of swordsmanship. It appears to be a path steeped in dark arts. The middle-aged man leading the Liu household's faction narrowed his eyes in disbelief, astonished that such formidable practitioners of the dark arts could exist in this small county. Why should my uncle elevate the ambitions of others while diminishing his own prestige? A young man clad in white, with an air of disdain upon his countenance, remarked. It is likely that those inept individuals fought to a standstill with that traitor Lin Changhe, only to have someone else reap the benefits. Do not underestimate the collateral branches of the family. Despite their humble origins, the likes of 3rd and 7th are not to be trifled with in terms of skill. The middle-aged man retorted sternly, while it seems they sustained injuries at the hands of Lin Changhe. The one capable of slaying them and so many warriors is certainly not a mere simpleton. The young man scoffed lightly, though he dared not retort, his expression betraying a lack of belief. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly. His nephew, merely 22 years of age, had already ascended to the ranks of the renowned in the martial world, yet he was prone to underestimating the heroes of the realm. A folly that would inevitably lead to dire consequences. The warriors of the Lin family scoured the courtyard and subsequently reported, the family's secret chest has vanished. And we have meticulously verified the identities of the corpses present. Every member of the Liu family lies here, save for the 3rd young master, Liu Yi, who is nowhere to be found. Is it possible that Liu Yi murdered our kin and absconded with the secret chest? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, seemingly skeptical. How could this be? Before the warriors could respond, the young man exclaimed, according to our prior intelligence, Lu Yi is but 19, not yet 20. How could he possibly have slain so many of our Lin family? Though he had always regarded the collateral branches as worthless, he could not fathom that a youth, barely out of adolescence, could accomplish such a feat. Even he, a prodigy who had ascended the ranks, could not achieve that. The Lin family warriors remained stoic. Addressing the middle-aged man, we cannot dismiss the possibility of other skilled individuals lurking nearby. Yet the most plausible scenario is that Lu Yu killed our people and fled with the treasure. Can we track him down? The middle-aged man inquired coolly. He cannot have gone far, the Lin family warriors affirmed. After such a massacre, the heavy scent of blood will guide us, even with our eyes closed. We could follow his trail. Very well, lead the way. I shall pursue him personally. The middle-aged man declared gravely. Why must you take the field yourself, uncle? The young man interjected defiantly. He is merely a lad of under 20. Allow me to apprehend him. Await my good news. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Aware of his nephew's ever-ambitious nature, in a small and obscure county, a youth of little repute had slain many members of the Lin family, leaving the elder discontented. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized that at merely 19 years of age, even if Lu Yi possessed exceptional skills, the Lin family's warriors were not to be underestimated. Having taken so many lives, it was certain that he must have sustained injuries himself. With the strength of his nephew, complemented by the support of numerous warriors, he believed that no unforeseen calamities would arise. Not wishing to undermine his nephew's confidence by declaring that he was no match for Lu Yi, he nodded and advised. Exercise caution. Let the accompanying warriors test the waters regarding that youth's true capabilities. Should he prove formidable, retreat for the time being, and I shall personally deal with him. He was convinced that with his nephew's prowess, even if he were not Lu Yi's equal, he could escape without being hindered. After all, he was merely a 19-year-old from a remote county, devoid of significant resources or heritage. Even if he had trained since birth, what heights could he truly reach? The middle-aged man grew increasingly doubtful, contemplating whether Lu Yi had resorted to some underhanded methods to achieve such a high body count. In truth, his own power was not particularly formidable. The young man, accompanied by a group of Lin family warriors, pursued Lu Yi out of Guanglin County. After an entire day of relentless tracking, they arrived at the edge of a dense forest on a high mountain. He is within that mountain, exclaimed the leading Lin warrior. After a day of pursuit, he had become intimately familiar with Lu Yi's aura, clearly sensing that it had ceased to move and lingered deep within the mountains. Perhaps that youth could run no longer. The young man scoffed. I am eager to see what kind of person can emerge from such a small county. Damn it, another tattered garment. The Lin youth fumed as he beheld a piece of clothing hanging from a branch. Indeed, it was Lu Yi's attire. Yet it was merely a single piece. Since entering the mountains, they had searched for Lu Yi's clothing, trousers, and shoes, yet the elusive youth remained absent. This incited a profound rage within the young man, as if he were being toyed with. Are you certain that fellow remains in the mountains and has not escaped? He glared at a Lin family warrior. This warrior, nicknamed Earth Dog, possessed an exceptional ability. His sense of smell surpassed that of a dog. After undergoing the Lin family's specialized training, anyone whose scent he memorized could not escape his tracking for miles around. Earth Dog nodded. He has indeed not left the mountain. Had he done so, I would have detected it. However, it seems he has laid numerous false trails. His scent lingers in many places throughout the mountain, and I cannot ascertain his exact location. After a moment of hesitation, Earth Dog resolved to suggest, young master, perhaps we should first encircle the mountain and return to inform Lord Yu to send reinforcements. I have a nagging feeling that this youth is not as he seems. He appears aware of our pursuit and, rather than fleeing, has deliberately set traps. I fear there may be a scheme afoot. Absolutely not. I boasted to my uncle that I would return with that boy's head. How could I possibly slink back in disgrace? Lin Xin immediately erupted in anger. If that is the case, let us search separately. Signal me the moment you find that boy. I shall personally sever his head. The suggestion from the Earth Hound was undoubtedly the most prudent, yet Lin Xin was already consumed by rage. Furthermore, as a distinguished figure on the renowned list, could he truly not subdue a mere child younger than himself? In this vast world, there were only 108 on the list. If he were to suffer humiliation in this small county, where would he find the courage to show his face thereafter? The Lin family members split up, commencing their extensive search for Lu Yi's whereabouts. Suddenly, a Lin family warrior felt a tightness in his throat. A hand, as unyielding as iron, had seized him by the windpipe. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Do not move, or I shall crush your throat." It was Lu Yi. The Lin family warrior's heart sank. "I will ask questions, and you will provide answers. Misstep in your words, and it will cost you your life." The Lin family warrior nodded vigorously. Through their exchange, Lu Yi swiftly acquired the information he sought. As he had anticipated, upon realizing they had been deceived, the remaining members of the Lin family would not relent, and they possessed the means to track him down. What Li awaits are these individuals. Although Lu Yi has acquired the Lin family's secret box, he discovers that he is utterly unable to unlock it. Lu Shanhe, as a side branch of the Lin family, has spent over 20 years unable to unlock the secret box, let alone anyone else. Moreover, he dares not resort to forceful means, for such an approach would inevitably damage whatever lies within. Otherwise, having possessed the box for over 2 decades, he would have long since resorted to brute force. It is indisputable that those from the side branch remain unaware of the method to open the secret box. The sole glimmer of hope rests with the members of the main Lin family. Lu Yi captured several warriors from the Lin family in succession, and the information he extracted from them was uniformly consistent. They had sent merely a young lad from the inner strength realm to lead the effort to apprehend me. A clear demonstration of their contempt. After snapping the neck of yet another Lin family warrior, Liu dusted off his hands, remarking that had he known this would be the case, he need not have exerted so much effort in separating them. The only concern for Lu Yi was the martial artist from the Lin family at the outer gang realm. As for those beneath the outer gang, the more that came, the more would perish. In a one-on-one confrontation, Lu Yi was confident he could defeat someone at the mid-outer gang level. After all, he had already slain a mid-outer gang opponent, albeit in a wounded state, which affirmed his current strength. However, he feared being besieged during the battle, which prompted him to expend considerable effort in attempting to separate the members of the Lin family. Had he known that a mid-inner gang youth was leading the pursuit, he would not have gone to such lengths. Lin Xin, at the mid-inner gang level, held the 105th position on the martial ranking list and was known in the martial world as Cloud Turner. Those who made it onto the ranking list were undoubtedly extraordinary, yet Lu Yi had long ceased to regard anyone below the outer gang as a threat. Thus, he chose to reveal himself, standing directly before Lin Xin. Lu Yi? Lin Xin, staring in disbelief at Lu Yi's sudden appearance, struggled to comprehend that this young man was seeking his own demise. "I heard you were searching for me, so here I am." Lu Yi unsheathed his blood-drinking magical blade, which had already tasted considerable blood, its hue now more vibrant and eerie, instilling dread merely by its glance. "You, a mere ruler of a remote county, are unaware of your own insignificance." Lin Xin, incensed by Lu Yi's disdainful demeanor, declared, "Today, I will make you acutely aware of the chasm that lies between you and the martial practitioners on the ranking list." A formidable innate gang aura enveloped his hands. Lin Xin, known as Cloud Turner, prized not any weapon but his very hands. The martial art he practiced was the illustrious Lin family technique. The blue sea surging waves palm. 3 waves of the river. Lin Xin leaped forward, his palms infused with immense gang energy, crashing towards Lu Yi like a raging tide. This was a powerful technique from the blue sea surging waves palm, aptly named 3 waves of the river. Though it appeared as a single strike, it bore the force of 3 successive impacts, its power surging like relentless waves. Even if the opponent withstood the initial force, they would be relentlessly battered by the subsequent waves, leading to inevitable demise. Lin Xin was invariably confident in his family's palm technique and equally assured of his own prowess. He could almost envision Lu Yi being reduced to a mere puddle of mud beneath this strike. Yet, Lu Yi regarded the advancing Lin Xin with a frigid demeanor, slowly raising his magical blade. As the blade's aura coalesced, Lu Yi transformed into a merciless killing machine devoid of emotion. Without any embellishment, he swung down his blade. The god of death strike severed all in its path, a terrifying blow, further amplified by an innate talent that dictated life and death. Propelling its power to Lu Yi's voice remained as frigid as ever. Having effortlessly slain an outer realm warrior, he certainly felt no exhilaration in triumphing over a mere inner realm fighter. In truth, his blade could have easily claimed Lin Xion's life. However, this individual was not to be dispatched just yet. Lu Yi spared him, for his life still held purpose. Lu Yi's blade was truly swift, so swift that Lin Xion had not yet felt the slightest pain, even when his hand was severed and sent soaring into the air. It was only when he beheld his hand flying above him and glanced down to find his wrist bare and smooth that he let out a heart-wrenching cry. "My hand!" My hand. Intense agony surged through Lin's heart, causing him to writhe on the ground in torment. His martial prowess was concentrated in his hands, famously known as the cloud-turning hands. Now that his hands lay incapacitated, he felt utterly defeated. Lin would likely never comprehend how a mere youth from a small county could possess such formidable strength, capable of severing his wrist with a single stroke. It is important to note that he is enveloped in a protective aura, rendering him unafraid even of elite soldiers. Silence. Lu Yi furrowed his brow as he observed Lin Xin writhing on the ground in agony. With a casual kick, he rendered him unconscious. The reason Lu Yi spared this man's life, rather than ending it immediately, was not out of fear of the Lin family, but rather a calculated decision to utilize him in unlocking the Lin family's secret chest. As a direct descendant of the Lin family and a prominent figure on the esteemed roster, this individual has undoubtedly received substantial support from the Lin clan. It is reasonable to believe that he possesses considerable knowledge of the family's secrets, perhaps even including the method to unlock the concealed box. However, Liu has no intention of exerting effort to interrogate this person. Even if he were to divulge information, Liu would not place an ounce of trust in his words. Liu only trusts what he has witnessed with his own eyes. He possesses a secret weapon, the infinite life simulation device. For one day, he is pursued relentlessly, and after this day, the simulator will once again be available for use. After today, perhaps he will discover the method to unlock the mysterious box. Li hoisted the unconscious Lin Xin and set off towards a cave. As the moon reached its zenith, the hour of the rat passed, and the simulator became operational. Although the simulation can capture anything within his line of sight, Lu Yi harbored doubts about whether a deceased individual could be captured. Reluctant to take risks, he simply bandaged Lin Xin, granting him a temporary reprieve from death. While Lin Xin remained in a state of unconsciousness, Lu Yi utilized his final 400 simulation points to capture Lin Xin's life and commence the simulation. You were born into the Lin family of Pingqing, receiving family cultivation from a young age. At the age of 10, you achieved the body refinement realm. By 18, you reached the innate realm, prompting the family to host a banquet and arrange your engagement to a daughter of the Yingchuan Huangfu clan. At 21, you attained the inner strength realm, sweeping through the 18 mountain strongholds of Lianshan, ranking 105th on the human list. At 28, you fell in love with the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, Xiao Xianer, and during a fit of jealousy, you were killed by the third ranked on the human list, the unmatched divine blade, Xiao Jie, with a single strike. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 160 points. Simulation points gained, 160 points. Current simulation points, 160 points. You can retain one of the following options. 1. Pinnacle martial arts cultivation in the late inner strength realm. 2. High-quality elite soldiers, white jade gloves. 3. Life experience at the age of 28. 3. Li did not even glance at the other two options, opting for the third immediately. Subsequently, the experiences of Lin Xin's life flowed into Lu Yi's mind. Lin Xin's life was quite simple, essentially a standard template of a privileged scion, until he encountered a formidable rival who ended his life with a single blow. In Lu Yi's trajectory, Lin Xin was originally destined to die 6 years later. However, with Lu Yi's intervention, his demise was hastened by 6 years. The unmatched divine blade, Xiao Jie? Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. In the memories acquired, Lin Xin, who would have reached the late inner strength realm 6 years hence, was still slain without the chance to retaliate. It appears that the world indeed teems with masters. One must not underestimate the heroes across the land due to even slight accomplishments, lest one suffers a grievous loss. Within Lin Xin's 28 years of life experience, Lu Yi successfully discovered the method to unlock the Lin family's mysterious box. No wonder Lu Shanhe took over 20 years to no avail. Lu Yi took out the jade box adorned with gold edges and sighed softly. The design of this mysterious box is indeed exquisitely intricate. To unlock the secret compartment, one must successfully navigate 5 intricate mechanisms. A mere misstep in any one of them would trigger a reset, necessitating a complete restart. Furthermore, brute force is utterly futile. This jade box is crafted from a unique material, sealed with the true fire of a golden core by a martial arts master of the soul transformation realm. To forcibly open it, one would require the personal intervention of a martial arts master at the soul transformation level. Lu Yi took a deep breath and, employing the method gleaned from Lin Xin's memories, methodically activated the mechanisms one by one. With a click, as midnight passed, Beads of sweat had already formed on Lu Ye's forehead. Finally, after the fifth mechanism was engaged, a soft sound emanated from the jade box. Phew! Lu Ye exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Even with knowledge of how to unlock the jade box, it took him the better part of the night to achieve this feat. This underscores the difficulty inherent in opening the box. It is no wonder that Lu Shanha had spent over 2 decades in vain efforts. At this moment, even with Lu Ye's temperament, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Eager to discover what treasures lay within the secret chest that Lu Shanha cherished and for which the Lu family had persisted for more than 20 years. As the chest opened, it revealed only 2 items, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. One was a book with a blue cover, while the other appeared to be an ancient parchment map. Li first picked up the parchment map above, unfolding it to find that there was no indication of its purpose. Only a certain location on the map was circled with a red mark. Lu Yi scrutinized the map for an extended period before finally exhaling a deep sigh and remarking, "This map is indeed quite antiquated." It is no wonder that it took him so long to discern its nuances, for the topography depicted on the map differs significantly from that of the present day. Even the territorial extents of the 3 most formidable states, Qi, Chu, and Jin, are markedly dissimilar to what they are now. After much effort, Lu Yi finally located the present-day site of Donghai County on the map. It remains uncertain how long ago this map was crafted by its creators. As for the place circled and marked, Lu Yi scrutinized it for quite some time before he could ascertain that it was situated at the border between Beiki and Nanshu, in a region known as Zhejiang County. The map offered no indication of what might lie there. For the moment, he decided to tuck the map away, intending to explore Zhejiang County in person when the opportunity arose. Next, Lu Yi turned his attention to a book with a blue cover, and upon his glance, he found himself utterly captivated. The title boldly emblazoned on the cover read, "The Art of Embracing All Rivers." Lu Yi gasped in astonishment. This tome contained the renowned technique of the Lin family, the art of embracing all rivers. The Lin family possessed 2 fundamental martial arts. One was the Baichuan Huihai skill practiced by the branch family, while the other was the art of embracing all rivers, cultivated by the main lineage. Undoubtedly, the art of embracing all rivers was far more formidable than the Baichuan Huihai skill. Lu Yi once simulated the life of Lu Shanha, and that technique, the 100 rivers converging into the sea, is already a 3rd-tier martial art, equivalent to the 6th-tier techniques of the real world. Thus, what tier does the art of embracing all rivers belong to? Is it 8th tier or 9th tier? Li found himself overwhelmed with excitement and immediately opened the book in his hands to peruse its contents. After a lengthy examination, his expression shifted to one of peculiar astonishment, and after a considerable pause, he muttered to himself, "The art of embracing the seas and rivers? Is this not akin to the star absorption technique? The essence of the art of embracing the seas and rivers lies in utilizing one's own dantian as an ocean, perceiving the vital energy within others as flowing rivers, thereby absorbing their qi for personal gain. When mastered to a profound degree, one could even draw upon an opponent's power from several dozen paces away." In Lu Ye's perspective, this technique was extraordinarily sinister and cunning, surpassing many dark arts. Yet, the Lin family of Pengqing stands among the 8 great clans of the realm, not merely labeled as demonic entities. The reason for this, aside from the Lin family's restraint in not misusing this martial art, ultimately stems from their formidable strength. Such is the nature of this world. If one possesses sufficient power, others dare not speak recklessly. The Lin family refrains from wantonly employing this technique, not out of desire, but due to necessity. One reason is their concern for the reputation of their esteemed lineage, while another lies in the fact that the reckless use of this technique yields diminishing returns. The conversion rate is merely around 10%, and moreover, as martial artists cultivate different techniques, their qi attributes vary significantly. An excessive accumulation of foreign qi within the body can be detrimental, leading to chaotic energy and even fatal consequences. Thus, a particularly gifted ancestor of the Lin family devised the 100 rivers merging with the sea technique, which shares a common origin with the art of embracing the seas and rivers. This method not only enhances the conversion rate to approximately 50%, but also alleviates concerns regarding foreign qi. Martial artists practicing the art of embracing the seas and rivers, upon encountering a bottleneck, can absorb the qi from collateral martial artists to facilitate their breakthroughs. For many years, the collateral martial artists of the Lin family could be likened to humanoid elixirs, nurtured by the main family. No wonder Lu Shanha, in a fit of rage years ago, pilfered the Lin family's secret box and fled. Now, the coveted art of embracing the seas and rivers, which had occupied Lu Shanha's thoughts for over 2 decades, had found its way into Lu Ye's hands. Perhaps this is a manifestation of karmic retribution. As Lu Yi diligently studied the art of embracing the seas and rivers, a strange cry resonated from within the cave. How is this possible? How could you possibly know the method to open the secret box? It was Lin Xin, who had inexplicably awakened at some point, gazing at the open secret box beside Lu Yi with an expression of utter disbelief. It is no wonder he was so astonished. The method to unlock the secret box was a closely guarded secret of the Lin family, known only to the most core members within the main household. Lu Yi, a son of a side branch of the family who has been estranged for over 20 years, how could he possibly know the method to unlock the secret box? Not only do I possess the knowledge of how to open the secret box, but I am also aware of another matter. With a cold smile, Lu Yi approached Lin Xin, enunciating each word. That means you will die today. At that moment, the terror of death overshadowed all else. Lin Xin could no longer concern himself with how Lu Yi knew the method to open the secret box. As he witnessed Lu Yi advancing relentlessly, Lin Xin felt the specter of death drawing ever closer. In a frantic plea, he cried out, "Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I am a core member of the Lin family, held in high regard by the elders and nurtured for greatness. If you dare to take my life, the Lin family will never let you go." At this juncture, attempting to leverage the Lin family as a threat seemed futile. Lu Yi let out a cold laugh. The crimson demonic blade poised against Lin Xin's neck. "Do you think I fear the Lin family?" It was then that Lin Xin comprehended the truth. The man before him was a complete lunatic. Using the Lin family as leverage bore no effect. Wait. I will pay for my life. I have a Qianquan bag at my waist, filled with valuable items." Seeing that threats were of no use, Lin Xin hastily exclaimed, "If you take what is inside, spare my life." The Qianquan bag? Lu Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. A martial arts master who has transcended the realm of unity with heaven and earth can comprehend the forces of the universe, employing supreme techniques to carve out independent spaces and anchor them within other entities. The Qianquan bag is crafted based on this principle, possessing compartments of varying sizes to store items. Only those martial arts masters who have reached the realm of unity with heaven and earth can create such artifacts. Aside from the descendants of prominent families and powerful factions who can readily acquire them, it is exceedingly difficult for lesser powers and small clans to obtain one. For instance, within the Lu family, only Lu Shanha possesses a Qianquan bag, albeit one of modest capacity. Even Lu Yi does not own one. In contrast, Lin Xin's Qianquan bag boasts a significantly larger internal space than that of Lu Shanha. The foundation of the 8 great families is indeed not to be underestimated. Lin Xin's Qianquan bag contains not only an abundance of gold and silver treasures, but also numerous miraculous elixirs, and even a few elite soldiers. However, what captivated Lu Yi the most was a crystal stone, roughly the size of a fist. This crystal, entirely transparent, emanated a refreshing energy that coursed through his arm and into his dantian. Could this be a martial arts essence crystal? Lu Ye's gaze flickered as he recalled the martial Dao origin crystal, a unique gem reputed to assist warriors in absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing their cultivation. However, due to its monopolization by major factions as a strategic resource, such crystals were seldom disseminated, leaving Lu Yi only with hearsay, but never having encountered one in reality. What truly astonished him was not merely the crystal's ability to elevate one's cultivation. Rather, it was the sudden appearance of a line of text as his hand made contact with the martial Dao origin crystal. Energy absorption detected. Energy conversion simulation points, 100. Do you wish to absorb? Upon seeing this line of text before him, Lu Ye's heart surged with exhilaration. Absorb, he thought resolutely. Almost immediately, he felt a gentle warmth in his palm, and the martial Dao origin crystal vanished without a trace, while his simulation points underwent a remarkable transformation. The simulation points, which had previously dwindled to 0 due to extracting Lin Xin's life, now returned to a count of 100. Indeed, this martial Dao origin crystal could be directly converted into simulation points. With this crystal in hand, Lu Yi would no longer worry about insufficient simulation points in the future. Observing the changing numbers before him filled Lu Yi with a rush of excitement. Previously, he had fretted over the lack of a method to replenish his simulation points. fearing he would be unable to use the simulator for an extended period. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. The origin crystals within Lin Xion's Cosmos bag indeed transformed into simulation points. This marked Lu Ye's first encounter with a tangible object capable of converting into simulation points. Despite his previous attempts with various elixirs, ordinary and elite weapons, as well as treasures of gold and silver, none had proven effective. With an ample supply of simulation points, Lu Ye could not only amplify his simulation investments for better returns, but also redeem treasures that had long been available in the simulation shop. It is worth noting that the shop housed numerous valuable items, but due to his prior scarcity of simulation points, he had been unable to redeem them. Now that he had discovered a means to replenish his simulation points, Lu Ye could finally exchange for those coveted items. However, the martial Dao origin crystals appeared to be quite rare. Even within Lin Xion's Cosmos bag, there were merely 5 pieces. The total conversion would yield only 500 simulation points, just enough for a single high-stakes simulation and 2 standard simulations without additional investments. As for the notion of redeeming items, Lu Ye could only entertain the thought for the moment. "You've taken my Cosmos bag. Surely you can let me go now?" Lin Xion murmured from the ground, fearful that Lu Ye might turn hostile and eliminate him after taking his possessions. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I uphold fairness and integrity," Lu Ye replied. Lu Ye revealed a chilling smile that sent shivers down Lin Xion's spine. Initially, he had indeed intended to eliminate Lin Xion after opening the Lin family's secret box. However, at this moment, Lu Ye's thoughts took a different turn. He extended his hand and pressed his palm against Lin Xion's crown, proclaiming, "The treasures you possess are sufficient to secure your life. As for your martial prowess, I shall claim it for myself." No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming force surged from Lu Ye's palm. Lin Xion felt acutely aware of his own cultivation being drawn out of him like a raging flood breaching a dam, an experience he was not unfamiliar with. Yet, this time, he found himself on the receiving end of the absorption. "Is this the ocean of all rivers technique?" Lin Xion exclaimed in sheer terror, his voice a desperate cry. "This is impossible. How could you wield the ocean of all rivers?" Perhaps it was due to Lu Ye's acquisition of profound insights into human existence that endowed him with an extraordinary memory and comprehension. While it typically took the Lu family months to grasp the fundamentals of the ocean of all rivers technique, Lu Ye, after a mere glance, was already proficient in its usage. At that moment, his Dantian's Qi underwent a transformation, resembling a vast and boundless ocean, while Lin Xion's power was akin to rivers, frantically absorbed by the ocean within Lu Ye. Although there was no concern regarding the issue of foreign energies when absorbing Lin Xion's strength, Lu Ye had not cultivated the technique of converging rivers into the sea, limiting the conversion of his own power. Even with a similar origin, he could convert less than 20% of it. Moreover, possessing merely mid-stage internal vigor, the assistance to Lu Ye, whose Qi far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, was minimal. Even after complete absorption, Lu Ye's cultivation did not advance. He merely found his Qi more substantial, devoid of his martial prowess. Lin Xion collapsed to the ground like a desiccated corpse. His eyes were vacant, and he yearned for death. He understood that his fate was sealed. With his hands rendered useless, there might still be miraculous elixirs to restore him. Yet with his entire cultivation obliterated and his Dantian's Qi shattered, it seemed that even a celestial being could not save him. At this moment, Lin Xion longed for death, for to a warrior, becoming a cripple was undoubtedly more terrifying than death itself. Nevertheless, Lu Ye was a man of his word, unwavering and just. Those he sought to kill could not be rescued, and those he chose to spare, even in conflict, would not meet their demise. Lu Ye not only shattered his legs, but also dislocated his jaw, rendering him incapable of even biting his tongue to end his own life. This cave, nestled in the most secluded part of the mountains, bore witness to a profound solitude. Not a single soul, nor even the faintest shadow of a ghost could be seen. The only thing Lin Xion could do was to slowly succumb to the overwhelming agony and terror enveloping him. As he sat within the cave, the esteemed martial artist Lin Xion found himself weeping alone. Regret washed over him, a deep yearning to have never provoked this harbinger of death, and to have insisted that his uncle lead the expedition. Yet, alas, it was far too late for remorse. After Lu Ye departed from the cave, he proceeded to eliminate all the Lin family warriors who were still searching in the depths of the mountains. Now, among the 2 groups dispatched by the Lin family, only one individual remained. Lin Changjian. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of lethal intent flashing within them. Lin Changjian was the middle-aged man leading the Lin family's expedition, and in Lu Ye's eyes, he was marked for death. By slaying him, Lu Yi would ensure that no one from the Lin family's delegation to Guangling County would survive. Even with the Lin family's considerable influence, extricating themselves from this predicament would likely require a significant amount of time. Otherwise, if news of the Lin family's complete annihilation were to reach them, Lu Yi would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the Lin clan. Though Lu Yi has always exuded confidence, he is far from being arrogant. He does not believe that his current strength can directly contend with the Lin family, one of the 8 great clans of the realm. Additionally, it is worth noting that Lin Changjian is a bona fide outer gang realm warrior. Absorbing his cultivation would be immensely beneficial to Lu Yi. Although Lu Yi has already acquired the Lin family's all-embracing technique, he is reluctant to recklessly absorb the powers of other martial artists until he resolves the issue of the foreign true qi. For Lu Yi, only a Lin family warrior of the same origin would serve as a true boon. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Changjian must not be allowed to survive. At this moment, Lin Changjian remains in Guangling County. 2 days have passed, yet no news has emerged. The contingent led by Lin Xin seems to have vanished without a trace, leaving a sense of unease stirring within Lin Changjian. It is impossible, with Xion's strength and a formidable cadre of warriors accompanying him. Even if they encountered an outer gang master, they should have been able to retreat unscathed. Lin Changjian shook his head, dispelling the disquiet from his thoughts. That boy is merely the son of the traitor Lin Changha, a mere lad from a remote county. How could he, at the tender age of 19, possess the might to slay Xian and his retinue? Despite his skepticism, Lin Changjian resolved that if no news arrived by the following day, he would take it upon himself to investigate. Just then, he felt a sudden chill at his neck, as a gust of fierce wind swept past. A curved blade, gleaming with a sinister crimson hue, silently approached his throat. Prior to the adversary's strike, Lin Changjian had not even sensed their presence, indicating that their stealth and assassination techniques had reached an extraordinary level. However, Lin Changjian, a warrior of the outer gang realm, was not to be underestimated. In a moment of dire peril, he did not even turn his head. With a mighty shout, he summoned his inner qi, causing it to surge around him. Although he was only at the mid-stage of the outer gang, his qi had yet to fully coalesce into a protective barrier, only safeguarding his torso. The assailant's blade technique was exquisite, deftly avoiding his protective qi and targeting his neck directly. In that instant, Lin Changjian's body inexplicably surged upward a few inches, causing the curved blade, which had been aimed at his throat, to strike directly against his protective qi. The impact felt as though he had been collided with by a colossal beast. The weapon in his opponent's hand felt less like a curved blade and more akin to a mountain-splitting axe. The tremendous force of the clash threw Lin Changjian off balance, causing him to stagger forward a few steps before regaining his footing, a metallic taste filling his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he turned to look, he saw that his assailant had not pursued him but stood still, brandishing a strange curved blade, their face concealed by a mask, rendering their identity unrecognizable. "Are you one of the Qinglong Society?" Lin Changjian inquired gravely. "My Lin family has never had any enmity with the Qinglong Society. Who seeks my life?" Though the attire of his opponent did not conform to the typical garb of assassins from the Qinglong Society, he remained wary. Yet, the silent infiltration and the alarming assassination skills, such prowess is likely unmatched in the world, save for the Qinglong Society. The intruder was, of course, not an assassin from the Qinglong Society, but rather Lu Yi. He donned a mask to conceal his identity, never anticipating that this disguise would lead others to mistakenly believe he was affiliated with the Qinglong Society. However, this misunderstanding was not entirely erroneous. For Lu Yi's infiltration and assassination techniques were indeed derived from the experiences of a genuine assassin of the Qinglong Society, making it a legacy of theirs. Regarding Lin Changjian's strength, Lu Yi conceded that he had underestimated the capabilities of an external martial artist. He was taken aback when his originally lethal strike was effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. The recoil from the counterattack left his arm tingling, rendering him unable to pursue further. Since his identity had been misinterpreted, Lu Yi took delight in embracing this misconception to confuse his adversary. The Qinglong Society has a presence everywhere, and when the King of Hell demands your life at midnight, who dares survive until dawn? Lu Yi's voice, deliberately disguised to sound deep and hoarse, conveyed. As a member of the Lin family, you must be aware of our Qinglong Society's code. We do not betray the information of our patrons. His impersonation of a Qinglong Society assassin was so convincing that even Lin Changjian, or a true member of the Qinglong Society, would find it impossible to discern the truth. His expertise was rooted in the life of a bona fide assassin from the Qinglong Society. Indeed, he was an assassin from the Qinglong Society. Lin Changjian's expression darkened, and he chose not to engage in further conversation. He understood that since the opponent was an assassin from the Qinglong Society, any further dialogue would be futile. The Qinglong Society has never had an assassin who failed to complete a mission. Failure equates to death. It is either the target or the assassin who must perish. From the moment the mission is accepted, it is a matter of life and death between them. The only way to resolve this is to eliminate the assassin. The Qinglong Society never seeks vengeance for an assassin's failure. The useless are destined for demise, unless a new assassin undertakes the mission. The Qinglong Society will never exact revenge for personal grievances. Die! Lin Changjian bellowed, launching an attack at Lu Yi. Although he had managed to fend off Lu Ye's strike at the critical moment, he had sustained considerable injury. The blade of the killing god, coupled with the unique talent that triples the lethal impact of a strike, was not easily countered. Even an external martial artist must treat such an attack with utmost caution. Moreover, given that Lin Changjian had been ambushed, it was fortunate for him to have retained his life. Now, he felt a surge of pain coursing through his meridians upon utilizing his qi. Even unleashing his qi outward was a challenge. Reluctantly, he had to resort to close-quarter combat with Lu Yi. While the Qinglong Society remains shrouded in mystery, outsiders only know its name. Lin Changjian, being a member of one of the 8 prominent families, possessed a certain understanding of the Qinglong Society. As the largest assassination organization in the realm, the Qinglong Society boasted 365 branches, mirroring the days of the year, and claimed to be omnipresent. The assassins of the Qinglong Society differed from ordinary martial artists in that they dedicated considerable time and effort to mastering techniques of assassination and infiltration. Consequently, they often lacked proficiency in direct combat, with many assassins specializing in a single martial art. Judging by the current scenario, this particular assassin undoubtedly excelled in knife techniques. Thus, Lin Changjian's attention was entirely fixated on Lu Ye's right hand gripping the knife, especially after the formidable strike that had left a profound impression on him. To his astonishment, after exchanging several blows, Li executed a feint with his right hand, swiftly followed by a palm strike from his left hand aimed directly at Lin Changjian's chest. The heart-piercing palm. Lin Changjian was caught off guard by this sudden attack and could only summon his protective energy to absorb the force of the blow. Although the heart-piercing palm was no longer as effective against opponents with protective energy, failing to shatter their heart as it once did, its power remained as piercing as a steel needle, penetrating Lin Changjian's protective barrier. With a muffled sound, Lin Changjian felt the insidious and malicious force of the attack jolt his internal organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, while several of his ribs shattered under the impact, and his protective energy crumbled. At that moment, Lu Yi seized Lin Changjian's shoulder with a sudden grip, a mysterious pulling force emanating from his palm. The ocean-embracing technique. Lin Changjian was well acquainted with this force, filled with both astonishment and fury. Who are you? How do you possess my Lin family's ocean-embracing technique? Lin Changjian attempted to counter with the same technique, but his continuous injuries rendered him incapable of resisting the pulling force emanating from Lu Ye's palm, as a searing pain coursed through his meridians. Meanwhile, Lu Ye's grip, as unyielding as iron, held Lin Changjian firmly in place. Sensing the power radiating from Lin Changjian, Liu slowly sheathed his curved blade and removed the mask from his face with his other hand. Lin Changjian suddenly recognized the remarkably youthful visage beneath the mask, which bore a striking resemblance to Lin Changhe, the traitor who had defected from the family over 2 decades ago. Lu Yi? The name suddenly emerged in Lin Changjian's mind. Lu Yi? You are Lu Yi. Lin Changjian's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and despair. He had never encountered Lu Yi before, yet upon seeing him, those 2 words manifested in his heart. The appearance of Lu Yi signified that the hunting party led by Lin Xin was likely facing dire consequences. Lin Changjian could not fathom how Liu had managed to slay so many of Lin Xin's men and stealthily return to Guangling County. Moreover, why had he employed the Lin family's Haixin Baichuan technique? Indeed, it is I. A cruel smile curved upon Lu Ye's lips. You are the last remaining member of the Lin family. Now, descend into the afterlife to join your kin. All of Lin Changjian's martial prowess was absorbed and transformed by Lu Yi. With a forceful grip from Lu Ye's palm, Lin Changjian's heart veins shattered, and he collapsed onto the ground. The strength of a martial artist at the outer gang realm was truly extraordinary. Although the conversion rate was less than 20%, it still enabled Lu Ye's cultivation to break through to the mid-inner gang realm. Just a step away from reaching the late inner gang realm and forming a protective aura enveloping his entire being. Regrettably, Lu Yi did not find any martial Dao origin crystals within Lin Changjian's Qianquan bag. Perhaps the crystals were too precious, or Lin Changjian had used them all for his cultivation. This left Lu Yi feeling a sense of disappointment. The two squads of Lin family warriors had been completely annihilated, including two outer gang realm fighters and a rising star who had made it onto the ranking list. Although Lu Yi had silenced everyone, no one knew who was responsible for such a significant event. Nevertheless, the news swiftly returned to the Lin family. In Pengcheng, at the Lin family patriarch's residence, the Lin family, a local tyrant in Pengcheng, was beyond the reach of the northern Qi government. Just the main residence occupied nearly a third of the city's land. Inside the patriarch's residence, several elders gathered, their expressions grim. A mere Guangling County has cost my Lin family 2 outer gang clan members, a rising star on the ranking list, and over 100 family warriors. An elderly man, with gray hair and a dragon-headed cane, slammed his cane on the ground and spoke in a heavy voice. How shall I report this to the patriarch and our ancestors? Elder, it is impossible for anyone from Guangling County to have killed so many of our Lin family members, another elder interjected. It is likely that other forces have set their sights on our Lin family's secret stash and have acted in the shadows. This was indeed the most reasonable conjecture. Investigate. We must uncover the culprit. No matter the cost, whether it be from Tianji Pavilion or Fengyu Tower, we must find the person responsible. The elder barked in anger. In 3 months, it will be the 400th birthday celebration of our ancestor. I absolutely will not allow anyone to slap the Lin family in the face at this time. The power of the top-tier forces is truly astonishing. In an effort to uncover the perpetrator before the 400th birthday celebration of the Lin family patriarch, the Lin clan not only dispatched numerous skilled individuals for both overt and covert investigations, but also expended great resources to enlist the aid of both the Tianji Pavilion and the Fengyu Tower. The Tianji Pavilion and Fengyu Tower are renowned as the foremost organizations among the world's elite forces. The Tianji Pavilion is reputed for its ability to predict fate and discern fortune from misfortune, even concerning past and future events. In contrast, the Fengyu Tower is an intelligence organization with a network of informants spread throughout the world, claiming that no information is beyond their reach, provided one can afford the cost. With the combined efforts of these 3 top-tier forces, they were able to ascertain the identity of the culprit in less than 10 days. Along with the name of the suspect, the Lin family also received the latest ranking list from the Tianji Pavilion. Name: Lu Yi. Age: 19. Nickname: Bloodslaughter. Demon Blade. Ranking: 96th. Cultivation level: Mid-Inner Strength Martial Arts. Nameless Demon Blade Technique: Heart-Urging Palm Technique. Lin family all-encompassing method: Suspected weapon: Blood-Sucking Curved Blade. Suspected high-grade weapon. Achievements: Slayed the 105th on the original human list, Cloud-Turning Hanlin Xin, and defeated Lin Changjian, a mid-outer strength martial artist from the Lin family. Although Lu Yi had silenced all witnesses at the scene, the Tianji Pavilion and Fengyu Tower managed to reconstruct the sequence of events through the traces left behind, various pieces of information they gathered, and their enigmatic predictive methodologies. They not only deduced Lu Ye's cultivation level, but also identified the martial arts he practiced. This level of prowess is simply breathtaking. Lu Yi? Lu Yi. The Lin family's elder trembled with rage as he clutched the list in his hands. He had now uncovered Lu Ye's true identity as the son of Lin Changhe, who had once defected from the family. This father-son duo was indeed the Lin family's natural adversaries. First Lin Changhe, and now Lu Yi. I have long maintained that we should impose strict control over those side branches to prevent them from causing trouble for our Lin clan. The elder declared sternly. Issue a family order for the pursuit of Lu Yi. Any clan member who kills Lu Yi shall be rewarded with an elevated family status. For any outsider who brings Lu Ye's head to our Lin family, they shall be rewarded with 1,000 pieces of gold and the choice of one martial art below the Xian level. In Beiki, at the Mingjian Manor, a young man clad in white also held the freshly minted ranking list, tossing it aside after a glance. Li Xiang, is that newly ranked young man your enemy? He casually inquired of another young man standing behind him, without turning his head. Indeed, fourth young master. That detestable Lu Yi is the mastermind behind the annihilation of my Li family members. The young man behind him exclaimed with indignation. My Li family has established itself in Guangling County for several centuries, only to face total destruction in a single night. Aside from myself, who was sent to Mingjian Manor for training, there are no survivors left in my family. As he spoke, his sorrow deepened, and he suddenly knelt before the young man, weeping uncontrollably. That wretched fellow employs cruel methods, far more sinister than those of the demonic path. I beseech you, fourth young master, to seek justice for my Li family. Please rise, the young man urged. Your Li family has steadfastly supported my Mingjian Mountain Manor for many years. During the fierce battle against the Five Poisons sect, your family contributed greatly. Rest assured, my Mingjian Mountain Manor will not turn a blind eye to this matter. The young man waved his hand dismissively, however. This is not the opportune moment. My third brother is about to compete against the celestial master of Longhu Mountain. I am bound to accompany him to Nanchu shortly, and I truly cannot spare the time. Those behind him revealed their disappointment upon hearing this. Do not despair, even if I do not intervene. That scoundrel will not last long. He has slain so many members of the Lin family, they will not let him escape unscathed. The young man chuckled. The Lin family's elder is soon to celebrate his 400th birthday. Fear not, that wretch will not survive beyond 3 months. The Lin family will certainly not allow such a miscreant to disgrace them on the rankings. The latest rankings have been released. Let us take a look. What is there to see? It has only been a month. How much of a change could there be? Indeed, it is not trivial. Observe. Divine Blade Xiahou Jia has slain remnants of the demonic path and has surged into the top 20. And in 96th place, there is a newcomer, a practitioner of the inner force realm. It has been quite some time since we have seen anyone of that level enter the top 100. Who might this newcomer be? How audacious to have slain members of the Lin family and still make it onto the list. Could he be a remnant of the demonic path? As the crowd discussed the newly released rankings, they noted that the introduction of Lu Yi was quite rudimentary. It lacked any substantial information regarding his background, and there were numerous inaccuracies in the details of his martial arts and weaponry. This was to be expected, as all those involved in that incident had been silenced by Lu Yi. The details surrounding that event were merely conjecture, inevitably containing errors. Furthermore, Lu Yi had only just managed to squeeze into the top 100, rendering him not particularly noteworthy. Apart from the commission from the Lin family, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the Wind and Rain Tower did not invest considerable effort in his ranking on the list. The human ranking is one of the 3 prestigious lists, Heaven, Earth, and Man, published by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Although it is attributed to the pavilion, its creation is a collaborative endeavor with the Wind and Rain Tower, a fact that is no secret within the martial world. The heavenly ranking records those great masters of martial arts who have condensed their law manifestations, totaling 36 individuals. The Earth ranking chronicles the martial masters who have achieved the martial golden elixir, numbering 72. The human ranking lists promising talents under the age of 35. Those who surpass this age or attain the semi-divine master realm of the unity of heaven and man automatically fall off the list. Additionally, enterprising individuals have attempted to emulate the 3 lists, creating various rankings such as the Divine Weapons list, the Beauties list, and the Heroes of the Jianghu list. However, the influence of these unofficial lists pales in comparison to the esteemed Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and Wind and Rain Tower as offerings. The 3 lists of Heaven, Earth, and Man are recognized by the 3 major powers of the contemporary world. For many martial artists, ascending to one of these lists is an immense honor, with numerous practitioners willing to engage in fierce battles, often resulting in grievous injuries, for a position on the list. Yet, for Lu Yi, he has no desire to be ranked, at least not at this moment, as he is burdened by a trail of blood debts that follow him. Lu Yi encountered the freshly released list of prominent figures while en route to Zhejiang County. Upon spotting his own name on the list, his countenance darkened instantaneously, akin to the deepest coal. Previously, he had confidently paraded toward Zhejiang, believing that all witnesses had been silenced by his hand, leaving no traces of his whereabouts. However, the revelation of his name on the list compelled him to reconsider his approach. Fortunately, Lu Yi possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding disguise techniques gleaned from his life experiences, allowing him to adopt a simple facade that would render him unrecognizable. His visage appeared gaunter, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, and a scar gracing his forehead. all of which conveyed the essence of a battle-hardened individual, seemingly in his mid-20s. No one would associate the man before them with a mere 19-year-old scion of a family. The Tianji Pavilion and the Wind and Rain Tower truly lived up to their reputations as the four great organizations of the world, Lu Yi mused, realizing he had underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes. After donning his disguise, he reflected on the list in his hand, astonished that despite his meticulous efforts to eliminate witnesses, someone had uncovered his identity in such a brief span of time. Thankfully, he had the habit of gathering information on the martial world upon arriving at new locales, which allowed him to discover the newly published rankings. Had the Lin family found his trail first, the consequences could have been dire. The top 100 on the list comprised martial artists of the Outer Vigor realm and above. The Tianji Pavilion and the Wind and Rain Tower evidently held him in high regard, placing him within the top 100. Li smirked as he stroked his chin, pondering the formidable abilities of those ranked above him. The top 10 were all figures of the 5 Qi returning to Origin Realm, tantalizingly close to achieving the revered state of unity with the heavens, becoming esteemed masters of martial arts admired by all. Presently, however, Lu Yi found himself considerably distant from that level. Interestingly, 6 years hence, the man known as the unparalleled Divine Blade, Xiaojia, would only just be breaking into the top 20 of this list, still bearing the moniker of Divine Blade, without the unparalleled distinction. This was the sole familiar name Lu Yi could recognize among the rankings. As for others, such as Jade Buddha Kong Xian, Little Celestial Master Zhang Lingyun, and Sword Young Master Yi Beihan, while their names resonated powerfully, Lu Yi had no acquaintance with any of them. At this juncture, Lu Yi remained far from the echelon of such figures. Nevertheless, he believed that with his unique advantages, he would not require an inordinate amount of time to catch up to them. After all, he possessed an external aid that set him apart from others, did he not? The destination of Lu Ye's journey is the county seat of Jiujiang, situated at the border of the Qi and Chu kingdoms. He is eager to uncover the secrets concealed within the map that the Lin family has inherited for at least several centuries. In addition to altering his appearance to evade detection and avoid attracting the Lin family's pursuit, Lu Yi has also modified his martial arts techniques significantly. On his way to Jiujiang, he engaged in several simulations and acquired numerous valuable items through these exchanges. One of these is a 2-star sword technique. 7 stars falling into the sky, which unleashes 7 sword chi, each targeting the vital points of an opponent with unparalleled ferocity. He also obtained an intermediate talent called left-handed sword, which grants a 30% increase in power when employing sword techniques with his left hand. Although it may not seem as impressive as the intermediate talent One Strike to determine life and death, which boasts a 300% attack power enhancement, it only applies to a single strike. In contrast, the left-handed sword talent, while offering a mere 30% boost, has an indefinite duration. This means that once combat begins, the talent remains active throughout the entire encounter, proving its practical utility to be on par with, if not superior to, One Strike to determine life and death. Furthermore, Lu Yi acquired a high-quality, exquisite weapon, the Panua sword, though it is slightly inferior to the fully evolved blood-drinking demon blade. It serves as a commendable choice given the latter's propensity to reveal his identity. Thus, Lu Yi has completely transformed into a left-handed swordsman, adept at wielding a blade stained with the blood of his foes. No one would associate a left-handed swordsman with the notorious blood-killing demon blade from the rankings. Lu Yi has adopted a new name, one that evokes memories of a past life, Yi Tian. The swordsman Yi Tian strides forth in the direction of Jiujiang County. Jiujiang County, situated at the border between the northern Qi and southern Chu kingdoms, lies within the territory of northern Qi. However, as a buffer zone between the two realms, the control exerted by the northern Qi authorities here is notably tenuous. Furthermore, due to its location at the intersection of the two nations, a multitude of merchants frequent this area, rendering it a bustling hub of commerce. Its prosperity far surpasses that of Lu Ye's former home in Donghai County. Among the 6 major factions in the realm, both the Chao Gang and the Yin Gang have established branches here. The Beggars Sect, which survives by alms, and the renowned Qianjin Yixiao Tower, known for its brothels, are also present. Additionally, numerous local gangs, both large and small, thrive in this region. The power dynamics in Jiujiang County can be described as intricate and multifaceted. Before Lu Yi had even entered the city of Jiujiang, he had already gathered a considerable amount of information regarding the circumstances in Jiujiang County. Currently, Lu Yi found himself at a ferry landing known as Tianshui Ferry. situated 50 miles outside the city of Jiujiang. At this ferry, there was an establishment called Tianshui Tavern. In the twilight of the evening, Lu Yi found himself indulging in wine while seeking information regarding Zhejiang County. However, his drinking was far from tranquil today. A group of unexpected intruders stormed into the tavern, wreaking havoc and leaving it in ruins. The target of their aggression was a towering man, robust and muscular, possessing the prowess of the inner strength realm. His pursuers were also formidable masters of the same realm. In Guangling County, such mastery was considered elite. Yet Lu Yi had already encountered 4 individuals of this caliber before even entering the county town of Jiujiang. These men appeared to possess significant influence. The tavern owner, despite the destruction of his establishment, dared not protest, and the patrons within the tavern avoided the scene as if it were a plague. The colossal man, under the relentless assault of the 3, had sustained considerable injuries. Clutching his chest, he spoke in a grave tone. "Gentlemen, we have worked together for many years. Will you not spare my life?" He continued, "This place is merely a ferry port. I vow to depart Zhejiang County by boat and never return." An elderly man shook his head with a heavy sigh. "Brother Tai, it is not that we lack loyalty, but you have seduced the leader's wife and plotted against his wealth. We cannot allow you to leave alive. It would be a poor account to give upon our return." Fury ignited in the man's eyes as he retorted, "That is a baseless accusation. That woman summoned me to the rear courtyard, claiming the leader had matters to discuss. Do not speak further. We wish to hear no more of this." Seemingly unwilling to allow the discussion to continue in such a public space, a woman of moderate beauty interjected sternly, "You must either surrender and explain yourself to the leader, who may, out of respect for your past contributions, grant you mercy, or we shall be compelled to bring back your head as a token. Returning is tantamount to death. I, Tai Zhong, have lived honorably, never wronging another. How could I return like a dog, tail between my legs, begging for pity?" The man roared, his inner energy surging, hair standing on end as he prepared for a fight. The other 3 exchanged resigned glances before gearing up to act. The 4 charged at each other, on the verge of a fierce clash. At that moment, a streak of light flashed through the air. A wine cup, imbued with tremendous energy, soared between them like a meteor, forcing them back with its formidable presence. "Who dares to interfere?" the elder exclaimed, quickly scanning the surroundings. From a corner emerged a lean young man, bearing a scar across his forehead, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age. This was none other than Lu Yi, having altered his appearance. "You have disturbed my drinking." Lu Yi's voice, now deeper and more chilling than before, resonated through the tavern. The trio exchanged glances before one lanky individual stepped forward, bowing slightly. "We of the Flying Tiger Gang seek to eliminate traitors. We ask for your understanding." "I reiterate, you have interrupted my drinking," Lu Yi stated once more. Before the slender bamboo pole could finish speaking, Lu Yi abruptly interrupted him. Lin Yi was certainly aware of their identities. Otherwise, he would not have stood up. He had never been one to meddle in others' affairs. In recent days, he had gathered considerable information regarding the various martial arts factions in Zhejiang County. Besides the prominent branches of the Chaobang and Yanbang, there were numerous smaller gangs in the region. Among those worthy of note, with external-level masters at their helm, there were 7 in total, collectively referred to as the 3 gangs and 4 doors. The Feihu Gang is one such faction among these. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Lu Yi, as an outsider, would inevitably provoke a backlash from the local powers. Initially, this situation had caused him some concern. But upon seeing the individuals before him, an idea suddenly sparked in Lu Yi's mind, utilizing one to benefit another. The 4 prominent leaders of the Feihu Gang's external halls, Taizhan Hall Master Taizhong, Qingzhou Hall Master by Qingzhou, Ziyue Hall Master Zihua, and Chihu Hall Master Hubugui, were all present today. Although Lu Yi maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, he was secretly contemplating his next move. The 4 external halls of the Feihu Gang, alongside 2 internal halls, were led by masters of the internal level. Among them, Taizhong, the leader of Taizhan Hall, was notably upright and magnanimous. Through his investigations, Lu Yi had heard numerous merchants praising Taizhong, claiming that he never exploited them and treated his brothers well. He was indeed a rare character. Lu Yi's involvement stemmed not only from his own calculations, but also from a favorable impression of Taizhong, believing him to be a person of value. When the name of the Feihu Gang was mentioned, the other party showed no signs of respect. The 3 hall masters understood this well. The opponent was either a fool unaware of the implications or someone deliberately seeking trouble. Regardless of perspective, they did not seem foolish, which indicated a clear intent to provoke. Could it be that Tai Zheng had summoned this troublemaker? However, seeing Tai Zheng's astonished expression, it was evident he had no connection to this individual. The three hall masters exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by Lu Yi's origins. The most composed among them, Chihu Hall Master Hubugue, clasped his hands and said, "I am unaware of your background, but few dare to disregard the Feihu Gang's authority in Jiuzhong County. Should you wish to meddle in our affairs, it would be wise to reconsider." This statement carried a subtle firmness, laced with a hint of threat. The rather attractive Ziyue Hall Master Zihua then smiled playfully at Lu Yi, saying, "Young man, do not be deceived by Tai Zheng's seemingly upright demeanor. He is not as virtuous as he appears. He has seduced the leader's wife and embezzled the gang's assets. Tell me, do you think he deserves to be punished?" Lu Yi, however, remained utterly unmoved by beauty. Casting a cold glance at the purple flower, he remarked, "If I were to assert that he should not be slain, would you then seek to execute me as well?" Lu Yi's words were exceedingly rude, akin to striking the faces of the three hall masters. The Feihu Hall was a premier force in Jiuzhong County, and these hall masters were figures who could shake the ground with a stamp of their feet. They were not accustomed to such insolence. Hubugue's expression darkened like stormy waters, and the smile on Zihua's face vanished, her eyes glimmering with cold light. Bai Qingzhu, filled with fury, shouted, "How dare you utter such nonsense? Who is this audacious fool that dares to meddle in the affairs of my Feihu gang?" Although the three were initially perplexed by the identity of the individual before them, the Feihu gang had never feared anyone within the confines of Jiuzhong County. "Very well," Lu Yi replied with a gentle smile. As soon as the words left his lips, his sword was drawn. A soft sword, as delicate as a cicada's wing, transformed into 7 shooting stars, each targeting a vital point on Bai Qingzhu's body. One sword became 7 stars, and the 7 stars fell from the heavens. The most terrifying aspect of this sword technique was that each strike was an illusion, yet simultaneously a reality. If one chose to defend, the illusion could become reality. If one chose not to defend, the reality could become illusion. The interplay of the virtual and the real. The transformation of truth and falsehood. Unless one could simultaneously break through the 7 stars, being struck by even a single blow would prove fatal. In that moment, Bai Qingzhu was indeed in a state of chaos. Upon witnessing the 7 stars burst forth before him, he frantically managed to defend against 4 of them, but he was utterly unprepared for the other 3. Even more terrifying was the fact that Lu Yi's sword pierced through his protective true energy as if it were mere paper, leaving 3 bloody holes in his body. In the next instant, Lu Yi's sword was poised against Bai Qingzhu's throat. Cold sweat trickled down Bai Qingzhu's back, and the other 2 hall masters dared not make a move. Even a blind man could see that, despite being of the same internal strength, there was a vast chasm separating this individual from them. Lu Yi had no intention of taking Bai Qingzhu's life. Otherwise, with a single stroke, he could have ended him. At this point, Lu Yi's prowess against opponents of the same caliber could only be described as overwhelming. Now then, Lu Yi gently pressed the sword forward. Is it still true that Tai Zheng is seducing the gang leader's wife and stealing from the gang? No, it is not. Bai Qingzhu felt a trickle of blood seeping from his neck, aware that a single misstep could cost him his life. He hurriedly replied, "I do not know who that scoundrel is, spreading such lies. Hall Master Tai is an upright man, and the brothers in the gang have always held him in high regard. How could he possibly commit such acts? Indeed, I have long insisted that we should ascertain the truth rather than jump to conclusions that would dishearten our brothers," Hubugue remarked, his face betraying a grave seriousness. "I have always sensed that cunning Vixen was no good. She must have embezzled the gang's assets and, fearing exposure, framed Hall Master Tai." Zihua's face regained its enchanting smile. "You see, the matter is as simple as that." Liu turned to Taijing with a light laugh, saying, "In this world, it is the strength of one's fist and the swiftness of one's sword that determine what is just. This realm is one governed by the law of the jungle." Taijing remained silent for a long moment before he sighed deeply. "I beseech you to spare their lives. After all, they have been my associates for many years and are merely following orders." Upon hearing this, the 3 hall masters displayed expressions of heartfelt emotion. "Oh, you are quite the man of honor," Lu Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow with a soft chuckle. "Are you truly content to bear the weight of infamy? To live a life akin to a dog, perpetually hunted and unable to hold your head high?" I am not content. Taijing gritted his teeth, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. But what does it matter? As you said, it is the strength of one's fist and the swiftness of one's sword that dictate justice. His own fists were indeed not as formidable as that of the Flying Tiger Gang's leader. Otherwise, he would not have had to flee under cover of night. I may be able to assist you. Lu Ye's smile resembled a devil's temptation. Should you be willing to wager everything? If successful, you shall become the vice leader of the entire Flying Tiger Gang. If you fail, however, you shall pay with your life. Many external martial artists had perished at Lu Ye's hands, though he would not disclose this to Taijing. What he sought were subordinates not only skilled, but also possessing the courage to gamble their very lives. Upon hearing Lu Ye's proposition, it became evident to Taijing and the other 3 hall masters that this man's ambition extended beyond them. He aimed for the entirety of the Flying Tiger Gang. Such audacity! The Flying Tiger Gang had dominated the Zhejiang County for many years and was one of the 3 gangs in 4 doors, with its leader, Hu Tianba, being a martial artist of the external realm. Although this individual before them possessed remarkable martial prowess, he was ultimately an internal realm warrior, a full rank below the external realm. What confidence did he have to take on the Flying Tiger Gang? Neither Taijing nor the 3 hall masters could fathom it. Yet this did not deter Taijing from deciding to ally with Lu Ye. As Lu Ye had stated, he might escape with his life today, but he would have to live the rest of his days like a dog, unable to lift his head. Taijing, once a hall master, was unwilling to become a cowardly failure, hiding in the shadows. Very well, I shall follow you, Taijing declared, gritting his teeth and nodding emphatically. But I implore you to spare the ordinary brothers of the Flying Tiger Gang. Rest assured, I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Li replied with a faint smile before turning to the other 3 hall masters. He sought to leverage the power of the Flying Tiger Gang to assist him in uncovering the secrets of the map, not merely to create a facade. While these 3 hall masters might not ascend to the status of Lu Ye's trusted inner circle like Taijing, they nonetheless could serve his purposes. Although they did not believe that Lu Ye, an internal realm warrior, could stand against Hu Tianba, an external realm warrior, they were acutely aware that circumstances often overshadow individual capabilities. No matter how formidable Hu Tianba was, he remained confined within the city of Zhejiang. Yet Lu Ye's sword loomed ominously before them. Should they dare utter a single word of dissent, the consequences would be all too predictable. Lu Ye, upon observation, does not strike one as a person of mercy. Indeed, the matter at hand reflects an injustice perpetrated by the leader, and we voice our discontent on behalf of Hall Master Tai. Hu Bugue stroked his gray beard, speaking in ambiguous terms. Should you choose to champion Hall Master Tai, we shall not intervene. Bai Qingzhu nodded in agreement. I am but a frail woman. What opinions could I possibly hold? Zihua giggled charmingly, asserting that she would not trouble you in the least. These 3 hall masters are shrewd individuals. Though compelled by circumstances to acquiesce to Lu Ye, they did not make any binding commitments, merely stating they would not obstruct him, but were reluctant to openly aid him. As long as these 3 do not recklessly seek their own demise, that suffices. As for a mere external realm practitioner, Lu Ye hardly regards him as a threat. There have been more than one external realm warriors who have met their end at his hands. In the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang in Zhejiang County, Hu Tianba gazed discontentedly at the 3 hall masters who returned empty-handed. What is this? You 3 failed to capture Taijing? A man seated beneath Hu Tianba scoffed. It is said that the 4 external hall masters share amicable relations. Perhaps some among them, recalling past friendships, deliberately let Taijing escape. The 4 external halls of the Flying Tiger Gang and the 2 internal halls are as follows. The Personnel Hall, responsible for the mobilization of gang members, and the Finance Hall, overseeing the management of the gang's assets. The 2 internal hall masters are among Hu Tianba's most trusted confidants. Though they hold the same rank as the external hall masters, their status within the gang is subtly superior. Zhao, do not slander us, Bai Qingzhu retorted angrily. We merely find the situation suspicious. Hall Master Tai has always been well regarded. It is unlikely he would engage in such despicable actions. Hu Tianba's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. So, you are implying that you find my actions to be unjust? We dare not. Hu Bugue clasped his hands before Hu Tianba. We simply encountered someone while pursuing Taijing, who claimed to have words for the leader. As his words fell, 2 figures entered the main hall, one of whom was none other than Taijing, the hall master of Iron Mountain, who had been wanted by the Flying Tiger Gang. Remarkably, Taijing trailed behind another individual, appearing almost as a subordinate. Taizheng, how dare you return? A voice rang out, seize this traitor. At the sight of Taizheng, both internal hall masters erupted in fury, rising to their feet to shout. Yet Hu Tianba, a man of formidable stature, discerned at once that the true focal point of the day was not Taizheng, but rather the young man who entered the Flying Tiger Gang's headquarters as if it were his own backyard. Are you the person the three hall masters spoke of? Hu Tianba inquired coldly. What message do you bear for me? Nothing much, Lu Yi replied with a gentle smile. I merely believe that the Flying Tiger Gang's rewards and punishments are indistinguishable, a stagnant pool. It is time for a new leader to take the helm. A single utterance sent shockwaves through the room. Who would dare to utter such blasphemous words in the grand hall of the Flying Tiger Gang? The two inner hall leaders were immediately filled with fury, while the three outer hall leaders instinctively took a step back. Yet, Hu Tianba maintained his composure and inquired in a deep voice, Pray tell, who might you be? He could not fathom that one bold enough to voice such audacious claims within the Flying Tiger Gang would lack formidable backing. In that instant, Hu Tianba surmised that the individual before him must possess significant influence. This was none other than the renowned swordsman of Sanjiang, Yi Tian, famously known as the meteoric quicksword. Iron Zhang, standing behind Lu Yi, then spoke up, relaying Lu Ye's fabricated background. Yi Daxia has come to seek justice for me. Iron Zhang, I have served the Flying Tiger Gang with unwavering loyalty over the years, contributing my efforts, if not my achievements. Yet the leader, misled by a woman's slander, has not even bothered to investigate before seeking my life. This is intolerable, and my brothers within the gang share my sentiment. Iron Zhang declared with conviction, Yi Daxia is absolutely correct. If the Flying Tiger Gang is to flourish, it requires new leadership. Known for his integrity and fair treatment of subordinates, Iron Zhang held great esteem within the gang. His bold proclamation caused the members of the Flying Tiger Gang to exchange uncertain glances. Furthermore, the ambiguous stance of the other three outer hall leaders exacerbated the tension. In a fleeting moment, over 80% of the gang's members quietly withdrew to the sidelines, leaving only the two inner hall leaders and their loyal followers encircling the scene. Iron Zhang, are you plotting a rebellion against me? Even Hu Tianba could no longer contain his anger, glaring at the remaining three outer hall leaders. And what about you? Do you intend to rebel as well? The three leaders exchanged glances before responding in unison. We dare not. But we implore the leader to clarify matters with Yi Daxia first. These astute individuals recognized that even if Lu Yi were to lose to Hu Tianba, as long as they did not overtly rebel, they could band together, leaving Hu Tianba powerless against them. Should the gang lose 4 leaders of the inner realm in one fell swoop, the Flying Tiger Gang would inevitably fall prey to other factions in Zhejiang County. Hu Tianba would never willingly part with the gang he had painstakingly built. Now, it all hinged on the outcome between Lu Yi and Hu Tianba. Very well. Hu Tianba bellowed furiously, I shall see who possesses the audacity to create chaos within my Flying Tiger Gang. With that, he withdrew a massive tiger-headed, gold-backed broadsword from behind his seat, a weapon that appeared to weigh several hundred pounds, indicative of his reliance on brute strength. Simultaneously, Iron Zhang stepped forward, his voice resonating like thunder. Yi Daxia, leave those two sycophants to me. You focus on dealing with Hu Tianba. Agreed. Lu Yi did not hold back, slightly nodding before unsheathing the Pan-Yu sword from his waist. The Pan-Yu sword, a soft sword as delicate as a cicada's wing, rested at his side like a mere belt when not in use. Upon witnessing Lu Yi wield such an ethereal weapon, Hu Tianba's expression grew notably graver. Typically, martial artists prefer weapons that possess a certain heft. While not necessarily heavy, a degree of weight is essential to ensure they do not falter in a direct confrontation. Thus, those who dare to wield a weapon that appears to weigh less than 3 taels are either foolish or truly skilled. Hu Tianba, unable to ascertain his opponent's strength, relied on a long-held truth from his years in the martial world. Strike first and avoid calamity. Hence, before Lu Yi could make a move, he swung his hand, unleashing a 3-zhonglong blade aura. This initial stage of external vigor marked the limits of the early external realm. Once the aura surpassed 3 zhang, it would ascend to the mid-external stage. Though Hu Tianba's great circular blade was heavy, it felt weightless in his hands. The several hundred gene of the tiger-head golden-backed great circular blade whirled with ferocity, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Hu Tianba's formidable presence in Zhejiang County was not merely the result of boastful claims. Though his status had led him to engage less in personal combat in recent years, his prowess had not waned. The ferocious swordplay he executed, reminiscent of a tiger's descent, was his renowned technique, the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. At that moment, Liu Ye's Panyu sword shimmered with the brilliance of vitality. The sword danced like a shooting star across the vast expanse. The sound of clashing steel echoed as Hu Tianba's overwhelming assault forced Liu Yi to retreat several steps. Internal vigor? Initially, disbelief flickered in Hu Tianba's eyes, swiftly replaced by unbridled fury. How dare a mere practitioner of internal vigor come to provoke the Flying Tiger Gang? Was he attempting to mock him? Hu Tianba had been cautious due to his uncertainty about Liu Ye's strength, but after their initial clash, he discovered that his opponent's vigor merely enveloped the weapon, lacking the capacity to extend outward. This realization incited his rage. Had he been away from combat for too long that even the most trivial of challengers dared to confront him? Who claimed that internal vigor could not contend with external vigor? Liu Yi maintained an expression of calm indifference, dismissing Hu Tianba's bravado. Hu Tianba regarded Liu Yi with disdain. A mere practitioner of internal vigor posed no threat as long as he could project his own vigor outward. Just like before, Liu Yi could not approach him. As Hu Tianba prepared to strike once more, he suddenly sensed a significant lightness in the tiger-head, golden-backed, great circular blade he wielded. Bewildered, he turned to inspect the blade, only to find a deep fissure had inexplicably appeared, swiftly extending from the tip to the entirety of the blade. With a mere flick of his arm, the entire blade shattered into a myriad of fragments. It was not that his blade had become lighter, rather, the entire sword had shattered, leaving only a smooth hilt clutched in the grasp of Hu Tianba. As the 7 stars of Liu Yi fell through the vast expanse, each blade aimed directly at the most vulnerable points of the human body. This principle applies equally to weaponry. Although Liu Ye's vital energy could not be unleashed outward, his strikes needed to be executed in close proximity to Hu Tianba. Yet, in the recent clash, Liu Yi skillfully directed each thrust at the weakest spots of Hu Tianba's protective energy, inflicting grave wounds upon the formidable great ring knife that Hu wielded. This tiger-headed, gold-backed great ring knife, despite its imposing appearance, was merely a low-grade refined weapon, incapable of withstanding the shockwaves generated by Liu Ye's vital energy. No matter how exquisite or domineering one's swordsmanship may be, it requires an actual blade to manifest its full potential. In the fleeting moment of Hu Tianba's astonishment, Liu Yi, like a wraith, drew near with astonishing speed. His sword transformed into 7 stars, piercing toward the 7 vital points of Hu Tianba's body. Accustomed to wielding a knife, Hu Tianba found his combat prowess diminished significantly with his weapon shattered, leaving him unable to defend against Liu Ye's exquisite swordplay. He could only muster his vital energy to form a protective barrier around himself, hoping to suppress Liu Ye's assault through an external force. However, though Liu Ye's vital energy could not be projected outward, its quality and quantity were in no way inferior to that of a practitioner in the external vital energy realm. The sounds of piercing echoed as Liu Yi's longsword effortlessly breached Hu Tianba's protective barrier, leaving 7 transparent puncture wounds upon his body. Liu Yi had dispatched more than one opponent of the external vital energy realm, while a mid-level adversary might require considerable effort to defeat. A novice in the external realm was easily within his grasp. With a thunderous crash, Hu Tianba's robust form collapsed. He could scarcely have imagined that after years of tyranny in Zhejiang County, he would meet his demise at the hands of a practitioner still within the internal vital energy realm. Meanwhile, on another front, Taizheng also embraced a vigorous and forceful approach. Facing 2 opponents of the internal vital energy realm simultaneously, each punch he threw radiated an aura of invincibility, disregarding his own injuries like a raging bull. Under his formidable presence, the 2 opposing chiefs found themselves momentarily subdued, despite their numerical advantage. Upon witnessing Hu Tianba's fall, the 2 inner hall chiefs became increasingly frantic, their techniques losing coherence. Die! Taizheng bellowed, his muscles swelling as he unleashed both fists, striking the chests of the 2 inner hall chiefs with such immense force that he killed them simultaneously. Indeed impressive. Liu Yi observed this scene with a glint of admiration in his eyes. Although Taizheng could not match his prowess, he was nonetheless a formidable contender within the internal vital energy realm. Coupled with his character, he was certainly worthy of cultivation. Our leader is dead. Zhao and Qian are dead. It's over. Our Flying Tiger Gang is utterly finished. The demise of Chief Hu Tianba and 2 inner hall leaders plunged the members of the Feihu Gang into utter chaos. Those who had been close confidants of Hu Tianba, fearing retribution, secretly incited other members to create turmoil. At that moment, Taizheng bellowed, "Silence." He declared that the heroic Yi had promised him to only punish the instigators and would not hold ordinary members accountable. He then cast a glance at Lu Yi. Taizheng proved to be a remarkable individual, recognizing that stabilizing the hearts of the people was of paramount importance. As for the looming retribution, would those who stoked discord evade justice indefinitely? Lu Yi seized the opportunity to bolster Taizheng's stance, proclaiming, "Indeed, I stand for Chief Tai today, not only out of respect for his character, but also out of indignation towards Hu Tianba's misguided actions. Now that Hu Tianba has perished, I shall never hold the remaining members accountable." The crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing Lu Ye's words. The instigators, witnessing the lack of turmoil among the members, dared not surface again. However, the Feihu gang was the culmination of the hard work and dedication of its leaders and brethren. Though Hu Tianba was gone, the gang could not simply dissolve. Li approached the chief's throne, gently tapping the table with his fingers before boldly sitting down. His gaze swept across the assembly, and with a smile, he declared, "Though I may lack merit, I am confident I shall lead the Feihu gang far better than Hu Tianba, who was so arbitrary in his judgments. Today, I shall assume the position of chief and become the new leader of the Feihu gang." Who is in favor? Who is against? As his words echoed, the members exchanged glances, recognizing the obvious intent behind his declaration. Yet, with the bodies of Hu Tianba and the two inner hall leaders still present, who would dare to voice dissent? In this world, it is the strength of one's fist and the swiftness of one's blade that dictate reason. Chief Iron Mountain, Taizheng, pledges allegiance to Yi as the new leader. Taizheng was the first to respond, kneeling before Lu Yi with a stature reminiscent of an iron tower. Chief Red Fox, Hu Bugui, Chief Green Bamboo, Bai Qizhu, Chief Purple Moon, Zihua. We all pledge allegiance to Yi as the new leader of the Feihu gang. Following Taizheng, the other three outer hall leaders echoed their support. With the four chief leaders in agreement, the remaining members dared not voice any opposition. From this day forth, Lu Yi was rightfully recognized as the spokesperson of the Feihu gang within the triad of the Sanbang and Simon in Zhejiang County. Since Lu Yi has ascended to the position of the new leader of the Flying Tiger gang, it is only fitting that he establish new regulations. With the demise of the two inner hall masters, Lu Yi has opted to abolish the inner hall entirely, retaining only the three outer halls. The Iron Mountain Hall, originally led by Taizheng, has also been disbanded, with Taizheng promoted to deputy leader, overseeing all matters within the gang and becoming Lu Ye's trusted confidant. Following the dissolution of the inner hall, the personnel of the outer halls will no longer be subject to arbitrary reassignment. Instead, the three outer hall masters will have the autonomy to make their own decisions. The outer halls will no longer be required to surrender their entire monthly income. Rather, a portion will be submitted according to their territory and revenue. Lu Ye's intention behind these changes was to focus on cultivating a reliable group of loyal subordinates, rather than managing a larger, more chaotic assembly. However, this decision inadvertently augmented the power of the three outer hall masters, much to their delight. Initially, they had anticipated that Lu Yi, upon gaining power, would diminish their authority. Although they had not supported the former leader, Hu Tianba, they were also not aligned with Lu Yi. Taizheng's favorable position was a result of his elimination of the two inner hall masters. The three masters, having navigated a delicate balance, were not expecting to receive the same treatment as Taizheng. They would have been content with merely retaining their power without significant reduction. Now, with their influence not only intact but indeed enhanced, the three masters are filled with exhilaration. The scale of Lu Yi indeed surpasses that of Hu Tianba by more than a mere fraction. Li held no regard for the so-called power of the Flying Tiger gang, nor did he aspire to clutch this ephemeral authority in his grasp. Such power, in his eyes, was nothing but a fleeting illusion. Although Hu Tianba wielded considerable influence, Taizheng's esteemed reputation incited his fear of being overshadowed by the latter's ability to garner the loyalty of the gang's members. Thus, he resorted to slander and treachery. Yet where were his allies now? In death, not even a single soul dared to stand up for him. In a world that reveres martial prowess, lacking strength renders any semblance of authority as mere castles in the air, easily toppled. Lu Yi had always perceived this truth with clarity and would never allow the allure of trivial gains to blind his vision. In the once dominant study of Hu Tianba, a vivid painting of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain adorned the wall. Standing before this artwork, Liu clenched his fist gently. Rather than chase after the insubstantial allure of power, he placed his faith in the might of his own hands. In this realm, the fist embodies authority. As long as one possesses formidable strength, power becomes attainable. A powerful strike equates to influence. A true man cannot endure a day without power, provided that his fists are strong enough. Lu Yi had unwavering faith in his own strength, in his blades and swords. Thus, with Hu Tianba now deceased, he stood here as the victor. Of course, some things could be relinquished, such as portions of the Flying Tiger Gang's power and wealth. He needed to leverage the manpower and resources of the gang to uncover clues regarding the map. Being a newcomer with insufficient roots, he sought to ensure that his subordinates performed diligently. Thus, he intended to use wealth and authority to win their loyalty. However, certain treasures could only be enjoyed by Lu Yi alone, such as the 20 martial Dao crystals he discovered during his audit of the gang's accounts. This treasure was something he would never share with anyone. Outside the study, Tai Zheng knocked and entered, carefully cradling a box in his hands, which contained the martial Dao crystals Lu Yi had instructed him to retrieve. These crystals were typically monopolized by the major factions. Yet, in the prosperous trade of Zhujiang County, the Flying Tiger Gang, a minor force of little renown, had amassed as many as 20 over the years. 20 crystals equated to a staggering 2,000 simulation points. This discovery was undoubtedly the most delightful surprise Lu Yi had encountered since taking control of the gang. Though Tai Zheng's physique resembled an iron tower, he was no mere brute devoid of intellect. Despite the immense temptation the martial Dao crystals posed to warriors, he understood that everything he possessed was a gift from Lu Yi, who could reclaim it at any moment. Therefore, after placing the enticing box of crystals down, he refrained from a single glance and proceeded to report on the situation within the gang. As per the leader's instructions, Hu Tianba's private reserves would be allocated to enhance the welfare of the brothers. The remuneration for the outer members of the gang has been raised by 1 or 2 taels each month, while ordinary members will see an increase of 5 taels. The relocation allowance has escalated from 20 to 100 taels. Before Tai Zheng could finish, Liu waved his hand, interrupting him. You may discuss these matters with the 3 hall masters. You are all seasoned members of the gang, and I trust you to handle these affairs. Thank you for your trust, gang master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Tai Zheng replied, feeling a surge of emotion. He continued, there is one individual who requires your personal intervention. As soon as he spoke, a beautiful woman entered from the study. She appeared to be no older than 30. Possessing a stunning visage and a graceful figure, her eyes captivating like hooks that ensnared the heart. A mere glance from her could leave one entranced. Your servant is honored to meet you, Gang Master Yi. The woman gazed intently at Lu Yi, her eyes brimming with desire and allure, her voice enchantingly melodic. This is the beloved wife of Hu Tianba, Tai Zheng hastily explained. She is the one who, under Hu Tianba's orders, conspired against me. Tai Zheng, despite his deep-seated animosity towards her, considered that throughout history, heroes have often been enamored by beautiful women, especially one so irresistibly alluring. Given that Gang Master Yi had come alone to Zhujiang County, perhaps he would indeed require the services of such an attentive woman. Thus, he suppressed his personal feelings and presented the woman to Lu Yi. However, he misjudged Lu Yi. The latter was never one to be swayed by mere beauty, let alone to accept the remnants of another's life. Upon learning of her identity, he subtly furrowed his brow. With her husband recently deceased, her flirtatious demeanor was akin to a ticking time bomb. How could Lu Yi possibly allow her to remain close to him? Lu Yi cannot forget how Lu Shanhum met his demise. Enough, I have no interest in this woman. Lu Yi waved his hand impatiently, instructing, this woman is yours to deal with. You may leave now. Tai Zheng was taken aback by his words, and upon reflecting on Lu Ye's previous actions, distributing all the wealth amassed by Hu Tianba to the gang and entrusting power to himself and others, his expression became increasingly animated. Not greedy for riches, not swayed by desire, nor enamored with authority, with a person of such caliber, what is there to fear in achieving great success? Once Tai Zheng and the woman departed, Lu Ye's gaze shifted towards the box of martial arts crystals. What beauty, what wealth, what power! In Lu Ye's eyes, all of these are mere illusions. Only this box of martial arts crystals represents the most significant gain that stirs his heart. Lu Yi, unable to contain his excitement, hastily grasped the martial arts essence crystal in his hand and transformed it entirely into simulation points. In recent simulations, Lu Yi has experienced a streak of fortunate outcomes. acquiring numerous valuable items and amassing a significant number of simulation points. Originally, he obtained 5 martial Dao crystals from Lin Xin, which were converted into 500 simulation points. This sum has now risen to 800. Before him lie 20 martial Dao crystals, and upon their full conversion, you will gain an additional 2,000 simulation points, bringing Liu Ye's current total to an impressive 2,800 points. This marks one of Liu Ye's rare moments of affluence. Despite his indifference toward power and wealth, he gazes at the balance of his simulation points and cannot help but chuckle softly. Liu Ye understood that converting simulation points into tangible strength was of utmost importance. Otherwise, no matter how many simulation points one possessed, they would merely remain a collection of meaningless numbers. Before Liu Ye lay 2 paths. One was to directly use simulation points to purchase items from the marketplace. This approach bore no risk, yet the returns were also predetermined. The other path involved investing a substantial amount of simulation points into the simulation itself. While this could yield immense rewards, it also harbored the potential for total loss if fortune did not favor him. Liu Ye has always been a person who embraces risk, firmly believing that one reaps what one sows. The greater the investment, the more substantial the reward. Furthermore, his fortune has never been particularly adverse. Thus, without much hesitation, Liu Ye poured an unprecedented 2,400 simulation points into this endeavor, leaving behind a mere 400 points as a safety net in case of total loss. This level of investment was unprecedented for him. Hence, he approached the selection of his initial talents and background with utmost caution. Ultimately, Liu Ye chose the initial background of heir to the demon path and the initial talent demonic flames rising. Indeed, Liu Ye opted for the path of the demons, as its martial arts are known for rapid advancement and immense power, albeit often accompanied by significant side effects. However, as long as the repercussions do not inflict direct harm to the body, he is perfectly willing to accept them. His mind, having absorbed countless life experiences, has accumulated wisdom comparable to that of ancient beings in the realm of spiritual enlightenment. Previously, with just 150 simulation points, he acquired the formidable martial art god of Death's Blade. Now, having invested a full 2,400 points for the dual blessings of demonic talents and background, what bountiful rewards might await him? Liu Ye's anticipation grew fervently. You are the disciple of the ancient demon sect, the blissful heavenly demon palace, dedicating your life to reviving the demon path. At 18, your talent for demonic flames ignited, leading you to discover a fragment of the 4-star martial art 6 paths of heavenly demons within the ruins of the ancient demon sect. By 23, you had emerged as a young leader within the demon sect, ranking 3rd on the esteemed list. At 25, you created the 3.5-star martial art All Directions, All Kill, severely wounding several renowned masters of the righteous path. At 26, you issued a challenge to the top-ranked swordsman, Divine Sword Xie Xiaofeng of the Sword Manor, stirring the martial world. That same year, you faced Xie Xiaofeng atop the summit of Tiantai Mountain, ultimately falling to his cunning technique, Heavenly Deception. Tragically, you met your demise atop the mountain. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 500 points. Simulation points earned, 500 points. Current simulation points, 900 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 4-star martial art 6 paths of heavenly demons fragment. 2. 3.5-star martial art All Directions, All Kill 3. Life experience at the age of 26. Indeed, one reaps what one sows. As Liu Ye beheld the lines of text before him, he was overwhelmed with excitement, clenching his fists in exhilaration. A fragment of a 4-star martial art, a complete 3.5-star martial art, all for an investment of 2,400 simulation points. Truly a remarkable value. It is worth noting that acquiring a 3-star martial art in the marketplace typically requires a minimum of 10,000 simulation points, a level equivalent to earthly martial arts in the real world. Even more astonishing to Liu Ye was the identity of the person simulated, Xie Xiaofeng of the Sword Manor. In the depths of Liu Ye's eyes, a flicker of brilliance shone forth. This name, even the most uninformed individual could not possibly remain ignorant of, the former master of the renowned Sword Mountain, the foremost of the 5 great sword sects. The illustrious divine Sword Xie Xiaofeng, the god of swords, unparalleled in the world, a true embodiment of supremacy. This name has held the pinnacle position on the heavenly ranking for over a century. Time, with its relentless passage, has witnessed countless heroes and prodigies arise. Yet the three characters Xie Xiaofeng have steadfastly maintained their dominion over the heavenly ranking, impervious to any challenge. Initially, the sword god was simply the wielder of an invincible divine sword, not yet recognized as the god of swords. The evolution of Xie Xiaofeng's title occurred at least 200 to 300 years ago, and his name graced the mortal ranking at least 500 to 600 years prior. It is astonishing that this simulation has conjured forth an individual from centuries past, though the tides of time have shifted. Liu remains unaware of the name of this formidable practitioner of the demonic path from centuries ago. However, Liu understands that anyone bold enough to challenge Xie Xiaofeng must undoubtedly be a contemporary luminary. This demonic master, having crafted his own martial arts by the tender age of 20, is surely a figure of remarkable talent and brilliance. 2. After a moment's hesitation between the first and second options, Liu ultimately opted for the latter. The martial art that required tens of thousands of simulated points for exchange was sufficient to compel him to forsake any life experiences. Among the two martial arts options, although the 6 paths of heavenly demonic melody bore a higher rating, it was merely an incomplete fragment. In contrast, all directions kill constituted a complete martial art. Despite its rating of only 3.5 stars, based on Liu Ye's understanding of demonic martial arts, this did not imply inadequacy in power. Rather, the significant side effects likely warranted the lowered rating. Should one disregard the side effects, it would indeed be a bona fide 4-star martial art, equivalent to the celestial level martial arts of the real world. Moreover, Liu Yi vaguely sensed that to ascend to the status of a true top-tier martial artist, he must carve out his own path in the martial arts realm, rather than perpetually relying on the experiences of others. Thus, he chose this martial art, created by the demonic master, hoping to glean insights that could aid him in the future development of his own unique techniques, laying a foundation for his eventual creation of martial arts. Upon making his selection, a torrent of information flooded Liu Ye's mind. In an instant, he felt as though he had transformed into multiple beings, each employing distinct techniques of fists and kicks. In that moment, it seemed as if Liu Ye's presence filled the entire world. He was the sovereign of all, the harbinger of annihilation, the omnipotent and ubiquitous supreme existence. With a command of heaven and earth, all directions kill. Unleashed, the realm witnessed an era devoid of life throughout ancient and modern times. Up, down, left, right, kill. Across the ages, kill. In the primordial universe, kill. All existence, kill. In the realm of the demonic path, there exists no being that I cannot vanquish, nor can any evade my wrath. With the essence of this formidable martial art coursing through my mind, I feel the chilling sweat trickle down my brow as I grasp the sheer terror encapsulated within this technique. The 10 Directions of Annihilation exemplifies a martial prowess that rivals the standards of 4-star martial arts, signifying a celestial level of skill. Celestial martial arts, in essence, transcend their terrestrial counterparts, harnessing far greater energies from the cosmos. The 10 Directions of Annihilation is even more fearsome, merging cosmic energy with an indomitable killing intent, thereby enabling the creation of numerous martial avatars. When unleashed to its fullest potential, it manifests 10 formidable martial avatars, each executing the devastating heavenly killing fist, with the power to obliterate the very fabric of existence itself. However, the repercussions of wielding such a technique are profoundly severe. If the 10 Directions of Annihilation, despite its formidable might, were not encumbered by significant drawbacks, it would not be relegated to a mere 3.5-star rating. The summoning of each martial avatar demands an immense expenditure of the practitioner's strength and murderous intent. This not only imposes a tremendous burden upon the practitioner, but also risks the overwhelming killing intent clouding their judgment. Should one attempt this technique without sufficient strength, the outcome is often fatal, either succumbing to madness or exhausting oneself entirely. Though this martial art boasts the title of 10 Directions of Annihilation, even the master who conceived of this technique could only summon a maximum of 7 martial avatars. The ideal execution of the 10 Directions remains an unattainable dream, as the creator themselves perished before realizing its full potential. Liu Yi mentally envisioned the intricacies of this martial art. Upon reaching the stage of the 3 divine martial avatars, he found himself drenched in cold sweat, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, while an undercurrent of pulsating pain coursed through his meridians. Liu Yi was acutely aware that his current limit lay in the ability to condense 3 martial avatars. Should he attempt to forcibly summon a 4th, his meridians would surely shatter, leading him into the perilous depths of madness. Nevertheless, 3 martial avatars were sufficient. The augmentation of these avatars was not merely a matter of addition. Each additional avatar represented another Lu Yi launching a full-force strike from a distinct angle, a phenomenon far more terrifying than simple arithmetic. Although he could only summon 3 avatars, this martial art surpassed the prowess of the god of killing single strike, becoming Lu Ye's most formidable weapon. However, employing this technique drained his vitality, leaving him bereft of combat power afterward. Even Lu Yi refrained from using it lightly, reserving it for critical moments. It was worth noting that even a master of the demonic path, who had condensed 7 martial avatars, had once fallen to Xiaofeng. The prowess of the world's top experts was truly awe-inspiring, prompting Lu Yi to sigh in contemplation. The more he learned, the more he realized the vastness of the world and his own insignificance. In Guangling County, he had felt invincible, only to discover that his strength was trivial in the grander scheme of things. In hindsight, he felt a strange gratitude towards the warriors of the Lin family. Had they not forced his hand, he might have lingered in Guangling County far longer. However, at that moment, Liu had no time to ponder the past or future. For 3 hall masters and the deputy leader had come to seek his audience. Reporting to the leader, Tai Jing's expression was grave. Wasting no time, he clasped his hands in respect and stated directly, "Recently, the Sanning Society and the Wild Horse Gang have been incessantly encroaching upon our territory. As of today, we have lost 3 gambling houses, 6 taverns, and 1 marketplace to them. Leader, they are taking advantage of the internal turmoil within the Feihu gang. You cannot stand idly by." The other 3 hall masters echoed his sentiments. Their thoughts were straightforward. They were not as deeply trusted as Tai Zheng and were, at best, mere hired hands. Although Lu Yi had decisively vanquished Hu Tianba and seized control of the Feihu gang's assets, if he failed to lead the gang towards growth and prosperity, and instead allowed it to be bullied by other factions, they would inevitably seek new fortunes elsewhere. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Yi gently tapped his fingers on the table, a cold smile gracing his lips. 3 Heroes Society? Wild Horse Gang? They seek their demise before I even have the chance to confront them? These local factions of Zhejiang County were already encompassed within Lu Ye's plans for action. The territory of Zhejiang County was indeed vast, several times larger than the city of Guangling where Lu Yi originally resided. Even the Flying Tiger Gang merely occupied a small fraction of Zhejiang County's expanse. The likelihood of uncovering any clues to the map in such a confined area was exceedingly slim. The Flying Tiger Gang had been searching diligently under Lu Ye's orders for several days, yet they had yielded no results. Instead, their extensive mobilization had left their defenses vulnerable, allowing the other 2 factions to encroach upon their territory. To continue the search effectively, it was imperative to expand their territory and bolster their ranks. Zhejiang County was home to 2 distinct factions, one comprised of external powers such as the Chao Gang and the Salt Gang, which had established branches in the region, and the other consisting of indigenous local forces. Lu Yi was not yet capable of contending with giants like the Chao and Salt Gangs. Although these formidable factions maintained only inter-gang martial artists in their Zhejiang branches, it was not due to a lack of strength but rather because their power was overwhelming. Even a mere postnatal martial artist stationed there would deter any would-be challengers. In his current state, Lu Yi was far from being able to challenge such titanic forces without risking exposure of his identity. This left only the local factions as his targets. Initially, Lu Yi had intended to wait until the Flying Tiger Gang was thoroughly stabilized and their territory meticulously searched before taking action against the other local forces. However, with adversaries now brazenly seeking confrontation, Lu Yi would not hold back. He issued a command for all gang members to assemble at the main hall that very night. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickered within. "Tonight, the entire gang shall strike. Let them see our might." The 4 individuals surrounding him displayed solemn expressions upon hearing the decree. Little did they expect that Lu Ye's inaction would lead to a full-scale conflict. Unleashing the full might of their gang, they could almost taste the impending bloodshed in the air. It had been far too long since Zhejiang County witnessed a battle that fully engaged the strength of a gang. Conflicts between factions were typically resolved through negotiations or, at most, minor skirmishes. Tonight, however, was destined to be drenched in blood, potentially altering the very landscape of Zhejiang County itself. The 4 were taken aback by Lu Ye's audacity. As martial artists, they felt a thrill coursing through their trembling hands. In the dead of night, at the headquarters of the 3 Heroes Society, which was established by 3 outer gang martial artists, It stood as the most formidable force among Zhejiang County's 3 gangs and 4 sects, despite being the most recent to form. Over a decade ago, these 3 martial artists had arrived in Zhejiang County and, within a mere 10 years, ascended to become one of its dominant powers. Although they lacked the deep-rooted heritage of older factions due to their relatively brief existence, their strength was undeniable. However, with 3 formidable warriors of the external gang realm stationed, the strength of the Sanning Society has become the most powerful force in Zhejiang. Had it not been for the insufficient number of internal gang warriors under their command, the influence of the Sanning Society would likely have expanded even further. Now, they find themselves facing an extraordinary opportunity. The Feihu gang has unexpectedly descended into chaos, embroiled in internal strife. Not only have 2 of the inner hall masters perished, but even the gang leader, Hu Tianba, has been slain. Upon receiving this news, the Sanning Society swiftly allied with another major gang, the Yema gang, agreeing to jointly seize the territory of the Feihu gang amidst its turmoil. Within the main hall of the Sanning Society, the 3 leaders sat side by side, arranged in order of age, their authority equal. The grand leader, Long Chuan, wielding the Qinglong blade, chuckled. Second brother, third brother, the internal discord within the Feihu gang presents us with an unprecedented opportunity. The old curmudgeon Elbow, believing the Feihu gang's demise would benefit him, dares to demand an equal share of their territory. The second leader, Meng Lin, known as Iron Sword, breaking the river, responded with a cold smirk. Once we have absorbed the strength of the Feihu gang, he shall be our first target. The third leader, Chen Ping, known as the Jade-Handed Scholar, expressed his concerns. Though the Feihu gang is in disarray, several hallmasters still remain. Moreover, we are uncertain of the origin of their new leader. If we act recklessly, could there be unforeseen repercussions? Third brother, if you keep hesitating, how can we achieve great success? Long Chuan retorted with mild annoyance. I have heard that this new leader of the Feihu gang is merely in his mid-20s. I suspect he is just a puppet brought forth from the rivalry among the hall masters, not to be taken seriously. Indeed, Meng Lin concurred. Even if this new leader possesses some skill, can our 3 warriors of the external gang realm not handle him? With both leaders in agreement, Chen Ping could only nod in resignation. At that moment, a sudden blaze erupted outside the main hall, accompanied by the sounds of combat and cries for help. The 3 leaders sprang to their feet, hastily rushing outside. They beheld a blood-soaked gang member rushing in, his face etched with terror. What has happened? Long Chuan demanded, seizing the gang member and questioning him sternly. Leaders, it is dire news. The Feihu gang has targeted all 6 of our halls and is advancing upon the main hall. The gang member exclaimed in a panic. What? The 3 leaders were taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. To challenge 6 halls simultaneously would require a formidable force. Was the Feihu gang truly prepared to engage in a full-scale conflict with the Sanning Society? Though they had anticipated some form of retaliation from the Feihu gang, they had collectively assumed that the target of such backlash would be the Yema gang, rather than themselves. After all, the Yema gang possessed only one aging warrior of the external gang realm, while the Sanning Society boasted 3 formidable experts of the same caliber. Although the 3 Heroes Association lacks the numerical strength of other factions, the prowess of its 3 leaders stands unrivaled among many. Unless the Flying Tiger gang has grown recklessly impatient, they would undoubtedly refrain from provoking the 3 Heroes Association. Not only did the 3 leaders of the association fail to anticipate this, but in fact, when Lu Yi informed his subordinates of his intent to confront the 3 Heroes Association instead of the comparatively weaker Wild Horse gang, his subordinates were equally perplexed and confounded. Lu Yi undoubtedly has his own considerations. He aims to confront the strongest adversaries. Only by decisively eliminating the formidable San Ing Hui can he instill fear in the other factions within Zhejiang County. Should he contend with the relatively weaker Yima gang, it would neither intimidate the San Ing Hui nor prevent them from resorting to desperate measures. To set an example, the choice of this chicken is indeed significant. By the time the 3 leaders of the San Ing Hui, accompanied by the elite of their headquarters, arrive, the members of their outer factions have already been decimated by the Feihu gang. The strength of the San Ing Hui is primarily upheld by the 3 leaders at the external realm. Their subordinates are not particularly formidable. In fact, Lu Yi need not even intervene. Tai Zheng and the 3 leaders are already sufficient to handle the situation. Excellent. Long Chuan seethed with anger as he surveyed the lifeless bodies of the San Ing Hui members scattered about. Feihu gang, I demand retribution for your blood debts. Retribution for blood debts? It seems your Sanning Hui has encroached upon the territory of my Fei Hu gang first, came a chilling voice. Lu Yi emerged from the crowd, flanked by the three leaders and Tai Zheng. Initially, the three leaders believed that Lu Yi was merely a puppet installed by them. However, seeing the leaders obediently following Lu Yi without daring to overstep, they realized he was far from a mere figurehead. So, you are the new leader of the Fei Hu gang? Long Chuan fixed a menacing glare upon Lu Yi. You possess quite the audacity. Even during the reign of Hu Tianba, he would not dare to lay a hand on my Sanning Hui. That was due to his incompetence, which ultimately led to his demise. Lu Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Rest assured, the three of you will soon join him. Perhaps you can compare your courage down below. Such audacity from a thief. Long Chuan roared in fury, brandishing a towering Qinglong blade, unleashing a sweeping strike that sent forth a wave of blue energy directly toward Lu Yi. In terms of prowess, Long Chuan pales in comparison to Hu Tianba, who perished at Lu Ye's hands. Hu Tianba's five-tiger blade could unleash a three-zhong blade aura, reaching the limits of the initial external realm. In contrast, Long Chuan's blade aura barely measures 2 zhong. It is no wonder that despite having 3 external realm warriors at their helm, the Sanning Hui still struggles to unify the local powers of Jiuzhang County, while other factions resist the Sanning Hui's dominance. The trio's strength itself is insufficient to overpower the external realm warriors of Jiuzhang County, with Hu Tianba already slain by Lu Yi, eliminating Long Chuan, whose strength is inferior to that of Hu Tianba, is a trivial task. Yet, simply defeating these 3 might not be enough to instill fear in the other external realm warriors of Jiuzhang County. What Lu Yi seeks is to establish an invincible image in their minds through today's battle, ensuring that no one dares to disrupt him in the future. Lu Yi gracefully leaped, evading the Azure Blade's aura, and stood poised, extending his hand to beckon the 3 leaders of the 3 Heroes Society. Come forth. All 3 of you. Today, I shall ensure you meet your demise with conviction. The audacity of their leader was commendable. He dared to face 3 adversaries alone. How could the trifling 3 Heroes Society possibly compete with our Flying Tiger Gang? With a single punch, we shall obliterate the 3 heroes. For the Flying Tiger Gang is invincible, although the ordinary members of the gang were unaware of Lu Ye's true prowess. The mere fact that their leader intended to confront 3 formidable external martial artists filled their faces with pride, and they began to boast loudly. In stark contrast, the countenance of the 3 leaders of the 3 Heroes Society darkened. Having resided in Jiuzhang for over a decade, they had never been so openly belittled. Long Chuan was about to unleash a torrent of curses and challenge Lu Yi to a one-on-one duel when he was gently restrained by Chen Ping. Brother, losing face is trivial, but jeopardizing the foundation we've painstakingly built over the years is of grave concern, Chen Ping advised softly. When circumstances seem unusual, there is often a hidden danger. This fellow's origins are unclear. Since he dares to boast so boldly, it would be wise for us 3 brothers to act in unison. As Chen Ping articulated, even if they triumphed together, it would hardly be a matter of glory. However, if they were to lose, the fruits of their labor over the past decade would be in vain. In comparison, preserving their reputation seemed inconsequential. Upon reflecting on this, even Long Chuan, who typically disregarded counsel, nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us confront this fellow together, and he shall meet a fate most gruesome to quell my resentment. Long Chuan wielded a blue dragon blade, Meng Lin brandished an iron sword akin to a door panel, and Chen Ping donned a pair of spiked knuckle dusters. Though they did not doubt their ability to overcome Lu Yi when united, the sight of his unwavering confidence instilled a sense of trepidation. Concerned that Lu Yi might harbor some sinister ploy, they hesitated to initiate the assault, wary of falling prey to his apparent arrogance. What's the matter? Reluctant to attack, Lu Yi scoffed. If you 3 can withstand a single blow from me, I shall concede your victory. To outsiders, his proclamation sounded utterly arrogant. Yet unbeknownst to them, Lu Yi spoke a semblance of truth. With his current strength, after unleashing a devastating strike, he would be left without stamina. Should these 3 be able to endure his all-encompassing assault, it would indeed signify their triumph. However, Lu Yi remained convinced that these 3, who had yet to reach the pinnacle of the initial stage of external martial arts, would be incapable of withstanding his might. In an instant, the eyes of Lu Yi transformed into a vivid crimson, while the very fabric of the universe resonated with a sound akin to thunderous roars. An inexhaustible torrent of cosmic energy surged violently around Lu Yi to rouse the heavens and the earth. At the very least, This was the manifestation of a terrestrial martial art. The three leaders of the San Ing Hui finally displayed expressions of horror. Terrestrial martial arts, even among the world's most formidable powers, were esoteric techniques seldom imparted. A warrior wielding such martial arts could challenge adversaries beyond their rank. Before such a formidable presence, one must never afford an opportunity to strike. Yet, by the time they comprehended the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Lu Yi, with a slight retreat of his left foot, assumed a bow stance, channeling his entire murderous intent into the frenzied cosmic energy surrounding him. These three individuals, lacking sufficient insight, regarded terrestrial martial arts as an extraordinary feat, oblivious to the fact that only true celestial martial arts could provoke such tumultuous cosmic energy. The 10 Directions of Annihilation, despite its substantial side effects and sub-4-star celestial rating, wielded a terrifying power that eclipsed the majority of celestial martial arts. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, the wisest course of action against celestial martial arts was to flee at once. Regrettably, at this juncture, even if they wished to escape, it was far too late. As Liu Yu elevated his aura to its zenith, 3 indistinct towering phantoms materialized around the 3 leaders. Although these phantoms lacked physical form, they emanated an unfathomable and terrifying energy. The 3 specters, mirroring Liu Yu's poised stance, prepared to unleash their assault. 10 Directions of Annihilation. The obliteration of heaven and earth. The 3 phantoms, alongside Liu Yi himself, struck simultaneously with a fist, unleashing a tempest of ferocious energy that whipped up a storm in their vicinity. Wooden structures collapsed, and lesser-skilled warriors were swept away like leaves in a gale. The 3 leaders, ensconced at the heart of the storm, found themselves akin to fragile vessels in a tempest, on the brink of capsizing. Despite their utmost efforts to withstand the onslaught of the martial avatar's lethal fist, it was evident that their strength paled in comparison to the overwhelming force of the 10 Directions of Annihilation. The azure dragon blade shattered. The sword, as large as a door, splintered. The spiked gauntlets met the same fate. From head to toe, the 3 leaders were carved with myriad wounds by the violent force. When the tempestuous energy finally dissipated, the sight of the 3 incapacitated figures revealed no unscathed flesh upon their bodies. Their skin was shredded, drenched in blood, resembling the gruesome aftermath of a death by 1,000 cuts. Witnessing such a hellish scene, even the members of the Qinglong gang under Liu Yi instinctively took a few steps back, unwilling to approach him too closely. Aside from Taizheng, who gazed at Liu Yi with fervent eyes, the expressions of the other 3 hall masters had transformed significantly. If Liu Yi's previous slaying of Hu Tianba had instilled a sense of awe, now, having obliterated the 3 leaders of the Sanning society with a single punch, their terror was palpable, especially given the gruesome manner of their demise. A single blow to annihilate the Sanning. Is this truly an accomplishment achievable by a martial artist who has yet to attain the external realm? Is he a man or a monster? At this moment, Liu Yi was regarded by the members of the Flying Tiger gang as a presence akin to a demonic deity. Liu Yi himself was quite content with the effectiveness of this punch. According to his own estimations, the power of this strike would pose no challenge to a mid-stage external vigor practitioner. Only those in the late stage, capable of unleashing an aura exceeding 9 zhang with a single blow, might prevent him from even having the opportunity to strike. However, once he ascended to the realm of external vigor, it was likely that he would face no rivals within that domain. Of course, such a terrifyingly potent technique was not without its costs. At this moment, apart from feeling as though his very essence had been drained, leaving him devoid of any strength, Liu Yi was beset by an overwhelming surge of murderous intent emanating from the depths of his heart. This phenomenon was the result of centuries of life experience and wisdom that had kept him in check. Otherwise, it was likely that a single strike would have driven him to madness. Although the power of the 10 Directions kill was formidable, it could not be relied upon as a conventional method. What a pity! Liu Yi let out a deep sigh within his heart, feigning nonchalance as he addressed the gathered subordinates, stating, "We shall wholly take over the territory of the Sanning Society from this day forth. There shall be no Sanning Society within Zhejiang Prefecture." Liu Bo, having spent the morning in the embrace of slumber within the quarters of his 28th concubine, awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Once a man of fierce reputation, his fists and feet had carved the foundation of the Wild Horse Gang in Zhejiang Prefecture. Yet, the Liu Bo of today had long since lost the vigor of his youth. His advancing age had begun to sap his vitality, and in a bid to prolong his life, he had refrained from engaging in combat for many years. For Lu Bo, the enjoyment of his remaining days had become paramount. Having taken his 28th concubine, he now lived a life of lavish indulgence akin to that of a celestial being. He was quite content with this existence, for the power he had painstakingly built over the years, coupled with his reputation as a mid-stage external martial artist, ensured that his remaining days would be filled with wealth and comfort. Typically, no one dared to disturb Lu Bo's peaceful slumber until he awoke naturally. However, today, he was roused from his dreams by his son, the current young master of the Wild Horse Gang. Despite the title of young, he had already reached his 50s. As long as Lu Bo drew breath, the young title could not be erased. The affairs of the Wild Horse Gang still fell under his purview. A man of stature could not endure a day devoid of authority, and Lu Bo understood this well. Even with his own son, he could not relinquish control. What is it? Lu Bo's irritation was palpable as he was pulled from his dreams, even when confronted by his own flesh and blood. Is it that the Sanning Society has sent emissaries to deliberate on which territory of the Flying Tiger Gang to seize today? I have already stated. Let them take the initiative while we support them from behind. There is absolutely no way I would allow the Wild Horse Gang to engage in a bloody conflict with the Flying Tiger Gang. This gang represents the fruits of my labor, the foundation of my later years of affluence. No, father, the young master Lu Liang quickly interjected. News has come this morning that the Sanning Society has been annihilated. The 3 leaders of the Sanning Society were slain by the new leader of the Flying Tiger Gang, Yu Tian, with a single punch. Oh, the Sanning Society has been destroyed? Lu Bo, just awakened, appeared momentarily dazed. As he spoke, realization struck him, and he abruptly rose. The teacup he had just picked up clattering to the ground. What did you say? How can this be? The 3 leaders of the Sanning Society are all figures of external martial prowess. Who is this new leader of the Flying Tiger Gang? Capable of killing them all with a single blow? His eyes widened in disbelief. A look of incredulity etched across his face. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Where did you hear such news? It was from a survivor of the Sanning Society, Lu Liang replied, his expression grave. Father, I assure you the news is true. I dispatched someone this morning to investigate, and the Flying Tiger Gang has already begun to take over the assets of the Sanning Society. Had it not been for the complete defeat of the 3 Heroes Society by the Flying Tiger Gang, the latter would not have wholly absorbed their enterprises. This truth, even without the need for Liang to articulate, was abundantly clear to Bo. Furthermore, his Wild Horse Gang had also been encroaching upon the territory of the Flying Tiger Gang alongside the 3 Heroes Society. What a predicament this is. Bo was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in his chamber. I have long advised to safeguard our modest patch of land and to avoid trouble. Were it not for your incessant persuasion, I would never have consented to collaborate with the 3 Heroes Society. You, ungrateful son, have truly brought me to this plight. Upon hearing this, Liang secretly scoffed. Was it not this very old man who, upon hearing of a 50% share of territory up for grabs, immediately acquiesced to the demands of the 3 Heroes Society? Now, faced with the consequences, he sought to distance himself from the situation. Of course, such thoughts were kept strictly to himself. He dared not voice them. Bo had numerous concubines and sons, coupled with a firm grip on power within the gang. If he were to incite the old man's displeasure, his position as the young master would be jeopardized. It was all due to the carelessness of his son, who fell prey to the sweet words of the 3 Heroes Society's members, leading to this calamity. Liang quickly bowed his head and remarked, however, the most pressing matter now is to quell the anger of the Flying Tiger Gang. Although it is rumored that the leader of the Flying Tiger Gang, Yi, single-handedly dispatched the leader of the 3 Heroes Society, I find it hard to believe. It is likely a case of embellished tales. I suspect that even if the Flying Tiger Gang has absorbed the 3 Heroes Society, they must have suffered considerable losses themselves and may lack the capacity to deal with us, the Wild Horse Gang. Liang continued his analysis. As long as we present ourselves appropriately and offer some gifts, I believe we can defuse this crisis. Dispatch someone immediately, Bo commanded loudly. If they seek money, we shall provide it. If they desire women, we shall send women. As long as that Yi does not trouble me, I will grant him anything he wishes. Yes, my esteemed father. Liang bowed deeply, though the disdain in his eyes grew more pronounced. His father was indeed far too old, having lost all vigor. The enemy had not even approached, and yet he was already reduced to such a state of trepidation. Under his continued leadership, the Wild Horse Gang would only further decline. The news of the annihilation of the 3 Heroes Society in a single night shocked not only the Wild Horse Gang. Although the other factions had not participated in the encroachment upon the Flying Tiger Gang, who could predict whether the latter, emboldened by their newfound strength, might harbor ambitions to annex the territories of the remaining factions? Thus, for several consecutive days, the 5 remaining families in the originally triadic alliance of Zhejiang County dispatched envoys to the Flying Tiger Gang. I seek to ascertain the stance of the newly appointed leader, Yi Tian, while also cultivating connections. As for the formidable factions such as the Chao Gang and the Yin Gang, they remain unwavering and steadfast. The internal strife among the local powers in Zhejiang County is of no concern to them. As long as their interests are not jeopardized, they shall remain uninvolved. They are confident that even if the esteemed leader Yi is momentarily intoxicated by victory, he will not encroach upon their interests. Regarding those who have come to pay their respects, Liu resolutely declines to receive them, even barring them from entry. Amid the tumultuous atmosphere in Zhejiang County, Liu commenced a new simulation. You hail from the southern region of Chuzhou, specifically Basha County, where in your youth, you once saved a dying swordsman, earning a 1.5-star martial arts technique known as the Golden Pinnacle Swordplay. At the age of 18, having attained a modest proficiency in swordsmanship, you sought apprenticeship at the Basha Sword Pavilion, becoming an outer disciple. By the age of 25, you encountered the swordsman you had saved, who revealed himself to be an inner steward of the Bashu Sword Pavilion, bestowing upon you a 2-star medicinal elixir known as the Sword Chi Pill. At 55, you transcended to the outer Chi realm, attaining the position of an outer steward within the Bashu Sword Pavilion. Ultimately, at 88, your lifespan was exhausted, and you passed away within the confines of the Bashu Sword Pavilion. The simulation concluded with a comprehensive score of 150 points, yielding 150 simulation points, bringing your current total to 750 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 1.5-star martial arts technique, Golden Pinnacle Swordplay 2. 2-star medicinal elixir, Sword Chi Pill 3. Life experience. At the age of 88, this simulation proved to be rather unremarkable, neither particularly commendable nor excessively poor. Although there was a slight loss of simulation points, some valuable items were acquired. The life experience of an 88-year-old, while substantial, is evidently of little allure to Liu Yi, having been confined to the existence of an outer steward within the Basha Sword Pavilion. Thus, he opted for the 2-star medicinal elixir, the Sword Chi Pill. This elixir, classified as a mid-grade spiritual pill with a 2-star rating from the simulator, incorporates the swordsman's sword aura into its essence. Upon ingestion, it invigorates the meridians with sword energy, enhancing not only one's cultivation but also the speed of absorbing celestial spiritual energy. Li ingested the elixir, feeling the vigorous energy within him surge at an extraordinary pace. While the energy transformed from sword chi stimulated his meridians, simultaneously elevating Liu Yi's cultivation. Originally at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of internal vigor, Liu Yi, with the aid of this elixir, effortlessly broke through to the late stage of internal vigor. Now, Liu Yi's internal energy could envelop his entire being, forming a complete protective shield of vigor. Once he could externalize this energy, he would reach the realm of external vigor. For Liu Yi, achieving the external vigor stage was merely a matter of perseverance. Even without the aid of a simulator, dedicating a few months would suffice for Liu Yi to successfully advance to that level. With the assistance of the simulator, this time frame would undoubtedly be significantly shortened. Leader, the Iron Blade sect and the Wild Horse Gang have sent representatives again. Shall we not meet them? On this day, Taizheng came once more to report the situation within the gang to Liu Yi. Although Liu Yi had stated that he and a few hall masters could make decisions regarding gang matters, Taizheng remained diligent, visiting Liu Yi daily for updates. Do not meet. Liu Yi chuckled, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. We must stretch them out. The longer we delay, the more anxious they become. When they can no longer remain patient, that will be the moment for us to ensnare them completely. Though Taizheng did not fully comprehend the grand strategy of his leader, it did not hinder his unwavering commitment to execute Liu Yi's plans. However, Liu Yi could not prolong this indefinitely. After repeatedly sending people who were turned away, the other local factions in Zhejiang County became thoroughly alarmed. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to unite and extend an invitation to Liu Yi for a banquet, eager to discern the true intentions of the new leader of the Flying Tiger Gang. Although Liu Yi had yet to meet their representatives, he accepted their invitation. Within the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang, Liu Yi, along with Taizheng and the 3 hall masters, had gathered. As they gazed upon the invitation jointly sent by the 5 major factions, A palpable sense of unease hung over each countenance. Despite Liu Ye's formidable display of power in annihilating the Three Heroes Society and publicly executing its three leaders, the remaining factions in Zhejiang County, when combined, far surpassed the strength of the Three Heroes Society. No one could assure that Liu Yi would maintain his overwhelming dominance in the face of these forces. Furthermore, even with the acquisition of the Three Heroes Society's territory, the Flying Tiger Gang's strength paled in comparison to that of the other factions united. Indeed, Liu has instilled a sense of trepidation within them, presenting an unprecedented opportunity for the Flying Tiger Gang, albeit accompanied by considerable peril. A moment's inattention could lead the gang to follow in the footsteps of the Three Heroes meeting. Leader, these fellows who invite you to the banquet likely harbor ill intentions, remarked the prudent Hu Bugawei. Should you attend, there is an overwhelming likelihood they will turn hostile on the spot, potentially placing you in grave danger. Indeed, Bai Qizhu concurred, nodding in agreement. If a banquet is to be held, it must be within our headquarters. Let us summon all our brothers, should they dare to act out of line. We shall eliminate them on the spot. Taizheng remained silent, merely casting a glance at Liu Yi. He had faith that the leader would make the right decision, and he only needed to execute that decision. Ah, the feast at Hongmen, how unoriginal, Liu Yi chuckled lightly, appearing unfazed. Why not go? Since they have gathered with such difficulty, we must seize the opportunity to ensnare them all at once. Before anyone could voice further opinions, Liu Yi waved his hand and rose to his feet. When Xiang Yu invited Liu Bang, what did Liu Bang ultimately do? And what became of Xiang Yu afterward? A mysterious smile played upon Liu Ye's lips. Moreover, this time it is not Xiang Yu inviting Liu Bang, but rather Liu Bang inviting Xiang Yu. It is akin to the old man on his birthday hanging himself out of impatience. Though the others may not grasp who Xiang Yu or Liu Bang were, they could certainly sense the confidence in Liu Ye's words. The Flying Tiger Gang, under Liu Ye's leadership, never restricted the power of his subordinates and was always open to their suggestions. Yet, once Liu Yi made a decision, it was absolute and beyond question. On the following morning, Liu Yi set out for Zhejiang Tower, accompanied by only a few members of the gang. Bringing too many would only betray a lack of confidence, so he opted for just a handful of loyal attendants to heed his commands. In contrast, the 5 leaders who had invited Liu Yi to the banquet, despite their greater numbers and strength, felt no sense of assurance within their hearts. Before the arrival of Liu Yi, the 5 leaders from the Wild Horse Gang, Iron Knife Sect, Divine Fist Sect, Starpoint Sword Sect, and Kaishan Sect had already congregated at Zhejiang Tower. Although none present had ever laid eyes on Liu Yi, nor had they witnessed his prowess, the expressions on their faces were grave. In recent times, the tale of the Flying Tiger Gang's leader, Yi, obliterating the 3 heroes with a single punch, had circulated fervently throughout Zhejiang County, even reaching the ears of 3-year-old children. While martial arts experts like themselves were skeptical of the claim that Liu Yi could indeed vanquish the 3 heroes with a single blow, believing it to be an exaggerated rumor, there was no doubt that Liu Yi, if he could not eliminate the 3 heroes in one blow, at the very least possessed the strength to annihilate an outer-level martial artist. Otherwise, the Flying Tiger Gang would never have triumphed over the 3 Heroes Association. Who, then, was Yi Tian, and how had he emerged from obscurity in the martial world? It was said he was merely at the inner level, yet he wielded the power to eliminate outer-level warriors. Such a figure ought not to have remained unnoticed until now. However, this was neither the time to delve into his origins nor to ponder. Rather, it was imperative to discuss strategies on how to confront him. Having already absorbed the 3 Heroes Association, it would not be long before he sought to challenge them as well. If he were wise enough to seek a peaceful coexistence, they would not oppose his absorption of the 3 Heroes' territory. Yet, should he dare to set his sights upon them, they were not to be trifled with, just as they were deliberating on how to deal with Liu Yi. A voice echoed from below. The leader of the Flying Tiger Gang, Yi Tian, has arrived. Upon hearing this announcement, the previously boisterous leaders of the various factions suddenly stiffened, instinctively rising to their feet, their faces betraying signs of tension. With such rudimentary skills, does he dare to imitate the grand banquet of Hongmen? Under the guidance of the shopkeeper, Liu Yi ascended the staircase, keenly observing the tension etched upon the faces of those present. His heart brimmed with disdain. These individuals were nothing more than blusterous cowards. Although they sought to confront him, they were acutely aware of his formidable prowess. If a confrontation were to ensue, they would undoubtedly falter, resembling a disjointed assembly, with none willing to take the initiative. Had they united in purpose, Liu might have regarded them with some caution. After all, There were 5 formidable warriors among them, including one at the mid-level of the external gang stage. Even with his ultimate trump card, the 10 directions of slaughter, victory would not be assured. However, with his centuries of life experience, a mere glance revealed their individual ulterior motives, rendering them incapable of forming a cohesive threat. Thus, he dismissed them entirely. Lu Yi paid no heed to the raucous crowd, ascending directly to the main seat and unceremoniously planting himself down. "Speak. What brings you all to me?" Such audacity. The assembly seethed with indignation at Lu Ye's brazen demeanor. However, the more unrestrained he became, the deeper their suspicions ran concerning his hidden strengths, making them hesitate to act recklessly. After all, the tale of a single punch that vanquished the 3 heroes had spread through the streets. While it was likely an exaggerated rumor, the peril of it being true loomed large. Should conflict arise, more than half of them could very well perish within the confines of this Zhejiang tower. None were willing to gamble with their lives, especially those accustomed to the luxuries of power. Rather than inquiring what matters we have for you, it is you, Lu Yi, who ought to reveal your intentions to us, spoke the leader of the Divine Fist sect in a solemn tone. You have now absorbed the territory of the 3 Heroes Society and have avoided our envoys. Your power stands as the pinnacle of Zhejiang. It is only fitting that you share your plans with us, your fellow martial artist of Zhejiang. My thoughts are quite simple, Liu replied, seemingly oblivious to their mounting tension. He poured himself a cup of wine, continuing, "It is to lead the martial artist of Zhejiang to greatness and prosperity, to forge a glorious future." He downed the contents of his cup and set it down, his fingers lightly tapping the table. "From this day forward, the rules of Zhejiang shall be dictated by me. Your people will heed my commands. Naturally, the benefits shall not escape you either." "This is impossible." Before Lu Yi could finish his discourse, he was abruptly interrupted by an angry voice. Lu Ye's words have transcended the boundaries of what this group can accept. The most they could tolerate was Lu Yi completely annexing the territory of the Sanning Society, but they were unwilling to allow him to encroach upon their own power. Yet now, Liu not only seeks to encroach upon their influence but aims to wholly consume it. Such insatiable ambition is indeed excessive. The conditions he proposes were never even contemplated by the assembly, nor could they ever be. "I have always despised being interrupted," Liu remarked, a slight furrow in his brow, before smiling once more. "Of course, if you gentlemen disagree with my demands, it is quite simple." Liu gestured for the shopkeeper to pour a glass of wine for each of the 5 individuals at the table, then pointed at the wine cups. "Let us toast with this drink, for I shall soon send you all on your journey. Consider this cup as a farewell offering." Such audacious words, such arrogance from Lu Yi. Although the assembled crowd seethed with indignation, their anger palpable, the wine cups before them seemed as heavy as lead, and none dared to be the first to lift that diminutive vessel. The demands of the leader Yi were excessively unreasonable. We could never acquiesce to such terms. Master Lu stroked his grizzled beard and proposed, "How about this, Leader Yi? Let us each take a step back. I shall take the lead. If you refrain from encroaching upon our influence and territory, we shall send you a monthly tribute of gold and silver treasures. The terms can be negotiated. What do you say?" The old fellow calculated his moves astutely. To him, negotiation was merely a matter of inflating demands and settling for a more reasonable offer. Although Lu Ye's demands were exorbitant, it was uncertain whether he truly intended to take action. It would be wiser for him to take the initiative, thus granting Lu Yi an opportunity to retreat while simultaneously cultivating an image of righteousness and audacity in front of others. This old rascal, being the eldest in attendance, certainly had his calculations well prepared. However, he never anticipated that Lu Yi would be entirely unfazed by his tactics. "You wish to take charge? What authority do you possess?" Liu cast a disdainful glance at the old man. "Your wild horse gang, alongside the 3 Heroes Society, has been encroaching upon my Flying Tiger gang's territory. I have yet to settle accounts with you. What right do you have to speak here? As I have stated, I shall dictate the rules in Zhejiang County from now on. If anyone is to take charge, it shall be solely me." Liu was no longer inclined to engage in trivial discourse with these individuals. He abruptly rose, his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying the assembly with a chilling tone. "Gentlemen, you must make a choice. Will you sit and listen to my plans, or shall you drink this toast and have someone prepare for your aftermath?" "Leader Yi, you are being excessively domineering." Elbow, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared at Lu Yi, utterly astonished that the new leader of the Flying Tiger gang could so brazenly disregard convention and flip the script without a shred of courtesy. At this juncture, Elbow found himself in a precarious position. Who could blame him for being the first to step forward, overestimating his own cleverness? Now, retreating would only invite scorn. And given his advanced age and waning vitality, he relied solely on his past prestige to maintain power. Should his reputation suffer a significant blow today, not only would outsiders look down upon him, but even within the Wild Horse Gang, his standing would be jeopardized. Reluctantly, Elbow steeled himself and declared, "If Leader Yi insists on such coercion, we are not to be trifled with." "Is that so?" Lu Yi scoffed coldly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Elbow, nearing the century mark, possessed mid-level external energy, yet his actual combat prowess was hardly superior to that of an early-stage practitioner. Such a figure was hardly worthy of Lu Yi's concern. It appeared that merely extinguishing the three-hero society would not suffice to serve as a warning. Another example would need to be made. Just as Lu Yi prepared to take action, a sudden voice broke through the tension. "The Wild Horse Gang is willing to heed Leader Ye's commands." The speaker was not Elbow, but rather emerged from behind him. El Liang, Elbow's own son and the deputy leader of the Wild Horse Gang. Although El Liang held the title of deputy leader, he had been relegated to the role of a mere puppet under his father's firm grasp of power. In truth, this so-called deputy leader was a figure of little substance. Elbow could easily replace him among his numerous sons if he so desired. Thus, when El Liang accompanied Elbow to Zhejiang Tower, few paid him any mind. Yet, the moment he spoke, he captured the attention of all present. Even Lu Yi displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Unfilial son, what do you intend to do?" El Bobo was consumed by rage, his voice thunderous as he exclaimed, "What right do you have to speak here? Do you wish to rebel? Rebel?" El Liang scoffed, "Father, you have grown too old, too indulgent, clinging to your concubines. Under your stewardship, the Wild Horse Gang can only decline further. It is time for you to relinquish your power. Unfilial son, I shall slay you." Elbow retorted, his fury ignited, as he raised his hand to take El Liang's life. Though he was his own flesh and blood, Elbow had many sons. But power was a possession he would never forsake. As long as he drew breath, the authority of the Wild Horse Gang would never wane. Yet, just as Elbow summoned his true energy, he felt a sudden pain in his chest, causing his body to sway uncontrollably, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Father, I have long warned you that your mind has become muddled, yet you refuse to believe," El Liang remarked with a mocking smile. "If I were unprepared, how could I dare speak thusly to you? After all, you are a master of the mid-level external gang. You wretched child, have you poisoned me?" Elbow gasped, pointing a trembling finger at El Liang, feeling utterly devoid of strength. "The 9 worms dissolution powder," El Liang replied with a glint of ferocity in his eyes. "I acquired this chronic poison at great expense, specifically designed to dissolve a martial artist's protective energy." With a swift motion, he struck Elbow atop the head, declaring, "Father, rest easy. The Wild Horse Gang shall henceforth be entrusted to me. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention that at least 20 of your 28 concubines have shared my bed. Without their assistance, how could I have so easily poisoned you?" As El Liang's hand withdrew from Elbow's head, he watched as his father's body gradually succumbed to the ground. The poison El Liang had administered was a slow-acting toxin, meticulously crafted to dismantle a martial artist's protective aura. Though he had plotted this treachery for some time, he had always hesitated to unleash the poison, knowing full well that even if Elbow were to perish, he might not be able to seize complete control of the Wild Horse Gang. Elbow's old subordinates, not to mention his own brothers, were formidable adversaries. Furthermore, without an external gang master to stabilize the situation, the Wild Horse Gang would struggle to survive amidst the encroaching forces of rival factions. He had awaited an opportunity, and today that moment had finally arrived. After vanquishing Elbow, El Liang disregarded the gazes of those surrounding him and prostrated himself before Lu Yi, proclaiming, "Leader Yi, the Wild Horse Gang is willing to follow the Flying Tiger Gang from this day forth, obeying your command." With the support of the Flying Tiger Gang, and given their current might, he believed he could effortlessly command the Wild Horse Gang. Since the old fool had dictated his position as second in command, why not choose to align with a faction that offered a brighter future? Moreover, he had sent someone to inquire. And since Lu Yi ascended to the position of the Flying Tiger Gang's leader, he had granted considerable power to his subordinates. Being a subordinate to him was far more advantageous than merely holding the empty title of a nominal vice leader without substantial authority. Having already spent nearly 30 years as a vice leader, did he truly wish to endure another 30 years if the old man refused to pass away? Lu Yi gazed with keen interest upon the individual before him, who had just slain his own father and now bowed in submission. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "If you can betray your own flesh and blood, how can I trust that you will not betray me in the future?" I ended his life because he lacked the capability to prevent the wild horse gang from growing increasingly feeble. Lu Liang, seemingly prepared for this encounter, responded with unwavering composure. If Chief He believes he is insufficiently capable to keep me in check, then he might as well slay me at once. I have never held disdain for those with ambition. A ruthless nature is indeed one of the essential elements for success. Lu Yi rose, lightly patting Lu Liang on the shoulder, suddenly enveloped in a palpable aura of menace. However, should you dare to play tricks or employ provocations against me in the future, be prepared for your own coffin, to join your father in the afterlife. Lu Liang felt suffocated by Lu Ye's murderous intent. As if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his back drenched in sweat. Only when Lu Yi retracted his aura and resumed his seat could Lu Liang find his voice. "Yes, I shall remember." Lu Yi then surveyed the other 4 gang leaders, slightly raising his chin. "And you? Will you drink to our alliance? Or shall we converse further?" The leaders, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, were already disheartened. Before any action was taken, the Wild Horse Gang had already experienced internal strife, with the death of Lu Bo, a mid-stage fighter. How could they possibly contend with Lu Yi? The 4 leaders were utterly demoralized, lacking any courage to engage Lu Yi in a life-and-death struggle. As the first individual took a seat, the others followed suit, one after another. "Now this is more like it." Lu Ye's face broke into a satisfied smile as he gestured towards the wine cups before them. "Please indulge. Rest assured, the previous was a penalty drink. Now, it is a toast. Consume this cup, and we shall be allies from this moment forth." The 4, not daring to hesitate, lifted their cups and downed the contents in one gulp. This was the rule established by Lu Yi. They sat when he commanded, and they drank when he instructed. Disobedience would lead to certain death. In this world, power dictates that the one who is stronger, the one whose sword is swifter, establishes the rules. And now, without a doubt, Liu was the one setting the standards. Observing the 4, despite having drunk, they still bore expressions of gloom. Even Lu Liang, who had just sworn fealty, now wore a face of trepidation, uncertain of how Lu Yi would handle their factions and territories. Would he assimilate them entirely? Or simply dissolve them? Perhaps assign them to laborious and unsavory tasks? Each mind was rife with speculation. Rest assured, I have stated before, that following me will lead you to greater fortunes, not lesser. Liu discerned the unease harbored by these individuals to compel them to wholeheartedly serve his cause. Mere intimidation would not suffice. Historically, the dual approach of offering both incentives and deterrence has been the most effective means of governance. Having already disoriented them with his formidable presence, it was now time to present them with tangible benefits. The Flying Tiger Gang shall not usurp your factions. Your respective powers will remain yours in the future. All that is required is your cooperation and efforts when I issue a command. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and then organized his thoughts. I do not intend to establish a singular sect in Zhejiang County. You may regard our future collaboration as an alliance, aptly named the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance. I shall serve as the leader of this alliance. Upon hearing these words, the previously anxious individuals felt a considerable sense of relief. However, even within an alliance, there must be regulations. Today, I shall establish these rules. Should anyone dare to violate them in the future, they must not blame me for being unforgiving. From now on, all underworld businesses in Zhejiang County shall be managed by the Flying Tiger Gang and the Wild Horse Gang, with a unified collection of fees. No faction members are permitted to collect fees privately or exploit the populace and merchants. The 4 sects will also recruit disciples in a unified manner, with assignments allocated according to each disciple's talents and specialties, preventing any hoarding or internal strife. If any disciples wish to venture out for work, the Alliance will oversee this to ensure that no single faction suffers losses. Centered in Zhejiang County, the Alliance will extend its influence to the surrounding counties. Henceforth, all enterprises, including escort agencies, gambling houses, and taverns, shall fall under the Alliance's jurisdiction. Any who refuse to comply with the Alliance will face a united front against them. In the future, 10% of the revenue will be allocated monthly to feed influential factions such as the Grain Gang and Salt Gang in Zhejiang, thereby silencing their dissent. In recent days, Lu Yi has not merely been in seclusion. He has formulated a preliminary plan to unify distribution and management, thereby enhancing the influence of the Alliance. Although the three gangs and four sects of Zhejiang Prefecture have long been regarded as peers, there exists a distinction between gangs and sections. Gangs are akin to local organized crime syndicates, primarily engaged in illicit activities, while sects focus on recruiting disciples, who typically pursue endeavors aligned with the righteous path after their training. This differentiation elucidates why, when the Feihu gang faced turmoil, it was the fellow gang, the Sanying Association and the Yema gang, that swiftly capitalized on the situation, rather than the four sects, as their spheres of operation do not significantly overlap. Now, Liu Yi seeks to integrate both the underworld and the righteous, managing them under a unified structure. In the future, the lines between black and white will blur. The underworld can protect legitimate businesses, while the latter can furnish resources and connections for the former. This duality will minimize internal strife and extend influence to the surrounding counties of Zhejiang Prefecture. A cursory calculation reveals that the anticipated monthly revenue is likely to more than double. Thus, yielding to Liu Yi appears to be a palatable notion, at the very least. They would not forfeit much of their power while gaining substantial profits. As for dispatching personnel to assist Liu Yi, they perceive this as a trivial matter, as conflicts over territory and resources routinely result in casualties numbering in the dozens or even hundreds each month. For these factions, ordinary disciples hold little value. Of course, this is contingent upon Liu Yi possessing sufficient strength to command respect from all. As the saying goes, it is preferable to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. Who would willingly submit to another if they could lead? Were it not for Liu Ye's formidable prowess, should another propose a similar idea, even the prospect of benefit would likely be disregarded. Under Liu Ye's consolidation, the local forces of Zhejiang Prefecture swiftly coalesced into a unified front. Even the formidable factions such as the Chao Gang and Salt Gang, with their local branches, turned a blind eye to the nascent Zhejiang Martial Alliance after receiving ample benefits, neglecting to report it altogether. Who could refuse the prospect of effortless profits? Whether the three gangs and four sects or the Zhejiang Martial Alliance governs the locale matters little to these titans of influence. As long as their local interests remain unscathed, they remain indifferent to the squabbles among the local factions. The influence of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance has swiftly permeated not only the city of Zhejiang, but also the surrounding counties, effectively establishing itself as the preeminent martial force in the region within just a few days. Nevertheless, it is important to note that Liu Ye's intention in cultivating local power is not to entrench himself in this singular territory. He does not regard the modest Zhejiang Prefecture as a significant concern. It can merely be regarded as a casual game, perhaps to be of use in the future. His intention is to leverage the influence of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to seek clues regarding that map. Currently, the forces of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance have permeated the entire county seat, from the residences of various affluent merchants to the dilapidated temples where beggars congregate, all under the watchful eyes of the Alliance. It can be said that in the entirety of Zhejiang County, any stir or movement will swiftly reach Liu Ye's ears. Liu Ye has commanded that every nook and cranny of the city be meticulously searched, even delving into cellars and graves, leaving no trace overlooked. Should the formidable force of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance fail to uncover any leads, it would imply that the map's contents are mere fabrications. While a multitude of subordinates are dispatched to search for clues, Liu Yi himself remains unoccupied. Aside from the regular simulations conducted thrice weekly, he has also summoned a plethora of text chronicling the local customs and significant historical events of Zhejiang County over the past several centuries, hoping to unearth some insights. Regrettably, no useful clues emerged, though Liu Yi did gain a fairly comprehensive understanding of Zhejiang's history. As for the simulations, it appears that after acquiring the formidable martial art of 10 directions kill, the good fortune he had accrued has been nearly exhausted. Repeated simulations have yielded no valuable items. Liu Yi has consistently chosen life experiences in several simulations. Although this has not led to a direct enhancement of his own cultivation, it has allowed his wisdom and life experiences to accumulate to a formidable degree. Presently, Liu Yi possesses nearly 7 to 8 centuries worth of life experience. Such an extraordinary depth of insight and erudition enables Liu Yi to grasp the thoughts within a person's heart with but a single glance. Furthermore, the elevation of his life experiences significantly aids Liu Yi in mitigating the adverse effects of demonic martial arts. Liu Yi felt a sense of anticipation, believing that it would not be long before he could summon forth the 4th martial avatar while executing the technique of universal slaughter. At that moment, the power of universal slaughter would ascend to a new pinnacle. Over the course of more than 10 days, although no news had arrived, Lu Yi remained patient. Zhejiang County was indeed a vast city, significantly larger than the former Guangling County where Lu Yi had resided, at least several times over. Even with the current influence of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, thoroughly searching every nook and cranny of the city would likely require a month or two. Despite several attempts yielding less than favorable results, Lu Yi's own cultivation progressed steadily. In just over 10 days, he had approached the peak of the later stage of internal strength, far surpassing his initial expectations. On this particular day, Taizheng finally knocked on Lu Yi's door. Upon entering, he bore a countenance of joy. "Congratulations, Chief. We have found a lead." "Oh?" Upon hearing that a clue had finally emerged, Lu Yi's brow lifted in intrigue. Without further ado, he promptly followed Taizheng to the location of the discovery. The site of the clue was a prominent household within Zhejiang City, wielding considerable influence locally. However, such influence paled in comparison to the might of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. By the time Taizheng and Lu Yi arrived, the household had already vacated the premises, with disciples of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance stationed outside to guard the residence. To maintain secrecy, the number of guards outside was minimal, while the number inside was significantly greater. One storage room was surrounded by layers of guards. "During our search, we discovered a hidden tunnel within the cellar," Taizheng reported to Lu Yi. "I deemed this highly unusual and immediately ordered the area to be sealed off, coming to report to you, Chief." Indeed, the presence of a tunnel beneath the cellar was an extraordinary find. "Well done." Lu Yi nodded appreciatively. "What have you discovered about the tunnel? Has it been investigated?" "Not yet," Taizheng replied, shaking his head. "I have instructed that no one is to enter the tunnel, not even myself, and we have awaited your arrival." Taizheng's efficiency in handling matters was commendable. Should this tunnel be related to the map obtained from the Lin family? Lu Yi certainly did not wish for others to uncover the details. Upon reaching the entrance of the cellar, even Taizheng remained outside, allowing Lu Yi to venture into the depths alone. Inside the cellar, indeed, another profound tunnel awaited. Lu Yi descended the passageway, and before long, a stone staircase appeared before him, wide enough to accommodate 4 individuals walking side by side. The subterranean darkness enveloped him, and the length of the staircase was indiscernible, stretching into an abyss that even Lu Yi's keen eyesight could not penetrate. Such grandiosity! A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Yi's eyes. The mere construction of this staircase leading into the depths must have required at least thousands of laborers toiling day and night for several years to complete. The magnitude of such an endeavor would undoubtedly attract attention, making it perplexing that, to this day, it has remained concealed from prying eyes. Were it not for the map in Lu Yi's possession and the tireless efforts of numerous disciples from the Zhejiang Martial Alliance scouring the area day and night, this hidden location might have remained forever undiscovered. Only those who initially constructed this secretive site could possess the power to suppress any rumors within Zhejiang County. Such a figure, throughout history, has only ever existed once in Zhejiang County, a feat that even the current Zhejiang Martial Alliance cannot achieve. Could it be King Muyu of Zhejiang? As Lu Yi descended into the depths, his mind was abuzz with speculation. In recent days, he had perused numerous historical texts about Zhejiang, and he surmised that the only figure of such renown in Zhejiang County was none other than the formidable King Muyu, who once unified 6 counties and instilled fear in both the northern Qi and southern Shu, self-styled as the King of Zhejiang. If this hidden underground realm were indeed connected to King Muyu, it would be akin to discovering a treasure trove. It was well known that Muyu was not only a master martial artist at the 4th level of the primordial spirit, but also ruled over the 6 counties, including Zhejiang, for nearly 3 decades, accumulating untold wealth and treasures during that time. If this underground relic truly belonged to King Muyu, one could only imagine the treasures it might conceal. Even Lu Yi felt a surge of excitement at this thought. After approximately half an hour of descent, he finally reached the end of the stone steps. What lay before Lu Yi was an astonishing natural underground palace, hewn from the very rock of the earth. At the entrance of this subterranean palace stood a massive stone door, radiating a shimmering azure light. The material of this door was a mystery, but even after centuries in this secluded underground world, it still glimmered with brilliance. At the entrance, a colossal stone tablet stood, inscribed with the 4 ornate characters, "Tomb of King Zhejiang." Astonishingly, this was indeed the burial site of King Muyu. Lu Yi's heart raced, and he was taken aback by the revelation. He had initially believed this place to be merely a storied cache of treasures left by Muyu, but it turned out to be his final resting place. Had it been simply a treasure hoard, One might speculate that the Lin family stumbled upon it by chance. However, a burial site of such significance was not something Mu Yu would allow outsiders to discover. Coupled with the Lin family's regard for the map-encased treasure as a cherished heirloom, the connection between Mu Yu and the Lin family was undoubtedly intricate. Could it be that Mu Yu was, in fact, of Lin lineage? Liu mused to himself. Approaching the grand entrance, he summoned all his strength and pushed against the imposing door, yet it remained immovable. Humph, Liu scoffed, channeling all his power into a technique known as 10 Directions Kill, striking the massive stone door with a resounding impact. The sound echoed through the chamber. But instead of yielding, the door resisted, sending a shockwave back at Liu Yi, causing him to stagger and his arms to tingle with numbness. What material was this door forged from? Liu Yi's expression was grave. With his current prowess, unleashing the full force of his 10 directions of slaughter might well shatter even the finest of elite soldiers. Yet, the colossal stone door before him remained utterly unmoved, showing not the slightest sign of damage. This underground palace was constructed from pure, natural rock. Should one attempt to forcibly breach it from another location, it would likely result in the entire palace collapsing, entombing everything within it forever. This was likely something Lin Yu had foreseen during the palace's construction. The sole means of entering the palace was through its grand entrance. According to Liu Ye's conjecture, not even he, nor a master of martial arts at the threshold of transcendence, could hope to force it open. There must exist some special method to unlock the palace, otherwise Mu Yu would not have left behind a map. Liu pondered, how few martial arts masters could there possibly be in the entire world? Amidst his contemplation, his gaze suddenly settled upon a stone tablet, inscribed with the 4 characters King of Zhejiang Tomb. Behind the tablet, he noticed a rather inconspicuous, slightly recessed mark. Liu Ye's eyes were drawn to that very imprint. This mark. Liu Ye retrieved the map he had acquired from the Lin family's secret chest. Upon a brief comparison, he found that the map perfectly matched the inscriptions on the stone tablet, as if it had been meticulously extracted from it. Indeed, Liu Ye smiled faintly, unfurling the map and pressing it against the stone tablet. Immediately, a powerful force emanated from the tablet, firmly drawing the map as though it were being affixed to its surface. With a resounding rumble, the earth beneath him trembled violently, cracking open to reveal a new stone tablet rising from the fissure. Unlike the previous one, this newly emerged tablet was densely inscribed with numerous characters. I have traversed the world for over 100 years, once aspiring to establish an unparalleled dominion and lay the foundation for a dynasty that would endure for millennia. Yet, I find myself gravely wounded in the 9 Nether prison, my ambitions thwarted and time running short. How regrettable, how infuriating, how bitterly discontented I am. The initial passage chronicled the psychological transformation of King Mu Yu of Zhejiang during his final days. Historical accounts from Zhejiang reveal that King Mu Yu, due to his overwhelming power and reckless demeanor, provoked a coalition attack from the northern Qi and southern Shu, ultimately resulting in his defeat and demise. Little did one realize that a hidden segment existed. Likely, before the coalition's assault, Mu Yu had already sustained irrevocable injuries and had but a short time left, prompting him to construct this underground palace as his tomb. As he continued to read, the text detailed the underground palace and the artifacts contained within. With my lifespan waning, I have raised the 6 counties to erect this underground palace, preserving the essence of my life within. The entrance to the palace is forged from a rare celestial stone obtained within the 9 Nether prison, impervious to any force below the level of 4 half-step martial arts masters. I have left 3 copies of this map as keys to the palace for future generations. One is designated for my children. Should they be fortunate, they may obtain it, but if not, it shall not be forced. The second is entrusted to the Lin family of Pengcheng, as I hail from the Lin lineage. Although I later departed from my family, it was a reluctant decision, and I offer this map in gratitude for their nurturing. The third is divided into 8 fragments, entrusted to my loyal generals to be scattered across the world. Should fate allow, they may be found by those destined to possess them. Throughout my life, I have amassed countless treasures, yet wealth is but a transient matter. I shall distribute it among the citizens of the 6 counties and my long-serving loyalists, reserving only 3 treasures within the underground palace for posterity: the sword I carry, Dragon Ridge Universe Sword, the 7-turn technique, Ocean Embracing Method, and the key to enter the 9 Nether prison. I hope that the fortunate soul who discovers them will utilize them wisely. Liu Yi glanced at the inscription on the stone tablet and comprehended its entirety. This Wang Mai of Zhejiang indeed hails from the Lin family of Pengcheng. However, it remains a mystery as to why the Lin family, upon acquiring the map, did not venture forth to explore this subterranean palace. Lu Yi remained unaware that the matter concerning the king of Zhejiang, Mu Yu, was, in fact, a taboo within the Lin family. Years ago, Mu Yu's betrayal had been a source of profound humiliation for the Lin family, leading them to impose a strict silence on the subject. They not only concealed the information from the outside world, but also forbade any discussion of this individual within the family itself. Over the course of centuries, the knowledge of Mu Yu's story had dwindled, leaving only a handful within the Lin lineage who were aware of the events surrounding him. Furthermore, although the Lin family accepted the map that Mu Yu returned, it did not signify forgiveness for his treachery. The then head of the Lin family had refrained from opening the secret box sent by Mu Yu and had cautioned future generations that no descendant of the Lin family was permitted to unseal it. At that time, even the current eldest ancestor of the Lin family had yet to be born. As the generations passed, the Lin family members came to regard the secret box as a precious heirloom, yet few possessed any understanding of the history involving the king of Zhejiang, Mu Yu. Now, it seems that Lu Yu has unwittingly benefited from this oversight. After reading the inscriptions on the stone tablet, Lu Yu furrowed his brow even deeper. Although the tablet contained a wealth of secrets regarding the underground palace and the person known as Mu Yu, it conspicuously lacked any mention of alternative methods to unlock the entrance to the underground palace. To gain access, it seemed that a collaboration of at least 4 half-step martial arts masters was required to forcibly breach the gate. Setting aside the challenge of locating 4 such masters, even if Lu Yi were to succeed, the presence of so many formidable experts within the underground palace would surely render any treasures therein unattainable for him. Lu Yi was resolutely unwilling to toil merely to provide others with the fruits of his labor. Was there truly no other way to unlock the underground palace before his eyes? In a fit of rage, Lu Yi raised his hand and struck the stone tablet before him. The tablet trembled, and the map that had seemingly adhered to its surface fluttered down. Suddenly, Lu Yi's expression changed, for words began to materialize upon the map. I am a wayward descendant of the Lin family. My name is best left unspoken. This map is entrusted to my elder brother, who I presume will neither examine it nor permit the descendants of the Lin family to do so. Should future generations come upon this map, it will signify that the Lin family is in dire straits. They may lure the enemy to this location, and with the blood of the adversary, open the great door here, potentially alleviating the Lin family's crisis and granting access to the treasures within this subterranean palace. Lu Yi picked up the map, gazing at the intricate characters inscribed upon it, his expression revealing a profound complexity. This Mu Yu, indeed, lived up to his reputation as the illustrious king of Zhejiang, possessing thoughts as deep as the abyss. He surmised that the Lin family's former patriarch would never have consulted the map, yet he had left behind a contingency plan. The method to unlock the secret box was a closely guarded secret within the Lin clan, passed down through generations, and according to ancestral teachings, no member of the Lin family was permitted to open it. As per the foresight of the king of Zhejiang, it was only in a moment of dire desperation that a descendant of the Lin family would disregard these ancestral edicts and access the secret box to uncover the map. Furthermore, it seemed only the Lin family's map could trigger such subsequent events. This served as a form of restitution for the regrets Mu Yu harbored towards his family. However, even with all his meticulous calculations, Mu Yu could scarcely have anticipated that the secret box, passed down through generations of the Lin family, would end up in the hands of an outsider centuries later. Astonishingly, this outsider had also discovered the means to unlock the box. To access the underground palace with blood? Liu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The blood of an ordinary person would likely be insufficient. It would require the blood of a warrior. For in Mu Yu's original scheme, it was intended that a desperate descendant of the Lin family would arrive at this place, luring their enemies along with them. As for the quantity of blood required, Mu Yu had not specified, but it was always preferable to have an excess than a deficit. Lu Yi now governs the 9 Rivers Martial Alliance, and although he commands a considerable number of martial artists, they are all merely his subordinates. Although Lu Yi is indifferent to taking lives, he is by no means a senseless killer. For him, killing is merely a means to an end. However, he would never abuse this means to achieve his objectives. Lu Yi was acutely aware that the means one can control are indeed the true instruments of power. Conversely, if one cannot even master oneself, one is destined to sink deeper, ultimately becoming a puppet of desire. Fortunately, there are never a shortage of individuals in this world eager to court their own demise. Thus, let us observe how many will willingly embrace their own end. A bold plan surfaced in Lu Ye's mind as he let out a cold smirk. With a swift motion, he struck the stone tablet before him, shattering it into pieces. Jiuzhang County, situated at the intersection of two nations, has long been a hub for southern and northern trade, bustling with a steady flow of people. On this particular noon, as the crowds surged and the streets teemed with activity, a brilliant beam of golden light suddenly shot up from an inconspicuous corner of Jiuzhang County. This radiant light immediately captured the attention of numerous onlookers. What was happening? What could it be? Could this soaring golden light herald the emergence of a precious treasure? Let us hasten to investigate. If we delay, the treasure may be snatched away by others. As throngs of people rushed towards the source of the golden light, they soon discovered that the area was already tightly guarded by the members of the Jiuzhang Martial Alliance, encircled in layers, leaving no room for outsiders to approach. It was no wonder, as these individuals had the means to arrive quickly. The Jiuzhang Martial Alliance's influence was well known throughout the county, and no one dared provoke them. Even if resentment brewed within their hearts, faced with the glint of swords and blades, they had no choice but to suppress their greed and leave in discontent. Although these individuals departed, the news of a treasure's emergence in Jiuzhang County became the talk of merchants and travelers in the following days. Have you heard? A treasure appeared in Jiuzhang County just the other day, a golden light illuminating half the city. Oh, do you even need to ask? I was there. It was said that a wealthy family was excavating a cellar when they accidentally unearthed an underground relic. Unfortunately, by the time I arrived, the Jiuzhang Martial Alliance had already seized the opportunity. Damn them. Who do they think they are to deny us access? Do they believe Jiuzhang County belongs to them alone? We ought to spread this news, drawing in other powerful factions. If we cannot have it, neither shall the Jiuzhang Martial Alliance. The human heart has always been greedy and insatiable, a timeless truth that has persisted since antiquity. These individuals, unable to attain the treasure themselves, were unwilling to allow the Jiuzhang Martial Alliance to monopolize it, even though the alliance attempted to suppress and conceal the news. The tale of the treasure's emergence spread like wildfire among the merchants, taking wing. Of course, this so-called suppression of information was merely a facade. The extraordinary phenomenon of the treasure's emergence had been orchestrated by Lu Yi himself. However, if he were to disseminate the news personally, it would appear too conspicuous and raise suspicions of ulterior motives. It was far more prudent to exploit the greed of others, making it less likely for anyone to question his intentions. In truth, Lu Yi had no desire to suppress the information at all. Instead, covertly sending individuals to fan the flames, the news grew increasingly sensational and absurd. Initially, it was merely rumored to be an ordinary underground relic, but later it transformed into tales of the treasure buried by the king of Jiuzhang, Mu Yu, within the county city. Eventually, it escalated to the claim that the Jiuzhang region was once the stronghold of a prominent sect in ancient times, with the remnants of that grand sect lying beneath the city. This was also a deliberate smokescreen orchestrated by Lu Yi. For those genuine powerful factions would never dispatch their elite experts merely due to such ludicrous rumors. At most, they would send a few disciples for training. As for the ordinary factions, Lu Yi regarded them with disdain, considering them merely tools to aid in opening the entrance to the underground palace. Of course, Lu Yi's immediate concern was to deal with the two influential forces, the Salt Gang and the Transport Gang, that had branches in Jiuzhang County. These two factions were currently beyond Lu Yi's reach. Should they choose to intervene, it would significantly hinder his plans. Thus, while the news of the treasure's emergence stirred up a frenzy, Lu Yi was hosting a banquet in a private room at the Jiuzhang Tower for the branch leaders of the Transport Gang and the Salt Gang in Jiuzhang County. Since the establishment of the Jiuzhang Martial Arts Alliance, under Lu Yi's leadership in both the lawful and the unlawful realms of Jiuzhang County, he has consistently bestowed gifts upon the two captains. Even their monthly earnings are graciously shared with a 10% cut. Thus, although their acquaintance with Lu Yi is relatively recent, the two captains have now become well-versed in his ways. Brother Yi, one of them began. Though your tenure in Jiuzhang County has been brief, it feels as though we are already old friends. We are well aware of the purpose behind your invitation today. The captain of the Tsang Gang appeared visibly troubled, stating, to be candid, although we are nominally the leaders of our respective branches, we are merely at the inner strength realm. In such a vast organization, we hold little significance. Matters of this nature require us to report to the main branch and await their directives. Lu Yi harbored a cold chuckle within. Although these two individuals possessed modest cultivation levels, their authority was undeniably significant. The Zhejiang Prefecture, with its convenient transportation connecting the north and south, was a lucrative stronghold. It was evident that only those with considerable backing could aspire to be branch leaders in such a bountiful locale. Rest assured, my esteemed brothers, I shall ensure that you face no difficulties, Liu proclaimed with a grin. As for the underground treasures, regardless of their quantity, I shall allocate 30% to each of you. How does that sound? He continued. While I contribute my efforts and resources, my subordinates also need sustenance. I kindly ask for your understanding regarding this additional share. Upon hearing his words, both branch leaders erupted into laughter. The prospect of reaping rewards while seated was indeed most agreeable. As Li articulated, his exertions warranted a slightly larger share, and the two of them, each receiving 30%, were already content. Of course, a crucial aspect was that they had both witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon that day within the city. The Tsang Gang and the Salt Gang were formidable forces, wealthy beyond measure, and although the two men were not highly skilled, they had encountered numerous treasures. From the perspective of these seasoned individuals, while there were rumors of treasures emerging in Zhejiang Prefecture, they were hardly extraordinary. Given Liu Ye's willingness to share the spoils with them, there was no need to inform the main branch. Had they known that the treasures buried beneath were the tomb of the legendary Zhejiang King Muyu, who once dominated the world, they might have entertained thoughts of eliminating Liu Yi. However, by that time, it was likely they would have been unable to locate him. Since Liu Yi dared to establish such a bold plan, he must have long prepared a contingency. Once the matter is accomplished, he will no longer linger in Zhejiang County. Brother Yi, it would be prudent for you to retrieve the treasures swiftly. Otherwise, we risk prolonged uncertainty, and we may find it challenging to conceal our intentions. The leader of the Salt Gang raised his wine cup towards Liu Yi and remarked languidly, "This is only natural." Liu Yi chuckled. "I trust my esteemed brothers have heard the news of the underground ruins having collapsed. Within 5 days at most, once I have completed the necessary preparations, the treasures can be unearthed. In 5 days' time, those who are destined for peril should have arrived. The longer we delay, the more likely unforeseen complications will arise. You are a physician in the mountains. After an enigmatic plague claimed the lives of all the villagers, you resolved to explore various herbs to heal the sick. At the age of 26, you stumbled upon a peculiar fruit in the forest, and upon consuming it, your inner energy flourished, transforming you into a martial artist. By 30, using the rare fruit as your primary ingredient, along with a multitude of herbs, you concocted the second-tier, half-grade elixir, the 100 Herbs Meridian Opening Pill. At 55, you successfully crafted the 3-star elixir, the Longevity Pill, which sparked a frenzy among seekers. That same year, you were appointed as the alchemist for the royal family of Northern Qi, residing in the imperial palace. At the age of 100, recalling your original aspirations, you resigned from your official duties and returned to seclusion, opening a clinic in the countryside to heal the sick. Finally, at 130 years of age, you exhausted your lifespan and passed away peacefully. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 300 points. Simulation points acquired, 300 points. Current simulation points, 1,080 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Second tier, half-grade elixir, 100 Herbs Meridian Opening Pill. 2. 3-star elixir, Longevity Pill Formula. 3. Life experience of 130 years. For Liu Yi, the life experience of a physician holds little value, as he has no intention of pursuing the path of an alchemist. Therefore, even with a wealth of 130 years of experience, he ultimately chose to forego that option. In the end, Liu Yi selected the second-tier, half-grade elixir, the 100 Herbs Meridian Opening Pill. Upon consuming the pill, he felt a surge of warmth rise from his dantian, coursing through his limbs. Simultaneously, the energy within him began to expand rapidly. Humph! With a low growl, Liu Yi raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that surged forth from his palm. This force extended an impressive 3 zhang, and with a sweeping motion, he cleaved a vast fissure into the ground. The outer gang realm has been achieved. A faint smile graced Liu Ye's lips, given his extensive cultivation. The transition to the outer gang realm was hardly a challenge. With the assistance of elixirs, his breakthrough unfolded seamlessly. Typically, a martial artist breaking into the outer gang realm could project their energy only a few inches, requiring years of diligent accumulation to extend it beyond a zhang. However, Liu Ye's 3 zhang of energy marked the pinnacle of the early outer gang stage. Surpassing 3 zhang would signify entry into the mid-outer gang stage. Yet, due to his extraordinary accumulation, His true energy surpassed that of ordinary practitioners by several folds, allowing him to project his energy to an astonishing 3 zhang immediately upon his breakthrough. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare, even among the most prestigious sects. Only those true prodigies can attain such heights. Lui's current accumulation of power is now on par with the most extraordinary talents of the top-tier forces. At the very moment Lu descended to the outer gang realm, Taizheng was hastening to report the recent developments. The influence of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance now extends beyond the borders of Zhejiang County, with its eyes and ears infiltrating even the surrounding counties. It can be said that any outsider who steps into the radius of 1,000 miles around Zhejiang County will be promptly detected by the Alliance's surveillance. Lui had tasked Taizheng and his team with rigorously monitoring the foreign martial artists and various forces entering the confines of Zhejiang County. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Although Lud harbored unwavering confidence in his own prowess, he was never one to be arrogant. The leader truly possesses an uncanny foresight. Taizheng expressed his admiration, for since the news spread, hundreds of wandering martial artists had been making their way toward Zhejiang County. We need not concern ourselves with those wandering cultivators. Lui waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss the more prominent martial forces. Yes, leader. Taizheng immediately responded. In just a few days, the speed of information dissemination has been limited. Only the martial forces not too far from Zhejiang County have received the news. Among them, the Huang and Zhang families, as well as the esteemed sects of the Penglai Sword sect and the Golden Blade sect, have dispatched outer gang warriors as leaders. They are expected to arrive in Zhejiang County within 3 days. Li was somewhat acquainted with these martial forces mentioned by Taizheng, recognizing them as medium-tier powers located in the vicinity of Zhejiang County. Despite the presence of experts at the 4th level of qi manipulation among these factions, Li regarded them with indifference. However, Taizheng's expression grew solemn. Moreover, according to credible intelligence, both the 7 Heroes Association and the Sword God Mountain have disciples en route to Zhejiang County. Leading them are Shui Tianjie, ranked 76th on the human rankings, known as Cold Moon Cold Light, and Ren Qiuyue, ranked 51st, known as Sword Fairy. Although Lud had not disclosed his plans to anyone, not even to Taizheng, he was aware that the so-called treasure's emergence was merely a ruse orchestrated by him to deceive everyone. Even without knowledge of Lui's specific strategy, Taizheng understood that those individuals arriving at Zhejiang County were merely making a fruitless journey, for there were no treasures to be found in Zhejiang County. Furthermore, given Lui's character, such a grand display of activity was certainly not for mere amusement. The wandering martial artists and medium-tier forces posed little threat. With the current strength of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, bolstered by their connections with the Chao Gang and Salt Gang, they had nothing to fear. However, forces such as the 7 Heroes Association and Sword God Mountain were adversaries they could not afford to provoke. The 7 Heroes Association is one of the 7 renowned gangs alongside the Chao Gang and Salt Gang, while Sword God Mountain is universally recognized as the foremost among the 5 great sword sects since the decline of the Jian Mountain Manor. Even the Chao Bang and Yin Bang, which maintain amicable relations with the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, would never dare to confront these 2 paramount forces on their behalf. As a result, not only was Taizheng's face etched with concern, but even Lu furrowed his brow slightly. The Sword God Mountain? What business do they have here on the Chichu border when they should be residing in the far northern realm? The arrival of the 7 Heroes Society was anticipated by Lu Yi, for their influence was not far from Zhejiang County. Furthermore, the 7 Heroes Society is known for its myriad internal factions, always drawn to where excitement brews. Therefore, their emergence did not surprise Lu Yi. In fact, he had initially planned to target the individuals dispatched by the 7 Heroes Society. However, the appearance of the Sword God Mountain was entirely unforeseen. Lu Yi had contemplated various martial arts factions that might materialize, yet he had never considered Sword God Mountain among them, primarily due to its considerable distance from Zhejiang County. The entrance to Sword God Mountain lies in the extreme north, implying that to reach Zhejiang County, they would have to traverse nearly the entire northern Qi territory. Thus, the possibility of their arrival had never crossed Lu Ye's mind. Yet now, the seemingly improbable presence of Sword God Mountain had become a reality. In recent days, the influx of martial artists to Zhejiang County had noticeably increased. Although Zhejiang County is traditionally a bustling hub, it had merely been a conduit for traveling merchants. The congregation of so many martial artists had not been witnessed in quite some time. The locals understood that the commotion was stirred by the emergence of a treasure. With only one treasure and so many seekers, a bloody contest for it was inevitable. Such ruthless pursuits for wealth and glory were commonplace in the martial world. Those wary of trouble had hastily departed from Zhejiang County, eager to avoid being ensnared in the impending chaos. Thus, while the number of martial artists surged, the usual merchant caravans had noticeably diminished. At the northern gate of Zhejiang City, a group of over 10, weary from their travels, entered the county. Though their numbers were few, each individual possessed striking features. The men were handsome and the women alluring, the youngest scarcely 14, while the eldest did not exceed 25. Each wore resplendent attire, and more importantly, each wielded a long sword that exuded an air of extraordinary quality. Any seasoned individual familiar with the martial world would recognize that such a group undoubtedly bore significant backing. Consequently, even those hardened by the blade instinctively distanced themselves from these youthful figures, wary of approaching them. Sister Qiuyue, this Zhejiang city is hardly a sanctuary of martial arts. I have never heard of any major sect establishing itself here. I suspect these individuals are merely spreading rumors. There is likely no remarkable treasure here. Why have we journeyed so far? A youth, approximately 15 years of age, lamented, "Here I find only mediocre warriors. To associate with them is to tarnish the esteemed reputation of our sword god mountain." Suddenly, a woman in her early 20s gently tapped the boy's head with the hilt of her sword, her expression grave. "Little monkey," she admonished, "do not look down upon these unremarkable warriors. Every formidable fighter begins their journey from humble beginnings. If one remains ignorant of the most brutal and foundational aspects of the martial world, they will forever be a sheltered flower, unable to achieve greatness." Initially, she aimed her reprimand solely at the boy, but soon, others in their vicinity joined in her chastisement. Remember why we, the disciples of Sword God Mountain, descend from our heights to temper our hearts. As sword practitioners, our blades may be sharp, but we must not be cruel. Otherwise, we wield the sword to dominate others, rather than letting our humanity guide our swordsmanship. Once you leave the mountain, refrain from incessantly boasting about our name. It is the legacy forged by our predecessors that commands respect, not your own empty words. Even among the assembly of strikingly handsome individuals at Sword God Mountain, this speaking woman stood out like a crane among chickens. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes mirrored autumn waters. Though devoid of makeup, she emanated an ethereal aura. Clad in a light, pale yellow gauze garment, she appeared akin to a celestial being. The chastised boy dared not retort, merely sticking out his tongue in secret. The others displayed expressions of bitterness, casting the boy venomous glances. They knew well that while Sister Qiuyue possessed many admirable qualities, her lectures were endless and often provoked the oblivious to incite her. This group comprised the disciples of Sword God Mountain, one of the 5 great sword sects of the realm. Lu Yi, however, had misunderstood. The disciples from the Sword God Mountain had not made a special journey from the far north. Rather, this group of disciples happened to be descending the mountain for training and arrived near Zhejiang County. Upon hearing the news of treasures surfacing in Zhejiang, the leader, Ren Qiuyue, wished to bring her junior disciples to witness it. As for seizing the treasures, it was of little consequence to the people of Sword God Mountain. Even Ren Qiuyue herself did not believe that there was anything extraordinary to be found in Zhejiang. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance had eyes and ears throughout the entire Zhejiang County. And as soon as the disciples from Sword God Mountain entered the city, the news swiftly reached Lu Yi. Even their conversations along the way were known to him. To wield a sword against a person, or to control a person with a sword. Lu Yu's fingers lightly tapped on the table, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. After a long moment, he sighed deeply, acknowledging, "Indeed, they are one of the 5 great sword sects of the world. They are truly exceptional. Even a mere disciple possesses such insight." The swordsmanship described by Ren Qiuyue bore striking similarities to Lu Yi's own path of slaughter. For Lu Yi, killing was merely a means to an end, yet he would never allow the desire for bloodshed to control him. This alignment bore a resemblance to the swordsmanship of Sword God Mountain. Though they had yet to meet, Lu Yi had already elevated the renowned sword fairy of the martial world in his mind. The foundation of a major martial sect was indeed remarkable. Just Ren Qiuyue's vision and understanding surpassed anyone else in the entirety of Zhejiang County, with the exception of Lu Yi himself. According to the information relayed by his subordinates, after the disciples from Sword God Mountain found lodging in the city, they intended to visit the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang. Given that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance was the most formidable force in Zhejiang County, it was only natural for Sword God Mountain to visit without the intent to exert pressure. However, Lu Yi had already devised a plan to deal with the people of Sword God Mountain. Now that they did not wish to create enmity, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside his original plan. For a colossal entity like Sword God Mountain, it would undoubtedly be far more advantageous to forge friendships than to cultivate animosities. Although Lu Yi was never afraid of making enemies, he was also unwilling to do so without reason. Prepare a banquet. Lu Yi decided to abandon the original plan of using 2 peaches to eliminate 3 warriors and instead graciously host the disciples of Sword God Mountain. However, before the disciples could arrive, another group found their way to the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang. This group, unlike the dignified disciples of Sword God Mountain, came with a different demeanor. They were not there to forge friendships. In their eyes, a mere local tyrant from Jiuzhang County was unworthy of their companionship. The visitors were Shui Dianzhang's brother, Shui Dianjie, ranked 76th on the list of martial artists, colloquially known as Cold Moon, Frostlight. While Shui Tianzhang himself was not particularly remarkable, merely a mid-stage outer strength warrior, even though he ranked higher than Lu Yi, he posed no threat to Lu Yi, who had recently advanced to the early stage of outer strength. However, his elder brother was a different matter entirely. The Gracious Spear, Shui Dianjie, was one of the 7 founders of the 7 Heroes Association and a renowned master of martial arts on the Earth ranking. A mere stamp of his foot could shake the ground thrice. The 7 Heroes Association was originally established by 7 individuals, but only 4 founders remain today: the benevolent blade Lu Boyan, the loyal mace Lu Taiyue, the chivalrous sword Ding Feng, and the gracious spear Shui Tianjie. Each of these 4 was a well-known martial arts master on the Earth ranking. As Shui Tianjie's only biological brother, despite Shui Tianzhang's own mediocre skills, few dared to offend him in the martial world. Let your gang leader come out to greet our home master. A group of over 10 people accompanied Shui Tianjie, but it was not he who shouted, but a sycophant by his side. After delivering the message, the lackey leaned closer to Shui Tianjie with a fawning expression. Home master, your personal visit is a tremendous honor for them. I trust they will not fail to recognize the significance. Humph. A mere Jiuzhang County, and they dare to establish a martial alliance? They truly overrate themselves. Shui Dianjie scoffed, disdain etched on his face. If it weren't for my elder brother urging me to engage more with the smaller factions of the martial world, I wouldn't have bothered coming here myself. Indeed, Hall Master, your status makes this visit a grand favor to the Flying Tiger Gang. The flunky continued to flatter, emphasizing Shui Dianjie's esteemed position as the brother of the leader of the 7 Heroes Association. It was said that the association's leader was nearing the true fire of refining infant stage, a level in the 4th realm of the primordial spirit. And it was not inconceivable that he could eventually attain the status of an unparalleled grandmaster listed on the celestial ranking. The entourage surrounding Shui Tianzhang lavished praise upon him. Yet they failed to notice the growing darkness of his expression. Initially, everyone believed that the mere presence of Shui Tianzhang, a figure of considerable stature, at the doorstep of a trifling organization like the Flying Tiger Gang was a tremendous honor, and that their leader would eagerly emerge to welcome him. However, to their astonishment, after a prolonged wait, only a mere servant appeared. Our leader has stated that the Flying Tiger Gang has no dealings with the 7 Heroes Society. He will not make an appearance, so please, Master Shui, return whence you came, the servant declared with an air of authority, entirely unperturbed. He was but a simple countryman, unaware of the 7 Heroes Society or the significance of Master Shui, yet cognizant that no one in the entire Jiuzhang County dared to disrespect their leader. The servant's word struck Shui Tianzhang like a slap across the face, darkening his countenance further, while those who had just been fawning over him fell silent, exchanging incredulous glances. After a moment's pause, someone finally reacted, raising their voice in indignation. What audacity the Flying Tiger Gang possesses! How dare they speak to our Master Shui in such a manner? A mere third-rate gang, dismissing the 7 Heroes Society with such disdain. This organization has no place in this world. It would be better to extinguish it altogether. The members of the 7 Heroes Society joined in the uproar, serving as loyal retainers to Shui Tianzhang. As the saying goes, when the master is humiliated, the servants must perish. Even before Shui Tianzhang could utter a word, they could no longer contain their outrage. Meanwhile, Shui Tianzhang maintained his composure, finally managing to force out a retort through gritted teeth. What a remarkable Flying Tiger Gang! Do they truly believe that my silence signifies weakness? Just as he was poised to command his subordinates to launch an assault on the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang, a light-hearted laugh echoed from a distance. What foul wind! What foul wind! One person's flatulence is already unbearable. A multitude's is truly intolerable. Turning toward the source of the voice, they beheld a young man languidly reclining atop a donkey, making his way toward the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang. The youth exuded an air of lethargy, his eyes appearing as though they had not yet fully awakened. His attire was humble, composed of coarse linen, adorned with several conspicuous patches. A curved blade hung loosely at his waist, lacking even a sheath, carelessly thrust into his side. "And who might you be to utter such insolence here?" Shui Tianjiang inquired, his brow furrowed, feeling that fortune had decidedly turned against him. Having just been publicly humiliated by an inconsequential gang, now confronted by this audacious vagabond. The youthful individual, lazily pointing at his own nose, grinned and declared, "At the very least, I am a person of courtesy, and I would never audibly relieve myself at the threshold of my host's abode. How audacious of you! I shall first rid myself of you before dealing with the Flying Tiger Gang." Shui Tianjiang's fury ignited, given his status. He was accustomed to being regarded with utmost reverence wherever he went. Yet today, he had been belittled time and again, which was intolerable. "Oh, kill me? I fear you may not possess such formidable prowess," the young man scoffed. "Were it your elder brother uttering such words, it might hold some weight." His hand rested on the hilt of the unsheathed curved blade at his waist, his attire besmirched, yet his hands were pristine and elegant. As he caressed the weapon, it resembled an affectionate gesture towards a beloved. One night of listening to spring rain, "You are the unmatched blade, Duan Shaolu?" Suddenly, amidst the assembly of the 7 heroes, a voice inquired with gravity. The speaker was an elderly man with white hair, standing inconspicuously among the crowd. Previously, while others flattered Shui Tianjiang, this elder remained silent. But now, as he spoke, all eyes turned to him, including Shui Tianjiang, who offered a slight nod. It appeared this elder bore significant standing. As the elder spoke, the crowd's attention shifted back to the young man's curved blade. While it appeared unremarkable and not particularly formidable, engraved upon its blade were the words, "One night of listening to spring rain." This inscription denoted the identity of the blade's owner. For only one individual in the realm bore such an inscription upon his weapon, ranked 40th on the martial leaderboard. He had once slain a spirit realm warrior with a single strike, known as the unmatched blade, Duan Shaolu. Clearly, the 7 heroes were not blind. Duan Shaolu smiled faintly, dismounting from his donkey, and made a gesture. "Since you have recognized my identity, why do you not take your leave, rather than await my invitation to depart?" Shui Tianjiang's countenance darkened, brimming with rage, yet he dared not unleash it as he had previously. Although he held a rank on the leaderboard, it paled in comparison to Duan Shaolu's stature. Ranked 50th, the threshold on the leaderboard, warriors within the top 50 could easily overpower those beyond. Were it not for Shui Tianjia's reputation, Duan Shaolu could effortlessly eliminate him. "Brother Duan, our 7 heroes bear no grievances towards you. Will you truly stand up for a third-rate gang and become our adversary?" Shui Tianjiang spoke in a low tone. "Perhaps one day, when you cease to mention the 7 heroes and your elder brother in the same breath, you may speak with me again." Duan Shaolu appeared to have lost interest in conversing with Shui Tianjiang, dismissively waving his hand. "Now, those who wish to avoid demise should depart." Shui Tianjiang felt a twitch at the corner of his eye upon hearing Duan Shaolu's words. Although the 7 heroes society wielded immense power, even a remarkable figure like Duan Shaolu, ranked among the top 50 in the world, was merely a slightly larger ant in the shadow of the society. Yet, the 7 heroes society was distant, while Duan Shaolu was close at hand. Shui Tianjiang was acutely aware that should Duan Shaolu truly wish to end his life, it would not pose a significant challenge. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. This was a lesson imparted to him by his elder brother during his childhood. "Very well, Brother Duan. Since you have chosen to intervene today, I shall extend you this courtesy." Shui Tianjiang's words seemed to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. "If you are also here for the treasures of Zhejiang County, then the outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. This day's events, I shall repay tenfold in the future. We shall take our leave now." With a fierce glare directed at Duan Shaolu, Shui Tianjiang issued a harsh remark before leading his subordinates away. Duan Shaolu then approached the underlings of the Flying Tiger Gang, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and smiled as he said, "Might I trouble you to inform your esteemed leader that Duan Shaolu has come to pay a visit?" Lu Yi never anticipated that the first outsider he would receive was not the enchanting Xianzi from Sword God Mountain, nor Shui Tianjiang from the 7 Heroes Society. Instead, it was the legendary Absolute Blade, Duan Shaolu, whose reputation and prowess surpassed both. Upon encountering Duan Xiaolu, Lu Yi found it difficult to reconcile the disheveled, lethargic young man before him with the illustrious title of Absolute Blade. Were it not for this individual having frightened off Shui Tianjiang right at his doorstep, Liu might have suspected that someone had come to the Feihu gang to take advantage of their hospitality under false pretenses. Noticing the peculiar gaze from Lu Yi, Duan Xiaolu awkwardly rubbed his nose and explained, "I earned some money working for the locals along the way. My donkey, which I've been traveling with, has also cost me quite a bit, leaving me rather dirty, and I haven't yet found a place to bathe in the city." Upon hearing Duan Xiaolu's explanation, rather than diminishing his respect, Liu felt a growing admiration. It is well known that even the most ordinary of postnatal martial artists can easily make a living, let alone someone as renowned as Duan Xiaolu. No wonder such a celebrated figure could enter Jiujiang City without the martial arts alliance catching wind of his arrival. Who would associate a man who appeared so grimy from working for locals with the illustrious Absolute Blade? If Brother Duan does not mind, I invite you to stay temporarily at my Feihu gang. Although my accommodations are modest, I can certainly offer you a place to bathe, Lu Yi said with a calm demeanor. Why bother asking if you already know the answer? Duan Xiaolu interjected candidly, interrupting Lu Yi. I have come here regarding the treasures of Jiujiang City. Is someone of your stature truly interested in such treasures? Lu Yi responded nonchalantly. Since it is Brother Duan who has spoken, I am more than willing to share a portion of the treasures with you. It seems that the leader Yi still does not fully trust me, Duan Xiaolu sighed softly. The rumors about the treasures of Jiujiang City were likely spread intentionally by you, were they not? And the so-called manifestations of treasure are probably orchestrated by you as well? Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with a flash of sharpness, a hint of murderous intent momentarily crossing his countenance, yet his expression remained unchanged. I fail to comprehend your words, Brother Duan, he remarked. Duan Xiaolu, with a resigned shake of his head, finally extracted a sheepskin map from his bosom. Surely, this map is familiar to you, Chief Yi? The map in Duan Xiaolu's possession bore a striking resemblance to the one Lu Yi had obtained from the Lin family, at least 80% alike. Upon seeing this map, Lu Yi realized he could no longer feign ignorance. Is Brother Duan a descendant of the Mu family? Lu Yi inquired in a low voice. The maps left behind by Mu Yu totaled 3, one for the Lin family, one for his own descendants, and the last scattered across the world. The difficulty of gathering the scattered ones was insurmountable, rendering it a futile endeavor. Thus, the map in Duan Xiaolu's hands was likely the one Mu Yu had bequeathed to his descendants. Not quite, but I have a friend who is a descendant of the king of Jiujiang, Duan Xiaolu sighed, retrieving an urn containing ashes. I once promised him to inter his remains in the ancestral tomb to honor his lineage. Over the past 5 years, I have visited Jiujiang City numerous times, but have yet to discover the means to access the underground palace. Now that Chief Yi has publicized the treasures within the palace, I presume you have found a way to unlock it. For the sake of a deceased friend's promise, Duan Xiaolu had made multiple trips to Jiujiang City over the years, proving himself a man of integrity. Indeed, I possess a method to unlock the underground palace, Liu replied candidly, no longer feigning pretense now that Duan Xiaolu had seen through him. However, why should I divulge this method to Brother Duan? My purpose here is to collaborate with Chief Yi, Duan Xiaolu stated directly. I seek no treasures from the underground palace. I only wish to inter my late friend's remains within its confines. In exchange, I can assist you in dealing with the Seven Heroes Society. I have always preferred to work alone, Lu Yi responded, shaking his head. Although I appreciate Brother Duan's intervention today, even without your assistance, I have my own means to handle the Seven Heroes Society. Despite Lu Yi's favorable impression of Duan Xiaolu, he remained wary. He was acutely aware that one could know a person's face but not their heart. He had always relied solely on his own strength and weapons. You underestimate the Seven Heroes Society, Chief Yi. Although Shui Tianjiang may be inept, he is the only brother of Shui Tianjia, and he is not without capable allies. Duan Xiaolu lamented. Are you aware of who that elder beside Shui Tianjiang is? Before Liu could respond, Duan Xiaolu continued. The eight-armed divine sword Dongfang Bai was once a half-step martial arts master, having achieved the realm of unity with heaven and humanity. At this juncture, a flicker of apprehension crossed Duan Xiaolu's eyes, dispelling his earlier nonchalance. Although Shui Tianjia shattered his top 3 flowers and reduced his vital energy to the spirit aperture realm, he was once a half-step master. Even I might find it challenging to contend with him. Had it not been for Duan Xiaolu's revelation, Lu Yi would have remained oblivious to the presence of such a formidable individual by Shui Tianjiang's side. The eight-armed divine sword, Dongfang Bai, had retreated from the world for nearly 2 decades, making it entirely unsurprising that the subordinates of the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance had failed to uncover any information about him. A union benefits both parties, while division leads to mutual destruction. I implore you, Leader Yi, to contemplate this matter with care. Duan Xiaolu fixed a piercing gaze upon Lu Yi, declaring, I swear by my absolute blade that I shall bury only the bones, not covet any treasures. After much deliberation, Li ultimately acquiesced to Duan Xiaolu's request for collaboration. His favorable impression of Duan Xiaolu played a significant role in this decision. With centuries of life experience, Liu possessed an acute ability to discern deceit. However, he perceived neither trickery nor malice in Duan Xiaolu. In Lu Ye's estimation, this was a person worthy of camaraderie. Furthermore, Duan Xiaolu's considerable prowess lent him the requisite stature to engage in discussions with Lu Yu. Once the two had established their plan, Duan Xiaolu temporarily took residence at the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang. Yet, Duan Xiaolu exhibited peculiar habits. He dined solely on the most humble fare and occupied the most modest of accommodations, paying his due to Lu Ye's subordinates at market rates. Although he seemed to harbor a yearning for opulent lodgings and gourmet delicacies, each time he touched his coin purse, he would let out a heavy sigh and choose to forego such luxuries. Following Duan Xiaolu's reception, Li Yi extended his hospitality to the members of Sword God Mountain. Ren Qiuyue, aptly named the Sword Fairy, embodied the ethereal grace of a celestial being, exuding a unique aura that captivated all who beheld her. Were it not for Lu Ye's extensive life experience, he might have found himself at a loss for composure. The others from Sword God Mountain, despite their inherent pride, lacked the arrogance that characterized Shui Tianjiang. A banquet ensued, and both host and guest reveled in merriment. Yet, upon departing from the Flying Tiger Gang, Ren Qiuyue appeared somewhat unsettled. The following day, the collapsed underground ruins were finally cleared. However, this so-called clearing was merely a ruse orchestrated by Lu Yi. In truth, there had never been any collapse of ruins. It was simply an excuse to buy time. As the arrivals began to gather, Lu Yi grew concerned that further delays might attract unforeseen visitors. Thus, he proclaimed the underground ruins cleared and open for entry. Early that day, those who received the news hastened to the entrance of the subterranean palace, only to find it already besieged by a throng, preventing anyone from approaching. This time, the encirclement was not formed by the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance, but by the Seven Heroes Society. It was astonishing that within a mere day, the Seven Heroes Society had mobilized such a considerable force. Standing beside Lu Yi, Duan Xiaolu could not help but exclaim, Indeed, it is advantageous to be sheltered by a grand tree. Lu Yi maintained his composure, sneering as he remarked, The more they come, the more shall perish. If they seek their own demise, even the deities cannot intervene. Duan Xiaolu, aware of Lu Ye's intentions, offered a wry smile. Yi Gangzhang, you are surely destined to offend the Seven Heroes Association irreparably. Those who aspire to achieve greatness need not dwell on the past. Lu Yi chuckled softly. As long as the Seven Heroes do not provoke me, all shall be well. Otherwise, today I could obliterate Shui Tianjiang, and in the future, who is to say I could not eradicate the Seven Heroes Association? I suddenly realize you resemble someone I know. Duan Xiaolu's eyes flickered. Li Ju Tian from the World Association. You two must share common interests. As they conversed, they approached the entrance of the subterranean palace. Yet they were halted by members of the Seven Heroes Association. Duan, I have long foretold that yesterday's enmity would be repaid in due course. At that moment, Shui Tianjiang approached, flanked by a group, a triumphant smile gracing his face. I did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. What do you mean by that? Shui Tianjiang, Duan Xiaolu retorted. This is not your Seven Heroes territory. Do you intend to monopolize it and bar our entry? The situation is stronger than the individual. This is what you taught me, Duan. Shui Tianjiang sneered. Today, whoever defies me shall perish. Whoever dares to resist shall face my wrath. Even you, Duan Xiaolu the unyielding blade, are no exception. As his words lingered, two figures stepped forth from behind Shui Tianjiang. One was Dongfang Bai, the eight-armed divine sword, and the other, a burly middle-aged man. Duan Xiaolu, it has been a while. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Duan Xiaolu. If you wish to live, do not oppose the Seven Heroes Association. Pay phone. Duan Xiaolu furrowed his brow slightly. One of Shui Tianjiang's inner disciples, who had been on the rankings 5 years ago but had since fallen off due to age. He must now be a practitioner of the spiritual aperture realm. Clearly, Duan Xiaolu recognized Pei Feng, explaining the situation to Lu Yi beside him. another warrior of the spiritual aperture realm. Indeed, the Seven Heroes Association's strength was formidable. Were it not for his alliance with Duan Xiaolu, Lu Yi alone would find it challenging to subdue two practitioners of that caliber. From Duan Xiaolu's tone, Lu Yi discerned that although he regarded the spiritual aperture warriors with great respect, he exhibited no hint of retreat. In other words, warriors of the spiritual aperture realm remained within his scope of response. Amidst the gathering, Shui Tianjiang exuded an overwhelming presence, surveying the crowd with an unparalleled aura. At that moment, he bore a striking resemblance to his brother. Is it not a bit too tyrannical of your Seven Heroes Association? Just then, a voice as melodious as a yellow oriole chimed in. In an unclaimed relic, everyone has a share. If we truly wish to enter, would you dare to kill us? Ren Xiuyue appeared, leading a group of disciples from the Sword God Mountain. A true swordsman bends not, but remains steadfast. Although she would never bully others with her power, she would also not tolerate indignities. Thus, despite the formidable strength of the Seven Heroes Society, with two practitioners of the Spirit Aperture realm standing guard, the disciples of the Sword God Mountain glared at them fiercely, showing no sign of retreat. It was the presence of Fairy Ren from the Sword God Mountain that caused even the domineering Shui Tianjiang to display a flicker of trepidation upon seeing Ren Xiuyue and her companions. However, only Lu Yi, with his centuries of life experience, could discern the raw desire lurking beneath that trepidation. Though both the Seven Heroes Society and the Sword God Mountain ranked among the world's elite powers, the strength of the Sword God Mountain surpassed that of the Seven Heroes Society by a considerable margin. Despite Shui Tianjiang's arrogance, he remembered his brother's admonition regarding the formidable entities that should never be provoked, among which the fiercely protective Sword God Mountain was included. Naturally, Fairy Ren was permitted to enter, but Shui Tianjiang chuckled, asserting that the Seven Heroes Society must descend first, with them following behind. This was non-negotiable, otherwise, he would have no choice but to impose restrictions on the fairy's freedom and later seek forgiveness from the esteemed elders of the Sword God Mountain. Ren Xiuyue's face flushed crimson with anger at Shui Tianjiang's words, her hand instinctively gripping her sword. Yet, she instinctively turned to glance at Lu Yi and Duan Xiaolu. To her surprise, one appeared calm and composed while the other wore a lazy expression, showing no dissatisfaction with Shui Tianjiang's domineering attitude. Nor did they seem inclined to unite with the Sword God Mountain against the Seven Heroes Society. Ren Xiuyue, once filled with indignation, found herself calming down upon witnessing their demeanor. She then turned to Lu Yi, her voice lively, and inquired, "Leader Yi, as the local lord of Jiuzhang County, what are your thoughts on this matter?" This girl, indeed, possessed remarkable intelligence. Lu Yi gave a bitter smile in his heart. When Ren Xiuyue visited that day, Lu Yi felt quite fond of her. Coming from such a powerful background, she did not impose her status upon others. Such a character is indeed rare. Therefore, Lu Yi subtly offered her a few words of caution, advising her to be extra careful in the underground palace. He never anticipated that this young lady would awaken to the situation so swiftly. As Ren Xiuyue posed her questions, the gazes of the scattered martial artists around turned towards Lu Yi. Currently, only a collaboration between the Sword God Mountain and the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance could possibly contend with the formidable Seven Heroes Association. Should enmity arise between the two sides, or worse, should conflict ensue, it would provide them with an opportunity to profit from the chaos. Otherwise, with the Seven Heroes Association dominating the scene, there would be little chance for these scattered martial artists to claim any treasures. Although Lu Yi harbored considerable affection for Ren Xiuyue, he could not impart anything of substance to her, merely stating blandly, "In this world, it is the one with the greater strength who dictates reason. The Seven Heroes Association is powerful, and I am powerless to oppose them should they choose to act first." Upon hearing his words, the scattered martial artists revealed expressions of disappointment. They had not expected the recently ascendant Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance's so-called leader to be so timid. Humph, a decorative pillow, pleasing to the eyes but devoid of substance. Shui Tianjiang also chuckled coldly and bowed to Ren Xiuyue. "Fairy Run, I shall take my leave." With that, he led the members of the Seven Heroes Association down into the depths. Once all the members of the Seven Heroes Association had descended, coupled with Lu Ye's deliberate display of weakness, the crowd began to regard the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance with a degree of disdain. It was unclear who among the throng shouted, "The Seven Heroes Association has gone down. We should hurry as well. If they feast, perhaps we might savor some soup too. If we delay, we may end up missing even that." Thus, The crowd surged eagerly downwards. Lu Yi and the members of the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance chose not to intervene, remaining in place as they observed everyone rushing into the underground. The people from the Sword God Mountain, however, could not contain their impatience, with one addressing Rin Shuyue, "Sister Shuyue, let us hurry down as well." Rin Shuyue surveyed the throng rushing below, then glanced at the composed Lu Yi and Duan Xiaolu. Recalling Lu Yue's earlier subtle warning, her unease intensified. Ultimately, Rin Shuyue shook her head. "There is no rush. We shall descend alongside Chief Yi and the others." A young swordsman, clad in sword garb, urgently exclaimed, "Sister, why wait for that decorative pillow? Shouldn't we hurry down? If we tarry, we might miss out on even the soup." Little monkey. At this moment, Rin Shuyue asserted her authority as a senior sister with a firm admonition. "I have already told you that our purpose here is merely to gain experience. As for treasures, the most important treasure for us swordsmen is the sword in your own hands. Hold your sword firmly, and in this vast world, there is no place you cannot venture." Rin Shuyue ultimately asserted her authority as the senior sister, compelling the disciples of Sword God Mountain to accompany Lu Yi and the others into the underground palace. Leading the way, the members of the Seven Heroes Society, upon sighting the stone steps leading into the depths, recognized that such craftsmanship could only be the work of an extraordinary individual. The treasures concealed beneath the earth were surely of remarkable significance. The members of the Seven Heroes Society hastened their pace, and upon reaching the entrance of the underground palace, they beheld a stone tablet before them. This was, of course, a tablet that had been altered by Lu Yi. The original had long been destroyed by him. The inscriptions upon the tablet bore little resemblance to the original text, having concealed the information regarding the treasures within the palace, merely stating that it contained the long-collected treasures of King Mu Yu of Zhejiang. Most importantly, it recorded that once the grand door was opened, only those who entered the underground palace first would be entitled to inherit the legacy of King Mu Yu. Subsequently, the door would close, requiring several half-step martial Dao grandmasters to collaborate in order to reopen it. Beneath this ground lay the very tomb of King Mu Yu of Zhejiang, a martial Dao grandmaster of the 4th level of the primordial spirit, who had condensed his own Dharma form. Who would have thought that this time we truly stumbled upon a treasure? Seeing the inscriptions on the tablet, the faces of the Seven Heroes Society members radiated excitement. Their primary purpose for coming to Zhejiang County was not merely treasure hunting, but rather to subdue the newly emerged Zhejiang Martial Alliance on behalf of Shui Tianjiang. Unexpectedly, while they failed to conquer the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, they discovered such a treasure instead. This treasure must belong to Shui Tianjiang. Shui Tianjiang himself displayed a fervent expression. Should he return with the relics of a martial Dao grandmaster, his elder brother would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. At that moment, the scattered martial artists also arrived underground. Despite their hurried efforts, they were not significantly slower than the members of the Seven Heroes Society. Heavens! It was indeed the legacy left by King Zhejiang from years past. This was no ordinary legacy, but the very tomb of King Zhejiang. Perhaps it even housed the entirety of King Zhejiang's martial heritage. They were prepared to compete with the Seven Heroes Society, regardless of the so-called top-tier powers. If they were to obtain King Zhejiang's legacy and treasures, they might one day ascend to the status of an unparalleled martial Dao grandmaster and rise to the celestial rankings. At that time, they would no longer fear the Seven Heroes Society. Since ancient times, treasures have stirred the hearts of men, especially treasures of such immense value. This was a treasure left behind by a martial Dao grandmaster. It was enough to drive anyone to desperation. The scattered martial artists, with their eyes ablaze with desire, focused solely on the treasures before them. The Seven Heroes Society and the elite martial Dao forces of the world were cast aside in their minds. The tablet clearly stated that only the first to enter the underground palace would be able to claim King Zhejiang's treasure and legacy. Once the door closed, even the Seven Heroes Society, no matter how formidable they were, would find it impossible to gain entry. In an instant, the throng of rogue martial artists seemed to have succumbed to madness. Their eyes ablaze with fervor as they charged towards the warriors of the Seven Heroes Society with thunderous roars. The two factions immediately clashed in a chaotic melee, indistinguishable from one another, with blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Amidst such turmoil, no one noticed that those who had been most vociferous in inciting the conflict had now retreated to the rear. These individuals were, of course, members of the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance, discreetly infiltrated among the rogue martial artists by Lu Yexing, fearing that their attacks would not be sufficiently fierce. naturally sought to incite them further. By the time Lu Yi and his companions arrived alongside the disciples of the Sword God Mountain, a scene of carnage had already unfolded. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and flesh. At such a moment, human life often seemed tragically undervalued. Though the disciples of the Sword God Mountain were not delicate blossoms nurtured in a greenhouse, they had never before witnessed such a brutal and unrestrained massacre. Even the Seven Heroes Association, a martial alliance of repute, was disregarded by these frenzied combatants. Out in the open, they would never have believed that these mere rogue cultivators would dare to assault individuals from a top-tier martial faction. In the past, such individuals would have regarded them with utmost reverence, scarcely daring to breathe in their presence. The disciples of Sword God Mountain suddenly found great wisdom in the decisions made by their senior sister Rin. Although they hailed from esteemed backgrounds and were exceptionally skilled, they were still young and limited in their cultivation. In such chaotic circumstances, their chances of retreating unscathed were far from guaranteed. This was the way of the martial world. Rin Shoyue sighed softly, casting a contemplative glance at Lu Yi. Even the most renowned heroes, if they are blinded by arrogance, may find themselves perishing at the hands of nameless underlings. At this moment, the two factions, the Seven Heroes Association and the Rogue Cultivators, were embroiled in a fierce clash. While the Rogue Cultivators suffered grievous losses, the Seven Heroes Association also faced considerable casualties under their desperate onslaught. Yet, amidst the turmoil, none noticed that the blood spilling onto the ground was quietly converging towards the entrance of the underground palace. The door absorbed the copious blood of the martial artists, and its radiance grew increasingly profound, transforming into an unseen, dark abyss. A low rumble echoed as if the vast quantities of blood had finally triggered a metamorphosis. While the battle raged on, the entrance to the underground palace suddenly began to tremble. The door was about to open. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the underground palace. "Stop those damned mad dogs!" Shui Tianzhong shouted fiercely. "Pei Feng, Dongfang Bai, lead the elite and charge with me." Only the first to enter the underground palace would be granted the legacy of the king of Zheojiang, after which the door would seal shut. No one doubted the inscriptions upon the stone tablet, for the underground palace had initially collapsed, and no one had entered it until now, when it had reappeared before their eyes. Of course, if the rumors of its collapse were indeed true, although the rogue cultivators were numerous, the martial prowess of the elites from the Seven Heroes Association surpassed theirs. With Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai clearing the way, Shui Tianzhong successfully broke through the encirclement, becoming the first to arrive at the entrance of the underground palace. The others could only scramble to keep up behind him, just as Shui Tianzhong was filled with triumph. Believing he would be the first to enter the underground palace and claim the treasures of the king of Zheojiang, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Be careful, Hall Master Shui." With a cry of alarm, Dongfang Bai, a former master of martial arts who had once achieved a transcendent state of unity, swiftly recognized the peril at hand. Although he had now diminished to the realm of spiritual apertures, he was still the first to discern the looming danger. Grasping Shui Tianzhong by the shoulder, he urgently urged him to retreat. Almost simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted before the entrance of the crypt. The terror of that sword energy surpassed all imagination. The majority of individuals scarcely had time to scream before being cleaved in two by its lethal force. The densely packed sword energy rained down upon the martial artists, piercing through their bodies with merciless precision. When the onslaught ceased, the already diminished ranks of fighters, having suffered heavy casualties from the previous skirmishes, were further decimated. At that moment, a staggering 99% of the rogue martial artists lay lifeless on the ground. Even among the elite of the Seven Heroes Society, only a mere 5 individuals, including Shui Tianzhong himself, managed to escape the wrath of that horrific sword energy. The ground is strewn with mutilated corpses, and blood flows like rivers. How could this be? How could this be? Gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn before him, Shui Tianzhong could hardly fathom the absence of any record on the monument regarding such peril. It is, of course, implausible that the stele would document the existence of such peril, for this so-called stele is, in fact, a fabrication of Lu Yi. As Shui Tianzhong narrowly escaped from peril, 2 streaks of light suddenly shot towards him like meteors, one resembling a sword's gleam and the other a blade's shimmer. The assailants were none other than Lu Yi and Duan Xiaolu. "Master Shui, be cautious." Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Having narrowly escaped death, they were ill-prepared to withstand such a swift onslaught. It was as if they had conspired, for both seized a hapless elite from the Seven Heroes Society. who had barely managed to survive, and hurled him towards Lu Yi and Duan Xiaolu. The two bodies fell with a resounding thud, while they each grasped Shui Tianzhang's arm and retreated to a secure position. At this juncture, even if Shui Tianzhang were a fool, he would realize that he had likely been deceived. He glared furiously at Lu Yi, for Lu Yi was the first to uncover the secrets of this underground relic. The Nine Rivers Martial Alliance, with its multitude of members, possessed the greatest opportunity to engage in treachery. Was it you? You, a mere insect in the grand scheme of existence, dared to conspire against me. Shui Tianzhang erupted in a furious roar. At that moment, an overwhelming tide of anger, humiliation, and shock surged within him. He could hardly believe that he, the esteemed leader of the Seven Heroes Hall, had been outmaneuvered by a nondescript individual. This fellow has always regarded himself with disdain. Yet now, he has stumbled in a significant manner, leaving Shui Tianzhang not only shocked, but also deeply humiliated. Master Shui, I have long asserted that in this world, it is only those with true strength who can assert dominance. Lu Yi gestured towards his own head, stating, and wisdom is equally a facet of power. Did you truly believe your victory was assured? Shui Tianzhang gritted his teeth and proclaimed, Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai are not mere corpses. He did not include himself in the equation. For although he was unaware of Lu Ye's prowess, he was acutely aware of Duan Xiaolu's strength. He knew he was no match for Duan Xiaolu and would not allow his anger to cloud his judgment by recklessly confronting someone of Duan Xiaolu's caliber. Regrettably, they were destined to meet their demise shortly. Duan Xiaolu let out a soft sigh, remarking that including him, they too would soon be dead. Duan Xiaolu, by nature, was not one to calculate against others and preferred not to engage in such schemes. However, this was the very condition for his collaboration with Lu Yi. To gain entry into the underground palace, he must assist Lu Yi in eliminating the Seven Heroes Society entirely. The blade in Duan Xiaolu's hand appeared to be an ordinary curved iron sword, yet none dared to underestimate it. The infamous reputation of his deadly blade ensured that even if he wielded merely a firewood stick, he would still command respect. All present, including Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai, as well as the members of Sword God Mountain, directed their attention towards Duan Xiaolu. Lu Yi, by contrast, was subconsciously overlooked by everyone. After all, to the crowd, Lu Yi was merely an obscure gang leader, albeit one with remarkable cunning. Yet, in this level of martial confrontation, he seemed unlikely to contribute significantly. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Duan Xiaolu sensed considerable pressure. No matter how confident he was, he did not believe he could contend with both a former half-step grandmaster and a renowned expert simultaneously. Leader Yi, if you merely wish to spectate, I fear my subordinate may meet his end here today, Duan Xiaolu remarked with a wry smile. Fear not. Since we have joined forces, I shall not remain idle. Lu Yi replied coolly, stepping forward. Leave Dongfang Bai to me. You handle Pei Feng. Upon hearing Lu Yi voluntarily take on Dongfang Bai, a flicker of surprise crossed Duan Xiaolu's eyes. Although both Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai were now figures of the spirit aperture realm, Dongfang Bai had once been a half-step master of martial arts, possessing greater experience and skill than Pei Feng. Despite their brief acquaintance, Duan Xiaolu recognized that this leader of the Yi gang was one who calculated his moves carefully and was not prone to empty boasts. Uncertain of Lu Ye's confidence in confronting Dongfang Bai, he nodded in agreement. Then I thank you, Leader Yi. After many years away from the martial world, I never expected that so many remarkable figures would emerge. Dongfang Bai scoffed upon realizing that this previously inconspicuous individual dared to challenge him. I shall see from whence you draw your audacity to confront me. Given your advanced age, you ought to retreat into seclusion. Perhaps you could enjoy a few more years of peace, Lu Yi countered, shaking his head. Since you are so eager for death, allow me to escort you on your journey. As the words fell, the sword was already drawn. The blade transformed into 7 shooting stars, targeting the 7 vital points of Dongfang Bai's body from different angles, under the enhancement of Lu Ye's swordsmanship. This 7 stars descending from the sky technique became even swifter and more ferocious than before. Each beam of sword light possessed the ability to shift between reality and illusion, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Even Dongfang Bai, who had previously regarded Lu Yi with disdain, found his gaze sharpened upon witnessing such exquisite swordplay. Indeed, a sword that transforms into 7 stars is a remarkable technique. In an instant, Dongfang Bai's arm trembled, and the long sword in his grasp lunged forth simultaneously. A fierce gust of wind surged around them, and in that fleeting moment, Dongfang Bai's arm appeared to morph into 7 distinct limbs. Unlike Lu Ye's illusory sword lights, Dongfang Bai's 7 arms seemed to embody substance, transforming him into an awe-inspiring 7-armed deity. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the swords of Lu Yi and Dongfang Bai collided countless times. Lu Ye's 7 stars descending from the sky had never failed before, always claiming a life with each strike. Yet now, all of his attacks were successfully parried by Dongfang Bai. As the sword lights descended, Dongfang Bai remained steadfast, while Lu Yi was forced to retreat 6 or 7 steps before he could regain his footing. Lu Yi, after all, was merely at the initial stage of the external gang, and in terms of his own strength and the richness of his true energy, he paled in comparison to Dongfang Bai. A sword transforming into 7 stars, indeed a commendable sword technique. Dongfang Bai held his long sword, his expression impassive, and remarked, "But have you forgotten? My moniker is the 8-armed divine sword. In this world, while names may be mistakenly assigned, nicknames are never misapplied. And what of it?" Liu maintained his stoic demeanor, thrusting his sword once more toward Dongfang Bai. "Humph, stubborn and unyielding." Dongfang Bai scoffed, "Your swordsmanship may be exquisite, yet it cannot touch me. Today, I shall send you on your way." Clang, clang, clang. A series of resounding clashes erupted, and this time, Dongfang Bai unleashed his full might. As Lu Ye's 7 sword lights were parried by Dongfang Bai, a sudden additional arm wielding a sword emerged, piercing directly towards Lu Ye's chest. The 8-armed divine sword had yet another arm, and this arm was lethal enough. Die! Dongfang Bai thrust his sword straight at Lu Yi, almost envisioning the moment his long sword would pierce through Lu Ye's chest. This young man possessed remarkable swordsmanship, and had they met under different circumstances, Dongfang Bai might have felt inclined to take him as a disciple. Yet, he could not afford to challenge the 7 Heroes Association. All who opposed the 7 Heroes Association must perish. However, Dongfang Bai failed to notice that as he executed this thrust, a faint smile began to surface at the corner of Lu Ye's mouth. A curved blade had appeared in Lu Ye's right hand unbeknownst to anyone. The blade was a deep crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood, emanating a chilling aura as if soaked in countless lifeblood. Faintly, one could hear the wails of vengeful spirits echoing within it. It bore the weight of countless lives taken, imbuing the blade with a potent malevolence. Blood-drinking demon blade. This bloodthirsty curved knife had remained concealed since Lu Yi assumed his new identity, and today it had finally resurfaced. The blood-drinking demon blade had fully evolved. Nearing the caliber of a precious weapon, its power magnified beyond measure, capable of slicing through the protective energy of martial artists with ease. As the blood-drinking demon blade manifested, a surge of dark energy engulfed Liu's eyes, shrouding them completely in an ominous veil, imbuing his entire being with an aura of cold ruthlessness. Akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, the blade shimmered, the blood-red curved knife entwined with tendrils of black light. The sanguine and shadowy energies intertwined flawlessly, elevating the strike to an unprecedented pinnacle. Gods shall be slain, Buddhas shall be cut down. The god of death's blade strikes. In the midst of the hazy radiance, it seemed to carry boundless slaughter and profound silence. In that moment, Dongfang Bai, once a half-step martial arts master at the pinnacle of the realm, felt a tremor of uncertainty in his heart. He perceived himself as if he had descended into the 9th underworld, surrounded by an infinite abyss of despair and terror. Before him, Lu Yi appeared as the sovereign of the abyss, a true demon of hell. With a swift motion, a blade flashed, and an arm was severed, still clutching a long sword as it soared through the air. It was only when the excruciating pain struck that Dongfang Bai, caught in a surreal nightmare, realized the horror of his situation. His arm had been cleaved by this formidable opponent. Such terrifying swordsmanship, such a chilling intent. This strike had evidently brushed against the essence of demonic truth. Cold sweat streamed down Dongfang Bai's forehead, the source of his distress uncertain, whether from the pain or the sheer terror instilled by Lu Ye's fearsome blow. He clutched his vacant shoulder with his left hand and retreated swiftly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock and fear. Meanwhile, Lu Yi stood firm, the dark energy in his eyes gradually dissipating. With a sword in his left hand and a knife in his right, he resembled a divine being, calmly inquiring whether the once 8-armed divine sword could still manifest its exquisite swordplay as a 1-armed divine sword. What a dreadful blade! What a horrific technique! The knife in his hand seemed eerily familiar, as if he had heard of it before. It was the bloodthirsty demon blade, the weapon of Lu Yi, ranked 96th on the list of renowned figures, the very leader of the Flying Tiger Gang, who had recently ascended the rankings after slaying a member of the Lin family. The gasps arose from the disciples of Sword God Mountain, observing from afar. These young individuals often engaged in discussions about the latest prodigies emerging in the martial world, eagerly following the rankings. Thus, despite Lu Ye's lower position on the list, he was well known among these youths, who immediately recognized his identity. Of course, Lu Yi, brandishing the bloodthirsty demon blade, had no intention of concealing his identity further. Being recognized was of little consequence. Standing there with sword in left hand and knife in right, he coldly regarded Dongfang Bai in the distance. As Lu Yi had stated, the transformation of the 8-armed divine sword into a 1-armed divine sword posed no real threat. For a martial artist like Dongfang Bai, losing an arm would reduce his combat prowess by at least half, although his skills remained. The loss of his accustomed sword arm rendered him incapable of demonstrating the grandeur of the 8-armed divine sword. He lacked the innate talent for wielding a sword with his left hand, as Lu Yi did. Now clutching the stump of his severed arm, Dongfang Bai's face turned pale from blood loss. He lamented bitterly, never anticipating that in his relentless pursuit, he would be so grievously harmed by the very sparrows he sought to master. Regret surged within him. Had he prepared in advance, he might not have been so rattled by Lu Yi's sudden and fearsome strike. Yet, despite the horror of that blow, Dongfang Bai was, after all, a former half-step martial arts master, having once achieved the unity of heaven and man. Had the essence of that blade not disturbed his mind, he would not have found himself so pathetically severed. It is no wonder that Dongfang Bai was entirely unprepared. Who could have anticipated that a swordsman of such exquisite skill with his left hand would possess an even greater mastery of the blade? Misjudging the situation comes with a price. Li stated expressionlessly, I have long foretold that if you were to retreat into the mountains, you might live a few more years. But come this day next year, it is likely to be your day of reckoning. You wish to slay the old man. I fear you may not be capable of it. Dongfang Bai, once a half-step master, retained his composure even at this juncture, unwilling to concede defeat or beg for mercy. Oh, are you still awaiting your reinforcements? Lu Ye's gaze swept across the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. I fear your allies may not be able to aid you after all. At the moment, Lu Yi severed Dongfang Bai's arm. The battle between Duan Xiaolu and Pei Feng had already reached a conclusion. Pei Feng, a disciple of the gun of benevolence, Shui Tianjia, wielded a lengthy silver spear. With a flourish, the spear moved like a dragon, creating a formidable wind. In his hands, the silver spear transformed into a swift dragon, showcasing a portion of Shui Tianjia's true legacy. Alas, it was insufficient before Duan Xiaolu. Duan Xiaolu discarded his usual languor, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity and reverence, as if on a pilgrimage. He raised his curved blade, and in that instant, he appeared to become one with it. The blade was no longer merely an instrument, but an extension of his very being. With a single stroke, he unleashed a blade aura that stretched an astonishing 12 zhang. It is known that the peak of the Outer Gang realm can only project a 9 zhang aura, representing the absolute limit of that stage, from which one could ascend to the spirit aperture realm. To elevate further, even by an inch, is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Yet, Duan Xiaolu's strike surpassed that limit, manifesting a blade aura of 12 zhang, far exceeding the boundaries of the Outer Gang realm. What was even more terrifying than the 12 zhang blade aura was the overwhelming momentum accompanying the strike. Relentless and unyielding, it severed all in its path without a glance back. This strike was the ultimate blade. Duan Xiaolu's technique bore resemblance to Lu Yi's god of killing strike, both embodying a terrifying capacity to sever all. However, while Lu Yi's demonic blade interwove malevolent energy and murderous intent into his technique, instilling boundless dread, Duan Xiaolu infused his spirit into his blade work. The blade is me. I am the blade. As this stroke was delivered, Duan Xiaolu and his blade, Xiaolu Ye Ting Chunyu, became indistinguishable. Even from a distance, one could feel the indomitable and lethal aura he exuded. Crack. Pei Feng exerted all his strength to counter Duan Xiaolu's strike. Yet his finely crafted silver spear shattered in response. It seemed even the spear could not withstand the full force of the spirit and momentum that Duan Xiaolu had imbued into that strike. The overwhelming might of the blade indeed established it as one of the finest techniques in the realm. A peculiar smile suddenly crept across Pei Feng's face. Perhaps with this strike, you may one day triumph over that individual and reclaim the name of Heavenly Blade for your master. A thin line of blood appeared on Pei Feng's forehead, swiftly spreading down from his crown to his nose, and then to his chin. In an instant, Pei Feng's entire being, much like the silver spear he wielded, was cleaved in two. The blade that severed Pei Feng also etched an expression of extreme fatigue onto Duan Xiaolu's face. The ferocious might of the Mad Wave's absolute blade, while no less formidable than Lu Ye's God of Slaughter strike, exacted a far greater toll. This blow not only drained a considerable amount of Duan Xiaolu's spirit, but also nearly depleted the vital energy within him, enabling him to unleash the terrifying 12-zhang blade aura. Despite the immense exertion, Duan Xiaolu mustered his strength and approached Lu Yi. For warriors of their caliber, even without deliberate observation, they remained acutely aware of their surroundings. Just moments ago, when Li Yi severed Dongfang Bai's arm, Duan Xiaolu felt the intensity of that fearsome technique, which pressed down upon him with significant weight. The blood-slaughter demon blade, Lu Yi? Duan Xiaolu mused, casting a wry smile at the crimson curved blade gripped in Lu Ye's right hand. Leader Yi, you have indeed concealed yourself well. Even I was unaware. In the world of martial arts, one must tread carefully. Lu Yi, with an impassive expression, replied, I have many enemies and dare not reveal my identity lightly. Duan Xiaolu had no intention of pursuing the matter further. For now, he and Lu Yi remained allies. With a gentle nod, he turned his attention to Dongfang Bai, who had but one arm remaining, and sighed softly, saying, Senior Dongfang, you are indeed a venerable figure. Once a half-step master. Today, too many have perished. If you are willing to retreat and return to seclusion, I shall plead with Leader Yi on your behalf to grant you a chance at survival. Although Duan Xiaolu's blade techniques were merciless, he was not a man who sought total annihilation. Upon hearing his words, the three present fell into silence. Dongfang Bai appeared to weigh the pros and cons, while Lu Yi, who typically believed in eradicating threats completely, was swayed by Duan Xiaolu's request. After all, with one arm severed, even if he spared Dongfang Bai's life, he would no longer pose a threat. As for silencing him, unless he could eliminate all the disciples from Sword God Mountain, the news of the Seven Heroes Association would inevitably leak. Just as Dongfang Bai remained silent, a strange cry suddenly echoed from not far behind him. Dongfang Bai, you were once a distinguished half-step master. You cannot surrender to them. If you abandon me, even if you escape today, my elder brother will not let you go. The voice undoubtedly belonged to Shui Tianjiang, who could be considered the most unfortunate individual in today's scheme. Once the esteemed leader of the Seven Heroes Alliance, commanding a formidable force, he had set out with great ambition to seize the treasures of the king of Jiuzhang's tomb. However, he was caught in a web of deceit, resulting in the loss of all his subordinates, and now he himself faced the grim possibility of perishing in this very place. The thought of reporting the devastating losses, including the death of his elder brother Shui Tianjia's disciple, Pei Feng, to his brother and the other leaders was no longer within Shui Tianjiang's sphere of concern. His immediate priority was to preserve his own life. At this moment, Dongfang Bai had become Shui Tianjiang's final lifeline. Should Dongfang Bai choose to abandon him, Shui Tianjiang did not consider himself a match for Lu Yi and Duan Xiaolu. After a prolonged silence, Dongfang Bai finally forced a bitter smile, stating, The reputation of absolute blade Duan Xiaolu is one I trust. Even in death, your honor shall not be tarnished. However, I am advanced in years, burdened by old wounds, and there lies no possibility of further breakthroughs in this life. Even a struggle for survival would be devoid of meaning. He seemed to drift into memories of the past, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. I was once defeated by Shui Tianjia, who shattered my vital essence. In a bid to save my life, I pledged to protect the Seven Heroes Alliance for 30 years. Since that day, my life has ceased to belong to me. At this juncture, Dongfang Bai's gaze shifted towards a group of individuals from Sword God Mountain in the distance. Will you, Sword God Mountain, ally against me and the Master of the Water Hall to assist these two? We, Sword God Mountain, shall remain neutral, Rinshou Yue replied after a moment of silence. Shaking her head, we wish to refrain from entanglement in your grievances. Do not involve us in your affairs in the future. That is good. Dongfang Bai nodded, then turned away, calling out to Shui Tianjiang, Master Shui, you may leave now. They will not dare to stop you. Shui Tianjiang appeared somewhat incredulous at Dongfang Bai's words. This elder was no longer the invincible half-step master he once was. Not only had his cultivation been reduced to the spirit aperture realm, but he had also lost an arm. What audacity did he possess to make such claims? Cautiously, Shui Tianjiang took a few tentative steps forward, ready to retreat to Dongfang Bai's side at the first sign of danger. Yet, just as Dongfang Bai had predicted, Lu Yi and Duan Xiaolu showed no reaction to his movements. Standing as if ensnared by an immobilization spell, their gazes not even gracing Shui Tianjiang. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling as though he were being pursued by a hound, and hurriedly made his way towards the stone steps. Glancing back, he found that the three remained rooted in place, each bearing a serious expression, entirely indifferent to his presence. Curse Lu Yi, curse Duan Shelu. At this moment, Shui Tianjiang was consumed by feelings of hatred, cursing inwardly. Today, this lord has narrowly escaped with his life, and I shall ensure that you two meet a most unfortunate end. Although he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the two, he found himself powerless, with his subordinates lacking the strength to confront them, forcing him to flee the scene for the time being. Shui Tianjiang vowed that once he departed from this place, he would unleash a frenzied revenge upon them. As Shui Tianjiang fled like a hunted dog, Lu Yi and Duan Shaolu did not lack the desire to intervene. Yet the instincts of warriors warned them that any rash move could plunge them into an unprecedented peril. Such a crisis, if not approached with utmost caution, could very well lead to death. Their sense of danger stemmed from the presence of Dongfang Bai, who stood not far ahead. It was difficult to fathom how an old man with a severed arm, clearly nearing the end of his strength, could evoke such a feeling of threat. However, at their level of cultivation, their sensitivity to danger was exceedingly acute. Moreover, the simultaneous emergence of this sensation in both individuals left no room for doubt. Duan Shaolu gazed ahead at Dongfang Bai, filled with regret. Is it truly worth sacrificing one's life for such a person? Of course, I am not doing it for him, said Dongfang Bai, whose previously waning spirit now shimmered with vitality. His white hair billowed as if caught in an unseen breeze, standing there as if he were a pillar of the heavens. In this moment, Dongfang Bai seemed to have regained a semblance of the divine unity he once possessed. Talent emerges in every generation as the old give way to the new. I am indeed quite old. So old that I am on the verge of forgetting my initial fervor for martial arts. Yet, with a gleam in his eye, Dongfang Bai declared, today, though I am destined to die, I wish to witness just how formidable you young ones truly are. Barely had his words faded when an overwhelming surge of fierce energy erupted around him. The energy glowed a deep crimson, akin to flames raging fiercely. Moreover, a strange flush spread across Dongfang Bai's face. Draw your sword, he commanded, raising his hand. The treasured sword, still gripped in the remnants of his severed arm, soared into the air before returning to his remaining left hand. His gaze bore into Lu Yi's, and suddenly he spoke with a grave tone. You severed my arm previously, and I refuse to accept that defeat. Had I been prepared, you would not have been able to strike me down so easily. Come, let me engage you with the last remnants of my life, and witness the prowess of your blade. At this moment, Dongfang Bai seemed to have transformed back into that transcendent figure, a half-step martial arts master, gazing down upon the world with an air of invincibility. However, this was not to suggest that he had genuinely regained his former prowess. The injuries that had scattered his top 3 flowers and disrupted the 5 energies within him were exceedingly difficult to heal. Presently, he remained at the spiritual aperture realm. Yet he had forcibly ignited the remnants of his life force, resulting in a significant, albeit temporary, enhancement of his strength. Although Dongfang Bai still occupied the spiritual aperture realm, he now surpassed many warriors of the same level by a considerable margin. Upon witnessing Dongfang Bai burning his own vitality, Li understood that this man had no intention of preserving his life today. He was sacrificing his existence solely to unleash the most formidable strike. This attack was unavoidable. To meet it with his back would only lead to certain death. If Dongfang Bai's ultimate strike could be evaded with ease, he would not deserve the title of 8-armed divine sword. Thus, it was better to comply than to resist. Li nodded slightly and promptly sheathed his crescent moon blade and bloodthirsty demon knife. Seeing Lu Ye's actions, Dongfang Bai erupted in fury. You insolent boy! Do you look down upon me? What he sought to witness was Lu Yi's dual mastery of sword and blade. Dual mastery of sword and blade. Lu Yi replied calmly, shaking his head, my greatest strength lies in my fist. Originally, Lu Yi had no desire to reveal his hidden cards before so many witnesses. Yet, as a once transcendent half-step master, Dongfang Bai's strike fueled by his life force was something even Lu Yi felt uncertain about with his killing god blade. Only by engaging in an ultimate confrontation, where the strongest faces the strongest, would there be a chance of victory. Dual mastery of sword and blade. Yet your greatest strength is your fist? Dongfang Bai was momentarily taken aback, then a bitter smile crept upon his face. I did not anticipate that I underestimated you. You possess hidden talents. The loss of this arm will not be in vain. Come, Let me witness this so-called supreme fist technique of yours. With a thunderous roar, Dongfang Bai's aura intensified, as if he were about to ignite entirely. He resembled a shooting star, glowing brilliantly in this moment. However, once this brilliance was extinguished, only death awaited him. Suddenly, the surging energy surrounding Dongfang Bai transformed into 8 phantoms behind him. These 8 phantoms gradually merged into one, reintegrating into Dongfang Bai's being, allowing him to soar into the air in that instant. The 8-armed divine sword, 8 blades united. This was the ultimate sword strike, a lethal blow, and the only one Dongfang Bai could wield by sacrificing his life. Though it was but a single strike, it encapsulated the entirety of the essence of the 8-armed divine sword. Lu Ye's expression grew exceedingly grave at that moment. His eyes transformed into a fiery crimson, and as he slightly drew apart his stance, the surrounding atmosphere resonated with a sound akin to thunderous roars. 3 ethereal avatars of martial prowess simultaneously manifested before Lu Ye. Not yet sufficient. In Lu Ye's eyes, an unparalleled madness had emerged. He seemed to be entirely absorbed in the lethal force of this singular strike that could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Convene the 4th martial arts avatar. On Lu Ye's forehead, the veins throbbed ominously, and simultaneously, the 4th martial avatar materialized. Were it not for Lu Ye's centuries of life experience, his mind, resolute as iron, would have surely succumbed to madness in this moment. Above, below, to the left, and to the right, kill. Throughout history, kill. In the vast cosmos, kill. Among all of creation, kill. In every direction, annihilation. This was the ultimate killing blow, the most formidable strike. Li had never unleashed the doctrine of universal slaughter to such an extent, simultaneously emanating a power capable of obliterating heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Dongfang Bai, at the cost of his own life, wielded a sword of unparalleled might. With a thunderous roar, the clash of sword and fist reverberated through the earth of the underground palace, causing the ground to tremble violently. A tempest rose unexpectedly from the flat terrain, prompting even figures like Duan Shaolu to change countenance and retreat hastily. In the distance, the disciples of Sword God Mountain, with the exception of Rinqiu Yue, stood agape, seemingly unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. Is this person truly ranked 96th on the human leaderboard? Could it be that the Tianji Pavilion and Fengyu Tower have made an error? My heavens, this punch could easily obliterate even a spiritual realm warrior. What manner of creature has emerged from the shadows? The disciples of Sword God Mountain buzzed with speculation. Among them, a youthful voice exclaimed, "Incredible. Simply astounding. Li first outmaneuvered the 7 Heroes Association and then fought valiantly against a half-step master who had attained the unity of heaven and man. He is truly my idol." Nearby, another scoffed, "Little monkey, isn't your idol the senior brother?" Indeed, the senior brother is also extraordinarily formidable. The boy sheepishly scratched his head. But he is so far above us. My future goal is to become like this blood-slaughtered demon Blade Lu Yi. Little monkey, save your chatter, Rin Shuyue admonished, lightly tapping the boy's head with the hilt of her sword, her gaze unwavering as she fixed upon the eye of the storm. The outcome is about to be determined. The tempest of raging energy at the storm's center gradually subsided. Dongfang Bai and Lu Yi stood face to face, a distance of several dozen steps between them, motionless. The sanguine glow in Lu Ye's eyes had already faded. Though the side effects of the 10-direction slaughter were immense, they did not perturb his composure. On Lu Ye's shoulder, a gaping wound oozed blood incessantly. The 8-armed divine sword was indeed not a mere title. Even Lu Yi could not deny its prowess. Opposite him, Dongfang Bai's complexion was flushed, his face aglow with a peculiar smile. I began my sword practice at the tender age of 8, achieving mastery after a decade. I have roamed the martial world for 50 years, establishing a formidable reputation. 15 years ago, I was bested by Shui Tianjie, and in a single day, decades of cultivation were rendered futile. As he spoke, Dongfang Bai's complexion shifted from ruddy to pale, yet his smile only grew more radiant. Who would have thought that I would suffer yet another devastating defeat in my lifetime? However, this time, I concede my loss with grace. Truly, it is the most formidable of boxing techniques. To perish beneath such skill is not unjust. Ha ha ha. It is not unjust. His laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by the ominous sound of cracking bones throughout his body. For beneath Lu Ye's overwhelming punch, Dongfang Bai's bones had been shattered. Even had he not sacrificed his own vitality, survival would have been a challenge. Nonetheless, the 8-armed divine sword had indeed proven its worth. With a final strike fueled by his own life force, Dongfang Bai had managed to wound Lu Yi as well. Although, given Lu Ye's physical constitution and the terrifying recuperative abilities bestowed by the Changchun skill, such an injury was hardly significant. Yet, at the very least, this blow earned Dongfang Bai Lu Ye's respect. He was a true warrior and should not be left to rot in the wilderness. As Lu Yi gazed upon Dongfang Bai's lifeless form, he turned to the distant figure of Duan Xiaolu and sighed, "Brother Duan, when you inter the remains of our friend, please ensure that this man is buried as well." Of course, Dongfang Bai deserves a proper burial. He was indeed a master of martial arts and should not be left to decay in the wild. Duan Xiaolu approached slowly, regarding Lu Yi with the gaze one might reserve for a monster. "Lu Yi, you truly are a hidden gem. Who would have thought that alongside your dual mastery of blade and sword, your prowess in boxing is equally formidable? I am beginning to suspect you may be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. A person's energy is always finite. Take Duan Xiaolu, for instance. To have honed his swordsmanship to such an extent at his age is indeed the hallmark of a genius, one who has poured countless hours of effort into his craft. In contrast, Lu Ye's martial arts, particularly his boxing, surpassed the natural order. If he were an ancient being of several hundred years, it would be somewhat explicable. Yet, he is clearly not yet 20. This realization struck Duan Xiaolu, who had always prided himself on his exceptional talent, as a heavy blow. Could it be that Lu Yi had begun training in martial arts from the womb? Or was he truly the reincarnation of an immortal? Lu Yi smiled faintly, offering no response to Duan Xiaolu's inquiry. With the assistance of the simulator, he could master not only the 3 supreme techniques of sword, saber, and fist, but also all 18 forms of weaponry should he choose to do so. This Dongfang Bai truly deserved the title of a former half-step grandmaster, despite my utmost efforts. I merely secured a narrow victory with a single move. Lu Yi subtly shifted the topic, casting a glance at Duan Xiaolu, and remarked, "Given my current condition, if you are willing, all the treasures of the 9 Rivers royal tomb shall belong to you." Lu Ye's statement was a blend of truth and falsehood. He had indeed exhausted his own strength when he deployed the technique 10 directions all kill. At that moment, he was incapable of utilizing his vital energy. However, he had quietly exchanged for his stamina-restoring elixir from the simulator. Should Duan Xiaolu suddenly turn hostile, he would still possess the means to retaliate. Fortunately, Li had not misjudged the character of Duan Xiaolu. Upon hearing Lu's words, Duan Xiaolu's expression shifted, and he declared, "Lu, brother, do you take the Duan family for fools? I have vowed to bury only the remains of my deceased friends, and I shall not cast a single glance at the treasures within the Wang tomb of Jiujiang." A smile graced Lu Ye's face as he said, "Brother Duan, I have seldom had friends. From this day forth, we shall be friends." The two shared a hearty laugh, then turned their gaze towards the gathered disciples of Sword God Mountain. "We, the disciples of Sword God Mountain, have come here merely to broaden our horizons. There is nothing left to behold, so we shall take our leave." Ren Qiuyue's voice remained as melodious as a golden oriole. She cast a lingering glance at Lu Yi, hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "Today, Shui Tianjiang has narrowly escaped, and he will not rest easily. Be vigilant in the days to come." Although the treasures of the 9 Rivers King's South Tomb lay tantalizingly close, the disciples of Sword God Mountain appeared to harbor little longing or regret. On the contrary, they were quite satisfied to have witnessed such a fierce battle, excitement evident on each of their faces. One young lad, from a distance, waved enthusiastically and called out to Lu Yi idle, "My name is Ho Qingjun. Should you ever visit Sword God Mountain, do seek me out. I shall be your guide." However, the boy was swiftly met with a gentle tap on the head from Ren Qiuyue's sword hilt, causing him to obediently follow behind as they departed the crypt. As the disciples of Sword God Mountain made their exit, only Duan Xiaolu and Lu Yi remained. The massive doors had swung open, stained by copious blood, and the two stepped into the crypt together. Within the expansive chamber, there existed an inner sanctum, the repository of the treasures collected by the 9 Rivers King, Mu Yu. Duan Xiaolu, showing initiative, refrained from entering the inner sanctum. Instead, he sought a place to lay to rest the remains of his departed friend and the body of Dongfang Bai. As Lu Yi entered the inner palace, he naturally regarded the ordinary treasures with indifference, yet 3 elevated platforms captured his attention. Upon the first platform lay a broad sword measuring 4 feet in length, its blade gleaming with a resplendent golden light, unmistakably a remarkable artifact. The hilt was fashioned in the shape of a coiled dragon, featuring a magnificent dragon's head that exuded an aura of majesty. Even from a considerable distance, one could faintly hear the echoes of dragon roars emanating from the blade. The dragon-spined Qianquan sword. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Ye's eyes. This sword upon the platform was none other than the personal weapon of Prince Mu Yu of Zhejiang, the dragon-spined Qianquan sword. It was said that this exquisite sword was crafted from the spine of a true dragon, harmoniously incorporating two extraordinary stones of utmost yin and utmost yang, achieving the status of a treasured weapon. As the saying goes, the dragon spine rules supreme, the yin and yang transform the universe. Although Prince Mu Yu hailed from the Lin family, known for their mastery of palm techniques, it was with this very sword that he forged his illustrious reputation. Turning to the second platform, however, one found it utterly barren. According to the inscription on the stone tablet, this platform was originally intended to hold the Lin family's heirloom technique, the sea of knowledge and rivers of wisdom, yet it now stood devoid of any presence. Lu Yi once again recalled the secret manual hidden within the Lin family's cryptic box. It appears that Mu Yu, in a moment of last-minute regret, feared that the ancestral martial arts of the Lin family might fall into the hands of outsiders, thus committing an unforgivable sin. Therefore, he decided to place the manual for the Hai Na Bai Chuan technique within the box and return it to the Lin family. In the end, however, it was Lu Yi who benefited. On the third pedestal, a broken sword was displayed. The blade, covered in rust, seemed to have endured the ravages of time for countless years. Had it not been for Mu Yu's serious intent in placing it upon the pedestal, it would likely have been dismissed as mere scrap metal, garnering no more than a fleeting glance. Li first ascended to the initial platform, extending his hand to grasp the hilt of the Longji Qianquan sword. In that moment, a resonant roar, akin to a dragon's chant, echoed within the confines of Lu Ye's mind. Moreover, he could distinctly perceive an exhilarating emotion emanating from the sword. A fervor akin to that of an entity long buried beneath the earth suddenly granted the opportunity to bask in the light once more. The most significant distinction between a treasured weapon and a common armament lies in the former's possession of its own will. Should this will evolve further into true consciousness, it could attain the status of a spirit weapon, elevating itself to the realm of divine arms. The blood-drinking demon blade of Lu Yi possesses the potential to become a treasured weapon, for within its depths faint echoes of ghostly wails resonate, capable of unsettling the hearts of men. Alas, it falters just shy of its destiny. The blade's overwhelming malevolence prevents the emergence of a weapon spirit, rendering it incapable of attaining the status of a true treasured weapon. In contrast, the dragon spine heaven and earth sword before him is a genuine treasured weapon of medium grade, its spirit powerful enough to intimidate martial artists within a Tenjong radius. Since you yearn so fervently to bask in the light of day once more, I shall escort you forth, Lu Yi declared with a gentle smile, raising the dragon spine heaven and earth sword high. From this moment onward, I shall not fail to honor your illustrious name. A low hum resonated as the sword vibrated slightly, emitting a faint dragon's roar that conveyed the exhilaration of this treasured weapon. Perhaps having been buried for centuries, it yearned desperately to re-emerge, and thus this medium-grade, treasured weapon readily acknowledged Lu Yi. Subsequently, Lu Yi ascended to the third high platform, reaching for the rusted remnants of a broken sword. In an instant, his countenance shifted drastically. As Lu Yi grasped the broken sword, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming force, a boundless suction that drew not only the vital energy from within him, but also threatened to ensnare his very soul. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yi felt as though his very soul had been drawn into an abyss of boundless darkness. This realm was shrouded in utter blackness, stretching infinitely, resembling an endless expanse of starry sky. Yet devoid of stars, it was only an interminable void of obscurity. Suddenly, amidst this darkness, a pair of eyes was unveiled. They were immense, akin to two suns suspended in the celestial tapestry. Those eyes emanated a frigid aura, as if they had traversed countless epochs and realms to descend directly before Lu Yi. With a single glance, he was enveloped in a chilling sensation, as though his very essence had been frozen. Was this an illusion? What on earth was this entity? At that moment, a wave of terror unfurled within Lu Ye's heart, as if the mere act of those eyes gazing upon him once more would shatter his soul into fragments. Awaken me. Lu Yi gritted his teeth, a trickle of crimson blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he let out a thunderous roar. Fortunately, with centuries of life experience, his willpower surpassed that of his peers in martial arts. With a sudden surge of strength, His soul remarkably broke free from the shackles of the void and returned to his corporeal form. Lu Ye's form remained steadfast in its place, grasping the rusted fragment of a sword. Yet at this moment, the broken blade had returned to its former state, no longer exhibiting any signs of peculiarity. Huff, huff. Li gasped for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. The recent ordeal could be described as the most perilous encounter he had ever faced, surpassing any battle he had previously endured. Had it not been for the fortitude bestowed upon him by centuries of willpower, his soul might have shattered, leaving him a mere empty shell. Who, I wonder, is the owner of those eyes? A mere glance from such a distance nearly cost me my life. At this moment, Lu Yi also felt a wave of trepidation. No wonder that back then, Mu Yuetang, a formidable master of martial arts, sustained injuries that were beyond healing. It seems that this broken sword harbors unimaginable secrets. Lu Yu has resolutely decided that, at least until he attains the realm of a martial arts master, he shall not seek the secrets of the broken sword, lest he be left oblivious to the manner of his demise. He cautiously stowed the broken sword into his chinkoan bag, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of external qi. Not merely an ordinary mid-stage, but the pinnacle of it, as he could release 6 zhang of qi with a mere lift of his hand. Could it be that the confrontation with those eyes in the void had awakened his latent potential? Even Lu Yi himself could not comprehend why such an event transpired, and could only force a wry smile and shake his head. Is this perhaps a case of fortune arising from misfortune? Within the 9 Rivers royal tomb, Lu Yi had singularly acquired a treasure. Meanwhile, in the outside world, he set off a tremor. This upheaval was sparked by the release of the latest human ranking. As the most authoritative list in the realm, the Tian, D, and Rin rankings capture the attention of martial artists across the land with each update. Unlike the annual updates of the Tian and D rankings, the human ranking is revised monthly due to its higher rate of change. As customary, thanks to the extensive network of the Storm Rain Tower, the new list was promptly disseminated throughout the vast states and regions of the realm. Crowds gathered in layers, creating a throng that was nearly impenetrable as discussions resonated through the streets. Hasn't the Jade Budokong Xian from Shaolin Temple dominated the human ranking for 3 years now? Remarkable indeed. I dare say that until he achieves the status of a half-step master, no one shall surpass him. However, that could be premature. Last month, the sword young Mastery Beihan from the Jianjin Mountain Villa triumphed over the little celestial master Zhang Lingyun in a brief encounter at the Longhu Mountain of the Celestial Master sect, and has now ascended into the top 3 of the human ranking. Mark my words, a confrontation between these two is inevitable. As the crowd continued their discussions, their gazes were drawn downward. Although the human ranking experiences more fluctuations than the Tian and D lists, it remains relatively stable. After all, only a month has passed since the last list was released, so significant changes are unlikely, with only slight adjustments in rankings anticipated. Just then, a sharp scream pierced the air. Wait, there's a major change. Good heavens, how did Blood Slaughter Demon Blade Lu Yi transform into 3 Absolute Blood Demon? And how did he leap from 96th place to 28th? Is there an error in this list? According to the collective experience amassed over the years, the human ranking consists of 3 distinct thresholds. Achieving a position within the top 50 serves as the first threshold. Those who enter this echelon possess combat prowess that transcends the innate 3 realms, attaining the 4th realm of Qi control. The next threshold is the top 30. Those ranked within this bracket exhibit strength that surpasses the initial stage of the Qi control realm, reaching the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering at the summit. Finally, the top 10 represents yet another significant barrier. Individuals who secure a place in this elite group possess combat capabilities exceeding the 5 Qi converging at the origin. Remarkably, Lu Ye's ranking has surged from 96th to 28th, a leap aptly described as a triple jump. Such an extraordinary ascent in ranking is a rarity that might not be witnessed even once in several decades. The onlookers hurriedly scrutinized Lu Ye's information, which revealed the following: name, Lu Yi, age, 20, origin, Guangling County, East Sea Prefecture, leader of the Flying Tiger Gang, Alliance Master of the Jiujiang Martial Arts Alliance. Alias, Blood Demon of the 3 Absolutes. Ranking, 28th. Cultivation Realm, Mid-Level External Gang, Martial Arts, God of Death's Blade Technique, 7 stars falling from the sky sword technique. All Death Fist Technique. Weapons, Blood Drink Demon Blade, exceptional quality weapon. Pan Moon Sword, upper quality weapon. Achievements, slayed the 105th rank Cloud turning Han Lin Xian, and defeated Lin Chanjian, a mid-level external gang warrior from the Lin family, as well as obliterating the life-burning 8-armed divine sword Dongfang by with a terrifying fist technique. He is assessed to possess early-stage 3 flowers gathering strength. The distinction between the 28th and 96th rankings is profound. The 96th position merely represents the fringe of the human ranking, failing to attract the attention of influential figures or powerful factions. Such individuals are abundant each year, with countless emerging and perishing within the ranks. The most volatile shifts in the human ranking often occur among these lower-ranked young talents. Conversely, once one enters the top 30, the likelihood of unexpected downfall diminishes significantly. Each individual within this elite tier, regardless of their origins, becomes a coveted target for major factions. Once bolstered by the support of a formidable force, any attempts to challenge these exceptional individuals necessitate careful consideration of their backing. From Lu Ye's information in the human ranking, it is evident that when he previously occupied a lower position, much of his information was vague. It was not due to the inability of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion and the Stormy Rain Tower to uncover details, but rather their reluctance to invest effort in a lesser-ranked warrior. This time, however, both the Celestial Secrets Pavilion and the Stormy Rain Tower evidently exerted considerable effort, resulting in a much more detailed account of Lu Ye's personal information. Good heavens, he is only at the mid-level of the external gang. When did the martial world give rise to such a prodigy capable of ranking within the top 30? It has been many years since such an extraordinary figure, not of significant lineage, has graced the scene. Upon discerning that Lu Ye's prowess merely reached the mid-stage of the external gang, all present were left in utter astonishment, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Were it not for the impeccable reputation of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the Stormy Rain Tower, which rendered deceit improbable, one might have doubted the authenticity of this ranking, suspecting it to be a whimsical fabrication. It is universally acknowledged that in the rankings, the lower the realm, the higher the position, signifying greater potential in martial artists. To be classified at the external gang level is tantamount to being recognized as possessing the combat strength of the initial stage of the 3 flowers gathering at the apex. Everyone understood that this individual named Lu Ye was destined for remarkable ascendance in the future. In truth, Lu Ye's rank on the list indeed captured the attention of numerous formidable factions. In Beiki, at the famous Sword Manor, a young man grasped the latest rankings, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Lu Ye, what a remarkable Lu Ye, he sneered, shattering the ranking sheet in his grasp. Had he known, he would have eliminated that fellow first. This young man was none other than the 4th young master of the famous Sword Manor, Yi Beifeng. Initially, he held the 28th position on the list, but Lu Ye's sudden rise had propelled him down to the 29th. This filled him with regret. Had he listened to Li Xiong's counsel to deal with that brat sooner, he would not be in this dismal position now. In the West Jin at the Heavenly Alliance, a middle-aged man, whose stature resembled that of a mountain, held the latest ranking sheet, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. To offend the Lin family and slay members of the 7 Heroes Society, this young man, despite his youth, possesses remarkable audacity. Such talent is precisely what our Heavenly Alliance requires. With a commanding gesture, the middle-aged man intoned, "Wu Feng, Wu Yun, at your service," responded 2 figures cloaked in black, promptly materializing at his side. The middle-aged man cast the ranking sheet to the ground, instructing, "You 2 shall go forth and ensure that this individual is brought back to me." The freshly released rankings spread across the realm overnight. Among the most vexed was Shui Tianjiang. "Damn it, this is utterly infuriating," he bellowed, smashing the table before him to splinters. 28th? This brat dares to claim the 20th position? It must be noted that Shui Tianjiang himself was ranked a mere 76th. Following a dismal defeat in the Underground Palace and the subsequent rise of several others, he had plummeted to the 81st position in the latest rankings. Lu Ye's current standing was akin to stepping on Shui Tianjiang's head, fueling his ire. However, Shui Tianjiang's status was unique. He was the sole brother of the grateful spear Shui Tianjie, and even a drop in ranking or a complete loss of cultivation was a matter of considerable consequence. As long as Shui Tianjie remains alive, a multitude of sycophants will be eager to curry favor with him. Shortly after escaping the Underground Palace, Shui Tianjiang, whose subordinates had all perished, soon found himself surrounded by a new group of followers. In a fit of rage, he was immediately met with flattery. Why should the esteemed leader Shui be angered? This mere country bumpkin dares to provoke you. It is truly an invitation to death. If you were to summon the master from the Shui Association, not only would 28 be easily dispatched, Even the number one on the leaderboard, Jade Budakong Xian, would be left waiting for his demise. However, this flattery backfired, and in a fit of fury, Shui Tianzhong struck the instigator down with a resounding slap. "Useless. All of you are useless," he bellowed. "Is summoning my elder brother the only viable idea you can conjure?" To this day, he had refrained from returning to the headquarters of the Seven Heroes Association, fearing the sight of his elder brother. Once, Shui Tianzhong had boasted grandly of his ambitions to achieve greatness for his brother's sake, leading a cadre of elites from the headquarters, including the formidable eight-armed divine Sword Dongfang Bai and his brother's direct disciple, Pei Feng. Yet now, not a single one remained alive, and he felt no dignity in returning to face his brother. Shui Tianzhong could already envision the disappointment etched on his brother's face, along with the mocking gazes of others in the association. This was the brother of the master of the Shui Association, merely a worthless individual. Relying on the resources of the Shui Association, even a pig could soar to great heights. Without the Shui master, what was Shui Tianzhong worth? At that moment, his mind echoed with the whispers of others within the association, gossiping about him over the years. He had lived under the shadow of his brother Shui Tianjia since childhood. His brother's brilliance had sheltered him, yet entirely obscured him. Everyone recognized Shui Tianjia, but no one paid heed to Shui Tianzhong. Resolutely, Shui Tianzhong vowed that if he could not exact revenge with his own hands this time, he would never return to face his brother. "Fools, all of you are fools," he roared in madness. Think. If you cannot devise a useful plan, I shall sever your heads, under the threat of death." This band of inept strategists had no choice but to brainstorm intensely. Before long, one proposed, "As the saying goes, an open arrow is easy to evade, but a hidden dart is difficult to guard against. Since that young man is so formidable, akin to a master of the three flowers gathering at the summit, confronting him directly may not be feasible. Perhaps we should consider an assassination? Are you suggesting we enlist the help of the Qinglong Association?" Shui Tianzhong frowned, then shook his head. "Their fees are exorbitant. To assassinate someone ranked within the top 20 on the leaderboard, I would need to return to the headquarters to retrieve treasures. The Qinglong Society has always been genuine and fair, showing no favoritism. As long as one can afford the price, they would dare to eliminate even the mightiest of figures. However, their fees are exorbitantly high, and the more formidable the assassin, the more astronomical the charges become. After all, the resources required to cultivate a powerful killer are beyond the imagination of an ordinary individual. Given Lu Ye's current standing among the top 30 on the leaderboard, enlisting the Qinglong Society's assistance would necessitate at least 2 or 3 silver-ranked assassins to ensure a high probability of success. This price is simply unattainable for someone like Shui Tianzhong, who would find himself unable to afford it even if he sold his trousers. Should he dare to default on the Qinglong Society's payment, not even his elder brother, Shui Tianjia, would possess the audacity to confront them. Yet, there is a suitable candidate who could assist Master Shui in this matter. At that moment, another individual chuckled, suggesting that if Master Shui agrees to a certain condition, he would not need to spend a single coin. He leaned in and whispered into Shui Tianzhong's ear, "If you do this, I assure you that the young man will meet a fate worse than death." Upon hearing this, Shui Tianzhong's eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest. As long as it leads to that young man's demise, I shall make it happen." Unbeknownst to Lu Yi, who was presently unaware of the impending retaliation from Shui Tianzhong, he had already departed from Zhejiang County and was traversing the borders of the Qi and Chu kingdoms, heading south towards Chu. The moment he uncovered the treasures of the underground palace and revealed his identity, it became evident that he could no longer linger in Zhejiang County, a place devoid of oversight. Remaining there would be akin to standing as a target, as both the Lin family and the Seven Heroes Society would not tolerate his presence. Otherwise, it would be a blatant affront to these two formidable factions. Consequently, leaving Zhejiang County had become Lu Ye's sole option. Before his departure, Lu Ye made some arrangements regarding the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Although he had founded the alliance, it had now evolved into a community of shared interests. Even in his absence, the various sects that had reaped the substantial benefits from the alliance would not dissolve it. Moreover, aside from Lu Yi, there was no one else capable of completely controlling and commanding the diverse martial artists within the alliance. It is easy to foresee that after Lu Ye's departure, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance would descend into a chaotic struggle for power among its members. As for Taizhong, Prior to Lu Ye's departure, he appointed him as the leader of the Feihuban. However, Tai Zheng expressed little interest in the position. Instead, he proposed to leave with Lu Yi, even willing to hold the reins of his horse. Nevertheless, Lu Yi ultimately declined Tai Zheng's offer, for he had never been accustomed to traveling with others, and, given his uncertain future, he could hardly afford to bring Tai Zheng along on his journey. Lu Yi departed from Zhejiang County, yet he left behind a legend that belonged solely to him within its confines. At this moment, Lu Yi was nearing the border of the Qi and Chu kingdoms, holding in his hands the latest human ranking obtained from the previous town. The blood demon of the three absolutes? Lu Yi gazed at the list, unable to suppress a wry smile. It seemed he was destined to remain entangled with the term demon, at least in the near term. This was hardly surprising. Demonic martial arts were known for their rapid enhancement and formidable power, and the adverse effects on the mind were effectively mitigated by Lu Ye's extensive life experiences. Consequently, over 70% of Lu Ye's skills were intricately linked to demonic martial arts. His so-called mastery of the three absolutes, fist, blade, and sword, could only be considered righteous martial arts in the case of the 7 stars falling from the sky. The other 2 were undeniably bloody, violent, and immensely powerful demonic techniques. Were it not for his clear identity as a scion of the Lu family from Guangling County, one might even suspect him to be the heir of some formidable demonic overlord. Lu Yi arrived at the border between the states of Qi and Chu. Yet he did not hasten to enter Chu immediately. It has always been his custom to devise a strategy before taking action. Before reaching any location, he prefers to thoroughly investigate the intelligence pertaining to it. This was true even before his arrival at Zhejiang County, let alone the distinct circumstances prevailing between the states of Chu and Qi. In Qi, the governance is shared between the aristocracy and the royal family, resulting in a relatively weak governmental authority, often yielding to the commands of prominent clans, leaving the Qi government with little influence. Conversely, in Chu, the imperial power is centralized and the military is formidable. The renowned armies of Fai Long, Pujuan, and Tibi each boast a strength of 300,000 warriors, rendering them exceedingly powerful. Naturally, when venturing into such a realm, Lu Yi would ensure he gathered intelligence beforehand. The most effective venue for acquiring such information is undoubtedly the bustling taverns frequented by traveling merchants. Moreover, individuals tend to speak more freely after indulging in drink. Often, one need not even inquire deliberately to glean the necessary intelligence. However, the situation today appeared somewhat peculiar. Lu Yi traversed the path, only to find the taverns he encountered were all shuttered. This is quite unusual for a region where trade flourishes at the border between 2 nations. Lu Yi furrowed his brow slightly, finding the situation rather peculiar. After much effort, he had finally discovered a tavern with its doors ajar. The establishment was modest in size, with scarcely any patrons to be seen. Only 2 figures clad in black occupied a corner, silently sipping their drinks. The arrival of Lu Yi elicited no response from them. They did not even spare him a glance. The tavern, its unusual clientele, and the entirety of today's encounter seemed steeped in an air of strangeness. However, the sole comforting aspect was that the tavern's proprietor was not odd in the least. Otherwise, Lu Yi might have suspected he had encountered a specter today. The owner, a kindly middle-aged man, bore the visage of a good-natured individual, his face adorned with a warm smile as he welcomed Lu Yi to take a seat. Moreover, in addition to the dishes Lu Yi ordered, he presented a jar of homemade wine. "To give my family's brew a try," the tavern keeper said with a grin. Pouring Lu Yi a glass, "I assure you, within 100 miles, you shall scarcely find such exquisite wine." Lu Yi lifted his wine glass, casting a discreet glance at the owner, only to set the glass down with a sigh, remarking, "Indeed, this is a fine wine, yet it is regrettably untouchable." The smile on the owner's face faltered. "Surely, you jest, esteemed guest. If it is such good wine, why must it remain untouched? It is wine that leads one to meet the king of hell. Thus it is indeed undrinkable." Lu Ye's gaze bore into the proprietor with a piercing intensity. As he calmly inquired, "Speak, who sent you here?" He discerned clearly that the innkeeper exhibited no signs of true energy fluctuation. His steps were unsteady, and his hands feeble. He was evidently no martial artist. A common person, even emboldened by audacity, would not dare to poison Lu Yi. The only plausible explanation was that the innkeeper was merely a pawn of someone greater. At that moment, the innkeeper suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a plume of black mist, from which surged a grotesque centipede, as thick as an infant's arm, darting towards Lu Yi like lightning. A mere parlor trick. Lu Yi scoffed lightly, drawing the moonblade from his waist. In a flash of sword light, he cleaved the centipede in two. As he turned to regard the innkeeper, he found him sprawled on the ground, his body enveloped in darkness, as though all life had been drained from him, rendering him as lifeless as dry kindling. Five Poison Sect? Corpse manipulation technique. A flicker of realization crossed Lu Ye's mind. The state of the innkeeper's corpse suggested he had long since perished. What Lu Yi had confronted was merely a soulless shell. The methods capable of controlling corpses are scarce, with the most renowned being the corpse refinement technique of the Xiangxi corpse drivers and the corpse manipulation technique of the Five Poisons sect. In the inn, a pitch-black cadaver lay on the floor, alongside two gruesome segments of the centipede, creating a scene that was both bloody and eerie. In the corner, two figures clad in black continued to sip their wine, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos around them. Despite the presence of three living souls, the atmosphere was thick with an unnatural silence. No words were exchanged. The two in the corner did not cast a glance towards Lu Yi, nor did he acknowledge them. It was as if each party regarded the other as mere air, non-existent. At that moment, a light chuckle echoed from outside the inn. A master ranked within the top 30 of the human rankings appears to be nothing extraordinary. As the words faded, a child suddenly emerged at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yi realized this was not a child but a dwarf, clad in garments reminiscent of a child's attire. His stature diminutive and his clothing vibrant. Yet, one face appeared unnaturally mature, evoking an indescribable sense of strangeness, even revulsion. His voice, akin to that of a duck whose throat was being squeezed, was grating and unpleasant to the ears. Merely gazing upon this individual and hearing his tones caused Lu Yi to furrow his brow slightly. Clearly, Lu Yi's expression significantly provoked the self-esteem of the dwarf boy. He glared with wide eyes and shouted furiously, "You look down on me. How dare you? You wretched scoundrel." After a tirade of curses, he suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. "So what if you disdain me? Lu Yi, today you shall perish at the hands of this dwarf. Isn't that quite the humiliation for you?" The dwarf boy's erratic demeanor left Lu Yi somewhat speechless, prompting him to inquire coolly, "Who are you?" The dwarf chuckled sinisterly. "I am the Five Poisons boy. Remember my name well. Even in the underworld, I am no fool." Five Poisons boy. Lu Yi's frown deepened. Judging by this individual's name and his previous ability to manipulate corpses, it was highly plausible that he was associated with the Five Poisons sect of the six unorthodox sects. Following their battle with the renowned sword manor, the sect had vanished without a trace. This did not imply that the Five Poisons sect had been annihilated. A martial sect with a lineage spanning millennia is notoriously challenging to eradicate. Even the renowned sword manor would not dare claim they had extinguished the Five Poisons sect. In that confrontation, the renowned sword manor had suffered grievous losses, successfully slaying 4 of the 5 poison envoys of the Five Poisons sect, forcing the sect to retreat into obscurity, never to be heard from again. The dwarf before him, in both name and method of utilizing poison, strongly suggested he might be a remnant of the long-lost Five Poisons sect. "Lu Yi, you have only yourself to blame for offending the wrong person." The Five Poisons boy sneered. "Someone has paid a hefty price for me to take your life. To deal with you, I have specially employed the deadly Baikongu poison that took me 5 years to painstakingly concoct. To perish by such a rare toxin, you should at least die with your eyes closed." Baikongu poison? Lu Yi's expression remained unchanged. "Your poison might not be effective against me. Why not stand up and try?" The Five Poisons boy wore a mocking smile. "You are a top 30 expert on the human rankings. Is it not a simple task to eliminate a mere dwarf like me? What's wrong? Can you not even muster the strength to stand? Did you think that by abstaining from that wine, you would be unaffected?" The Five Poisons boy laughed maniacally. "That wine was merely a ruse. The Baikongu poison is colorless and tasteless, even penetrating your protective aura. From the moment you sat here, your death was already sealed." Lu Yi maintained his expression, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. "Since I have been poisoned, why do you not hasten to take my life? What are you waiting for? Waiting for your demise." The Five Poisons boy pointed to his own nose, chuckling mischievously. "A feeble dwarf like me, utterly lacking in strength, must tread carefully when dealing with someone of your caliber." At the onset of the green silkworm poison, it merely rendered him powerless, incapable of mobilizing his vital energy. Yet, within the span of a single incense stick's burn, his blood vessels and meridians would begin to rupture, ultimately reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. As he spoke, The Five Poisons boy dragged over a chair taller than himself and leapt onto it, his legs swinging in the air. Once you perish, I shall simply sever your head and present it as evidence. Why risk myself unnecessarily? In truth, the Five Poisons boy was not as defenseless as he claimed. However, he was indeed reluctant to take risks. Although he was certain that Lu Yi had lost all strength, one could never know if a figure ranked among the top 30 on the illustrious list might possess some hidden trump card. Thus, the Five Poisons boy remained cautious, lingering at the entrance of the tavern and refusing to venture any closer. He was merely a hired hand, taking payment to alleviate others' troubles, and had no need to endanger himself. The two sat at a considerable distance from each other, with the Five Poisons boy waiting for Lu Yi to succumb to the poison, while Lu Yi awaited something else. Naturally, he was hoping for an antidote. As the Five Poisons boy had mentioned, Lu Yi currently lacked even the strength to stand. Should the Five Poisons boy decide to take his life at that moment, Lu Yi would have no opportunity to resist. Regrettably, this fellow, perhaps due to his natural dwarfism, harbored distrust towards everything. Even with a profound confidence in his own poison skills, he remained wary, especially given Lu Ye's unwavering demeanor. This only served to deter him from approaching Lu Yi too readily. This hesitation afforded Lu Yi a chance to seek an antidote. Fortunately, Lu Yi had been pressed for time in recent days and had not found an opportunity to practice his antidote techniques. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end today. Lu Yi sighed inwardly, acknowledging that the Five Poisons sect, one of the 6 unorthodox schools, indeed possessed unparalleled skills in the art of poisoning. At that moment, Lu Yi promptly expended simulation points to capture the Five Poison boy before him and commenced the simulation. You were born a dwarf, abandoned by your parents at a tender age, and grew up scavenging alongside wild dogs on the streets. At the age of 15, you inadvertently stumbled upon the skeletal remains of a Five Poisons sect elder deep in the mountains, from whom you acquired a fragment of the 3-star martial arts Five Poisons secret manual. By the age of 20, your mastery of poison reached fruition, and you avenged your abandonment by poisoning your parents and the villagers, resulting in the demise of over 600 souls in a single night, with none spared. By 30, you had garnered a modest reputation within the martial world, earning the title of Five Poison Boy. At 40, you unleashed your lethal prowess upon the Longfeng Sword sect, exterminating more than 130 members and transforming all disciples into corpses, which drew considerable attention from various factions. At 45, you successfully concocted a poison corpse from a late-stage external force martial artist, showcasing such exquisite poison skills that the Five Poison sect took notice. However, at 48, you encountered the contemporary saintess of the Five Poison sect, succumbing to the backlash of your own toxic arts. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 250 points. Simulation points acquired, 250 points. Current simulation points, 930 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. A late-stage external force poison corpse. 2. Fragment of the 3-star martial arts, Five Poison secret manual. 3. Life experiences. At the age of 48, it turns out this individual is not a member of the Five Poison sect. Lu Yi had always assumed that the figure before him, the Five Poisons boy, was a remnant of the Five Poisons sect. However, through simulation, Lu Yi discovered that this individual was not affiliated with the sect, but rather a fortunate soul who had acquired a martial arts manual left behind by a deceased elder of the Five Poisons sect. Without hesitation, Lu Yi chose the sect's ultimate technique, the Five Poisons secret canon. The complete Five Poisons secret canon is a bona fide earth-level martial art, and when combined with the treasures inherited from the sect, it is capable of rivaling heaven-level martial arts. However, what the Five Poisons boy obtained from the corpse was merely a fragment of the secret manual. It contained only a portion of the methods for poison creation and corpse refinement, significantly inferior to the complete version. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient for Lu Yi, who merely sought to detoxify and had no intention of delving into the art of poison. Even if presented with the complete Five Poisons secret canon, he would not dedicate himself to its cultivation. A wealth of knowledge regarding poison crafting and corpse refinement flowed into Lu Ye's mind with his choice. Indeed, as Lu Yi had anticipated, the method by which the Five Poisons boy concocted the green silkworm goo poison originated from the Five Poisons secret canon. In addition to the methods for creating poisons, the manual also contained antidotal techniques. The antidotal methods were fundamentally of 2 types. One involved the crafting of antidote pills, while the other utilized one's own vital energy, following a special technique to counteract poison. Given the current circumstances, Li clearly lacked the time to specifically concoct antidote pills, and thus, he resorted to the special technique to mobilize his vital energy for detoxification. Although this method would not yield immediate results and required a certain amount of time, Lu Yi noted the cautious demeanor of the Five Poisons boy. Until Lu Yi collapsed, the boy dared not approach. As time passed, and Lu Yi remained seated without any signs of succumbing to the poison, the Five Poisons boy displayed an expression of uncertainty. Such formidable physical resilience. To withstand the green silkworm goo poison for so long, truly deserving of being among the top 30 on the human rankings. The Five Poisons boy could not fathom that Lu Yi possessed a means of detoxification, attributing Lu Yi's endurance solely to his remarkable physique, capable even of withstanding toxins. After a while, noticing that Lu Yi still showed no signs of poisoning, a sheen of cold sweat trickled down the boy's forehead. "May I pose a question?" At that moment, Lu Yi suddenly smiled at the Five Poisons boy and inquired, "How old are you this year?" The boy was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Lu Yi would ask such a question, when suddenly, a flash of light from a blade appeared as a blood-red curved sword, imbued with tremendous vital energy, slashed toward him. In an instant, an arm soared through the air. "Ah!" The Five Poisons boy clutched the stump of his severed arm, retreating in disbelief. "Such a pity." Lu Yi sighed softly, shaking his head. "It seems the detoxification was not executed swiftly enough. This strike did not claim your life." The blade he wielded was initially aimed at the neck of the Five Poisons boy. Yet the process of using vital energy to dispel toxins proved far less convenient than the use of medicinal pills. Even after the poison was neutralized, the lingering effects of numbness in his limbs persisted. Consequently, what should have been a lethal strike aimed at the Five Poisons boy's life resulted in nothing more than the severing of one of his arms. Clutching the stump of his severed limb, the Five Poisons boy found himself oblivious to the pain radiating from his body. For a profound sense of psychological terror had entirely eclipsed his physical agony. "This is impossible. How can you move? How can you harness vital energy?" He croaked in a voice akin to a duck's, his eyes wide with dread. "Are you a member of the Five Poisons sect?" Apart from the sect itself, he could scarcely conceive of anyone capable of neutralizing the deadly goo poison. His greatest fear was indeed encountering a disciple of the Five Poisons sect. Though he bore the title of Five Poisons boy, he was in fact entirely unassociated with the sect. The Five Poisons secret tome was renowned as the sect's most formidable martial art. Should it fall into the hands of outsiders, there would be no doubt that the Five Poisons sect would seek to eradicate the threat. Fortunately, the present-day Five Poisons sect was not what it once was. Following a disastrous battle against the Ming Sword Manor, the sect's strength had diminished significantly, rendering it virtually silent for years. Otherwise, the Five Poisons boy would have likely met his demise long ago. This was precisely why he had consented to assassinate Lu Yi, a formidable figure on the rankings. Water Sky Jiang had promised him that upon fulfilling the task and securing Lu Yi's head, he could advocate for his admission into the Seven Heroes Association, thereby becoming one of its esteemed members. With the protection of the Seven Heroes Association, the Five Poisons boy would no longer need to fear the now weakened Five Poisons sect. However, he could never have anticipated that the very target he sought to poison would be capable of neutralizing his unique toxin. The Five Poisons sect's extraordinary poisons were infamous throughout the realm, even among the other 6 factions of the Left-Hand Path. The Poison Hand Apothecary Valley would find it arduous to counteract the Five Poisons sect's toxins. Not only was the Five Poisons boy incredulous, but even the 2 shadowy figures in black, who had been silently observing in the corner, shared a moment of astonishment as they glanced at Lu Yi. What does it matter if he is from the Five Poisons sect? The Five Poisons boy gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, and his diminutive stature rendered him rather comical. "I have studied the secret tome for many years. Even true disciples of the Five Poisons may not surpass my prowess." As he spoke, he retrieved a black bone flute from within his robes with his remaining hand. Woo woo woo. The sound of the flute was as unpleasant as his own voice. Simultaneously, a cacophony resembling the roars of wild beasts erupted from around the tavern. With a thunderous crash, the walls of the establishment collapsed, revealing a throng of individuals outside. These ruffians were dismantling the tavern with their bare hands. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these individuals had utterly lost their sanity, their eyes alight with a frenzied glow, moving in accordance with the commands of the bone flute wielded by the poisonous boy. These beings were not truly alive. They had been transformed into toxic corpses by the poisonous boy's sinister alchemy. It was no wonder that throughout his journey, Lu Yi found every tavern shuttered. The poisonous boy had already slaughtered these people and transmuted their remains into toxic cadavers. My years of diligent study of the secret texts have not been in vain. The poisonous boy surveyed the throng of toxic corpses surrounding him, a self-satisfied smile gracing his features. The 5 poisons exploding corpse formation, a technique not even recorded in the secret texts, is a product of my years of experience. He declared, even if you are indeed a disciple of the 5 poisons sect, let us see how you can unravel my formation. As he spoke, the poisonous boy withdrew, taking refuge behind the ranks of toxic corpses. These cadavers exhibited a sinister purplish-black hue, with wisps of black mist seeping from their decaying forms, exuding a noxious stench that signaled their lethal toxicity. Unlike the tavern owner from earlier, who could be considered a mere half-corpse, still possessing some semblance of intellect after consuming goo worms, these creatures had been thoroughly transformed into mindless corpses devoid of pain or fear of death. Unless their life force was entirely severed, they would relentlessly assault their enemies without pause. This is the terrifying nature of corpse alchemy. In the heyday of the Xiangxi corpse-driving sect, it was hailed as the foremost among the 6 unorthodox sects, basking in unparalleled glory. Ultimately, it was besieged and obliterated by the combined might of the southern and northern Taoist sects and the 3 great powers of the Shaolin Temple. Although the 5 poisons sect's goo corpse technique pales in comparison to the corpse-driving arts, it remains sufficiently fearsome. Furthermore, the so-called 5 poisons exploding corpse formation, which the poisonous boy devised through years of meticulous study, is not even documented in the 5 poisons secret manual. Thus, Lu Yi was compelled to exercise utmost caution. The black mist emanating from the corpses swiftly enveloped the area within a 100-foot radius, and under the taint of this miasma, the surrounding flora withered instantly. Flowers and grasses perished, and even the snakes, insects, and rodents beneath the earth succumbed. Such potent toxins. Lu Yi's gaze sharpened as he summoned his protective energy, which prevented the noxious vapors from encroaching upon him. Nevertheless, even so, the black mist significantly depleted his protective energy, necessitating constant replenishment against its corrosive effects. Even martial artists at the outer gang realm cannot withstand prolonged exertion. Meanwhile, under the manipulation of the 5 poisons boy, the corpses launched frenzied assaults on Lu Yi, maintaining a synchronized formation that shielded the boy as he darted among them. This diminutive figure moved with remarkable speed, gliding through the throng of corpses like a slippery loach, making it exceedingly difficult to capture him. Indeed, this was the sole advantage of the 5 poisons boy's small stature. His cultivation was modest, limited to the inner gang realm, and due to innate constraints, advancement was a formidable challenge. Consequently, he chose to deviate from conventional paths, dedicating himself entirely to mastering the art of evasion. Coupled with the enigmatic and troublesome 5 poisons corpse exploding formation, he possessed ample confidence. Unless all these corpses were annihilated, it was utterly impossible for anyone to harm his true self. Lu Yi found himself increasingly vexed by these relentless corpsemen. Once again, a corpseman lunged at him with reckless abandon. Enraged, Lu Yi chose not to evade any longer and raised his hand, striking down upon the creature with a fierce blow. Exclaiming, "Die!" These corpsemen, devoid of any semblance of consciousness, did not attempt to evade the attack. With a single stroke, Lu Yi effortlessly severed the head of the corpseman. However, rather than collapsing immediately, the decapitated body began to swell, resembling an inflated balloon. With a thunderous boom, the corpseman erupted in a violent explosion, sending forth a cloud of putrid, blackened flesh that corroded the ground beneath, leaving deep pits in its wake. The grotesque remains that fell upon other corpsemen caused them to swell similarly, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of detonations echoed continuously as Lu Yi narrowly escaped the chaos, emerging somewhat disheveled. In his effort to withstand the force of the blasts, he had depleted a considerable amount of his vital energy, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. What a formidable 5 poison exploding corpse formation. This gnome truly possesses remarkable talent. Lu Yi could not help but marvel at the prowess of this individual, who, armed only with a fragmented volume of the 5 poisons secret manual, was capable of conjuring such formidable formations. It was indeed impressive. Were it not for Lu Yi's extraordinary reservoir of true energy, far surpassing that of his peers, any other mid-stage external martial artist would likely have succumbed amidst the series of explosions. Despite his seemingly modest cultivation level, this adversary proved to be remarkably tenacious. presenting Lu Yi with an opponent unlike any he had encountered before. Meanwhile, concealed among the throngs of corpse-like figures, the Five Poisons boy, witnessing Lu Ye's rather disheveled state, emerged with his head protruding from the mass, a mocking grin plastered across his face. How do you fare? Isn't my Five Poisons exploding corpse formation formidable? In the future, once I have refined several external energy corpses of the outer realm, in conjunction with this formation, even those mighty beings who have achieved the pinnacle of the three flowers gathering at the crown and the five chi returning to one shall be vanquished. Regrettably, you shall not witness that day. It seems you may never experience it. Lu Yi spoke in a calm tone. Retrieving a broadsword with a dragon's head from his cosmos bag, I observe that your visage does not suggest longevity. It is destined that you shall perish today. Lu Yi did not deceive the gnome boy. Even in the absence of Lu Yi, the gnome boy's fate was destined to last at most another 3 to 5 years. However, with Lu Ye's arrival, his demise was hastened. Damn it, I have always loathed charlatans. The gnome boy was incensed by Lu Ye's calm demeanor, exclaiming, You dare to feign divinity when death is at your doorstep? You should ponder how long you can endure. With that, he resumed playing the bone flute, summoning a horde of undead toward Lu Yi. At that moment, Liu brandished the dragon-spine Qian Kuan sword, an artifact procured from the royal tomb of Zheojiang. A roar echoed, emanating from the sword, which trembled with excitement as if it had long yearned for the outside world. My friend, in this inaugural battle, let me witness your might. Lu Yi caressed the sword's blade, raising it high, channeling his vital energy into it. A brilliant golden light erupted forth, accompanied by an even more resounding dragon's roar, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble in response to the terrifying aura of the dragon. A phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon materialized amidst the golden radiance. Though somewhat indistinct, it embodied the genuine might of a dragon. As the dragon's might manifested, the earth quaked. The undead, already devoid of reason and merely animated corpses, became even more sluggish and rigid under the influence of this power. Within a Tinjiang radius of Lu Yi, even moving a step required tremendous effort, despite the gnome boy exerting all his strength to play the bone flute. The undead advanced at a pace akin to that of a tortoise. At such a speed, they posed no threat whatsoever to Lu Yi. It is indeed a treasured weapon, the gnome boy exclaimed in frustration, casting aside his bone flute and cursing. How could you possess such a weapon? That person never informed me. It was no wonder he was in such a state of agitation. Treasured weapons were not something just anyone could wield. These weapons, imbued with a blade's will, were exceedingly rare even among the most elite factions. Among the top 30 on the ranking list, no more than 10 possessed such treasures. For someone like Lu Yi, hailing from a humble family without a profound background, it was utterly implausible to own a treasured weapon. The one who had procured the gnome boy's loyalty had never mentioned Lu Ye's possession of a treasured weapon. Had they known, the gnome boy would never have so brazenly confronted Lu Yi. The will of a treasured weapon is far beyond the comprehension of these intellectually feeble undead. The dragon-spine Qian Kuan sword, forged from the essence of the dragon spine and the unique stones of yin and yang, not only exudes a dragon-esque might that influences the will of enemies within a Tinjiang radius, but also transforms the martial artist's vital energy into dual attributes of yin and yang. Liu raised his hand, wielding his sword, and in an instant, his formidable energy transformed into a surging wave of frigid air. As the icy breath swept through, the toxic corpses were instantly encased in ice, becoming lifelike sculptures. Since Lu Yi refrained from destroying their bodies, they were deprived of even the chance to self-detonate. Damn it, I will no longer partake in this trade. As he beheld his most prized creations, the poison corpses, transforming into mere ice sculptures. The Five Poisons boy realized that without these formidable entities, he stood no chance against Lu Yi. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he turned and fled without the slightest hesitation. Though the terms offered by his adversary were exceedingly tempting, one must possess life to enjoy such pleasures. This man displayed an utter disregard for the deadly Baikongu poison and wielded a precious weapon, rendering the Five Poisons' exploding corpse formation ineffective against him. Should he linger any longer, it would surely be his own demise. However, having reached this point, how could Lu Yi possibly allow this fellow to depart? A brilliant flash of sword light surged forth from a distance, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that echoed across the heavens and earth. The Five Poisons boy, who was desperately fleeing, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Lowering his gaze, he realized that while his lower body continued to run, His upper body remained behind on the ground. What a remarkably swift sword. This was the final utterance left by the Five Poisons boy in this world, after which he permanently closed his eyes. Although this individual was merely at the inner gang realm, his methods were peculiar and exceedingly troublesome, proving to be more vexing than opponents of the outer gang realm. This is a shared characteristic of the six unorthodox sects. Were it not for their array of strange techniques, these unconventional practitioners would likely have been eradicated long ago by the righteous sects of the world. Even when the southern and northern Dao sects, along with the Shaolin Temple, united to besiege the corpse-transporting sect of Xiangxi, they could not entirely eliminate one of the six unorthodox sects. The tenacity of the six unorthodox sects is thus clearly evident. Lu Yi sheathed the dragon spine universe sword back into his universe bag and then stepped towards the two cloaked figures who were still indulging in their libations. His gaze, however, fixated upon a token hanging from their waists. Despite the recent fierce confrontation between Lu Yi and the Five Poisons boy, these two remained unaffected. The terrifying toxic miasma emanating from the corpses dissipated 3 yards away from them, as if repelled by an unseen force. Even someone as reckless as the Five Poisons boy had not considered attacking these two, solely due to the presence of the token at their sides. This token, entirely gilded, was strikingly conspicuous, bearing the flamboyant inscription of heaven and earth in bold characters. In this world, only one faction would dare to flaunt such a brazen and ostentatious emblem in public: the Heavenly Society, which stands alongside the Azure Dragon Society, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, and the Storm and Rain Tower as one of the 4 great organizations of the realm. It was precisely because the Five Poisons boy recognized the token that he refrained from confronting them, treating them as if they were mere air. The presence of these two individuals here, surely, was not merely a coincidence for the sake of revelry. Lu Yi regarded them and inquired with a hint of indifference. The Heavenly Society's headquarters lay far in the West Jin, and it did not establish branches outside its territory. Thus, the appearance of these two members, having journeyed from the West Jin to the border of Qi and Chu, coinciding with Lu Ye's path, could not simply be attributed to chance. One of the cloaked figures looked up at Lu Yi and nodded, introducing himself. Wu Feng. The other then chimed in, Wu Yun. They conveyed a message from their leader, inviting you to join the Heavenly Society. It turned out to be these two. Lu Yi heard the two individuals announce their names, and his gaze flickered. It was simply due to the immense renown of these two figures, a reputation so resounding it echoed like thunder. Although Lu Yi had already secured a position within the top 30 on the renowned list, he still felt overshadowed in the presence of these two. Fist shaking the mountains and rivers, Wu Feng ranked 9th on the list. Shattering the heavens, Wu Yun ranked 10th. Both of these individuals are among the most distinguished young warriors in the realm, known in the martial world as the twin heroes of wind and cloud. And they are indeed genuine practitioners of the 5 Qi returning to Origin Realm. Though Lu Yi discerned that his counterpart belonged to the Tianxia Society, he was taken aback to find that the renowned duo of Feng Yun had come in person. It appeared that the leader of the Tianxia Society, Li Juetian, held him in considerable esteem. Established over 20 years ago, the Tianxia Society, under the leadership of the eminent martial arts master Li Juetian, has ascended to become one of the 4 foremost organizations in the realm, rivaling the likes of the Qinglong Society. This rapid rise attests to Li Juetian's remarkable prowess and strategic acumen. There are whispers in the martial world suggesting that the Tianxia Society is secretly supported by the regent of the Western Jin, which could explain its swift development, coinciding with the tumultuous events over 2 decades ago that nearly led to the nation's downfall. Currently, Lu Yi had already offended the Lin family of the 8 great families and the 7 heroes society of the 7 major factions. He found himself in dire need of protection from a powerful force. Otherwise, he risked facing relentless targeting or even assassination. Even if he survived, the harassment would be incessant. Initially, Liu had planned to seek refuge within the military of the Chu Kingdom, known for its formidable strength, comprising the Flying Dragon, Iron Wall, and Breaking Army, each consisting of 300,000 warriors. Moreover, the Chu court maintained a strong grip on the nation, leaving no room for the families or factions to meddle. By aligning himself with the Chu military, he could shield himself from the Lin families and the 7 Heroes Society's retribution. Despite their might, neither would dare to confront the Chu military openly on its own territory. As for the Tianxia Society, though it too boasts considerable strength and has quickly risen to prominence, it had never been on Lu Ye's list of potential allies. The reason was simple. The current state of the Jin Kingdom was fraught with chaos. and Lu Yi had no desire to wade through such murky waters. The Jin Kingdom, with a history spanning thousands of years, is among the oldest of the three great nations. Yet, this venerable kingdom nearly faced annihilation over 20 years ago when the emperor embarked on a northern expedition and has yet to return. The Wolf Lord of the Northern Desert led 1,000,000 wolf cavalry, nearly breaching the capital of the Jin Kingdom. In a desperate bid for survival, the Jin rallied its entire strength and ceded vast territories. It has been nearly 30 years since that upheaval. Yet the Jin Kingdom has not only failed to restore order, but has descended further into chaos. In the imperial court, the throne remains contested, with the regent, the Empress Dowager, and the chief minister engaged in a fierce struggle for power, resulting in utter disarray. In the martial realm, the authority and prestige of the Jin court have significantly diminished in the aftermath of that tumultuous period. Various martial arts families, sects, and factions have emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and even those from the demonic path, who could not thrive elsewhere, have fled to the kingdom of Jin, hoping to seize a share amidst the chaos. The current state of the Western Jin is aptly described as a tangled mess, far from an ideal destination. If given the choice, Lu Yi would undoubtedly avoid wading through this murky water. However, the situation changes with the proactive invitation from the other party, especially as it comes from the illustrious duo of Feng and Yun, which underscores the significance the Tianxia Society places on its endeavors. Clearly, joining the Tianxia Society promises greater advantages than aligning with the military of the Chu Kingdom. Lu Yi boldly seated himself beside the two, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Originally, the Tianxia Society was not within my considerations. However, given your earnestness, let us discuss the terms. Wu Feng furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure evident in his demeanor. No one has ever dared to negotiate terms with me regarding the Tianxia Society. Only a mediocrity would come and go at a whim. Lu Yi smiled nonchalantly, displaying no trace of fear in the presence of the renowned duo. Though I may lack in talent, I consider myself to possess certain abilities. Since the Tianxia Society seeks to recruit me, naturally, we must discuss the terms. Then, do share your conditions, he urged. Wu Yun and Wu Feng exchanged a glance and slowly nodded. As long as they are not excessively unreasonable, we can grant our approval. Initially, they had not intended to offer Lu Yi an opportunity to negotiate. Throughout Lu Ye's confrontation with the Wudu boy, the two had remained silent observers, assessing Lu Ye's capabilities. Had Lu Yi displayed mediocrity, unable to contend even with the Wudu boy, they would not have allowed him to perish. However, at that juncture, Lu Yi would likely have lacked the standing to negotiate with them. Now, it was evident that Lu Ye's prowess had garnered the acknowledgement of the legendary duo, who deemed him worthy of sitting at the same table to discuss terms. Lu Yi contemplated briefly, then extended 3 fingers. I have 3 conditions. First, although I join the Tianxia Society, I do not pledge my life to it. Should I wish to depart in the future, the society must not use force to hinder my exit. Second, my assistance to the Tianxia Society cannot be without recompense. The society must pay a commensurate price. Third, I aspire to become the home master of the Tianxia Society. Upon stating his 3 demands, Lu Yi crossed his arms and sat calmly, exuding an air of confidence that they would acquiesce to his terms. Upon hearing Lu Ye's conditions, the dual heroes of Fenggan fell silent. This fellow is audacious indeed. No one has ever dared to present such terms before the Tianxia Society. However, recalling the leader's instructions before his departure, Wu Feng fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. I can agree to the first 2 demands. However, the Tianxia Society has always spoken through strength. If you cannot command the respect of those beneath you, you will not hold the position of Hall Master securely. No worries, I have faith in my abilities. Lu Yi replied with a gentle smile. As for the last condition, do not push your luck. Wu Yun admonished sternly. 3 conditions were agreed upon. Do not attempt to take more. This final condition is not a negotiation with the Tianxia Society, but rather a small request from me to both of you. Lu Yi said with a smile. Within 3 days, I wish to know the whereabouts of Shui Tianjiang. Of course, if you two do not comply, it matters not. I merely wish to test whether the intelligence system of the Tianxia Society remains effective beyond the Jin Kingdom. One day, Wu Feng stood up, seemingly anxious that Lu Yi might present further conditions. Prepare yourself to return with us to the Western Jin. Within 1 day, I shall inform you of Shui Tianjiang's whereabouts. A promise is a promise. Lu Yi's smile became increasingly radiant. Yet, beneath this facade lay a concealed intent for vengeance. Although Lu Yi had previously dispatched the 5 Poisons boy without learning who had hired him to take his life, he needed only a moment's reflection to deduce the truth. The only ones with a deep-seated grudge against him, intent on his demise, were the Lin family and Shui Tianjiang. As for the Lin family, they are too distant. Even if they learned of his peril, they would send their clan's elite to confront him, rather than resorting to hiring a lowly figure like the Five Poisons boy. Thus, the solitary possibility lay with Shui Tianjiang. This individual, having suffered losses in the underground palace, likely felt resentful and, unable to return to the headquarters of the Seven Heroes Society to summon aid, resorted to bribing the Five Poisons boy to take Lu Ye's life. Lu Ye has always believed in the principle of treating others with great respect. If one treats him with a mere foot of regard, he responds with a full yard of reverence. Should you wish to take my life, then I shall have no choice but to ensure your demise as well. Lu Ye remains at the border of Qi and Chu, undeterred by the influence of the Seven Heroes Society, boldly taking the life of one of its members. What more? As he is on the verge of departing for the Western Jin, even if the Seven Heroes Society and Shui Tianjia possess formidable power, would they dare to slay someone on the territory of the Heavenly Society? It is crucial to note that while Shui Tianjia is indeed a master of the Earth ranking, he pales in comparison to the leader of the Heavenly Society, Li Juetian. A gentleman's revenge may come after a decade, yet Lu Ye has never considered himself a gentleman. Thus, he seeks vengeance without a moment's delay. As Lu Ye anticipated, after securing the allegiance of the Five Poisons boy, Shui Tianjiang did not hasten his departure. Instead, he lingered in the nearby city of Hekou County, awaiting news from the Five Poisons boy. Moreover, he did not exercise discretion, causing quite a stir in Hekou County. Therefore, even though the Heavenly Society does not possess a branch in the Chichu region, it took merely a day to ascertain Shui Tianjiang's whereabouts. Hekou County, is it? Lu Ye mused, gently caressing the blood-red blood-drinking demon blade in his hand, a cruel smile gracing his lips. If you seek your own demise, allow me to escort you on your journey. The three major factions in Hekou County compete to curry favor with the younger brother of the Water Society's leader. Though their masters may be few, their numbers are considerable. Wu Yun, with a stoic expression, cautioned, "We shall not involve ourselves in your grievances. Should you perish, do not blame others. If you cannot handle such a weakling, you are not worthy of our Heavenly Society's alliance." Lu Ye rose abruptly, declaring, "Wait for me here." Hekou County is a modest county at the Chichu border. While its martial arts influence may not rival that of Jiuzhong Prefecture, it surpasses that of the Guangling County where Lu Ye once resided. Hekou County boasts three major martial arts factions, each with warriors of the Outer Gang realm, alongside numerous smaller powers totaling over a dozen. Currently, the martial arts forces of Hekou County, led by the three major factions, are hosting Shui Tianjiang at the largest tavern in the county. Although the battle in the underground palace was a profound humiliation for Shui Tianjiang to outsiders, as long as Shui Tianjia remains alive, Shui Tianjiang is a worthy ally to be cultivated. The three-story tavern has been entirely reserved by the martial arts factions of Hekou County. The first floor is occupied by ordinary followers, the second by the backbone of various powers, while the third floor hosts Shui Tianjiang alongside the leaders of Hekou County's martial arts factions. Lu Ye found himself alone, standing outside the tavern. Noticing the unfamiliar face, the proprietor approached with a courteous demeanor, wearing a smile, and said, "I apologize, esteemed guest, but this establishment has been reserved for the month. If you seek dining or accommodation, I kindly suggest you visit another tavern within the city." Lu Ye directly extracted a gold ingot from his bosom and tossed it into the shopkeeper's hands, declaring, "Consider this money as compensation for any damages incurred." The shopkeeper weighed the gold in his palm, realizing it amounted to nearly 100 taels. This sum was not merely sufficient to cover broken items. Even if a fire were to engulf his tavern, it would adequately compensate for the loss. However, instead of displaying joy, the shopkeeper's expression morphed into one of despair. As if he were on the brink of tears. He was no fool. It was evident that this individual had come seeking trouble. In battles among martial artists, carnage was commonplace, with bodies strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing freely. For an ordinary man like him, a mere scrape or bruise could lead to an untimely demise in the underworld. Matters of business were trivial compared to the sanctity of life. With a quick flicker of thought, the shopkeeper decided not to impede Lu Ye. Instead, he hurried to gather his belongings, seizing the opportunity to escape Lakemouth County with his family before chaos erupted. With this 100 taels of gold as his capital, he resolved to find another location to establish his business. Lu Yi entered the tavern and ascended directly to the third floor. Within this modest establishment, numerous martial arts factions from Hoku County had gathered, many of whom were unfamiliar with one another. Moreover, these individuals were in high spirits, indulging in food and drink, rendering them oblivious to Lu Yi's sudden arrival. Thus, he was able to reach the third floor unimpeded. On the third floor, the leaders of various martial arts factions were engaged in revelry, dining and toasting with Shui Tianjiang, lavishing him with praise. However, Shui Tianjiang himself was not in the mood for merriment. His thoughts were consumed with anticipation, yearning for news from the Five Poisons boy. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the staircase, drawing his attention. Initially, Shui Tianjiang doubted his own eyes, rubbing them for clarity. Upon focusing, he realized that the figure approaching was none other than Lu Yi, the very person he wished to see obliterated. Yu. Shui Tianjiang sprang to his feet, inadvertently toppling his wine cup onto the floor, his voice trembling with shock and fear, stammering as he spoke. How could you be here? The appearance of Lu Yi in this place surely signifies that the Five Poisons boy has faltered. That wretched fellow. Had I known such a lowly character was unworthy of trust. Even if he failed, it is intolerable that he revealed his position to Lu Yi. Although Shui Tianjiang yearned to devour Lu Yi alive, to drink his blood and feast upon his flesh, it was only when Lu Yi truly stood before him that he realized his own legs trembled slightly. However, Shui Tianjiang was unjust in blaming the Five Poisons boy. For that individual had not even been granted the opportunity to betray him before Lu Yi cleaved him in two. The reason Lu Yi was able to locate Shui Tianjiang was twofold. Firstly, the scouts of the Tianxia Society were far from inept, and secondly, this individual was undeniably ostentatious. Haven't you dreamed of killing me? Lu Yi taunted, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he addressed Shui Tianjiang. Here I stand. Feel free to make your move. Initially, the martial artists on the third floor from Hoku County were unfamiliar with Lu Yi. However, upon overhearing the exchange between Lu Yi and Shui Tianjiang, their ignorance was swiftly dispelled. No longer able to remain seated, they rose in agitation, some drawing their weapons, all exhibiting an air of imminent confrontation. It's Lu Yi, the blood demon of the three absolutes. How on earth did he find his way here? Stay calm. We are numerous, and surely we can contend with him. The atmosphere on the third floor became chaotic. Some were in a state of panic, others quietly edged toward the window, while a few outright doubted that this suddenly ascendant Lu Yi could truly possess the prowess commensurate with his ranking. Nevertheless, regardless of the thoughts swirling around them, Shui Tianjiang was already drenched in perspiration. Others may not have witnessed Lu Yi's prowess firsthand and thus questioned his strength, but Shui Tianjiang had. He remembered the day Lu Yi severed Dongfang Bai's arm with a single stroke. Such power rendered the prospect of Lu Yi's demise far from impossible. Moreover, he had heard that after departing the underground palace, Lu Yi unveiled a formidable and ruthless fist technique that even the self-sacrificing Dongfang Bai could not withstand. Though Shui Tianjiang harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Yi, in the face of this adversary, he found himself lacking the courage to strike. Surveying the surrounding martial artists, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Whoever claims this man's head, I shall personally recommend to my elder brother, ensuring he becomes his disciple." Shui Tianjiang understood that, given his own capabilities, he was no match for Lu Yi. His only recourse lay with the local martial artists of Hoku County. To persuade these individuals to risk their lives against a figure ranked within the top 30, he knew he must promise substantial rewards. Being accepted as a disciple by a master of the earth ranking was undeniably a tantalizing prospect for these martial artists hailing from lesser factions. Under heavy rewards, brave men shall emerge. Even against an opponent ranked within the top 30, the prospect of combat ignited a fierce determination within them. Moreover, Lu Yi was not a seasoned expert of the human ranking, but rather a sudden upstart who had unexpectedly risen to prominence, which cast a shadow of doubt over the legitimacy of his ranking. When Lu Yi first appeared, the mere mention of his name had already sown seeds of doubt among many. Yet, now, under Shui Tianjiang's promise of generous rewards, those who had contemplated fleeing began to converge upon Lu Yi. Indeed, it was the allure of profit that clouded their judgment. Lu Yi regarded these individuals with a shake of his head, declaring, "In that case, today, you shall all perish." For those who dare to strike at him, Lu Yi has never been one to show mercy. Since he is renowned as the blood demon, he shall today turn this place into a river of blood, thus living up to his moniker. The entire tavern, with its 3 levels, hosts a myriad of factions and hundreds of martial artists. at the command of their leaders. These martial artists have encircled the tavern so tightly that not a drop of water could escape. Naturally, those of lesser skill possess enough self-awareness to keep their distance from Lu Yi, opting instead to stand at the periphery and bellow, contributing to the atmosphere of the battlefield. Only those who have attained at least the inner gang realm can breach the innermost circle. Fear not, though he ranks within the top 30 of the human list. His cultivation is merely at the mid-level of the outer gang. Indeed, even if he possessed some means to instantaneously augment his combat prowess, allowing him to momentarily rival the three flowers gathering top warriors, it surely could not last. With so many of us, we can simply outlast him. The dozen or so individuals in the innermost circle spoke loudly, yet rather than belittling Lu Yi, they seemed to be rallying one another. Moreover, despite their boisterous declarations, none dared to initiate an attack on Lu Yi. Even if his ranking might be questioned, he remains a formidable figure among the elite of the land. A name carries weight, and the first to strike risks suffering the consequences, leaving the spoils to those who follow. In stark contrast, Lu Yi stood there with an air of nonchalance, as if the hundreds surrounding him were mere specters. He gently caressed his crimson blood-drinking demon blade, a mocking smile gracing his lips. What is this? Did you not all wish to join the Seven Heroes Association? My head is right here. Who among you will be the first to claim it? The martial artists exchanged glances, and the more confident Lu Yi appeared, the less inclined they were to act. Not preparing to advance, Lu Yi surveyed the crowd, his expression of derision deepening. Very well, since you choose not to make a move, I shall take the initiative. No sooner had he spoken than his form surged forth like a tempest, a whirlwind of energy spiraling around him. Lu Yi had set his sights on an unfortunate soul, and with a swift motion, he raised the blood-drinking demon blade, striking directly at the target. This blow was not the legendary killing goddess slash, but rather a simple, unadorned cut. Yet, given Lu Yi's current prowess, even such a basic slice wielded power beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. The Six-Shang Blade's aura surged forth, fierce and unmatched, causing the unfortunate victim to change color in terror. This man possessed mid-stage inner strength and was somewhat renowned in the local Lakemouth County, but he was no match for Lu Yi's blade. In an instant, the gleam of the sword flashed, carving a blood-red crescent in the air, and then a severed head soared into the sky. The man had scarcely time to defend himself before Lu Yi had claimed his head. Such swiftness in the strike. With a swift strike, Lu Yi effortlessly dispatched a formidable internal martial artist, leaving all witnesses in a state of astonishment. Concurrently, the onlookers re-evaluated Lu Yi's formidable prowess. Truly, as one of the top 30 fighters on the martial arts ranking list, his reputation was well-deserved. Suddenly, someone shouted, urging the crowd to unite against him, fearing that if they allowed him to pick them off one by one, they would all meet their demise. Consequently, the assembled warriors from the small county rushed to encircle Lu Yi. Although lacking in extraordinary skills, these fighters had acquired considerable combat experience through years of struggle. Despite many of them collaborating for the first time, their movements were surprisingly coordinated. Some pressed the attack, while others remained vigilant in defense, and still others flanked the opponent. Though numerous, their formation appeared remarkably organized. Alas, they overlooked the fact that absolute power can create overwhelming dominance. No matter how intricate their tactics, they were trivial in the face of undeniable strength. Lu Yi let out a cold snort, the curved blade already shrouded in wisps of dark energy, as the temperature around him seemed to plummet. The god of death strike. Although this second blow lacked the tripled potency of the first that determined life and death, it remained terrifying nonetheless. The Six-Shang Blade aura, infused with boundless murderous intent and demonic energy, rendered anyone within a 3-zhang radius of Lu Yi with crimson eyes and labored breaths, as if they were on the verge of succumbing to madness. With a single slash, he cleaved a vast chasm through the throng. Those who encountered his blade aura were mercilessly reduced to mere fragments of flesh. As the god of death continued to slay, the might of his strikes grew increasingly formidable. Not only did it terrify the hearts of his adversaries, but it also ensnared the feeble-minded in illusions. Boom! The 3-story building collapsed under the weight of the horrifying blade aura, leaving a wasteland in its wake. Amidst the ruins, Lu Yi stood proudly, while the others appeared somewhat disheveled. Kill! Kill! Let them all perish! A voice suddenly shrieked from the crowd, as an individual swung their weapon at a nearby companion. Hell! Hell! Haha, it's all blood! All blood! Someone screamed madly, staggering away into the distance. I want to die? I want to die? There are ghosts everywhere. ghosts everywhere. In a moment of hazy confusion, another person suddenly pressed their weapon against their neck, their face reflecting a strange sense of relief. With a single strike. Among the hundreds of warriors in the tavern, at least half perished beneath this terrifying blow, while the remaining half found themselves driven to madness by its influence. The god of death's strike became more potent with each life taken, its effect on others growing ever stronger. Not only did it affect those around him, but Lu Yi himself felt a pressure building in his chest. Only through relentless slaughter, by vanquishing every soul within his sight, could he hope to release the tumult within. Lu Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of murderous intent, and subsequently sheathed the bloodthirsty demon blade. At this moment, only a few external martial artists remained standing around him. Witnessing the lifeless bodies and the deranged state of their subordinates, these individuals were consumed by regret. Had they known of Lu Ye's formidable prowess, they would not have succumbed to momentary greed for the benefits promised by Shui Tianjiang. Yet now, it was too late for remorse. They understood all too well that even if they knelt and begged for mercy, Lu Yi would likely show them no clemency. The Three Absolute Blood Demon was indeed a name that lived up to its reputation, having dispatched the majority with a single stroke. The Tiangong Pavilion and the Stormy Rain Tower had always been reliable, and this time proved no exception. Lu Yi possessed strength that matched his rank. The remaining few, recognizing their lack of escape, braced themselves and launched an assault against Lu Yi. After sheathing the curved blade, Lu Yi brandished a semi-transparent longsword in his left hand. As the 7 stars fell from the heavens, a single sword morphed into 7 stars. A flurry of sword light flashed, and when the brilliance subsided, several more corpses riddled with gaping wounds lay upon the ground. The Three Absolute Blood Demon truly lived up to its illustrious name. In that moment, Lu Yi resembled an unparalleled war deity. The ground was strewn with corpses, leaving only Lu Yi and Shui Tianjiang as the sole survivors. Lu Yi, with a sword in his left hand and a dagger in his right, though the dagger was sheathed and the sword returned to its rightful place, exuded an intangible pressure merely by standing there. He gazed at the distant figure of Shui Tianjiang, as if observing a lifeless body. If it weren't for your fortunate elder brother, you likely wouldn't have survived to this day. In your next life, be wise enough not to provoke those you should not. Silence. You, a mere country bumpkin, are hardly in a position to pass judgment on me. Shui Tianjiang loathed nothing more than comparisons between himself and his elder brother. Even in this life-threatening moment, he could not restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of curses. Do you believe victory is assured for you today? As he spoke, a silver spear materialized in Shui Tianjiang's hand. Shui Tianjia, renowned for his spear of loyalty, wielded a brilliant silver spear of the dragon's dandelion, famed and seldom met with adversaries. Although Shui Tianjiang despised being compared to his brother, he unconsciously imitated him at every turn. Release me today, and we can erase our grudges from this day forth. Shui Tianjiang gritted his teeth and declared. Otherwise, the fate of the deer remains uncertain. It seemed he had some hidden card yet to play, but his words betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Lu Yi, however, remained indifferent to whatever hidden advantage Shui Tianjiang believed he possessed. Unless Shui Tianjia himself appeared, there was no escape from death for him today. As for the notion of erasing grudges, Lu Yi did not trust a single word. To eliminate the weeds without uprooting them is to invite their resurgence with the spring breeze. Lu Yi would not be foolish enough to release his enemy when the moment of truth arrived. You leave me no choice. Noting Lu Ye's unyielding stance, a fierce glint appeared in Shui Tianjiang's eyes. If so, then die. With that, he reversed the spear and thrust it violently toward his own chest. This unexpected action momentarily stunned Lu Yi. He had anticipated a desperate struggle, not an act of self-harm. Yet, Shui Tianjiang was not truly committing suicide. The spear plunged into his chest, but did not claim his life. Instead, a brilliant green light erupted from the wound, and the blood that flowed forth was astonishingly green. An anomalous bloodline? Lu Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A human warrior, no matter how adept in cultivation, could not transform their blood into green unless they had merged with an otherworldly bloodline, no longer retaining their pure humanity. However, warriors with such hybrid bloodlines often exhibited remarkable traits, and Shui Tianjiang appeared unremarkable, seemingly devoid of any mutated lineage, unless the green blood was not truly his own. As the green blood cascaded from Shui Tianjiang's chest, tainting the silver spear in his hand, the spear suddenly radiated a resplendent glow. Buzz! The silver spear vibrated and unexpectedly soared into the air, and amidst the dazzling light, a phantom of a colossal azure dragon gradually took form. Roar! The ethereal silhouette of the azure dragon raised its head to the heavens and let out a long, mournful roar, fixing its piercing gaze upon Lu Yi. Cold and merciless, it seemed to trample upon the very essence of humanity, exuding an innate aura of sovereignty. Shui Tianjie? Lu Yi's eyes narrowed, filled with a profound gravity. Though confronted by the phantasmal form of the azure dragon, his gaze transcended countless realms, locking onto the legendary earth-ranking master, Shui Tianjie. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yi felt an oppressive weight settle upon his shoulders, as if an invisible mountain had descended upon him. This spectral dragon harbored a fragment of Shui Tianjie's martial will, a master of martial arts, existing at the pinnacle of the true fire-refining infant realm. Even a mere wisp of his martial intent was enough to instill an inexplicable pressure upon Lu Yi. Fortunately, it was merely a fragment of martial will infused with a foreign bloodline. Though it exerted a dimensional-level pressure upon Lu Yi, its actual combat prowess might not surpass him by a significant margin. After all, Lu Yi was also capable of engaging in battles beyond his rank, akin to a figure of the three flowers gathering at the apex. Were Shui Tianjie to appear in person, Lu Yi would likely find himself without the opportunity to retaliate. A martial arts master, a being who traverses the realms, was indeed beyond Lu Yi's current capabilities. Could a mere fragment of martial will hope to vanquish me? Lu Yi scoffed. Even a martial arts master could not achieve such a feat. Roar! Although the azure dragon's silhouette was but a manifestation of a martial master's will, lacking substantial intelligence, it seemed to sense Lu Yi's provocation. With a thunderous roar, it surged forward, wielding a silver spear, charging towards Lu Yi. The earth trembled. Houses crumbled as the dragon passed, akin to a tornado sweeping across the plains. Kill in all directions, break for me. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yi summoned every ounce of his strength, manifesting four martial avatars that took their stances. In unison, they unleashed a powerful punch directed at both the silver spear and the azure dragon. Bang! Bang! For resounding thuds echoed through the air, each strike causing the silver spear to lose momentum. As the fists of the four martial avatars landed, the spear trembled violently, emitting a resonant wail that echoed like a lament. A fine crack appeared at the tip of the spear and swiftly spread along its length. With a sharp crack, the silver spear shattered in midair, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the punches. Only the illusory form of the azure dragon remained, letting out an unwilling roar as it charged toward Lu Yi with its last vestiges of strength. Stubborn to the core, Lu Yi scoffed coldly. Despite feeling a twinge of pain in his meridians, he harnessed his inner energy. Two colossal hands of energy materialized, gripping the dragon's head firmly. Break for me. Lu Yi let out a thunderous roar, his arms exerting immense force simultaneously. With a soft sound of tearing, the ethereal image of the azure dragon was rent asunder by Lu Yi into two halves. At the same time, Shui Tianjie staggered backward as though struck by lightning, suddenly spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning an ashen hue. Defeated? This is inconceivable. In that moment, Shui Tianjie appeared dazed, shaking his head repeatedly. How could my brother's martial essence be vanquished? My brother can never falter. There has never been an invincible person in this world. One can only rely on external forces. Even in your next life, you shall remain no match for me. Liu shook his head, delivering a decisive palm strike to Shui Tianjiang's chest, extinguishing his life. Shui Tianjie was indeed formidable, a master of martial arts. Even a mere thread of martial will imbued in his blood compelled Lu Yi to summon all his strength to contend with it. Yet, no matter how powerful, he was Shui Tianjie, not Shui Tianjiang. As Lu Yi articulated, in the final moments, Shui Tianjiang's reliance was still upon his elder brother, rather than upon himself. His lifetime achievements in martial arts culminated here. Even in his next life, he would not be Lu Yi's adversary. One can only attain greatness through self-reliance. This is also one of the truths Lu Yi has steadfastly believed in. At the headquarters of the Seven Heroes Society, Shui Tianjie remained in seclusion as always. In fact, over the past few years, he had largely disregarded the trivial matters of the organization, delegating them to his disciples. His mind was keenly aware that only absolute strength forms the foundation of everything. Otherwise, even the most formidable forces are but ephemeral weeds. Since its inception, the Seven Heroes Society has indeed risen to prominence within the martial world. Yet, Shui Tianjia understood that the society still fell short of being a true top-tier power. This shortcoming was that the Seven Heroes Society had yet to host a grandmaster of martial arts who could embody the law of the heavens. Despite the current four presidents being renowned martial masters, even if they united their strengths, they would pale in comparison to a grandmaster of the law of the heavens. Shui Tianjia was even more cognizant that the four leaders of the Seven Heroes Society stood as equals currently. However, should any one of them attain the grandmaster level of martial arts, that individual would become the sole sovereign of the society. And that singular sovereign must be him, not anyone else. Although they had once forged brotherhood to establish the Seven Heroes Society and to signify their camaraderie, each of their titles bore the character for righteousness. Yet, for an organization to genuinely achieve the pinnacle of power, it can only have one leader. Such struggles are often bloodily brutal. Regardless of whether they are sworn brothers or even blood relatives, there is no room for sentimentality. In pursuit of his first breakthrough to the realm of a grandmaster in martial arts, Shui Tianjia has devoted considerable effort over the past few years, rarely stepping out of his secluded chamber. However, on this day, much like any other, as he remained in seclusion, he found himself beset by an unsettling unrest. Following the union of heaven and man, martial artists often possess an enigmatic intuition regarding the future. Although Shui Tianjia had not formally studied the art of divination, he understood that such disquietude was not a favorable omen. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and a trickle of emerald blood flowed from the center of his brow. Who is it? Shui Tianjia's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. His eyes ablaze with fury. Who had compelled Tianjiang to resort to using the martial essence he had entrusted to him? The martial essence, a culmination of Shui Tianjia's indomitable will in martial arts, could resonate even across vast distances. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes and faint azure dragon scales manifesting upon his neck, those familiar with Shui Tianjia recognized this as the hallmark of his utmost rage. "Summon my trusted aide," he commanded, his voice heavy with authority. "Find Tianjiang at once. Alive or dead, I must see him." As his fury surged, he understood that the circumstances compelling Tianjiang to unveil his hidden trump card were likely dire. Though Hukou County was not a significant urban center, the recent clash that claimed the lives of hundreds of martial artists, even affecting the 7 heroes of the 7 guilds, had drawn considerable attention over the ensuing days. Moreover, the lingering malevolence left by Lu Ye's presence was so potent that many ordinary citizens, upon nearing the battlefield at the tavern, exhibited signs of madness. Consequently, the townsfolk were compelled to pool their resources to summon a renowned monk from a nearby county to perform rituals to dispel the lingering resentment and malevolence left in the wake of the battle. "Amipa," exclaimed a yellow-robed monk with eyebrows that cascaded down to his chin, his hands clasped in a gesture of compassion as he lamented, "Such heavy malevolence in this place. Pray, who could have instigated this?" The Yellow-Brown Master, it was said, is a master ranked among the elite, known as the blood demon of the 3 absolutes, Lu Yi. The local officials surveyed the carnage surrounding them. Despite the Yellow-Brown Master's efforts, an overwhelming chill gripped their hearts. Good heavens, this is the loss of hundreds of lives. Our martial artists in Hukou County have been utterly decimated by that fiend. Amipa, this individual employs excessively cruel methods. Not a single martial artist survived among the hundreds. The higher his cultivation, the greater the calamity he likely poses for the world. The yellow-brown monk, filled with compassion, could not remain passive in the face of such bloodshed. He resolved to pen a letter to his brothers at the monastery, declaring that should any Shaolin disciple encounter this man, he must be brought back to Shaolin to listen to the profound teachings of Buddhism daily, with the hope that the supreme Buddhist doctrine might alleviate the murderous karma that enveloped him. As soon as the words of the Huang Mei monk faded, a sudden clatter of galloping hooves echoed from the end of the street. A group of over 10 riders surged forward, led by a man of impressive stature, a silver spear slung across his back. "Shui Tianjia, the 7 Heroes Society has also arrived." The Huang Mei monk's expression shifted as he instantly recognized the identity of Shui Tianjia. He was one of the leaders of the 7 Heroes Society, a figure of considerable influence. The only reason for his personal arrival could only be the presence of his beloved younger brother, Shui Tianjiang's corpse, also at this location. Following Shui Tianjia were his 12 disciples. Originally, his disciples were known as the 13 protectors of the 7 Heroes Society, but now only 12 remained. The one responsible for the deaths of both his disciple and his brother was the same individual. This realization had driven Shui Tianjie to such fury that he had smashed his own retreat chamber upon receiving the news. He had ordered all members of the society to search for Lu Yi with unwavering diligence, commanding them to capture him alive, forbidding any death. To kill Lu Yi would be far too lenient. Shui Tianjie desired to flay his flesh piece by piece, to extract every tendon, as a means of quenching his deep-seated wrath. Even though Shui Tianjie had already learned of Shui Tianjiang's demise and had previously erupted in anger, upon witnessing his only brother lying desolately on the ground, he could not suppress the tremors coursing through his body. A chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from Shui Tianjie, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet several degrees. Not just the others, even his 12 foremost disciples involuntarily stepped back, daunted by the terrifying pressure. With a countenance as grim as water, Shui Tianjie advanced step by step towards the lifeless form of Shui Tianjiang. With each stride, imprints of his feet appeared on the ground, fissures extending across the earth for several yards. Tianjiang, your elder brother shall take you home. Shui Tianjie bent down, cradling the body of his only beloved brother. Having ventured into the martial world in his youth, he had endured countless hardships. The only treasure he valued was his kin. Moreover, having devoted himself to martial arts, he had yet to bear offspring, regarding Shui Tianjiang as his chosen successor. Although Shui Tianjiang possessed only average talent, Shui Tianjie had relentlessly poured abundant resources into nurturing him into a formidable figure in the martial ranking. Now this brother, the embodiment of his unrelenting dedication, lay dead. Lu Yi, I vow to ensure you have no place to rest. Shui Tianjie's pupils suddenly morphed into beastly slits, and beneath his clothing, patches of azure dragon scales surfaced. If I cannot slay you in this life, I, Shui Tianjie, shall never be regarded as human. Shui Tianjie knew well that killing Shui Tianjiang would incite Shui Tianjie's wrathful vengeance. However, Lu Yi remained indifferent. As Shui Tianjie swore to dismember him, he sat comfortably in a carriage bound for the Western Jin, contemplating, if you seek vengeance, come to the Western Jin and test your might against Li Juetian. You were born in the sacred land of the Northern School of Taoism, Mount Jinwu. From a young age, you harbored no interest in martial arts. Yet you developed a profound passion for the classics of Taoism. At the age of 13, you entered the Jingle Palace, dedicated to the study of Taoist texts. By the time you turned 30, you had thoroughly immersed yourself in these classics and gained considerable renown on Mount Jinwu. At 50, during the philosophical discourse between the Southern and Northern schools of Taoism, you outshone the Southern masters, securing victory for the Northern school. At 70, you assumed leadership of the Jingle Palace, becoming its 58th abbot. Upon reaching 88, you peacefully passed away, your spirit tablet enshrined within the Jingle Palace, with the contemporary leader of the Jinwu sect personally officiating your funeral. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 600 points. Acquired simulation points, 600 points. Current simulation points, 1,200 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The seal of the abbot of Jingle Palace, one of the 8 views of Jinwu. 2. A handwritten copy of the Nanhua Jing, a treasured text of Jingle Palace. 3. The life experiences of 88 years. 3. Lu Yi decisively made his choice, which was indeed the purpose of his simulation, as he committed increasingly more acts of violence. He found it increasingly challenging to suppress the backlash of demonic energy and murderous intent, despite possessing centuries of life experience. After all, the experiences he accumulated were derived from a multitude of individuals, far too diverse and complex to manage. Furthermore, those individuals themselves did not necessarily possess high levels of spiritual attainment. When it comes to effectively suppressing demonic energy, only 2 schools stand out across the world, Buddhism and Taoism. The numerous constraints and precepts of Buddhism felt overly burdensome, while the Taoist philosophy, emphasizing purity and naturalness, resonated more with Lu Yi's mindset. Hence, he undertook this simulation. However, Lu Yi was somewhat astonished that, despite the simulated persona lacking martial prowess, the rewards and simulation points were remarkably high. It seemed that the evaluation criteria of the simulator were not solely based on martial achievements. A wealth of information flooded into Lu Yi's mind as he gently closed his eyes, absorbing all the knowledge. Truly, a character who had reached an enlightened state in the study of Taoist texts. Although he possessed no martial prowess, his life experiences had imparted invaluable lessons to Lu Yi. When Lu Yi opened his eyes once more, The once palpable hostility had vanished, replaced by an aura of ethereal grace and an air of transcendence. The accumulated demonic energy and murderous intent no longer held sway over his temperament. Even when he unleashed his full power through the Divine Slayer's blade and the all-killing strike, he felt no burden whatsoever. This marked the second simulation Lu Yi had undertaken on his journey. During the first simulation, he had ascended to the late stage of external strength. The second simulation, however, brought him even greater gains. The horses pulling the carriage were a special breed cultivated by the Heavenly Society, infused with the bloodlines of ancient and extraordinary species, capable of traversing thousands of miles effortlessly. Thus, despite the considerable distance between Hoku County and the Western Jin, Lu Yi and his companions had already entered the realm of influence of the Heavenly Society within the time span of their two simulations. Lu Yi lingered in the carriage, savoring the Taoist essence of freedom and leisure when the carriage came to a halt. Outside, a voice announced, "Masters, young Master Lu, we have arrived at the headquarters." The headquarters of the Tianxia Society is perched atop a towering mountain, the highest Lu Yi had ever encountered. Majestic and cloud-kissed, it seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky, as if standing amidst a sea of clouds. This mountain was not a natural formation. It was a marvel crafted by Li Juetian, the leader of the Tianxia Society, who employed unparalleled methods to amalgamate the peaks of 9 mountains into one. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, a master of such celestial stature appeared almost as a deity, possessing an array of incredible abilities. Standing atop the mountain and gazing down upon the world, one could instantly perceive Li Juetian's ambition and grandeur through this towering edifice. The magnificence of the Tianxia Society was unmistakably evident from the very entrance. Before the gate stood a 100-foot-tall stone tablet, inscribed with the 3 characters of Tianxia Society, leaving onlookers in awe. Within those 3 characters lay a fragment of Li Juetian's martial essence. Merely catching a glimpse bestowed profound insights upon Lu Yi, illuminating many concepts that had previously eluded him. Of course, this was also attributed to Lu Yi's own considerable martial prowess. Those lacking in such cultivation might find themselves dangerously entranced. Truly, the Grand Master of the heavenly ranking was far beyond my reach. Lu Yi sighed inwardly. Though confident, he was never arrogant. In comparison to someone like Li Juetian, the disparity was indeed vast. However, Lu Yi never felt inferior. He firmly believed that one day he would stand on par with individuals of Li Juetian's caliber, rather than merely gazing up at them. Ascending the mountain, one would encounter 999 steps crafted from jade, each piece naturally formed with minimal embellishment, boasting a width exceeding 10 feet. Stepping upon them sent a cool sensation surging from his feet to the crown of his head, as if the absorption of the world's spiritual energy intensified. Surrounding the jade steps were towering spiritual trees, continuously exuding the essence of heaven and earth. This rendered the entire entrance of the Tianxia Society enveloped in rich spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual essence within the mountain's gates was more than double that of the outside world. Such grandeur and ambition were unparalleled. Lu Yi had never witnessed anything like it before, showcasing the immense strength and wealth of the Tianxia Society. Indeed, it deserved its reputation as one of the 4 great organizations of the world. Lu Yi firmly believes that if he could cultivate in such an environment for an extended period, even without the assistance of a simulator, his prowess would undoubtedly experience remarkable advancement. In comparison to the grand headquarters of the World Association, the places Lu Yi had previously resided in, be it his family or any organization, were utterly trivial. This astonishing headquarters, which has risen to prominence in just over 20 years, is a testament to extraordinary achievement. Establishing a faction and managing it to such a degree in a mere 2 decades is no small feat, and even Lu Yi, in all honesty, would find such an accomplishment beyond his current capabilities. Li Juetian, the renowned Grand Master of the heavenly rankings, though they have yet to meet, has already inspired a sense of admiration within Lu Yi. "Disciple Feng, please wait here with him. I shall inform the leader," said Wu Feng. Upon arriving before the Hall of Heaven at the World Association's headquarters, both Wu Feng and Wu Yun halted simultaneously. Despite their positions as prominent leaders within the association, the Hall of Heaven serves as a critical venue for discussions, and entry is strictly forbidden without the leader's permission. "There's no need. You may enter." A booming voice resonated from within the hall, reverberating like thunder and causing Lu Yi's eardrums to ache. A figure of Li Juetian's stature requires no display of intimidation. The innate martial aura emanating from his voice is already beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Upon stepping into the Hall of Heaven, Liu finally encountered the legendary Grandmaster of the heavenly rankings. The first impression Li Juetian left on Liu Yi was one of towering stature, not merely in terms of martial prowess, but in a literal sense. Li Juetian's height resembled that of the magnificent mountain beneath his feet, casting an imposing gaze over all present. Although Liu Yi is not a muscle-bound colossus, after achieving the extraordinary realm of bone transformation and muscle forging, his physique has become elegantly proportioned and tall. In modern terms, he possesses the quintessential male model body. However, before Li Juetian, Liu Yi barely reaches his chest. Furthermore, Li Juetian emanates an aura that resembles a towering mountain. Standing there, he appears as an insurmountable peak, seemingly intent on trampling all beings beneath him. Scenery as beautiful as a painting, Li Juetian. Liu Yi beholds the legendary Grandmaster of martial arts for the first time. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he appraises Li Juetian. Scenery as beautiful as a painting is the title by which Li Juetian is known in the martial world. Much like Liu Yi's mastery of the three arts of fist, blade, and sword, Li Juetian is equally renowned for his exceptional skills in both hand and foot combat. His fists are represented by the scenery as beautiful as a painting fist, while his legs are embodied in the divine wind-shattering star's leg. Among these, the scenery as beautiful as a painting fist is particularly famous, sweeping all before it and earning him great acclaim over time. The martial prowess of Wu Feng and Wu Yun, who each inherited a unique skill from Li Juetian, allows them to rank among the top 10 in the martial world. This illustrates the terrifying mastery of Li Juetian. As Liu Yi scrutinizes Li Juetian, the latter also evaluates Liu Yi in return. Indeed, to maintain such composure in the presence of my esteemed self upon our first meeting speaks to your potential. Li Juetian smiles slightly and nods. It is indeed not in vain that I sent Feng and Yun on a long journey to fetch you. Before Liu could respond, however, Li Juetian's expression shifted, and he sternly admonished, "Yet you dare to negotiate terms with me? Do you understand that my sending someone to retrieve you has already granted you immense favor? In this world, no one has ever dared to bargain with me." Although Liu Yi and his companions had only just arrived at the headquarters of the Heavenly Society, their news had already reached Li Juetian through the organization's spies. As Li Juetian's voice thundered, a tremendous wave of true energy surged forth, crashing toward Liu Yi. Liu Yi felt as though he were a small boat caught in the midst of a tempest, on the verge of capsizing amidst the howling winds and torrential rains. Yet, despite the immense pressure weighing upon him, he maintained his composure and calmly declared, "I have already informed the two hall masters that only a mediocre talent would come and go at a whim. I am no such talent." Li Juetian fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are a remarkable young man, worthy of having offended both the Lin family and the Seven Heroes Association. However, now that you have joined the Tianxia Association, you need not worry about those fellows anymore. Those who dare to harm my subordinates are yet to be born." After his laughter subsided, he regained his serious demeanor and gestured towards the seat of the association leader behind him. "What I value most is talent. As long as you possess sufficient strength, I would even consider yielding the position of the leader to you. In short, once you join the Tianxia Association, I shall be your greatest ally. We, the Tianxia Association, have never feared offending others. We only fear lacking capability." Indeed, it was no surprise that he had developed the Tianxia Association into one of the 4 major organizations in just over 20 years. Li Juetian lacked neither ambition, means, nor magnanimity. When Duan Xiaolu remarked that Liu Yi bore a resemblance to Li Juetian, it was evident that, from certain perspectives, they indeed shared similarities. Both were destined to become formidable figures within the realm. Li Juetian resumed his seat upon the leader's throne and waved his hand. "I am aware of your 3 requests. I agree to the first 2. Within the Tianxia Association, you may depart whenever you wish, and I shall not impede you. If one must rely on force to retain talent, then I should step down from this leadership position. Furthermore, for your contributions to the association, you will be duly rewarded with corresponding assets, not only for you, but for all members of the association as well." As for the 3rd request, Li Juetian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It is not that I doubt your abilities, but the position of hall master within our association has always been determined through open selection. Even Wu Feng and Wu Yun had to defeat all their opponents to ascend to their respective positions. If I were to forcibly appoint you as Hall Master, it is likely that, despite their outward compliance, the members would not genuinely accept it. Wu Yun, prepare the Tianxiao Arena and select 108 individuals from the Feng and Yun halls to establish the third hall. He commanded. Wu Feng, notify all members that the Tianxia Arena will commence tomorrow, and all members of the Feng and Yun halls are eligible to participate. Li Ju Tian then turned his gaze towards Lu Yi. If you can emerge victorious in the Tianxiao Arena and gain the genuine respect of all, then I shall name this third Hall Yi Hall. Thank you, leader. Lu Yi replied with a respectful gesture. If I fail to win, then the first two requests shall be rendered null and void. Lu Yi had already learned about the challenges from Wu Feng and Wu Yun. Thus, there was no sense of resistance, and he readily acquiesced. This was, after all, a matter of reason. Even the illustrious duo of Feng and Yun had initially accepted challenges from their followers before ascending to their positions as leaders. Now, with Lu Yi, an outsider, arriving, if he were to decline the challenges from the followers and simply parachute into the role of the leader, it would undoubtedly invite opposition from many. Although, given Li Ju Tian's esteemed reputation within the Tianxia society, no one would dare to openly oppose him. It is likely that in the future, many would look down upon Lu Yi and secretly lay obstacles in his path. Hence, it would be far better to subdue these individuals all at once. Lu Yi has already advanced to the late stage of the outer gang, and he is confident that even if Feng and Yun were to personally intervene, he could maintain an undefeated stance for a considerable duration. As for the others, Lu Yi truly does not regard them as worthy adversaries. Have you heard? The leader is to host the Tianxiao Arena tomorrow. The Tianxiao Arena? It is only convened during the selection of a new leader or when challenges are issued to the old ones. Surely, there is no one bold enough to challenge the leaders Feng and Yun. Could it be that a third faction under the character Ren is to be established? Indeed, it is said that the establishment of the third faction is precisely the intention behind this announcement, a command personally relayed by leader Feng, and it is undoubtedly true. Although we lack the strength to contend for the leadership position, let us at least witness the spectacle tomorrow. The efficiency of Wu Feng's operations is remarkable. Within merely half a day, the news of the Tianxiao Arena had spread throughout the entire society. The Tianxia society differs from other gang organizations. While larger factions may boast numerous branches and divisions, sometimes as many as a dozen or more, such as the Qinglong Society, which claims to have 365 branches corresponding to the days of the year, symbolizing omnipresence. However, at its inception, Li Ju Tian established the principle that there would be a maximum of 9 factions within the Tianxia society, embodying the supreme number of 9. He emulated the 3 lists of heaven, earth, and humanity, forming the heavenly, earthly, and human factions, each of which consists of 3 branches. Among these, the 3 heavenly branches remain largely vacant, as there are only a limited number of grandmasters in martial arts, and it is impossible for them to align with other forces. The earthly faction comprises just 1 branch, which, although it lowers the entry standard to those at the harmony of heaven and humanity, still encompasses no more than a dozen individuals, including the leader. The human faction consists solely of the duo Feng and Yun, and there has been no increase in members for many years. Therefore, to add a new faction and host the Tianxiao Arena for followers to issue challenges is considered a grand event within the Tianxia society. Thus, on the morning of the second day, even before the arena opened, the vicinity was already teeming with spectators eager to witness this rare occasion. Among the crowd stood a young man, adorned in resplendent attire, akin to a celestial body surrounded by stars, commanding attention. Those nearby either instinctively distanced themselves from him or flocked close, seeking to curry favor. Damn it! How could my father suddenly decide to host the Tianxia Arena? The young man ground his teeth, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. I have implored my father several times, yet he has shown no inclination toward opening a new faction. Have you discerned who aspires to become the new Hall Master? A voice immediately responded. In answer to the young master, we have thoroughly investigated. It is the 28th ranked figure on the human list, the blood demon of the 3 absolutes, Lu Yi. It is said that both Master Feng and Master Yun personally escorted this individual back to the main hall, indicating the master's significant regard for him. I care not who he is. If a new hall is to be established, I alone shall assume the position of Hall Master. The youth's gaze darkened, the murderous intent palpable. Since he dares to step forward and accept the challenge, ensure that he is beaten to the ground, searching for his teeth. As the words were spoken, Lu Yi appeared on the stage, accompanied by Wu Feng and Wu Yun. Though the selection of a hall master is a momentous affair, it is merely for the human character hall. Thus, Li Juetian need not make an appearance. The presence of masters Wu Feng and Wu Yun already bestowed considerable honor upon Lu Yi. The master has decided to establish a new hall, and today we convene a contest across the realm. Wu Feng declared boldly, "In our association, the selection of hall masters has always been fair and transparent. Today, all members of the Wind and Cloud Halls are eligible to challenge on stage. By sunset, should no one defeat Lu Yi, he shall become the hall master of the third human character hall." Hardly had the words left his mouth when a boisterous laugh erupted from beneath the stage. "What nonsense is this, Lu Yi? I have never heard of him." A burly man, scarred and wielding a large knife, leapt onto the stage. In the mountains, without an old tiger, the monkeys proclaimed themselves kings. Now, even the most insignificant can ascend the human list? Though this man claimed ignorance of Lu Yi, he promptly revealed Lu Ye's ranking, clearly mocking him. The man scrutinized Lu Yi, his expression growing increasingly contemptuous. "Just a kid who hasn't even grown into his own skin. If it weren't for my age, such a youngling would never have the chance to ascend the human list." Upon witnessing the man's arrival, the surrounding spectators exchanged peculiar glances and murmured in hushed tones, "It's Chu Kuang. This will be entertaining." Though he is under Master Yun's command, he has consistently disregarded even Master Yun's orders, always aligning himself with the young master. His being the first to step up likely indicates the young master's approval. "Shu, keep your voice down, or you'll be courting disaster. Be wary of the young master overhearing. You won't have a pleasant outcome." Lu Yi was unfamiliar with Chu Kuang. They had never met before. However, Lu Yi could distinctly sense the profound animosity emanating from this individual. It appeared that this fellow had deliberately come to provoke trouble. Lu Yi's expression remained unchanged, unfazed by Chu Kuang's contemptuous demeanor. He calmly remarked, "If that is the case, let me witness your prowess, and see if it is as grand as your words suggest. You seek death, little brat." Chu Kuang scoffed, his ghostly blade already brimming with formidable energy. True to his name, Chu Kuang was notoriously arrogant. However, his arrogance was not unfounded. He had attained the realm of spirit aperture, having opened over 50 spiritual points throughout his body. Even among the elite of the world, he was not considered weak. As the energy radiated around him, Chu Kuang's aura transformed into something ferocious. "Today, I shall see if you, the so-called warrior of the human rankings, are merely a name without substance," he bellowed, striding towards Lu Yi with purpose. With each step he took, his imposing presence intensified, causing the specialized tiles of the arena to crack beneath his feet. A practitioner of the spirit aperture realm channels the forces of heaven and earth through their open spiritual pathways. Their energy, both in quality and quantity, far surpasses that of those in the outer energy realm. Meanwhile, a chilling wind began to swirl around Chu Kuang, and from the ghostly blade in his hand, a phantom resembling a howling evil spirit began to coalesce, exuding an overwhelming power. A mere glance at it would send shivers down one's spine. It was evident that this individual had mastered the path of condensing killing intent, having taken many lives to achieve such a formidable aura that could manifest a blurred, ghostly figure against other warriors. This terrifying malice alone could potentially diminish their strength and spirit before any direct confrontation occurred. Yet, alas, today he faced Lu Yi. To flaunt his ability to condense killing intent before Lu Yi was akin to a carpenter brandishing a saw at the doorstep of Lu Ban or a warrior wielding a great sword before Guan Yu. Such trifling skills dared not challenge the master. The corners of Lu Ye's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. With his cultivation having reached the late stage of the external strength realm, in terms of both the quantity and quality of true energy, he found himself superior even to those who had opened 100 spiritual apertures. And this Chu Kuang, with merely 50 apertures, dared to act arrogantly before him? Moreover, the ability of Chu Kuang to condense killing intent appeared to Lu Yi as nothing more than child's play. The blood-drink demon blade had already manifested in Lu Ye's grasp, and as the crimson curved blade emerged, it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings plummeted instantaneously. "Get down." Lu Yi let out a cold snort, and in the air, the demonic blade in his hand carved a blood-red arc. Chu Kuang's ghostly blade, akin to Lu Ye's, channeled murderous intent to enhance its wielder. Yet, in comparison to Lu Yi, it appeared utterly insignificant. The specter conjured by his ghostly blade was merely a vague and indistinct apparition of an evil spirit. In contrast, when Lu Yi unleashed his strike, What manifested before Chu Kuang was a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. The overwhelming aura of death assailed Chu Kuang's psyche, plunging him momentarily into a vivid hallucination. Before his eyes unfolded a nightmarish tableau of hell, replete with lifeless bodies and pools of blood. The path of slaughter he once took pride in seemed utterly trivial in the face of such a gruesome reality. Chu Kuang's eyes blazed crimson as he let out a ghastly shriek, his grip on the blade wavering. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ye's blade aura had already descended upon him. Regaining his senses just in time, Chu Kuang summoned all his strength to parry the incoming blow. Bang! The two blade auras collided, and Chu Kuang felt as though his arm might shatter from the impact. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body propelled backward like a cannonball. Damn! How could a martial artist of the outer realm possess such formidable energy? Gushing blood, Chu Kuang was filled with both astonishment and fury. Despite his last-minute reaction, he could only muster 7/10 of his strength. Never had he anticipated being sent flying by an outer realm martial artist with a single strike, though it was merely an ordinary blow. The tripled force of life and death behind it made Chu Kuang feel as if he had been crushed by an ancient beast. His arms felt as if they were on the verge of breaking, and a wave of pain coursed through his entire being. Bang! Chu Kuang was hurled off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. The combination of injuries and the emotions of shock and humiliation caused him to spew another mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Lu Yi had shown restraint, not wishing to claim a life on his first day at the Tianxiao Association. Otherwise, had he unleashed the full might of the blade of the god of death, Chu Kuang would have met his demise. Witnessing the formidable Chu Kuang being sent off the stage and rendered unconscious by Lu Ye's single strike, the onlookers from the Tianxia Association gasped in hushed astonishment. Truly, he was deserving of his place among the top 30 on the human ranking list, exhibiting remarkable prowess. Indeed, even without reaching the pinnacle of the three flowers converging realm, one could possess comparable strength. This Chu Kuang, having merely opened 50 spirit apertures, had dared to seek his own end. This fellow had always been arrogant, relying on the support of the young master, dismissing everyone else. Today, however, he had suffered a significant loss, much to the delight of the crowd. Ignoring the murmurs of the spectators, Liu surveyed the area beneath the stage with a piercing gaze. Who else dares to challenge? Even within the ranks of the world, warriors of the spiritual aperture realm are not as common as cabbages. Although Chu Kuang has only opened 50 apertures when combined with his lethal swordsmanship, he can be considered a formidable presence within the spiritual aperture domain. With a single strike, Lu Yi sent Chu Kuang flying, demonstrating an overwhelming dominance. Unless one possesses the formidable prowess of a martial artist at the pinnacle of 3 flowers gathering at the apex and 5 chi heading to the origin, who would dare to challenge him so lightly? Each of the top 30 on the rankings possesses strength exceeding that of 3 flowers gathering, and their reputation is well-deserved. Originally, many who were eager to compete for the position of Hall Master fell silent after Lu Ye's display of power over Chu Kuang. Damn it, they are all worthless, shouted a young man from the crowd, his frustration boiling over. You all boast so much on ordinary days, yet not a single one of you can withstand even one strike. Are you all mere corpses? Although the surrounding crowd had come to recognize Lu Ye's strength, the young man's outburst prompted 3 individuals to step forward bravely, declaring, "Young Hall Master, we are willing to teach this fellow a lesson." Good. The young man nodded emphatically. No matter the means, as long as you can bring Lu Yi down from the platform, this young Hall Master shall reward you generously. Seeing Chu Kuang thrown off the stage by Lu Yi, these 3 dared to accept the challenge. Though they acted under the pressure of the young man, it also attested to their strength, likely surpassing that of Chu Kuang. They believed that despite Lu Ye's might, they held at least a glimmer of hope for victory, which emboldened them to confront him. Approaching the edge of the platform, the 3 boldly declared, "Lu Yi, we 3 wish to challenge you. You may choose your opponent first." Their intent for a rotating challenge was evident. Even if the initial contender could not overcome Lu Yi, they aimed to wear him down. Such tactics, while deemed unsporting in a fair duel, were permitted under the rules of the arena. Before the challenge time expired, any number of challengers could confront the one on stage. Otherwise, they would be deemed unworthy of the Hall Master's position. Lu Yi noticed that these 3, along with the earlier Chu Kuang, had emerged from beside a particular young man. It became clear that he was the instigator behind their relentless challenges. So, they seek a rotating contest, do they? Lu Yi harbored a cold smile within. Today, In addition to securing the position of the Hall Master, he aimed to establish his authority within the ranks of the Tianxia society. As a newcomer without any foundation, the most effective means of asserting his prestige was through sheer strength. This world has always been one that venerates power. Now that 3 unwitting challengers had emerged, Lu Yi was more than willing to utilize them to bolster his reputation. If a single resounding victory was insufficient to cement his standing, then he would orchestrate another. There was no need for unnecessary complications. Lu Yi cast a casual glance at the 3 individuals below and beckoned them with an outstretched hand. "You 3, come at me together. It will save us time." The declaration sent shockwaves throughout the arena. The 3 challengers were well-known martial artists within the Tianxia society, each having opened over 100 meridians in their spiritual pathways. Together, they posed a formidable threat, capable of vanquishing even those at the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathered stage. Yet here stood Lu Yi, daring to face all 3 simultaneously. How audacious! Should he emerge victorious, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to challenge him again. Aside from the Hall Masters Feng and Yun, there were few within the ranks who possessed such prowess. However, one could not help but worry that his overconfidence might lead to his downfall. The strength of 3 practitioners with over 100 meridians was not to be trifled with. The onlookers marveled at Lu Ye's audacity to take on 3 notable martial artists from the Tianxia society alone. The trio exchanged glances, realizing that attacking together would undoubtedly increase their chances of success compared to a rotating assault. Thus, they leaped onto the stage. Although the Tianxia arena traditionally hosted one-on-one duels, with the victor continuing as a candidate for Hall Master and facing further challenges from the remaining members, there was no rule prohibiting a single individual from confronting multiple opponents simultaneously. Since both the challenger and the challenged had no objections, bystanders refrained from voicing their opinions. Upon reaching the arena, the trio subtly formed a triangular formation, encircling Lu Yi at the center. Hu Feng, with a mastery of 101 meridians. Zhang Cheng, with a mastery of 103 meridians. Yin Heng, with a mastery of 105 meridians. As they were all members of the Tianxia society, their confrontation was devoid of the bitter rivalries typically found in the martial world. Moreover, facing Lu Yi 3 against 1 felt somewhat dishonorable. Therefore, instead of launching an immediate attack, the 3 introduced themselves and disclosed their respective levels of prowess to Lu Yi. This could be considered an indirect warning for Lu Yi to prepare himself. The human body possesses 108 spiritual apertures, corresponding to the celestial number of heavenly stars. Those who have unlocked all 108 apertures have achieved the great perfection of the spiritual aperture realm and may attempt to condense the 3 blossoms atop their heads. Martial artists with over 100 unlocked apertures are considered top-tier existences within the spiritual aperture realm. The 3 individuals before him had all surpassed the 100-aperture threshold. United in combat, they might even pose a threat to practitioners who had already condensed their 3 blossoms. Yet facing these 3 centennial aperture masters, Lu Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, having even sheathed his blood drinker demon blade. His demeanor radiated calm composure and unshakable confidence as he declared, "Enough talk. Make your move." The trio would not harbor the slightest contempt for Lu Yi simply because he had sheathed the blood-drinking demon blade. They were well aware of Lu Ye's moniker, the Triple Absolute Blood Demon, which signified that, in addition to his prowess with blades, his fists were equally formidable. Thus, as the 3 individuals made their entrance, they unleashed their most formidable skills, striving for a decisive blow to vanquish Lu Yi. Their assaults converged upon Lu Yi from 3 distinct directions. Hu Feng wielded a willow leaf curved saber, employing an enigmatic technique with astonishing swiftness. The blade's momentum stirred a tempest, causing a stinging gust that could be felt from a distance. Zhang Qing, on the other hand, brandished 2 longswords, one embodying yin and the other yang, adhering to the principles of Taoist martial arts, harmonizing the dual forces. The dual swords, in an interplay of yin and yang, manifested a dynamic of Tai Chi, complementing one another with an inexhaustible essence. Meanwhile, Yin Heng wielded the rarest weapon among the trio, a flexible whip that danced in his grasp like a serpentine creature, oscillating between rigidity and suppleness, defying capture. When soft, it slipped away like an eel through mud, evading the enemy's grasp. When firm, it surged forth with the ferocity of a dragon crossing the river, exuding overwhelming might. Each of these 3 warriors traversed a distinctly unique path of martial arts. Within a mere span of over 20 years, the Tianxia Society transformed from an obscure faction into one of the four major organizations in the realm. This remarkable ascent was not solely attributed to Li Juetian's unparalleled prowess, but also to the abundance of talent among his subordinates. The Tianxia Society embraced individuals from all walks of life, regardless of their past, as long as they possessed skill and a willingness to serve the organization. Consequently, the society boasted a diverse array of martial artists, each employing an eclectic mix of combat styles and weapons. In contrast, Liu Ye's martial journey was characterized by a direct and effective approach aimed at subduing adversaries. If one were to draw a parallel, Liu Ye's path bore some resemblance to Li Juetian's, uncompromising, domineering, and invincible. Regardless of the multiple approaches taken against him, he would forge ahead with singular determination, employing unparalleled strength to relentlessly crush his foes. Thus, in the face of three distinctly different modes of attack, Liu Ye contemplated not how to individually neutralize their assaults. Liu Ye's thoughts were quite straightforward. All he needed to do was to defeat the assailants. In doing so, their attacks would inevitably vanish. To simultaneously vanquish three adept martial artists, however, required an overwhelming force. Liu Ye slightly assumed a stance, his hands clenched into fists, and at the same time, a hint of crimson hue emerged in his eyes. All directions lead to slaughter. The very heavens and the earth shall be annihilated. Liu Ye, upon his entrance, unleashed his ultimate technique, yearning to vanquish his foes in a single blow and establish his prestige within the ranks of the Heavenly Society. Beside Hu Feng, Zhang Qing, and Yan Heng, a nebulous avatar of martial prowess simultaneously materialized, imbued with an overwhelming force, and launched a devastating strike toward the trio. In that fleeting moment, the three felt as though the very fabric of space had contracted, leaving only themselves and the looming martial avatar before them. The avatar's colossal fist expanded before their eyes, rendering escape impossible. This blow was inescapable and unavoidable. The immense fist seemed to saturate the entire realm, crushing all in its path and mercilessly annihilating life. Above and below, in all directions, death was imminent. Witnessing the might of this strike, the expressions of the three on the stage transformed dramatically. Even Wu Feng and Wu Yun, who had been observing the battle with an air of indifference, were taken aback. What an imposing intent of the fist! What a fierce aura of slaughter! A gleam of brilliance flickered in Wu Yun's eyes. This punch bore the essence of a master. Truly, the blood demon of the three absolutes has demonstrated a technique worthy of the term absolute. Similarly, Wu Feng, a master of boxing himself, felt a surge of battle spirit. If he were to advance rapidly enough, a confrontation between them was inevitable. Bang! Bang! The martial avatar's forceful strike collided with the three. Despite their utmost efforts to withstand the onslaught, they found themselves relentlessly pushed back by the unparalleled might of the blow. They retreated to the very edge of the heavenly arena, barely managing to stabilize themselves. Their faces flushed crimson, they gasped for breath, struggling to suppress the tumultuous blood surging within them. To have three adept martial artists simultaneously struck down to the point of spitting blood would indeed be a humiliation. Although they did not suffer the same disgrace as Chu Kuang did earlier, Liu Ye's punch had irrevocably shattered their fighting spirit. Liu Ye stood his ground, refraining from pursuit. He had summoned merely three ethereal manifestations of his martial prowess, leaving him with ample energy. Thus, after their use, he did not appear particularly weakened. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an aura of disdainful superiority. Do you three wish to continue? Do you wish to continue? The trio exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile and shaking their heads. How could they possibly continue? The disparity between their strengths was glaringly evident. Would they recklessly seek their own demise? Master Lu's prowess is extraordinary. We are in awe. The three combatants on the stage sheathed their weapons and bowed respectfully to Liu Ye before descending from the platform. Simultaneously, their address towards Liu Ye transformed from the informal use of his name to the more respectful title of Master Lu. It was abundantly clear that they believed, given Liu Ye's displayed strength, there was likely no one among the subordinates of the Feng and Yun halls who could contend for the position of the third hall master. As anticipated by the trio, after Liu Ye had dispatched Chu Kuang with a single strike and defeated Hu Feng and the others with a mere punch, his prowess had gained the recognition of the vast majority. Even those martial artists of the Three Flowers Gathering Peak realm in the audience, after weighing their options, shook their heads in resignation, abandoning any thoughts of challenging Liu Ye. Liu Ye's prowess may indeed fall short compared to the two hall masters, Feng and Yun. Among the martial artists gathered below, there are those capable of contending with him. However, Lu Ye's greatest advantage lies not in his cultivation but in his age. At merely 20 years old, he has already secured a position within the top 30 of the human rankings, a testament to his boundless potential. Such a figure, within any faction, would undoubtedly be a prime candidate for cultivation and development. Even if some of the martial artists present could surpass Lu Yi, it is likely that his tenure as Hall Master will not be long before he displaces them. Moreover, Lu Ye's appointment was personally endorsed by the sect leader, who had summoned the two Hall Masters, Feng and Yun, to facilitate his rise. Should anyone act unwisely, they would surely invoke the ire of both the sect leader and the Hall Masters. Thus, even the most incensed youth among the audience dared not step forward at this moment. Even Hu Feng and the others, after descending from the stage, chose to distance themselves rather than return to the young crowd, acutely aware of the young master's temperament. With the Hall Master position now claimed by Lu Yi, they feared he might unleash his frustration upon them, the vanquished. As Lu Yi stood atop the arena for an extended period without any challengers, Wu Feng proclaimed loudly, "As there are no further challengers, I hereby announce that the newly established third hall shall be presided over by Lu Yi. In accordance with the sect leader's directive, this hall shall be named Night Hall." Below the stage, whether in genuine enthusiasm or mere pretense, the crowd erupted into applause at Wu Feng's announcement of the new Hall Master. One individual, however, remained an exception. He not only refrained from clapping, but also regarded Wu Feng with eyes brimming with animosity. Once Wu Feng, representing Li Jutian, completed the announcement of the new Hall Master's appointment, he was to escort Lu Yi to the Night Hall's entrance and assign him his direct subordinates. These subordinates were no ordinary members. They were elite individuals of at least the inner strength realm. Each Hall Master possessed the authority to mobilize up to 10,000 ordinary and peripheral members using their tokens. Following Li Jutian's instructions, the newly established Night Hall would receive 108 elite members from the ranks of Feng and Yun, all of whom were above the inner strength realm, to be under Lu Ye's command. Henceforth, unless commanded otherwise by the sect leader, these subordinates would heed only Lu Ye's orders, rendering even Wu Feng and Wu Yun powerless to command them. Wu Feng and Wu Yun were also inclined to show respect to Lu Yi as the new Hall Master by assembling some of their capable martial artists for him to select from at the Night Hall's entrance. This gesture was undoubtedly a recognition of Lu Ye's strength. Otherwise, they might have merely sent him a collection of subpar individuals. Accompanied by Wu Feng and Wu Yun, Lu Yi was on his way to the Night Hall's entrance to select his subordinates. However, a group of individuals unexpectedly approached, blocking their path. At the forefront was the young man who had previously seethed with resentment beneath the arena. Yet, at this moment, Chu Kuang lay unconscious, being carried away, while Hu Feng and his companions had vanished, and those who sensed the impending danger had discreetly retreated. The young man's influence appeared considerably diminished compared to before. Nevertheless, this did not deter his arrogant demeanor. He held his chin high, gazing at Lu Yi with palpable disdain and animosity. "The newly appointed Hall Master, Lu Yi? How audacious of you not to pay your respects upon encountering the young master." Although he could not prevent Lu Yi from assuming the role of Hall Master, the young man resolved to assert his dominance, aiming to diminish Lu Yi's confidence and remind him that, despite his new title, he remained insignificant in his presence. At this moment, although Lu Yi had already surmised the identity of the individual, he still feigned ignorance and deliberately inquired, "Oh, I extend my greetings to you. May I ask who you are and what position you hold within the organization?" With a single remark, Lu Yi ignited a fiery rage within the young man, causing his face to flush crimson. Despite his esteemed lineage as the vice leader of the Tiankai Association, the title of vice leader bears no formal recognition. It implies that when others show respect for his status, they may address him as such. However, if he resorts to feigned ignorance, he becomes naught but a mere shadow of authority. The absence of a legitimate position within the Tiankai Association has long been a source of torment for him, which elucidates his relentless ambition to secure the title of a Hall Master. Feng and Yun, both direct disciples of Li Juetian, are formidable masters at the 5 Qi Chaoyuan realm, a challenge he cannot confront. Yet, unexpectedly, this newcomer, emerging from obscurity, proved to be remarkably skilled, easily vanquishing 3 experts in a single encounter. The coveted position of Hall Master, originally within his grasp, was wrested away by an outsider, inciting his fury. "I am Li Hongfei, vice leader of the Tiankai Association. Li Juetian, the leader, is my father." Li Hongfei, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Do you think I am unworthy of your salute? Vice leader? Is there such a position within the Tiankai Association? How is it that I am unaware?" Lu Yi scoffed, his gaze turning icy. "Step aside. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences of disrespecting authority, and I shall not hesitate to break your limbs." Li Hongfei trembled with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yi. "You possess great audacity, daring to speak to me in such a manner when even Wu Feng and Wu Yun would not. What are you, but a mere nobody? All you hall masters are mere hounds of the Li family." At this proclamation, even Wu Feng and Wu Yun, standing behind Lu Yi, frowned and clenched their fists. However, out of respect for Li Juetian, they chose to remain silent, suppressing their fury. They deemed it beneath them to engage with such a foul wretch, lest they tarnish their own dignity. I, however, do not shy away from the role of a custodian. So you would do well to depart swiftly." As he spoke, the mocking smile on Lu Ye's face transformed into a chilling aura of menace. "If you do not leave now, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson in your father's stead." "You dare," Li Hongfei began. But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yi raised his hand and struck him with a resounding slap. The slap landed squarely on Li Hongfei's face, swelling one side painfully. Stunned, he could hardly comprehend that Lu Yi had the audacity to strike him. Within the Tiankai Association, who was unaware of his status as the leader's only son, even figures like Wu Feng and Wu Yun would think twice before provoking him. How could a newcomer, still unsteady in his position, dare to raise a hand against him? After a prolonged moment of shock, Li Hongfei finally regained his senses, clutching his swollen face and shrieking, "Kill him! Kill him! I will bear the consequences of whatever transpires." At this very moment, a sound akin to the thunderous roar of the heavens resounded through the air. "Enough!" This voice reverberated painfully against the eardrums, causing those present to nearly lose their footing. The imposing figure of Li Juetian, as formidable as a mountain, had inexplicably materialized before the crowd. "Greetings, chief." Upon witnessing Li Juetian's appearance, everyone bowed in deference. Even Li Hongfei dared not act with insolence. Li Juetian's countenance was marred by fury, yet this ire was not directed at Lu Yelai, but rather aimed squarely at Li Hongfei. "How audacious! Who bestowed upon you the authority to obstruct the path of the hall master?" Li Juetian glared intently at Li Hongfei. "Father, I address me as chief." Without mercy, Li Juetian interrupted Li Hongfei's plea. "What position is this young master you speak of? How could the esteemed leader of a prominent faction be unaware? Enlighten me, who designated this title?" Li Hongfei, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "I apologize, chief. I was wrong. Return to your quarters immediately. You are forbidden from stepping outside for 3 months, or I shall break your legs." With a sweeping gesture, Li Juetian pronounced the punishment. "You should consider yourself fortunate to be within the confines of the Tianxia Society, or else the hall master Lu would not merely have slapped you. If this were outside, you would have met your demise countless times over. Now leave at once." He then addressed Lu Yelai and Feng Yun. "You two shall first arrange the personnel for the night hall, and then report to the Tianxia Hall. I have further tasks for you." Once the father and son of the Li family departed, Lu Yelai shook his head subtly, pondering to himself, "This pair truly is intriguing." Even with his centuries of life experience, Lu Yelai found it difficult to discern the dynamics between them. Had Li Juetian not intervened in a timely manner, Lu Yelai's temperament would have surely compelled him to break Li Hongfei's limbs, even if he did not intend to kill him. Li Juetian's appearance ostensibly humiliated Li Hongfei, yet in truth, it spared his life. However, if one were to assert that Li Juetian exhibited concern for his son, Lu Yelai could perceive no evidence of this. Throughout the encounter, Li Juetian displayed no dissatisfaction towards Lu Yelai. Rather, he imposed a heavy punishment on Li Hongfei. Moreover, considering Li Hongfei's cultivation level, it was evident that Li Juetian had invested little in him. It is worth noting that even individuals of mediocre talent, like Shui Tianzhong and Shui Tianjie, could elevate themselves to prominence through their own resources. The influence of the Tianxia Society is not inferior to that of the Seven Heroes Society. Li Juetian himself surpassed Shui Tianjie by an immeasurable margin. Yet, his only son barely reached the innate realm, which indeed provoked curiosity. Lu Yi pondered for a long while, but could not fathom the true nature of the relationship between Li Juetian and his son. Ultimately, he chose to abandon his musings. At least for the next few months, Li Hongfei would not be able to cause him any trouble. Accompanied by the formidable figures of Feng and Yun, Lu Yi arrived at the entrance of the night hall. While it may not rival the grandeur of the heavenly hall, It exuded a lavish opulence. In front of the hall stood 8 towering pillars, each capable of being embraced by 10 men, adorned with magnificent 5-clawed golden dragons. Behind the hall lay Lu Yi's quarters, study, and secluded retreat, all meticulously arranged. The number of servants at his beck and call exceeded several hundred, a testament to the immense wealth and influence of the heavenly society. Upon entering the grand hall, Lu Yi and his companions were greeted by several hundred martial artists, meticulously selected from the ranks of Feng and Yun. Among them, even the least formidable possessed mid-level inner strength, with some reaching the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathered. Wu Feng and Wu Yun had certainly not taken their responsibilities lightly. In addition to their most trusted subordinates, they had handpicked numerous elites to attend. Among this assembly, Lu Yi recognized several familiar faces, including Hu Feng, Zhang Cheng, and Yin Hong. They had not been chosen by Wu Feng or Wu Yun. Rather, they had come of their own volition. Having previously been bested by Lu Yi in their combined efforts, they held a deep respect for his prowess. Furthermore, their earlier defeat had diminished their standing in the eyes of Li Hongfei. After deliberation, they resolved to cast their lot with Lu Yi. Despite their prior defeat, Lu Yi harbored no disdain for them. On the contrary, he held their abilities in high regard. Had they not encountered someone of his extraordinary caliber, their combined strength would likely have posed significant challenges even to those at the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathered. Thus, Lu Yi selected the trio without hesitation. Ultimately, he also chose an elder among the 3 flowers gathered, named Hu Qingchuan. This elder appeared the most unremarkable among his peers, humble and deferential, lacking the commanding presence typical of such esteemed martial artists. His posture was perpetually stooped, and the wrinkles on his face resembled the intricate contours of a valley. Yet Lu Yi singled him out from the other 3 flowers gathered warriors, making no further selections among them. Leading the group would be Hu Qingchuan, accompanied by Hu Feng and the 3 other 100 apertures warriors, along with a dozen spirit apertures, several dozen outer strength practitioners, and numerous inner strength fighters. The foundation of the Lu Yi Tang has taken shape, albeit in its nascent stages. However, even before Lu Yi had the opportunity to familiarize himself with his new subordinates, he, along with Feng and Yun, hastily made their way to the Tianxiatang. Upon their arrival, Li Ju Tian unceremoniously tossed 3 pieces of yellow paper before the trio. Your respective tasks are inscribed upon these sheets, he stated with an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. You have 7 days to accomplish these assignments. Should you fail, your positions as hall masters will be rendered moot. Before Lu Yi, the newly appointed head of the Night Hall, could settle into his position, he received a mission dispatched by Li Ju Tian. Lu Yi cast a glance at the yellow paper in his hand, then narrowed his eyes slightly, sinking into deep contemplation. The task assigned to him by Li Juetian was straightforward: to kill. For Lu Yi, this was as routine as eating or drinking. However, this particular assignment was anything but simple, for the target was no ordinary individual. The master of the Diamond Manor, known as Iron-Armed Jin Gang, Zheng Nan, not only possessed formidable skills at the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering realm, but also bore a significant identity as a lay disciple of the Shaolin Temple. The Shaolin Temple, an entity that even the Heavenly Society regarded with caution, has been recognized as the foremost among the 3 great Buddhist monasteries, boasting immense strength and a legacy spanning millennia. Presently, the temple is home to 2 renowned grandmasters, not to mention the countless reclusive masters residing in hidden sanctuaries, whose numbers remain unknown. Though lay disciples of Shaolin are not officially recognized as such, they often unite under the banner of the temple. They are known to retaliate fiercely. For instance, a certain criminal gang once mistakenly killed a lay disciple and subsequently faced annihilation at the hands of these warriors. The gang leader was pursued relentlessly for 3 years, ultimately meeting a tragic end. These individuals are formidable opponents indeed. Li Juetian's motive for targeting the Diamond Manor is simple: Zheng Nan is insubordinate. Nearly 30 years ago, following the tumultuous internal strife in the Western Jin dynasty that shook the nation, the martial forces throughout the country became entangled in chaos. Local martial powers sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and external martial artists flocked to the Western Jin, eager to seize a share of the turmoil. The Diamond Manor emerged as a martial force during this tumultuous period. Although the Heavenly Society has rapidly ascended to prominence in recent years, many martial factions within the Western Jin still disregard its authority. While the top-tier martial powers are well known, even numerous mid-sized factions treat the Heavenly Society, a newly risen power, with indifference often covertly causing it considerable trouble. The Diamond Manor is among these factions. Its master, Zheng Nan, frequently insults the Heavenly Society in public. Emboldened by the backing of the Shaolin Temple, he has even secretly allied with several mid-sized martial factions in the Western Jin, preparing to unite against the encroachment of the Heavenly Society. Such brazen defiance is intolerable to the traditionally domineering Li Juetian. Zheng Nan is currently organizing a celebratory banquet for his 120th birthday, inviting numerous local martial factions to attend, purportedly to prepare for the alliance. Li Juetian's objective in eliminating Zheng Nan is not solely to remove a nuisance, but to send a stark warning to those attending the feast. The Heavenly Society will not permit any affront, even if backed by the Shaolin Temple. Meanwhile, Zheng Nan continues his preparations for the grand celebration of his 120th birthday. At this moment, Lu Yi, accompanied by the members of the Night Hall, embarked on their journey towards the location of the Golden Buddha Manor, weary yet resolute. This marked Lu Ye's inaugural mission, which not only demanded completion but also the establishment of his reputation. Consequently, Lu Yi spared no effort. The 108 elite members of the Night Hall rallied forth, alongside the mobilization of over 1,000 ordinary associates. This time, Lu Yi aimed to ensure that everyone acknowledged the Night Hall as an equal to the esteemed Wind and Cloud Halls within the realm. Beyond 100 miles from Golden Buddha Manor, a small town lay under complete control of the Heavenly Society, serving as the stronghold for Lu Ye's undertaking. Lu Yi did not hasten to the Diamond Manor at once. Instead, he first instructed his subordinates to gather intelligence regarding the situation at the manor. Understanding both oneself and the adversary ensures invincibility in 100 battles. Lu Yi has always been a person who strategizes before taking action. The spies of the Tiangong Society are exceptionally efficient, and before long, they had relayed all pertinent information about the Diamond Manor. As his fingers lightly tapped the table, a faint smile of cold amusement graced Lu Ye's lips. Even the Li family from Longxi has sent representatives. It seems the iron-armed diamond holds considerable sway. From the intelligence gathered by the spies, it was revealed that numerous martial arts factions had come to the Diamond Manor to celebrate, with dozens of groups in attendance, including members from the Li family, one of the 8 esteemed families. This influx was not solely due to Zheng Nan's personal reputation. More significantly, it was likely influenced by the Shaolin Temple standing behind him. It is widely acknowledged that the lay disciples of Shaolin are notably united when outside their temple. Establishing a connection with Zheng Nan could potentially lead to alliances with the broader community of lay disciples associated with him. It might even garner favor from the Shaolin Temple, the foremost of the Buddhist 3 temples. Thus, it is an investment worth making. It is no wonder that even the Li family from Longxi deemed it important enough to send a representative to express their congratulations on Zheng Nan's birthday. Although it was merely a distant relative who arrived, it still conferred significant prestige upon Zheng Nan. Master, interjected Hu Feng, furrowing his brow. With so many martial arts factions present, most of whom are on good terms with the Diamond Manor, they are unlikely to stand by while we take action against them. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity, with the influx of guests and the manor's defenses being lax these days, to send a few skilled fighters to infiltrate the estate and claim the head of that old coot Zheng Nan. Lu Yi shook his head and turned to the elderly Hu Qingchuan, who stood silently beside him, inquiring, "Old Hu, what are your thoughts?" Hu Qingchuan was known for his reticence, often remaining quiet during discussions, resembling a frail elder in his demeanor. Upon hearing Lu Ye's question, he leisurely articulated his perspective. In this realm, human sentiment holds little value. Indeed, in this world, affection is scarcely worth anything. Lu Yi smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "Those guests who have come to celebrate the birthday feast, indulging in food and exchanging auspicious words, truly mean little. If it were a matter of risking their lives for Jingang Manor, I doubt many would rise to the occasion, stealthily infiltrating the manor to commit murder. The people of the martial world would merely accuse us of being duplicitous and treacherous. To set an example, we must leave a profound impression." With that, Lu Yi abruptly stood, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Even if there are those who are blind to this, they shall be dealt with accordingly." He then inquired, "How many members are there in the Zheng family of Jingang Manor?" Zhang Qingli, responsible for liaising with the scouts, promptly responded, "There are 143 direct descendants, and with the collateral and distant relatives who have come to seek refuge, the total likely reaches 600 or 700. "Excellent. Let us prepare 143 coffins." Lu Yi scoffed, saying, "On the day of Zheng Nan's birthday banquet, We shall enter through the grand gates of Jinggang Manor and present him with this grand gift." Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, the remaining three, save for Hu Qingchuan, who remained bowed and silent, felt a chill run through them. The mission issued by the Heavenly Society originally called for the life of Zheng Nan alone. However, Lu Ye's insinuation suggested a far graver intention: to eradicate all 143 direct descendants of Jinggang Manor without sparing a single soul. The infamous blood demon of the three absolutes truly lived up to his fearsome reputation, a ruthless figure indeed. Recently, Jinggang Manor was abuzz with activity due to the celebration of its master Zheng Nan's 120th birthday, with guests arriving in a steady stream, infusing the manor with an atmosphere of joy and festivity. For ordinary folk, reaching the age of 120 is a rare achievement. Yet, for a martial artist of Zheng Nan's caliber, it merely marks the onset of middle age. Once a martial artist condenses the three flowers atop the head, they may live to 200 years. Furthermore, upon solidifying their martial Dao True Dan, their lifespan extends to 300 years. For Zheng Nan, who is merely 120, barring any severe injuries, he could still enjoy at least 70 or 80 more years of life. Outside Jinggang Manor, a corpulent middle-aged man, accompanied by a bright-eyed young scribe, made his way toward the manor. "Seventh uncle, we have traveled a great distance to celebrate here at Jinggang Manor. Does the master of the manor possess such stature that it compels our Li family of Longxi to journey so far for his birthday?" The young scribe inquired with curiosity. "Ha ha, Xiu'er, while the master of Jinggang Manor, Zheng Nan, may not be a figure of significant renown, having condensed one flower from the three flowers, he is regarded as a skilled expert in the outside world. Yet, in the eyes of our Li family of Longxi, he is of little consequence." The middle-aged man replied with a chuckle. "What we seek to cultivate are the lay disciples of Shaolin Temple who stand behind him." As they conversed, the pair reached the entrance of Jinggang Manor. The middle-aged man, wearing a smile, addressed the welcoming guests with a polite gesture. "Please inform them that Li Wusuan of the Longxi Li family has come to congratulate Zheng Jinggang on his 120th birthday." The name of the Longxi Li family was well known throughout the entire Western Jin. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Nan emerged briskly from the manor, accompanied by an elderly monk who appeared to be of similar age. It was none other than the esteemed Iron Scale Lichia. Zheng Nan, beaming with a warm smile, said, "The affairs of the manor have been quite chaotic lately. My apologies for not extending a proper welcome, esteemed Chia. As a mere idle businessman, there is no need for such formalities from you, Master Zheng," Li Wusuan replied amiably, then turned his gaze to the elder monk beside Zheng Nan. "If I am not mistaken, this must be Master Xin Shan, the abbot of Jingguang Temple? Amitba. It is said in the Jianghu that Iron Scale Li Wusuan possesses an impeccable memory. Anyone he has seen just once can be recognized even after decades," Master Xin Shan replied, joining his palms in respect towards Li Wusuan. "I am surprised that despite our not having met before, you can still recognize this humble monk at a glance. Master, you jest. My ability to remember is merely a result of years spent in commerce, encountering many people. One must be cautious not to forget lest they offend others," Li Wusuan humbly replied. Li Wusuan chuckled, patting his belly. "Master is renowned in the land of the Western Jin for his virtuous deeds. If even you cannot recognize him, then my eyes have surely been rendered useless." The trio engaged in lively conversation as they made their way into the Golden Buddha Manor. However, the young attendant trailing behind Li Wusuan discreetly stuck out his tongue, seemingly unimpressed by the prevalent culture of mutual flattery within the martial world. Upon entering the manor, the hosts and guests took their seats, with the esteemed birthday celebrant, Zheng Nan, positioned at the head of the table. Flanking him were Li Wusuan of the illustrious Li family of Longxi and Master Xin Shan, the abbot representing the secular disciples of Shaolin, who had come to offer birthday congratulations. Numerous martial factions, both large and small, filled the manor, creating a bustling atmosphere. As time passed and the guests gathered, Zheng Nan rose from his seat, clasped his hands towards the attendees, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Today, I celebrate my 102nd birthday. I am deeply grateful for the presence of so many fellow practitioners who honor me with their company, despite my modest reputation. If Zheng, the venerable elder, is merely of modest reputation, then what does that make us? Indeed, who in the Western Jin is unaware of the name Iron-Armed Golden Buddha Zheng? For over 2 decades, he has built the vast estate of Golden Buddha Manor with his bare hands. We are all in awe. We wish Zheng the Golden Buddha many more years like today, and may the affairs of Golden Buddha Manor flourish." As the birthday celebrant was about to continue, a voice suddenly rang from outside the manor. Lu Yi, the Night Hall Master of the Heavenly Society, has arrived with his followers to pay their respects. The Zheng family, are you not coming out to receive the gifts? The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. The guests, who had just been laughing and chatting, fell into a heavy silence, and Zhang Nan's expression turned grim. Although the Golden Buddha Manor had invited many martial factions under the guise of celebrating a birthday, the underlying motive was to forge alliances to prevent being consumed by the top-tier powers. The foremost among these was the Heavenly Society, known for its rapid expansion and domineering tactics. While this matter remained unspoken, every individual present understood the implications. The sudden arrival of the Heavenly Society, uninvited, was likely not for the purpose of celebrating a birthday, but rather to disrupt the festivities. Night Hall? I have only heard of the Thunder, Cloud, and Wind Halls of the Heavenly Society, but never of a Night Hall. Lu Yi? Could it be the three absolute blood demon Lu Yi, who has recently risen to the 28th position on the ranking list? Indeed, the Heavenly Society is not to be trifled with. Golden Buddha Manor's attempt to unite smaller factions against such a formidable giant has likely encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The guests present began to murmur amongst themselves. Zheng Nan, a seasoned veteran of the underworld, understood that the longer they delayed, the more fear and anxiety would seep into the hearts of the crowd, to his detriment. Although the smaller martial arts factions were reluctant to be absorbed by a behemoth like the Tiangong Society, when the time came for the society to make its move, it was likely that most of these factions would retreat. At this moment, stabilizing the hearts of the people was paramount. Despite the Tiangong Society's notorious tyranny, they were currently faced with the Li family from Longxi and Master Xian Shan of the Golden Light Temple, along with dozens of martial arts factions of varying sizes. The opposing side, while flaunting their power, would think twice before provoking widespread anger. Zheng Nan took a deep breath and forced a smile. It seems that I indeed possess a modicum of influence, for even the Tiangong Society has sent representatives to celebrate my birthday. Why not join me to discover what gift they have brought? However, when the doors of the Golden Light Manor swung open, and Zheng Nan beheld the meticulously prepared gift from Lu Yi, his smile vanished. For there, outside the manor, stood a staggering 143 coffins, each inscribed with a corresponding name. At the forefront was the coffin designated for Zheng Nan, the elderly birthday celebrant. Behind the coffin stood 108 elite members of the Night Hall, surrounded by over 1,000 ordinary members, completely encircling the manor. Not even a fly could escape. The Tiangong Society had gone too far. Zheng Nan's eyes blazed with fury at the sight of the coffins. The implication of sending coffins to the elderly celebrant was unmistakable. Furthermore, with a total of 143 coffins, each bearing a name, it was evident that they intended to eliminate all 143 direct descendants of the Zheng family. At that moment, not only Zheng Nan but everyone present gasped in shock upon seeing the coffins lined up at the entrance. They had heard tales of the Tiangong Society's ruthless ways, but this level of tyranny was beyond imagination. Amipa, Master Xian Shan exclaimed, visibly angered. Today, at the Golden Light Manor's birthday banquet, the Tiangong Society dares to deliver coffins. Do they not fear inciting the wrath of the martial arts community? Wrath? Li Yu stepped forward, standing at the forefront of all the Tiangong Society's members. With a cold smirk, fortune and misfortune are not random, they are self-invited. When Zheng Nan sought to unite against the Tiangong Society, did he not foresee the ire he would provoke? Old monk, the Buddhist teaching speaks of cause and effect, and this is the consequence he has brought upon himself. Such twisted reasoning. Master Xian Shan retorted angrily. This world of martial arts is not solely the domain of the Tiangong Society. The Western Jin is not under your control. With whom the Golden Light Manor associates and allies, must they first seek the approval of the Tiangong Society? The old monk seemed determined to persuade Lu Yi with reason, hoping to at least diminish his momentum. Lu Yi possesses profound Taoist wisdom, having triumphed in debates across both northern and southern sects, and in matters of eloquence. Even the esteemed monk Xian Shan would find himself at a disadvantage. Alas, Lu Yi has not come to engage in philosophical discourse today, nor is such discourse necessary. In this world of rivers and lakes, it has always been the case that the might of one's fist dictates the validity of one's words. Today, the Tianxia Society shall settle its grievances with the Diamond Manor. Those who wish to remain uninvolved should step outside the circle of our comrades. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Yi proclaimed, I grant you but the time of a single incense stick. Those who linger after this period shall be deemed foes of the Tianxia Society. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, the crowd exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some were anxious, others terrified, and many wore expressions of indignation. Only the young scribe behind Li Wusuan seemed to sparkle with admiration, whispering, "He is so impressive. Even more commanding than second brother. Xiaoer, temper your words." Li Wusuan chided the young scribe with a stern glare before turning his attention back to Lu Yi. "Might I request a favor from the Li clan of Longxi?" "Lu Hall Master." Li Wusuan respectfully cupped his hands towards Lu Yi, saying, "At today's banquet in the Diamond Manor, I implore you to temporarily withdraw. In the future, my Li clan of Longxi would be willing to act as mediators, allowing all parties to convene and reach a resolution that satisfies both sides. Harmony breeds prosperity. Why must it be a matter of life and death? I have stated my position. The time of one incense stick is all I afford. Those who are not friends of the Tianxia society are its enemies." Lu Yi spared no regard for face, asserting that whether to be friends or foes rests solely in the hands of the esteemed guests. Although Li Wusuan is a businessman, he is equally a martial artist, and it is inconceivable that he would possess no temper at all. Observing Lu Ye's blatant disrespect, his expression darkened. "What if I, Li, refuse to leave? Does Master Lu intend to kill me as well? I fear Master Lu does not possess such formidable prowess." Iron Scale Li Wusuan. In a physical confrontation, I might indeed find myself outmatched by Master Li. At this juncture, Lu Ye's gaze shifted to the small scholars standing behind Li Wusuan. However, when it comes to eliminating one or two individuals before Master Li, I do possess that measure of confidence. The focus of Lu Ye's attention lay squarely on Li Wusuan of the Longxi Li family in the eminent monk Xianshan. Although Li Wusuan had consistently maintained a demeanor of indifference, Lu Yi discerned that he was intentionally positioning himself protectively in front of the young scribe, as if shielding him from a figure of great significance rather than merely a boy. "You." Li Wusuan was taken aback. Lu Yi had effortlessly uncovered his vulnerability, leaving him momentarily speechless. He glanced at Lu Yi and then at the young scribe behind him, ultimately shaking his head in disbelief. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of conducting business as a fortune teller, I would find myself so easily exposed? The grievances between the Tianxia society and the Diamond Manor do not concern the Li family. Li Wusuan gritted his teeth, grasping the young scribe's arm as they made their way toward the periphery of the encirclement. "Seventh uncle, he is a villain. How dare he use me to threaten you?" The young scribe's face flushed with indignation, seemingly intent on turning back to confront Lu Yi. "Xiaoer, do not act rashly." Li Wusuan firmly held on to the young scribe and sighed. "If this young man does not perish within 30 years, the Tianxia society will see the emergence of another Li Ju Tian. For my Longxi Li family, this is not a blessing, but a calamity." With Li Wusuan's withdrawal, the wavering resolve of the others crumbled as if the last breath had been drawn from them. Those with tenuous ties to the Diamond Manor promptly retreated without hesitation, while those who had previously maintained a decent rapport with it dared not even cast a glance at the grim-faced Zheng Nan, lowering their heads as they exited the encirclement. Even the collateral branches of the Zheng family and distant relatives who had come seeking refuge departed in droves. Had it not been for the fact that each direct descendant possessed a coffin, the Tianxia society would not have permitted their departure. They would have fled long ago. As Lu Yi had previously stated, in this world, the so-called human connections are utterly worthless. Throughout history, there have been many who add embellishments to brocade, yet few who provide warmth amidst the cold. After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, aside from the Zheng family members who were not allowed to leave, only Xianshan and a handful of martial arts factions remained within the encirclement. These martial arts factions did not wish to stay, but they had clandestinely allied with the Diamond Manor. Knowing that the Tianxia society aimed to confront the Diamond Manor, they recognized they would not be spared either. Rather than await their reckoning after the Diamond Manor's demise, they preferred to unite with it and fight valiantly, perhaps securing a sliver of hope. As for Xianshan, he had not budged an inch from his position. The rumors of the Jianghu, it seemed, were indeed true. These disciples of the Shaolin Lei community were remarkably united in the outside world. "Very well. It appears you are all that remains," Lu Yi remarked coldly, surveying those still within the encirclement. "I shall now send you on your way, so that the world may witness the fate that befalls those who oppose the Tianxia society. Members of the Tianxia society, heed my command. Leave no trace within the encirclement." With a single command from Lu Yi, over 1,000 ordinary followers swiftly produced their long-prepared crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of arrows was released simultaneously, descending like a rainstorm. For martial artists protected by vital energy, such projectiles posed little threat. However, for those below the inner strength realm, including many members of the Zheng family. Countless bodies fell in droves under the deluge of arrows. Grandfather, save me. Father, our kin cannot withstand this any longer. Master, please, think of a way if this continues. Our clan will be annihilated. As the anguished cries echoed around him, Zheng Nan's eyes burned with fury. Although the arrows had little effect on him as a martial artist, his kin could not endure such slaughter. You scoundrel! I shall fight you to the death. Zheng Nan bellowed, preparing to charge at Lu Yi. Amipa, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Master Xian Shan pressed his palms together, his expression grave. Your sins are too heavy, and you refuse to abandon your murderous ways, remaining obstinately ignorant. It seems I must resort to the Vajra subduing demon. Just as Master Xian Shan moved, another aged figure swiftly blocked his path. Despite Hu Qingchuan appearing so frail that he could scarcely stand upright, his movements were unexpectedly swift. The hall master is busy. Those uninvited should withdraw, Hu Qingchuan remarked coolly. Master, let us two old fellows, half buried in the earth, engage in a duel. With Hu Qingchuan obstructing him, Liu faced Zheng Nan directly. Known as the Iron-Armed Vajra, Zheng Nan practiced the authentic body-refining techniques of the Shaolin Temple, renowned throughout the realm. Shaolin's body-refining methods are epitomized by the glazed body technique and the indestructible Vajra skill. Yet, even formal disciples of Shaolin are far from qualified to master these techniques, let alone someone like Zheng Nan, who was merely a secular disciple. Zheng Nan had cultivated a body-refining skill known as the Golden Bell Shield. When perfected, his body would radiate a golden glow, resembling a descending Vajra, with physical strength amplified to a terrifying degree. Although Zheng Nan had not yet reached the pinnacle of the Golden Bell Shield, in his fury, a distinct golden vital energy erupted around him. Atop his head, a faint aura began to take the shape of a blossoming flower of true energy. In that instant, he seemed to grow taller, his muscles bulging. And with the shimmering golden aura, Zheng Nan appeared as if a Vajra had descended to vanquish demons. Shaolin's body-refining techniques, are they? Lu Yi narrowed his eyes, intrigued as he observed Zheng Nan, who resembled a celestial being. This was his first encounter with a martial artist dedicated to body refinement, especially one trained in the esteemed traditions of Shaolin. One could only wonder what mysteries lay within this art of body refinement. With a swift motion, Lu Yi grasped the crimson demonic blade in his hand. The bloodthirsty demon knife had reached its zenith. Once unsheathed, it emanated an aura of malevolence and chill. This incited an even greater fury in Zheng Nan. Wretched fiend, receive my fist. He proudly proclaimed himself the Iron-Armed Vajra, channeling all his formidable prowess into his arms. Utilizing the authentic Shaolin technique of the tiger-subduing fist, he unleashed a punch that made him resemble a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Meanwhile, the curved blade in Lu Ye's hand was suffused with demonic energy. He raised the knife and slashed toward Zheng Nan. The surging demonic aura, mingled with the scent of blood, constituted the formidable killing god's blade strike. Coupled with the bloodthirsty demon knife's innate ability to shatter the protective aura of martial artists. Even Zheng Nan, at the pinnacle of the three flowers gathering at the Crown Realm, found his protective barrier utterly inadequate against such a ferocious assault. Boom. The blade aura of Lu Yu collided with the fist aura of Zheng Nan. Although the fist aura shattered, it did not inflict significant harm upon Zheng Nan. A slender wound was left on his fist, shallow and trickling with a few drops of blood. Simultaneously, the tremendous force generated by the collision caused both Zheng Nan and Lu Yu to stagger backward several paces. The prowess of the Shaolin Temple's body-refining techniques is indeed formidable. Lu Yi furrowed his brow. The recent clash had caused his hand, which gripped the knife, to tremble slightly. The strength of this individual was extraordinary. Despite wielding the killing god blade with its lethal strike, augmented by a tripled force of life and death, and possessing the exquisite blood-drink demon blade, he found himself at a disadvantage before Zheng Nan's formidable fists. Of course, this disparity in power was largely due to the vast difference in their cultivation levels. Zheng Nan had attained the pinnacle of the three flowers gathering at the crown, while Li was merely at the external gang realm. Had Lu Ye's cultivation matched Zheng Nan's, he believed that one strike would suffice to incapacitate Zheng Nan's arm, if not slay him outright. In contrast to Lu Yi, Zheng Nan exuded an even more formidable presence. Above his head, an ethereal flower of gang qi spun ceaselessly, rapidly replenishing his own strength. Rascal, I've heard you proclaim yourself as the master of the three arts of fist, knife, and sword. Zheng Nan's voice resonated like a great bell, causing a painful reverberation in the ears. What I have witnessed today suggests your knife technique is rather unimpressive. Allow me to see if your fist and sword skills are equally hollow. Is that so? Nearly mediocre? Li let out a light laugh, caressing the blood-drink demon blade in his hand. If that is the case, then today shall witness your demise beneath this seemingly trivial swordplay. As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of black light erupted from his eyes, transforming them into a void of darkness. Cold, merciless, and indifferent to the plight of mortals, Lu Yi, in that fleeting moment, seemed to embody a hellish demon. Even the crimson curved blade was shrouded in a faint veil of black light. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The god of slaughter's blade technique, known for its escalating ferocity with each act of carnage, became ever more potent as the bloodshed intensified. The countless bodies strewn about, alongside the anguished cries of hundreds, served as the perfect catalyst for amplifying the might of the god of slaughter's blade technique. Lu Yi abruptly raised the enchanted blade high above his head, and in that instant, the surrounding atmosphere of slaughter was stirred into a frenzy. The fresh blood that had yet to congeal on the ground seemed to come alive, bubbling with a sinister vitality. A torrent of murderous intent and the stench of blood surged toward Lu Yi, coalescing behind him into a colossal, grotesque phantom of a bloodthirsty demon. This menacing specter then seamlessly merged with Lu Ye's blade. Witnessing such a sight, Zheng Nan's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Rogue! Such a wicked martial art. I fear even the 6 heterodox sects would find themselves in awe. With the weight of your sins so heavy, do you not fear the retribution that awaits you? Martial arts, after all, know not the distinction between righteousness and wickedness." Lu Ye's countenance remained impassive. No amount of murderous intent or the stench of blood could sway his resolve. Could it be that the benevolent monks of Shaolin have never taken a life? The illustrious reputation of Shaolin Temple was not forged merely through vegetarianism and chanting. It was equally crafted through the strength of their fists. The lives taken by those great monks are no fewer than the malevolent forces they so ardently denounce. For centuries, Lu Yi has amassed a wealth of life wisdom. How could he be swayed by a mere utterance? As the words left his lips, the curved blade in Lu Ye's hand sliced toward Zheng Nan. Upon realizing that his words could not alter Lu Ye's state of mind, a sense of foreboding began to stir within Zheng Nan's heart. It is widely acknowledged that in the realm of demonic martial arts, the greater the power, the more potent the backlash. The terrifying martial prowess that Lu Yi wielded, forcibly channeling the surrounding murderous intent and the stench of blood, was particularly susceptible to such repercussions. A moment's negligence could plunge one into madness. Yet, at that moment, Lu Ye's gaze, though frigid and devoid of emotion, remained acutely aware, utterly unperturbed. Zheng Nan understood that such individuals were often the most formidable. They seemed to exist solely for the purpose of slaughter, with the act of killing merely serving as a stepping stone, thus rendering them impervious to the psychological toll of violence. This type of person, Zheng Nan had encountered once before, 80 years ago. Back then, he was merely a lay disciple of the Shaolin Temple, accompanying senior monks down the mountain for training. On that occasion, half of the Shaolin disciples perished, and even the head of the secular hall at that time met his demise at the hands of that individual. The memories of that experience still haunted Zheng Nan at night, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Now, he stood once again before such a being. Just as Zheng Nan's thoughts drifted back to that horrifying battle from 80 years past, the overwhelming scent of blood snapped him back to reality. His expression grew grave. He knew he must withstand this strike. Failure to do so would mean death. With hands clasped together, he assumed the posture of a monk, summoning forth a whirlwind of vital energy. All his strength was mobilized. Golden bell, protect me. Indestructible like a diamond. The vital energy coalesced into a golden bell, enveloping him entirely within its protective embrace. The golden bell spun around Zheng Nan, its luminous radiance resonating with the sounds of Buddhist chants. Clang. The clash of two tremendous forces erupted, producing a sound reminiscent of a striking bell. The reverberations, infused with immense vital energy, created shockwaves that spread outward. The ordinary members of the Heavens Society, of modest prowess, were instantly sent reeling, some coughing up blood. Warriors below the external vitality realm staggered back several steps. The terrifying might of these two was palpable. The residual shock from their collision alone wielded such power. Who could have imagined that the external vitality realm could contend with a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers gathering? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes today, he would scarcely have believed it. Uncertain of who would emerge victorious, all eyes were drawn to the epicenter of their confrontation, where Lu Yi and Zheng Nan stood. Crack, crack. Lines of fissures began to appear upon the surface of the golden bell of vital energy. Then the entire protective barrier shattered with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, streams of fresh blood gushed forth from Zheng Nan's nose, mouth, and ears. Li Yu was equally tormented, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, as if the very meridians within him were on the verge of rupture. He took a deep breath, managing with great difficulty to quell the tumultuous blood and energy within his chest. Slowly, he sheathed the blood-drinking demon blade, pondering to himself, is my swordsmanship truly as mediocre as it seems? Regrettably, Zheng Nan could no longer respond to his inquiries. He remained rooted to the spot, a copious amount of blood gushing from his 7 orifices, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused, though he had yet to collapse. Lu Yi's blade had unequivocally severed all his hopes for survival. The demonic blade, the fiend. At that very moment, the monk Xian Shan, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with Hu Qingchuan, suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of power. As long as this demon remains, my disciples of the Buddhist order shall find no peace. In that moment, seeing Zheng Nan's demise, Xian Shan felt a surge of fear that Lu Yi and Hu Qingchuan would join forces against him. In a split second, he resolved to endure the piercing strike from Hu Qingchuan's sword and unleashed an astonishing display of power. Surrounding him, his vital energy materialized into a dozen ethereal arms, striking forcefully towards Hu Qingchuan. After forcing Hu Qingchuan back several steps, Xian Shan dared not linger. With a few agile leaps, he vanished from the sight of all present. The thousand-handed Tathagata, I never expected this old bald donkey possessed such hidden talents. Hu Qingchuan let out a sigh, approached Lu Yi, and bowed to plead for forgiveness. My incompetence has allowed that old monk to escape. I humbly request the hall master to impose punishment upon me. It matters not. At this moment, Lu Yi found himself devoid of the strength to pursue the monk Xian Shan and shook his head. Our objective for today has been accomplished. An elderly monk, nearing the end of his days, has fled. With the relentless assault from the numerous elite members of the Tianxia Society, the remaining defenders at the Golden Diamond Manor have already sustained heavy casualties. Now, with Zheng Nan dead on the spot and Xian Shan desperately breaking through to escape, the morale of those still resisting has plummeted. What remains is a one-sided massacre. In the battle at Golden Diamond Manor, aside from Xian Shan, a total of 375 individuals, including members of the Zheng family and martial artists from various sects, perished without exception. Over 100 coffins lay before the manor, surrounded by a sea of corpses. Even after considerable time had passed, anyone who visited the site would still feel a chill run down their spine. In the Tiangong Valley, home to the Tiangong Pavilion, one of the 4 major forces in the realm, the valley's master, known as the Walin Baixiuxing Bai, the martial world, reclined leisurely beneath a towering tree, basking in the sun. Master, news has arrived from the Wind and Rain Tower that Iron-Arm Golden Diamond Zheng Nan has been slain. A young man in white appeared behind the valley master, speaking with utmost respect. Zheng Nan? The master of Tianji Valley pondered for quite some time before recalling the name. It is that lay disciple from Shaolin Temple, the one who has only partially mastered the Golden Bell Shield technique. If it must be done, then so be it. Is such a trivial matter really worthy of your personal report to me? Zheng Nan has established himself as a formidable expert. Yet in the eyes of the master of Tianji Valley, he is merely an inconsequential figure. Such a person, even in death, is hardly worthy of mention. It was a paragon of the human rankings who ended his life. The young man continued, I fear this may influence the upcoming human rankings. And I have come to inform you, master. Oh, in the Western Jin dynasty, individuals of such remarkable strength were few and far between. Who could have been the one to take his life? Was it the renowned duo of the Tianxia Society, or perhaps the second son of the Li family from Longxi? The master of Tianjigu, with a raised eyebrow, chuckled and remarked, with their cultivation level, even if they were to slay a figure at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers gathering, it would hardly affect their ranking, would it? Master, as you can see, the one who killed him is Lu Yi, ranked 28th on the human leaderboard. The young man said, the people of Fengyu Tower claim it was a single strike that ended his life. Therefore, I intend to place him within the top 20 in the next leaderboard rankings. What are your thoughts, master? Oh, to vanquish a practitioner of the Three Flowers gathering at the apex with a single strike, especially one who has devoted themselves to the Shaolin's physical cultivation techniques of the three flowers gathering at the apex? The master of Tiangue Valley finally displayed a look of intrigue on his face. If I recall correctly, Liu Ye's ranking had only risen from over 90 to more than 20 last time. Has he progressed so swiftly? This is indeed rather interesting. The master of Tianji Valley pondered for a moment before slowly nodding his head. Zhang Nan possesses formidable body refining skills. Defeating him is not a challenge. Yet to take his life proves to be a different matter altogether. A single stroke that leads to his demise certainly warrants a position among the top 20. Thus, let it be decided that when the next rankings are announced, Liu shall be placed at the 18th position. At this moment, Liu Yi, who was returning to the headquarters of the Tianxia Society, remained unaware that his ranking on the personal leaderboard had significantly ascended shortly after his recent promotion. Liu Yi returned to the headquarters of the Tianxia Society and immediately encountered Li Juetian. Prior to Liu Ye's return, the scouts of the Tianxia Society had already reported the details of this mission to Li Juetian. Excellent. The execution of this task was commendable. A smile adorned Li Juetian's face, clearly indicating his satisfaction with Liu Ye's recent endeavors. Initially, Li Juetian had merely instructed Liu Yi to eliminate the old fellow Zhang Nan. But unexpectedly, Liu Yi had annihilated the entire Jingang Manor. With the precedent of Zhang Nan and the Jingang Manor laid before them, it was evident that no one would dare to covertly conspire against the Tianxia Society. Li Juetian had always been generous with his rewards. As long as his subordinates fulfilled their duties to his satisfaction, he was known for his magnanimity. This time was no exception. Liu has remarkably exceeded his mission, prompting Li Juetian to decide to bestow upon him additional rewards beyond the originally promised accolades. You shall go to the first level of the treasure vault of the Tianxia Society, Li Juetian commanded with a grand gesture. From the treasures stored in the first level, you may select anyone at your leisure. The treasure vault of the Tianxia Society is divided into 3 levels. The first level houses an array of ordinary treasures, including martial arts techniques below the Xian level, cultivation methods of the 4th transition and lower, as well as some inferior-grade weapons and low-grade spiritual pills. Ascending to the second level, one would encounter many exquisite treasures amassed by the Tianxia Society over the years. Here, one could find martial arts and cultivation techniques above the Xian level, even superior-grade weapons and spiritual pills. The third level, however, could only be described as a treasure trove of unparalleled worth. Within it, even Li Juetian's 2 ultimate techniques are preserved in copies. Of course, entering the third level requires one to have made monumental contributions to the society. Otherwise, it is an unattainable dream. Liu Ye's current achievements are far from sufficient to gain access to the third level or even the second, for that matter. Being granted entry to the first level is already a generous reward from Li Juetian in a moment of good spirits. After all, the rewards for this mission, as decreed by Li Juetian, were plentiful, though most were distributed among the subordinates of the Night Hall by Liu Yi himself. He retained little for his own use, aside from a few pills for recovering his vital energy. Upon reaching the first level of the treasure vault, Liu perused the offerings for an extended period, but found nothing that truly pleased him. It was not that the items were lacking in quality, rather. Liu Ye's discerning taste had elevated beyond the ordinary, making it challenging for him to find anything worthy of his attention. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed an inconspicuous corner of the vault. What is this? In that unassuming spot lay a similarly unremarkable broken sword, rusted and worn, easily overlooked by the casual observer. Even if one were to notice it, few would be inclined to claim such an unsightly relic. Yet, Liu Yi was instantly captivated by the sword. This was not the first broken sword he had encountered. Nestled within his own Qianquan pouch lay another identical blade. What could this broken sword signify? Was it truly just one of its kind? Liu Ye's gaze flickered as he made his way towards the broken sword. Previously, within the royal tomb of Jiujiang, Liu Yi had come into possession of a shattered blade. Now, in the treasury of the Tiangong Association, he encountered yet another one. It was evident that Li Juetian was likely unaware of the true worth of this broken sword. Otherwise, it would not have been carelessly displayed on the first level of the treasury. Liu reached out towards the broken sword, yet hesitated for a moment, refraining from grasping it immediately. This reluctance stemmed from his previous encounter, when seizing the sword had thrust his consciousness into an inexplicable void, nearly preventing his return. Nevertheless, he had reaped numerous benefits from that experience. Liu Yi took a deep breath, concentrating all his energy, and finally reached out to grasp the hilt of the broken sword. With a thunderous sound, reminiscent of the previous encounter, a muffled resonance echoed within Lu Ye's mind. Simultaneously, an inexplicable force emanated from the sword, causing Lu Ye's consciousness to detach from his body, plunging him into an infinite void. The surroundings remained shrouded in boundless darkness, enveloped in a mysterious and ancient expanse. However, this time, before Lu Ye appeared not those scornful eyes that disregarded all life, but rather a vague visage. Unlike before, Lu Ye no longer felt the chilling sensation of his soul being frozen, nor the imminent threat of death. It seemed that after narrowly escaping death during his last ordeal, he had forged a peculiar connection with this enigmatic realm. In the void, the indistinct face moved its lips with great effort, producing a hoarse and deep voice. 9. What about 9? Lu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Despite the lengthy discourse, the visage conveyed nothing more than a solitary character, leaving one utterly perplexed as to its intended meaning. Then, that countenance in the void abruptly dissipated, and Lu Ye's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. What could the enigmatic 9 signify? Could it be that this fractured sword harbors yet another secret? Even with centuries of wisdom, Lu Ye cannot decipher the expressions conveyed by a single character. However, if this broken sword has led Lu Ye to discover 2 fragments, it stands to reason that other shards of the sword must also exist. Lu Ye firmly believes that as long as he can uncover more of the broken swords, he will eventually unravel the secrets concealed behind them. Even more astonishing to Lu Ye is that, as his consciousness returns to his body, akin to his previous venture into that illusory realm, he has inexplicably experienced a surge in his own strength. Lu Ye took a deep breath, channeling the internal energy within him, and astonishingly, the resulting energy surged to an impressive 15 zhang. It is important to note that the pinnacle of the late external energy realm is merely 9 zhang. Those who attain 9 zhang of energy are already in a position to attempt a breakthrough into the spiritual aperture realm. Only prodigious talents, endowed with profound accumulation and exceptional gifts, can elevate their energy beyond 9 zhang, surpassing the limitations of the late external energy realm. For instance, the talented Duan Xiaolu, whom Lu Ye had encountered previously, was capable of unleashing 12 zhang of energy. Now, Lu Ye's energy had reached an astounding 15 zhang, surpassing Duan Xiaolu by 3 zhang. Exceeding 9 zhang, each additional zhang is a formidable challenge, and the rewards are equally significant. A greater elevation in energy indicates a more substantial personal accumulation, making the pursuit of the spiritual aperture realm considerably easier. Many practitioners at the 9 zhang mark often face repeated failures in their attempts to break through to the spiritual aperture realm due to limitations in their techniques and innate abilities. However, once the energy length surpasses the 9 zhang threshold, the likelihood of failure in achieving the spiritual aperture realm diminishes almost entirely. With Lu Ye's remarkable energy length of 15 zhang, he could, at any moment, choose to ascend to the spiritual aperture realm. Lu Ye emerged from the treasure vault of Tianxia Association, ultimately selecting the broken sword. Aside from this fractured blade, there was nothing else in the vault that caught his eye. Oh, you have chosen this broken sword? Upon seeing Lu Ye withdraw the sword from the vault, Li Juetian expressed a measure of surprise. This broken sword had languished in the vault for nearly 2 decades, to the point that even Li Juetian himself had nearly forgotten its existence. Yet today, it was unexpectedly retrieved by Lu Ye. I surmise that such a dilapidated sword must possess some hidden purpose, Lu Ye remarked nonchalantly. Are you aware of its function, leader? This time, you have indeed misjudged. Li Juetian replied, shaking his head. I too am unaware of its purpose. I simply deemed its ancient design worthy enough to toss it into the vault. The fact that even Li Juetian was oblivious to the sword's function was quite astonishing. Lu Yesi harbored no doubts regarding Li Juetian's words, for given Li Juetian's esteemed status, there was simply no need to deceive Lu Yu. Even if aware of the broken sword Lu Yu possessed, with Li Juetian's strength and character, he could have easily seized it without resorting to trickery. Was it only upon witnessing those eyes in the void that further revelations could be provoked? Or was it merely a shattered blade? Noticing Lu Ye's slight furrow of the brow, deep in thought, Li Juetian smiled and inquired, What is this? Have you begun to regret? I could permit you to enter in exchange for another treasure. No need, Lu Yi replied, shaking his head. I never regret my actions. Li Juetian nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you may return to rest for now. There have been many matters of late. Once Wu Feng and Wu Yun return, I shall have another task to assign to you. Li Yi respectfully clasped his hands towards Li Jutian, expressing his concern. I fear that for the time being, I will be unable to undertake any missions. I wish to request a leave of absence from the leader. Li Ju Tian neither granted nor denied the request, merely inquired in a calm tone, "What is the reason?" The subordinate replied, "I intend to enter seclusion to break through to the spirit aperture realm." Entering seclusion for a breakthrough? Li Ju Tian furrowed his brow. How long has it been since you just advanced to the late stage of external gang? You are already contemplating a breakthrough to the spirit aperture realm? While it is commendable for the youth to possess talent, an unrelenting pursuit of rapid progress may lead to adverse consequences. With earnest sincerity, Li Ju Tian advised, "Heed my words. Take the time to hone your skills at the late stage of external gang. The deeper your foundation, the more beneficial it will be for your future martial journey." Lu Yi remained silent, raising his hand to summon his formidable external energy, extending an impressive 15 zhong. Upon witnessing this remarkable display, Li Ju Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration, followed by a wry smile as he remarked, "The youth is indeed formidable, truly formidable. In my own time within the external energy realm, I barely reached the limit of 14 zhong. I never anticipated you would attain such heights. Given your prowess, you may break through to the spirit aperture realm at any moment." Li Ju Tian nodded, conceding, "I shall grant your request. You need not undertake any tasks for now. When you emerge from your seclusion, we shall discuss matters then. However, it is only fair that upon your return, you must complete a task for me immediately." Naturally, Liu could not refuse such a reasonable request. After bidding farewell to Li Ju Tian, Liu returned to the entrance of his night hall and entered the seclusion chamber, preparing to embark on his meditation and cultivation. This time, he resolved not to employ the simulator as an aid for his breakthrough into the spirit aperture realm. As his cultivation progressed, Liu Yi increasingly recognized that the simulator was not infallible. For instance, during critical moments of breakthrough, reliance on the simulator could even yield counterproductive results. With each advancement in cultivation, a martial artist's growth often transcended mere physical power, delving into a deeper understanding of martial arts. Take for instance the realm of unity with the heavens and the fourth level of qi manipulation, which emphasizes the martial artist's harmony with the Tao of heaven, creating a profound resonance. Yet, the simulator merely replicates the experiences of others, and the insights gained are not Liu Yi's own. While Liu Yi's current intellect allows him to easily grasp the martial insights of others, they ultimately remain foreign to him, not truly his own. Liu Yi firmly believes that the profound insights he has gleaned from the universe's grand principles will never be outmatched by anyone. Thus, he has resolved to utilize a simulator to aid him in his cultivation from this point forward. However, when it comes to pivotal moments, such as breaking through bottlenecks, he must rely entirely on his own strength. In the seclusion chamber, Liu sits cross-legged, eyes closed, channeling the martial aura that envelopes him. At this moment, his aura flows like a mighty river within him, surging with vigor. His dantian, a reservoir of energy, is brimming with this aura, leaving no space for even the slightest addition. Even the meridians throughout his body, under his introspective gaze, have expanded to their utmost limit, making further enhancement exceedingly challenging. This is precisely why Liu Yi has chosen to enter seclusion at once. He harbors an inkling that his progression in the external aura realm has reached its zenith. No matter how fervently he practices, it seems that, at least in this realm, he is unlikely to achieve any further advancement. Li summoned the entirety of his internal energy, directing it towards the crown of his head. This acupoint serves as the vital connection between the human body and the cosmos, representing the first gateway that martial artists must open to harmonize with the universe. Referred to by healers as the Baihui acupoint and known to martial practitioners as the Jietian acupoint, it is essential for martial artists to establish a link with the heavens. Unlocking this acupoint is the initial step toward resonating with the universe. Once it is opened, even without deliberate cultivation, the celestial energies will continuously flow into the martial artist's body through the channel activated by their internal energy. This marks the first level of the Qi mastery stage, the threshold of the Lingxiao realm. In both the acquired and innate realms, martial artists cultivate within their inner cosmos, merely enhancing their own strength. However, upon reaching the Qi mastery stage, they begin to connect their internal cosmos with the external universe, truly harnessing the power of the heavens to transform themselves. The practice of refining the body in the acquired realm, the cultivation of internal energy in the innate realm, culminates in the mastery of the forces of nature in the Qi mastery stage. It embodies the principle of riding the natural order of the universe and discerning the myriad energies, allowing for boundless exploration. When the Qi mastery stage is perfected, the vastness of the universe becomes accessible, leading to a state of true freedom. A master who has achieved unity with the cosmos is significant wherever they may be. Given Lu Ye's current accumulation, unlocking the Jietian acupoint and entering the Qi mastery stage is a natural progression, like a mighty river surging forth. His internal energy surged towards the Jietian acupoint at the crown of his head. Instantly, an imperceptible barrier that separated his inner cosmos from the external universe shattered. Concurrently, a gentle sound resonated within Lu Ye's mind, akin to the tolling of evening drums and morning bells. With that sound came a torrent of celestial energy from all directions, flooding into Lu Ye's body. It created a wondrous resonance with his internal energy. Though the quantity of his internal energy remained unchanged, Lu Ye experienced an unceasing flow. From that moment on, as long as the energy consumed was less than the energy received, his internal energy would continuously replenish, never running dry. Even when unleashing his most formidable attacks, such as the 10 directions of destruction, he could recover swiftly. This distinction illustrates the difference between the Lingxiao realm and the external energy realm. Overcoming the Lingxiao realm through sheer consumption in the external energy realm is futile, unless one employs rapid tactics as Lu Ye once did. The Lingxiao realm is now achieved. At this moment, Lu Ye's heart was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any excitement. For him, given his current accumulation of experience, breaking through to the spirit aperture realm was a natural progression, as effortless and straightforward as the act of eating or drinking. There was nothing particularly worthy of exhilaration. Lu Ye's eyes remained closed, for he understood that his seclusion had not yet reached its conclusion. The opening of the celestial connection aperture was far from his ultimate destination. For an ordinary martial artist at the late stage of the external vigor realm, upon successfully opening the celestial connection aperture and entering the spiritual aperture realm, their internal vigor would be entirely depleted. The influx of celestial energy from the surroundings would cleanse the martial artist's body, yet it would not swiftly restore their strength. During the cleansing process, the barriers of the spiritual apertures would be at their most vulnerable. Once the cleansing was complete and the barriers returned to normal, any further attempts to penetrate them would demand an immense expenditure of effort. This elucidates why Li Juetian had previously advised Lu Ye to cultivate a deeper foundation in the external vigor realm, emphasizing the long-term benefits for his martial arts journey and urging him not to hasten his breakthrough. The deeper the accumulation of a martial artist in the external vigor realm, the more residual power they would possess after breaching the celestial connection aperture, enabling them to open additional spiritual apertures during the period when their barriers were at their weakest. With Lu Ye's profound accumulation and a vigor extending 15 zhang, he had utilized less than a tenth of his vigor to open the celestial connection aperture. At this moment, he still had ample strength remaining. Liu hesitated not for a moment, seizing the opportunity presented by the celestial and terrestrial energies cleansing his body. During the time when the barriers of his spiritual apertures were at their most fragile, he summoned all his internal vigor and began to unseal his spiritual channels. One after another. 1, 2, 3. Before long, he had opened more than 10 meridians. His speed in unblocking these channels showed no signs of waning. 20, 30, 40. As he surpassed 40 spiritual apertures, Lu Ye's pace of unsealing began to decelerate, yet he still possessed a reserve of strength. Upon reaching over 50, his own energy was nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, he strained every ounce of his potential, striving to open as many meridians as he could in this fleeting moment. Finally, upon unblocking the 59th channel, not only was Lu Ye's internal vigor entirely exhausted, but every last shred of his potential had also been wrung dry. Although the celestial and terrestrial energies continuously washed over him, the immense consumption left him feeling weak and unable to muster even a modicum of strength. Coupled with the previously unsealed sky connecting aperture, Lu Ye had successfully unblocked 60 spiritual channels during this opportune moment of minimal resistance. Such an accomplishment would undoubtedly leave other martial artists astounded. The previously defeated Chu Kuang had spent over a decade to achieve the unblocking of merely 50 channels. Lu Ye, upon entering the realm of spiritual apertures, had already surpassed him. Should Chu Kuang become aware of this, he would surely be driven to the brink of rage. This remarkable feat was the fruit of deep accumulation in the outer vigor realm. Had it not been for Lu Ye's foundation of 15 zhang of internal vigor, he would not have been able to eclipse so many seasoned spiritual aperture warriors upon his initial entry into the realm. 60 spiritual channels. Liu opened his eyes. a faint smile gracing his lips. He felt a profound satisfaction with such an outcome. A total of 60 spiritual acupoints. This was achieved upon entering the fourth layer of chi manipulation, a stage devoid of the conventional divisions of early, mid, and late realms found in both the acquired and innate phases. Otherwise, Lu Yi would have already surpassed the early stage and entered the mid-stage, perhaps even nearing the late stage. This essentially meant a sudden elevation of 2 minor realms. Even with Lu Ye's exceptional talents and the assistance of the simulator, it would have taken him at least a year and a half to unlock these 60 acupoints. Now, he had effectively saved more than a year of time. However, in the next moment, the smile on Lu Ye's face froze. Before him appeared several lines of text. Detection of the host's significant realm enhancement. The simulator is set for an automatic upgrade. The simulator will upgrade to version 3.0, and an upgrade gift package will be distributed upon completion. Please be attentive to its arrival. The upgrade period will last 30 days, during which the simulator will be temporarily unavailable. Lu Yi nearly forgot that following the elevation to a higher realm, the simulator would undergo an automatic upgrade to align with his newfound cultivation prowess. Lu Ye's cultivation has ascended from the 3rd level of innate ability to the 4th level of chi manipulation, necessitating an upgrade of the simulator. The previous enhancement of the simulator took a span of 10 days. However, this time, the duration is alarmingly extended to a full month. During this period of upgrading, Lu Yi is unable to access any functions of the simulator, which undoubtedly poses a significant setback for him. The simulator is undeniably Lu Ye's greatest asset. No matter the divine skills, martial arts, divine weapons, or elixirs, their importance pales in comparison to that of the simulator. Much of Lu Ye's advancement and acquisition of various items is heavily reliant on the simulator. A full month without its use will undoubtedly impede Lu Ye's progress considerably. Yet, with the simulator now inactive, he is powerless to alter this situation and must begrudgingly accept the reality. Fortunately, 30 days is not an excessively long duration, and Lu Yi can afford to wait. He eagerly anticipates the surprises the upgraded simulator will bestow upon him after this period. Moreover, he had previously promised Li Jiuetian that upon his emergence from seclusion, he would undertake a task. Thus, he can utilize this interval of the simulator's upgrade to address the mission from the Tianxia Society. Lu Yi successfully opened all 60 spiritual meridians, a process that, while seemingly swift, actually took several days. He then dedicated a few more days to stabilize his cultivation, restoring his condition to its peak before finally opening the door to his seclusion and stepping outside, preparing to accept a new mission from the Heavenly Hall. In the Northern Qi, the Shaolin Temple stands as a venerable institution, its history surpassing even that of the Northern Qi itself, having existed for at least several millennia, if not longer. Throughout the ages, dynasties have risen and fallen on this land, yet the Shaolin Temple, as the foremost of the 3 Buddhist monasteries, remains unchanged. Even those nations that have established empires here dare not provoke this formidable entity. The territory surrounding the Shaolin Temple, spanning several thousand miles, is directly managed by the temple. And even the Northern Qi royalty does not dare to interfere, a testament to the temple's formidable influence. This influence stems from its martial prowess. For millennia, Shaolin has consistently produced top-tier masters, maintaining a complete lineage of martial arts. Its illustrious reputation attracts exceptionally gifted disciples. Among its ranks are 2 openly recognized grandmasters of the heavenly ranking and over 10 masters of the earth ranking. The new generation boasts the unparalleled Kong Xian, currently holding the top position on the human ranking, unchallenged by any rival. Among the 3 Buddhist temples, the southern Vajrayana temple remains secluded, while the hidden sect of the Water Moon Monastery has long been dormant. Only the exoteric Shaolin Temple can stand as a singular institution, its renown balanced against the 2 major Taoist sects of the north and south, and this is no mere coincidence. Today, within the Great Hero Hall, the abbot of Shaolin, Master Xian Ci, along with 4 heads of various halls, gathered together, including the young disciple Kong Xian, who ranks first among the younger generation. This congregation was summoned due to a letter received from the head of the secular academy. Master, this young man is ruthless and cruel, having slaughtered the family of my junior brother Zheng Nan from the Diamond Manor, along with hundreds of innocents. Only 1 disciple managed to escape with their life. This young man harbors a deep-seated malevolence, surpassing even the evil of the 6 unorthodox sects, and will surely bring calamity I should not, for the sake of avoiding trouble, extinguish the aspirations of countless beings to seek the Buddha. Although the disciples of the secular world may vary in quality, the majority still harbor a sincere heart towards the Buddha. My fellow disciples must not abandon the essential for the trivial. The secular disciples are managed by the Secular Institute. Upon hearing the words of the two esteemed leaders, I observed that the expression on the face of the head of the Secular Institute, Xian Ku, was already quite grim. Now, seeing someone finally speak on his behalf, he quickly nodded. What Brother Xianbei said is indeed correct. Furthermore, that Lu Yi is known as the blood demon of the three absolutes, a title laden with demonic connotations. Even if Xian Shan were to exaggerate, the Tianji Pavilion would hardly act recklessly. Additionally, the monk Huang Mei from Nanchu had also sent a letter some days ago, urging that if we have the opportunity, we must capture this individual, indicating that he has indeed succumbed to the demonic path and must be eliminated. Abbot Xian Ci pondered for a moment before turning to the youngest present, Kong Xian. Kong Xian, what is your perspective? Kong Xian first bowed to the abbot and the esteemed leaders, then simply stated, Lu Yi is the leader of the World Assembly in the Western Jin. Xian Ci nodded with a smile, clearly pleased, as expected of the heir to the abbot's position whom he has diligently nurtured. His insight into the crux of the matter is remarkable. The question of whether to eliminate Lu Yi does not rest solely on Lu Yi himself, but rather on the World Assembly and Li Ju Tian. Li Ju Tian is known for his protective nature, and the Western Jin is indeed the domain of the World Assembly. Should the Shaolin Temple, located thousands of miles away in the northern Qi, send someone to vanquish demons in the territory of the World Assembly and eliminate one of their leaders, Li Ju Tian would certainly not tolerate such an affront. Given Li Ju Tian's formidable strength, unless the abbot of Shaolin were to personally intervene, any attempt to eliminate a leader under Li Ju Tian's watchful eye would result in numerous casualties. Li Ju Tian's prowess is unparalleled, and even an old monk would not dare claim absolute victory over him. Xian Ci sighed and remarked, unless the old monk joins forces with the revered master of the Sutra Repository, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate a leader right under Li Ju Tian's nose. Upon hearing Xian Ci's words, the several esteemed leaders fell into a contemplative silence. The abbot, being the head of a prominent temple, could not easily depart. The revered master of the Lingmen, a senior elder of the Shaolin Temple, has remained at the Sutra Repository for decades without leaving. To mobilize both of Shaolin's grandmasters from the heavenly rankings is no trivial matter. Not only Lu Yi but even Li Ju Tian might not warrant such attention. Unless Shaolin were to face a calamity of catastrophic proportions, it is improbable that both grandmasters would be dispatched together. Consequently, no one else mentioned the notion of vanquishing demons. However, having succumbed to the demonic path, he must be dealt with. As he is under the protection of Li Ju Tian in the Western Jin, it is indeed unwise to act against him. Abbot Xian Ci continued, yet, if he were to leave the Western Jin, we should invite him to the Shaolin Temple. I hope that the sound of the evening drum and morning bell, along with the profound teachings of the Buddha, can help dispel the demons within his heart. This would serve as a benevolent act for all sentient beings. Ahmedba, the abbot's insight is commendable. All present joined their hands in prayer, speaking in unison. Far away in the Western Jin dynasty, Lu Yi could not possibly be aware that one of the three great Buddhist temples, Shaolin Temple, had already devised a plan to deal with him. Upon emerging from the seclusion chamber, he did not linger, but promptly sought out Li Juetian at Tianeng Hall. Oh, you've come out of seclusion? Li Juetian remarked, observing Lu Yi, who appeared transformed with a newfound aura that connected the inner and outer realms. He nodded slightly, inquiring, so, during your breakthrough, how many spiritual apertures have you managed to open? Li did not conceal the truth and stated directly 60. 60? A flicker of brilliance sparkled in Li Ju Tian's eyes, revealing his astonishment. He was aware of Lu Ye's profound accumulation. During his breakthrough, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to unlock numerous spiritual acupoints. However, when Lu Yi revealed the precise number, even Li Ju Tian, who had been psychologically prepared, was taken aback. It is known that some martial artists may not unlock 60 spiritual acupoints in their entire lives. Even Li Ju Tian himself, upon breaking through to the realm of spiritual acupoints, had only managed to open a little over 40. Excellent. Truly deserving of my admiration. Li Ju Tian laughed heartily, saying, it appears that this task is destined for you. With that, he waved his hand grandly, casting the yellow paper that recorded the task before Lu Yi. Must it remain confidential? Lu Yi gazed at the task inscribed on the yellowed paper, a faint furrow forming upon his brow. This mission, once again, entailed taking a life, a skill in which Lu Yi excelled. The difficulty of this assignment was not particularly formidable, as the target was merely the patriarch of a family, possessing strength that barely reached the pinnacle of the Three Flowers Convergence realm. During his time in the external realm, Liu had already slain a formidable practitioner of the Three Flowers gathering at the apex, a member of the Shaolin sect. Now that he has ascended to the Spirit Aperture realm, having opened all 60 spiritual apertures throughout his body, eliminating another warrior of the same caliber would be as effortless as eating or drinking. However, there was one stipulation: discretion was paramount. Indeed, I wish for the world to acknowledge that it was the Tianxia Society who executed this deed, yet I must ensure no incriminating evidence points back to us. This matter is intricately tied to the power struggles within the court of Jin. Do you understand? Li Jutian's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Liu Yi. His clarity of expression indicated that Liu Yi's strength and cunning had earned Li Jutian's trust, elevating him to the status of a confidant. I understand, my lord. Liu Yi replied, his gaze flickering as he slightly lowered his head. Rumors in the martial world suggest that the Tianxia Society's rapid rise, achieving recognition as one of the 4 great organizations within just over 20 years, is not solely attributed to Li Jutian's unparalleled prowess and assertive methods. Behind him looms the shadow of the current regent of the Western Jin, whose covert assistance has enabled the Tianxia Society to flourish so swiftly within the territories of the Western Jin. Although many rumors are often exaggerated and unreliable, the Society's impending involvement in the court's intrigues indicates that these whispers may not be entirely unfounded. Feng and Yun possess commendable strength, yet they are ill-suited for such a task. Li Jutian regarded Liu Yi with a calm demeanor, stating, only you possess not only the strength, but also the cunning and strategy required for this mission. As long as you eliminate the head of the Qin family, I shall bestow upon you a reward. Should you surprise me as you did last time, an additional reward shall be yours. From Li Jutian's words, Liu Yi discerned the expectations for this task. The bare minimum was to eliminate the head of the Qin family, but exceeding that, as he had previously done, would yield further rewards. The prospect of Li Jutian's promised bounty was indeed enticing to Liu Yi. The last mission had granted him a second broken sword. What might this one yield? The moment Liu Yi accepted the task, the fate of the Qin family was sealed. For if discretion were to be maintained and incriminating evidence avoided, his over 100 Night Hall subordinates could not be involved. Otherwise, a grand procession of over 100 individuals would converge upon the Qin residence. Even a blind person would discern who has taken action. However, despite Liu Yi's intention to undertake this mission alone, it did not prevent him from sending scouts in advance to thoroughly investigate the situation surrounding the Qin family. Calculated moves have always characterized Liu Yi's approach, and he would not let his newfound power render him careless in the slightest. Soon, he received intelligence from the Heavenly Association spies, revealing the rationale behind their aggression towards the Qin family. The Qin family, merely an ordinary martial arts clan, has a patriarch who has barely reached the Three-Flower Convergence realm. In the face of the Heavenly Association, such a martial family is scarcely more than an ant. Their motive for targeting the Qin family does not stem from any direct conflict with them. Rather, it is because the Qin family is a distant relative of the Marquis of Changfeng, a figure of considerable influence within the current turmoil of the Jin state. Over 20 years ago, the Emperor of Jin embarked on a northern campaign and has yet to return, plunging the court into chaos. Amid this disorder, many noble and powerful officials have seized the opportunity to exploit the power vacuum left by the emperor, with the current Empress Dowager, regent, and chief minister reaping the most rewards. These 3 entities now stand as the dominant forces in the Jin court. Beyond these foremost powers, numerous others have also benefited from the upheaval, including the Marquis of Changfeng. The Qin family, being a distant kin of the Marquis, has even seen a daughter wed into his household. Presently, the Qin family has aligned itself more closely with the chief minister, facilitating connections between the Marquis of Changfeng and the chief minister. Rumor has it they intend to leverage the Marquis's influence to rally other noble families holding power to join the chief minister's faction. Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. How could the regent possibly tolerate this? Thus, the Heavenly Association was tasked with the mission to eliminate the Qin family as a deterrent, warning those in power to remain compliant. Even if they do not join the regent's faction, they must not oppose it. Otherwise, the fate of the Qin family will become their own. This is why it is imperative to leave no traces behind. Should any evidence be captured, not only would the chief minister not let it slide, but even the Empress Dowager would likely seize the opportunity to strike against the regent. The objective is to ensure everyone knows the Heavenly Association's involvement while simultaneously avoiding any incriminating evidence that could substantiate it. Although the task itself is not inherently difficult, the constraints imposed render the possibility of exceeding expectations quite challenging. Fortune and misfortune are but the result of one's own actions. Without sufficient strength, to dare engage in such a power struggle is to invite one's own demise. Liu Yi exerted a gentle yet decisive force, shattering the information regarding the Qin family in his grasp. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. It appeared that the regent and the Heavenly Society indeed shared a profound connection. Was there no concern that Li Juetian might betray him? Nevertheless, the nature of the relationship between the regent and Li Juetian was of little consequence to Liu Yi. The moment he accepted the task, the Qin family's fate was sealed, although he could not enlist the aid of the Night Hall's subordinates. Liu Yi possessed other means to ensure the complete annihilation of the Qin family. For him, this was far from a formidable challenge. As Li Juetian had remarked, Liu Yi's strength, cunning, and strategic acumen were unparalleled. This was precisely why he chose to bypass the two more powerful Hall masters, entrusting this critical task to Liu Yi. Liu Yi pondered silently over every morsel of intelligence concerning the Qin family, leaving no detail overlooked. Gradually, a cruel smile began to etch itself upon the corners of his lips. In his heart, he had already formulated a comprehensive strategy to deal with the Qin family. After departing from the Tianxia Society, Liu Yi promptly made his way to Tsongshan City, where the Qin family resided. Under the cover of night, he donned a suit of dark attire and infiltrated the city. With his formidable prowess, he had no cause for concern regarding detection by anyone. This night was destined to be one of turbulence. Cloaked in darkness, the figure clad in black, akin to a specter, stealthily approached the grand residence of the Qin family. In Tsongshan City, the Qin family was regarded as the foremost clan. Not only were they distant relatives of the Marquis of Changfeng, but they had also ascended to a position of favor with the Prime Minister of the Jin state, becoming a favored entity in the eyes of the esteemed official. Consequently, even the city lord of Tsongshan now bowed to the Qin family, wary of provoking them. Despite the hour, the Qin residence remained ablaze with light, unbeknownst to anyone. In the shadows where the illumination did not reach, a dark figure, like a phantom, slipped into the Qin estate. With Liu Yi's capabilities, infiltrating the main house of the Qin family under the veil of night and directly eliminating the family patriarch, Qin Yinxing, would pose no significant challenge. After all, Qin Yinxing would not be the first martial artist of the Three Flowers gathering to meet his demise at Liu Yi's hands. Liu Yi harbored doubts about the capability of this minor clan leader, whose martial prowess he believed could not surpass that of Zheng Nan, hailing from the esteemed Shaolin Temple. Merely eliminating Qin Yinxing, a singular individual, was but the barest fulfillment of the task at hand. For Liu Yi, this was far from sufficient. Furthermore, it must be noted that Qin Yinxing, regardless of the circumstances, was a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers gathering. Not someone to be easily subdued like a feeble creature. Even if Liu Yi could kill him, it would not be an easy feat, as it would require him to reveal his martial arts prowess. Although Liu Yi remains unaware, he is on the cusp of entering the top 20 in the upcoming rankings of the latest edition of the renowned list. The martial artists within the top 30 are already celebrated figures, renowned across the realm. Moreover, Liu Yi's notorious title of Three Absolutes Blood Demon carries an ominous reputation. As he is infamous for exterminating entire families at a whim, his notoriety surpassing even those ranked above him. The martial arts of Liu Yi are easily recognizable. Unless he eliminates every member of the Qin family, numbering in the hundreds, the news will inevitably leak. This time, he did not mobilize a large number of subordinates to seal off the surroundings. He came alone. Even a few hundred pigs, once scattered, would be challenging to capture. Despite Liu Yi's formidable strength, annihilating the entire Qin family without allowing even one to escape is no simple feat therefore, in Liu Yi's meticulously devised plan. Sheer force is not the crux of this mission. Within the grand estate of the Qin family, in a secluded courtyard, two night watch warriors are on duty. One of whom carries a wine jar, clearly having indulged excessively, their steps unsteady. Third Master has been in a foul mood lately, dragging us brothers to drink every day. Even those of us on night patrol are not spared. One warrior murmurs cautiously, glancing around to ensure no one is near. Fortunately, there is no one around. Otherwise, if the others found out we were drinking during our watch, we would surely face the lash. Huh, how can Third Master be in good spirits? The other warrior replies, speaking in hushed tones. You're unaware, But second master has recently ingratiated himself with the prime minister, becoming a favored figure. Rumor has it that the family head intends for second master to inherit the position of the next family leader. It's a pity third master has married off his most cherished daughter to the Lord of Chanfeng, only to suffer losses both in family and in men. Can he truly be in good spirits? The first warrior lowers his voice further. Listen to me. We, as the collateral branches of the Qin family, should keep our distance from the other houses. Otherwise, when second master seizes power, we will be the first to be sacrificed. To outsiders, the Qin family appears as a cohesive unit, yet within, it is not an unbreakable entity. Where there are people, there are conflicts. The power struggles within such a large family are hardly novel. Liu Yi had experienced his fair share of such rivalries during his time with the Liu family. However, it seems that at least the family head, Qin Yinxing, has managed to maintain control over the situation, preventing internal strife from escalating too dramatically. As the two warriors converse, they remain oblivious to a shadowy figure, akin to a specter, stealthily approaching them. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberates as one warrior collapses without a moment's notice. The other instinctively turns to discover the source of the commotion, only to find a powerful hand, like a vice, gripping his throat, rendering him unable to utter a single word. Moments later, only two lifeless bodies remain on the ground, while a figure cloaked in black stands beside them. Liu Yi, with bloodstained hands, inscribed the two characters Tianxia beside two lifeless bodies. The following dawn, as the servants of the Qin family rose early to tidy the courtyard, they were met with the chilling sight of the two already cold corpses, prompting a cacophony of terrified screams. Soon, members of the Qin clan rushed to the scene. The Qin family had, by now, become the most prominent in Songshan City, even commanding respect from the city lord. Yet, within the walls of their grand estate, death had audaciously intruded. This was an affront to the very dignity of the Qin family. Such an event could not be dismissed lightly. From the family patriarch Qin Yinxing down to his 6 sons, not one was absent from the gathering. Unlike the servants, who were fixated on the gruesome sight of the bodies, the Qin family members turned their attention to the two characters inscribed beside the corpses. Tianxia Society. Qin Yinxing's eldest son, Qin Shouren, exclaimed in horror, "It must be the work of the Tianxia Society. No one else would leave such a mark." His younger brother, Qin Shoujing, sneered, "Who else but the Tianxia Society? I've long maintained that as long as we cling tightly to the leg of Lord Changfeng, our future is secure. Yet, some foolishly seek to curry favor with the prime minister. Can our humble family truly engage in the political strife of the court?" The whispers in the Jianghu speak of a connection between the regent and the Tianxia Society. Now, they have come knocking. Let us see how some will explain this to the family. Third brother, your words are laden with implication. Qin Shi, the second son, retorted angrily. I act solely for the family's sake, devoid of any selfish intentions. If we could win the favor of the prime minister, our family would no longer be confined to this Songshan. Becoming a respected clan in the region would not be beyond our reach. And what of it now? What is the Tianxia Society? It is a colossal entity among the 4 great organizations. Can our Qin family withstand their wrath? Qin Shoujing pressed on relentlessly. Second brother, if it were not for your insistence on pleasing the prime minister, would the Tianxia Society have come to our door? How could we have met with such tragedy? These 2 distant relatives perished because of you. If you do not provide an explanation, how can the Qin family maintain its standing? At these words, Qin Shui's face turned ashen. Among the other sons of Qin Yinxing, some wore expressions of concern, others pondered strategies, while yet others bore mocking smiles, eager to witness how the second son would navigate this debacle. Enough. Silence. Just as the conflict among his sons reached a boiling point, Qin Yinxing bellowed, I am not yet dead. It is not your place to take charge of this family. At over 80 years of age, for a martial artist at the pinnacle of his prowess, he was in his prime. His imposing stature bore no signs of frailty, and when angered, he resembled a fierce lion. It was precisely this enduring strength of Qin Yinxing that had shaped their family's legacy. Although the various branches of the Qin family were rife with hidden misdeeds, none dared to act excessively. Observing Qin Yinxing's anger, everyone fell silent, awaiting his words. At this juncture, we have already crossed the point of no return. Qin Yinxing spoke solemnly. The Tianxia Society has always been tyrannical in its dealings. Even if we bow and apologize, they may not spare us. Rather than waver indecisively and offend even the prime minister, it would be better to commit fully to one course of action, as it may yet present a glimmer of hope. Father speaks wisely, exclaimed the second son, Qin Shui, immediately suggesting, I shall send someone to seek assistance from the Prime Minister. I believe that our Qin family's loyalty will not go unnoticed. But the Prime Minister is far away, while the Tianxia society is upon us. Interjected the third son, Qin Shoujing, unrelenting. By the time the Prime Minister sends aid, the Qin family may well have already been eradicated by the Tianxia society. Others nodded in agreement, their hearts heavy with apprehension. The name of the Tianxia society was indeed formidable. Not long ago, the formidable Jingang Manor, which was equal in strength to the Qin family, had been annihilated by them. Nowadays, which martial power in the Western Jin does not fear the Tianxia society? Yet, Qin Mianxing, a seasoned veteran, discerned the underlying issue. Otherwise, they could easily have dealt with the Qin family as they had with Jingang Manor, without the need for covert operations. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope appeared on the faces of the others. Father, do you imply that? The individuals sent by the Tianxia society this time must be few in number and not overly powerful. Otherwise, the casualties from last night would likely have included not just these two, but ourselves as well. Qin Mianxing declared gravely. We must simultaneously send for aid from the Prime Minister while strengthening the estate's defenses and dispatching search parties throughout the city to locate the infiltrators from the Tianxia society. With Qin Mianxing's resolution, the Qin family finally devised a strategy. On one hand, they dispatched messengers to the royal city of the Western Jin to seek the Prime Minister's assistance. On the other hand, they initiated a thorough search throughout the city, determined to uncover the infiltrators from the Tianxia society, while also reinforcing the security of their estate. As night fell, the defenses of the Qin estate became considerably more stringent, ensuring that the previous night's drunken patrols would not be repeated. However, despite the heightened vigilance, even the strengthened defenses proved as fragile as straw before the prowess of Lu Yi. That night, he claimed 3 lives, one more than the previous night. Though 3 individuals were insignificant in the grand scheme of the hundreds within the Qin family, a pervasive sense of dread began to silently spread throughout the household. In his fury, Qin Mianxing once again fortified the estate's defenses, increasing the number of patrols, and ensuring that each patrol team was led by a martial artist of the inner strength realm. Every 5 steps, a post; every 10 steps, a sentry. Day and night, the patrols roamed the grand estate, yet this incessant vigilance failed to avert the arrival of death. On the 3rd night, an entire squad of night watchmen, including a martial artist of the inner strength realm, lay lifeless. Remarkably, until the discovery of their bodies, not a whisper had disturbed the tranquility of the Qin household. Beside their remains, 2 blood-red characters were inscribed: Tianxia, Tianxia Society. Qin Shoujing, the 3rd son of the Qin family, sequestered himself in his chamber, gulping down wine with fervor. His eyes reddened from emotional turmoil. I have long asserted that our Qin family is too small to engage in the court's power struggles. A moment's inattention, and we shall be crushed to dust by those colossal forces. His wife, attending to him, sighed in response, Alas, our father has already fallen under the second brother's spell. He will heed none of your counsel. I fear this family will inevitably fall into the hands of the second brother. My dear, you have always been at odds with him. What shall we do then? What to do? Let it be. Qin Shoujing slammed his wine cup down upon the table with force, uttering a low grunt. Whether our Qin family can withstand this crisis remains uncertain. Why should we ponder the future? At that moment, a look of terror suddenly crossed his wife's face. Covering her mouth with her hand, she nearly screamed in fright. Her eyes wide as she gazed at Qin Shoujing. What is it? Have I frightened you? Qin Shoujing sighed and set down his cup. I shall certainly drink less from now on. It is not you she gazes upon, but me. A chilling voice erupted from behind Qin Shoujing. The mere sound sent shivers down his spine. He swiftly turned to behold a figure clad in black, resembling a specter, standing ominously behind him. Why, you are from the Tianxia society? Qin Shoujing stammered, his voice trembling from the sudden fright. Indeed. With a faint smile, Lu Yi approached directly opposite Qin Shoujing and seated himself with an air of confidence. Qin Shoujing struggled to suppress his emotions, endeavoring not to reveal any semblance of fear. I have long anticipated this moment. Having slain common clansmen, it was only a matter of time before it fell to the direct descendants of the Qin family. He remarked with a bitter smile. Yet, I never imagined you would choose me first, especially as the second-in-command has always advocated for alignment with the Chancellor. Qin Shoujing refrained from acting, fully aware that the ability to silently eliminate a patrol led by warriors of the inner gang realm was far beyond his own modest capabilities as a novice in the outer gang. Were I to come here with the intent to kill you, You would not have the opportunity to converse with me now, Lu Yi countered, shaking his head. He then picked up a wine cup from the table and poured a drink for Qin Shoujing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yi of the Heavenly Society. I have come to present you, Master Qin-san, with a proposition of great fortune. Qin Shoujing instinctively reached for the cup, only to nearly drop it in shock at Lu Yi's words. The three absolute blood demon Lu Yi? He exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at the youthful figure before him. The notoriety of the three absolute blood demon was truly formidable. Although the latest rankings had yet to be released, and Lu Yi's standing within the top 20 remained unknown, his legendary feat of cleaving a warrior at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers realm with a single stroke had already echoed throughout the entire Western Jin. In the martial world of Western Jin, there existed no one unfamiliar with the name Three Absolute Blood Demon. His fearsome reputation rivaled that of the illustrious leaders of the Heavenly Society. However, such a title was far from a commendable one. It was a name that could silence the cries of children at night. Faced with the infamous Lu Yi, Qin Shoujing dared not make any sudden movements, instead offering a wry smile. At present, my Qin family has offended both the regent and the Heavenly Society. What fortune could possibly remain? He continued, I am not one to cower in fear. Master Lu, perhaps you could grant me a swift end. Ah, indeed, Master Qin-san possesses a measure of courage. Li responded with a grin. Li laughed heartily, saying, if one is but a cowardly mouse, then this fortune shall be bestowed by the Hall Master. And I fear even the third master would find it beyond his grasp. Noticing that Lu Yi appeared to be in earnest and showed no inclination to act, Qin Shoujing, filled with curiosity, inquired, Hall Master Lu, what precisely do you mean by fortune? Lu Yi responded with a counter-question, Master Qin-san, you inquire why I, the Tianxia Society, would target your esteemed Qin family? Qin Shoujing let out a wry smile and replied, it is, of course, because my Qin family has gravitated towards the Chancellor. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Indeed. It is precisely because your Qin family has aligned itself with the Chief Minister and facilitated connections with the noble families that this calamity has befallen you. If you were to distance yourselves from the Chief Minister, or even pledge allegiance to the Regent, would this disaster not have been averted? Upon hearing this, Qin Shoujing's gaze flickered. However, aligning with the Chief Minister was a plan devised by my father. In the Qin family, no one dares to contravene my father's wishes. As Lu Yi smiled faintly, he remarked, in this world, there exists no family that remains eternally unyielding, nor any patriarch who is immutable through the ages. When a patriarch makes a grievous error that brings calamity upon the family, it is only natural for him to step down. Qin Shoujing has now come to comprehend what Lu Yi meant by wealth and nobility. Anger flickered in his eyes as he abruptly rose, exclaiming, do you wish for me to rebel against my father? How could I, Qin Shoujing, lower myself to such despicable acts? Why must you be so enraged, Third Master Qin? Please, take a seat. Lu Yi beckoned, urging Qin Shoujing to sit once more, and continued, are you not aware of the family's true gratitude for your unwavering loyalty? What has the family returned to you in kind? Upon hearing this, Qin Shoujing's eyelid twitched, and he let out a disdainful snort, remaining silent. Am I to believe that Third Master Qin does not grasp my words? Whose idea was it to align with the Chief Minister? It was the second branch, Qin Shui. And who ultimately reaps the rewards? That too is Qin Shui. Now, as I stand before you, who has met their demise? It is all the members of the Qin family. In the future, when Qin Shui wields the power of the Qin clan, what will you, Third Master Qin, gain? By that time, his descendants will be recognized as the true heirs of the Qin family, while you, Third Master Qin, will be relegated to a mere rural estate or have all your authority stripped away. As far as I know, the second branch resides deep within the Qin ancestral home, only second to Qin Yanqing's quarters. This implies that only when all of you have perished will it be their turn. Each word spoken by Lu Yi resonated like a formidable hammer, relentlessly striking at Qin Shoujing's heart, causing his breath to quicken. Ultimately, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Lu Yi's lips. Master Qin, one must think of oneself. Otherwise, one invites calamity. Rather than sewing garments for others, I suggest you devote more thought to your wife and children. Qin Shoujing lifted his gaze towards his wife, only to find her eyes brimming with tears as she looked back at him. The words of Lu Yi failed to completely sway Qin Shoujing, leaving him in a state of hesitation. However, they did resonate profoundly with his wife. Women, often more emotional than men, are easily influenced by their feelings. This was precisely why Lu Yi chose to keep her there, rather than expelling her or rendering her unconscious. The gaze of the lady seemed to become the final straw that broke Qin Shoujing's psychological defenses. He stared at Lu Yi for an extended period, finally letting out a long sigh and saying, "Do you dare to speak such words to me without fearing that I might betray you? Betray me? What benefit would that bring you?" Lu Yi replied with a smile, shaking his head. "For me, this is merely a task. Given my strength and potential, even in the event of failure, returning to the world of the righteous would not result in severe punishment." Lu Yi rose from his seat, leaning close to Qin Shoujing's ear, his voice as tempting as that of a devil. "However, Master Qin, you may well lose the only opportunity for a turnaround in this lifetime. Opportunities are always bestowed upon those who are prepared." Lu Yi gently patted Qin Shoujing's shoulder. "You are a wise man, Master Qin, and you ought to know what to do. I shall not disturb you any further." With that, Lu Yi's figure vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared, like a wraith. Qin Shoujing remained seated, his expression shifting between darkness and light. His gaze gradually transitioned from bewilderment to resolve, ultimately revealing a trace of ferocity. "Fetch eldest 4, eldest 5, and eldest 6. I have urgent matters to discuss with them." Qin Shoujing was a man of decisive action. Having made up his mind, he knew that promptness was paramount. Among the 6 brothers of the Qin family, the eldest was a timid and ineffectual individual, always obedient to their father's commands. Such significant matters must remain concealed from him. As for the second brother, it was needless to say that Qin Shoujing's target this time was none other than Qin Shudi, the second brother. The remaining brothers had maintained a relatively cordial relationship, suppressed under the dominance of the second brother. Qin Shoujing was confident in persuading them. Should persuasion fail, he would not hesitate to disregard fraternal bonds. His father had at least been correct in one regard. There is no turning back once an arrow is loosed. At this juncture, Qin Shoujing had no option for retreat. The brothers, upon receiving Qin Shoujing's message, hurriedly arrived, and he led them into a secret chamber. "Third brother, what urgent matter compels us to gather here in haste? Why must we convene in secrecy? What grave event has transpired?" The other 3 brothers, witnessing Qin Shoujing's mysterious demeanor, voiced their concerns. Qin Shoujing's gaze swept slowly over the trio before he spoke in a grave tone. "I have encountered a member of the Heavenly Society, here to target our Qin family. It is none other than Lu Yi, the leader of the Night Hall, known as the Blood Demon of the 3 Absolutes. A name can cast a long shadow. Lu Yi's infamy had spread widely. In the West Jin dynasty, he was a figure capable of silencing the cries of children at night. Upon hearing Lu Yi's name, the faces of the Qin brothers paled dramatically. "What? Did our father not say that the Heavenly Society would not send any formidable figures this time? The Blood Demon of the 3 Absolutes? Is he not the one who slaughtered hundreds at the Golden Armory and killed iron-armed Qingjing Nan with a single stroke? My heavens, how could it be this fiend? No one in our Qin family can contend with such a malevolent spirit." The brothers' faces turned ashen, and in their panic, they failed to consider why Qin Shoujing had met with Lu Yi. "Silence." Qin Shoujing raised his hand to quell the brothers' turmoil, then continued, "Gentlemen, you are all aware of the precarious situation facing our Qin family. The notorious blood demon of the 3 Absolutes, Lu Yi, has instilled fear far and wide. We are certainly no match for him. As for the reinforcements from the chief minister, their arrival remains uncertain. The Qin family finds itself cornered, trapped with no way out. The mastermind behind this predicament is unmistakably clear to all of us." He cast a sweeping glance at the 3 before continuing. "Currently, our second brother resides deep within the estate, right next to our father's quarters. What does it signify that we, the brothers, are relegated to the periphery? Is it not evident? It is an invitation for the forces of the world to come for us, to have us perish first, thereby buying time for him until the chief minister's assistance arrives." The faces of the Qin brothers darkened at his words. The second brother, Qin Shi, has always relied on their father's favoritism to suppress the others. Their discontent has long simmered beneath the surface, or else they would not have grown so close. "You are indeed correct, brother. The second has gone too far." Qin Shoushan, the 4th brother, exclaimed indignantly, only to sigh in resignation, but with father backing him. "What can we do? What can we do? He is unkind, and I shall be unjust." A fierce glint flashed in Qin Shoujing's eyes. "If he desires us to be his scapegoats, why should we not take his life in return?" His words struck the Qin brothers like a thunderbolt. Qin Shoujing, relentless in his resolve, continued, "Moreover, our father has been swayed by the second's treachery, leading the Qin family into such peril. I fear our father has lost his senses and is unfit to lead this family any longer." If the Qin brothers were merely shocked before, they now felt as though struck by a lightning bolt. They stood frozen in place, like mere wooden figures. After a prolonged silence, the fifth brother, Qin Sholi, finally stammered. "Third brother, do you intend to rebel against father?" "It is not rebellion. It is the quest for a path to survival for the Qin family," Qin Shojin replied solemnly. With that, he drew a curved dagger from his waist and laid it upon the table. "Brothers, if you stand with me, we shall share wealth and prosperity in the future. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bonds." The three brothers had hurried here unarmed, and Qin Shojin's sudden shift in demeanor caught them off guard. Seeing the fierce expression on his face, none doubted the authenticity of his words. After a prolonged silence, the sixth brother, Qin Shoshin, finally spoke. "Third brother, should we overthrow father, do you intend to assume the position of family head?" "I have promised to share the wealth with all my brothers," Qin Shojin acknowledged, realizing that mere intimidation would not unify their resolve. They might even turn against him. Thus, he swiftly declared, "From this day forward, there shall be no head of the Qin family. Each of our 4 branches will nominate one member to form a council of elders, who will jointly oversee the family's affairs henceforth." Faced with the choice between a blade and potential gain, the Qin brothers deliberated in silence for an extended period before ultimately reaching a decision. "Very well. If that is the case, we shall stand with the third brother. Brother San is indeed correct. His lack of benevolence warrants my lack of righteousness. There is no need for us to risk our lives for air. However, the notion of patricide is intolerable. Brother San should contemplate this matter more thoroughly." Upon hearing the return of the three, Qin Shojin finally felt a sense of relief and remarked, "Rest assured, my friends, my sole intention is to save the Qin family. I have no desire to bear the weight of infamy throughout my existence. As long as father relinquishes the position of family head, I shall ensure his later years are free from want." Yet, fourth brother Qin Shoshan expressed his concerns, saying, "But given father's cultivation, if he stubbornly insists on protecting heir, we may not only fail in our plans but could also risk being incapacitated by his hand. Humph. Since we have arrived at this juncture, we have no choice but to employ some unscrupulous methods to first restrain father's strength." Qin Shojin beckoned the three closer, whispering his strategy. On the following night, the various branches of the Qin family gathered for a rare family banquet. This event was proposed by sixth brother Qin Shoshin, aiming to unite everyone and prevent any external threats from taking advantage of their discord. Additionally, it served to consolidate the family spirit during this tumultuous time. As the youngest and most unassuming among Qin Yinxing's sons, he had no ambitions, and thus his suggestion was met with no suspicion, even from second brother Qin Shi. Had it been proposed by third brother Qin Shojing, there would have been concerns about ulterior motives, making agreement less likely. During the banquet, the Qin family shared jovial